Such a situation had happened before. It was just that Su Rao was in a favorable position at that time, because the person she faced was Yun Mujing. But today she was in a disadvantageous position, because the person she faced was Xian Ichi Xiao. And Xian Ichi Xiao did not recognize her disguise. There was no nonsense at all. Xian Ichi Xiao took action directly, and his moves were even more murderous. The person in front of him saw everything, and he could not stay. Feeling that Xian Ichi Xiao had such easily detectable murderous intentions towards her, Su Rao did not dare to hide it anymore, and did not care whether her identity was exposed. In her hand, the folding fan was about to come out. At the critical moment, a chimney was thrown from behind her. A puff of smoke suddenly rose. "Miss, let's go!" Ying's voice pulled Su Rao and flashed into a door on the side. The smoke dissipated. Looking at the empty alley, Xian Ichi Xiao's eyes were cold. Rui Feng's eyes were cold. Looking left and right, there was no trace. Just a glance. He did not stay. Turned around and strode away. But in a moment, the person disappeared. Su Rao and Ying hid in the crack of the door. Seeing Xian Ichi Xiao leave like this, Su Rao's brows were tightly knitted. The rough man's thick eyebrows were so knitted that the brow peaks seemed to be closed together. After observing for a long time, there was no trace of Xian Ichi Xiao coming back. So she knew that Xian Ichi Xiao really left, and was not deliberately tricking her to show up. Su Rao's knitted brows became tighter. "Miss," Ying spoke again. "How could Miss appear in the border state? If it weren't for my subordinate seeing Sui-san, we would have arrived in time." Su Chui and Su Kan stood aside. "Ying, I'll talk about my business later. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Who knows if Xian and Chi Xiao went to find someone? They can't stay here." Su Rao took the three people and climbed over the wall from the back door of the courtyard of this residential house. The owner of the residential house was knocked unconscious and tied up in the house. When leaving the alley, Su Rao simply told Ying about what happened to her. Although Ying came with Su Chui and Su Kan, Ying didn't know that Su Chui and Su Kan knew about Su Rao's affairs. So she wouldn't ask Su Chui and Su Kan to avoid asking the wrong questions and exposing Su Rao's secrets. While talking, Su Rao tore off the fake stubble on her face and wiped off the rough wrinkles on her face, and she changed her appearance immediately. When her hair fell down again, there was no trace of a rough man at all. When she took off the rough clothes outside, she was wearing her clothes inside. It took less than half a minute to change clothes, and Su Rao was Su Rao again. Su Chui and Su Kan watched from the side. This was the second time they saw the young lady change her clothes. Only then did they truly realize how powerful Mr. Xiao was. "Ying, why are you in Bianzhou? Is it related to the arrival of Xian Ichi Xiao?" Walking out of the alley, Ying took Su Rao and the other two to his place of residence in Bianzhou. As soon as they sat down, Su Rao asked Ying. When asked about this, Ying's eyebrows were not raised, and a cup of tea was handed to Su Rao. Said, "Miss, I came to Bianzhou, and it is indeed related to Prince Yi. After he came to Juxian Kingdom, he secretly tracked down and found the traces of Yun Wei in Juxian capital several times. He found that Yun Shiba had sneaked into the Juxian palace many times and wandered around Prince Yi's mansion several times. Because the young lady said that she would never have any relationship with Prince Jiyu again, he could only avoid Yun Shiba every time. And there was no progress in the matter of the man in black. And just 10 days ago, Prince Yi came to Bianzhou secretly for some reason, and he followed him. Who knows if Xian and Chi Xiao went to find someone? They can't stay here." Su Rao took the three people and climbed over the wall from the back door of the courtyard of this residential house. The owner of the residential house was knocked unconscious and tied up in the house. When leaving the alley, Su Rao simply told Ying about what happened to her. Although Ying came with Su Chui and Su Kan, Ying didn't know that Su Chui and Su Kan knew about Su Rao's affairs. So she wouldn't ask Su Chui and Su Kan to avoid asking the wrong questions and exposing Su Rao's secrets. While talking, Su Rao tore off the fake stubble on her face and wiped off the rough wrinkles on her face, and she changed her appearance immediately. When her hair fell down again, there was no trace of a rough man at all. When she took off the rough clothes outside, she was wearing her clothes inside. It took less than half a minute to change clothes, and Su Rao was Su Rao again. Su Chui and Su Kan watched from the side. This was the second time they saw the young lady change her clothes. Only then did they truly realize how powerful Mr. Xiao was. Ying, why are you in Bianzhou? Is it related to the arrival of Siam Ichi Xiao? Walking out of the alley, Ying took Su Rao and the other two to his place of residence in Bianzhou. As soon as they sat down, Su Rao asked Ying. When asked about this, Ying's eyebrows were not raised, and a cup of tea was handed to Su Rao. Said, Miss, I came to Bianzhou, and it is indeed related to Prince Yi. After he came to Juxian Kingdom, he secretly tracked down and found the traces of Yun Wei in Juxian capital several times. He found that Yun Shiba had sneaked into the Juxian palace many times and wandered around Prince Yi's mansion several times. Because the young lady said that she would never have any relationship with Prince Jiyu again. He could only avoid Yun Shiba every time. And there was no progress in the matter of the man in black. And just 10 days ago, Prince Yi came to Bianzhou secretly for some reason. And he followed him. What's more, all the secrets in Huajin Valley, including who had taken over Huajin Valley, who was the person who had been chasing Han Machan, and who was the person who wanted to take over her Su family, might all be in that account book. Miss, when I found Huajin Valley, it had already turned into a raging fire. I only saw a figure going away, which seemed to be Xiao Mubai, but I was not sure if it was him. Seeing Su Rao pondering what he said, Ying said again, Huajin Valley was destroyed in an instant, but no news came to Bianzhou. I guess it might be the work of Prince Yi. Moreover, there seemed to be some secret transactions between Huajin Fang and the governor of this Bianzhou, although it was just collusion between officials and businessmen in terms of money and interests. I always felt that there were other things that I had not found out. And the governor of Bianzhou, according to my secret investigation and observation these days, he was not on Prince Yi's side. He negotiated with Prince Yi many times, and was respectful on the surface. But in fact, he was just pretending to be acquiescent and evasive. After saying all the words, Ying took the cup and moistened his throat. Look at Su Rao. Wait for Su Rao to speak. Bien, Zhou Ji Zhou. While muttering these words, Su Rao stood up. Then let's go meet the Zhizhou of this Zhizhou first and start with him. Su Rao knew that she couldn't get the account book in Xian Qishao's hand for a while. Firstly, if she escaped like that, Xian Qishao would definitely keep the account book strictly. Secondly, if she rashly thought of taking the account book, it would be inevitable that Xian Qishao would find out that she was the reckless man. So, she couldn't easily take action on Xian Qishao's side unless it was absolutely necessary. Ying, we have to hurry up. Han Machan has obstructed my investigation several times. Now his actions have affected Huajin Fang. I'm afraid that the Zhizhou has also been arrested. Let's go to the Zhizhou mansion now. The peach blossom eyes were surrounded by a faint peach color. Su Rao noticed it quickly, but Xian Qishao's actions were faster than her. Before they arrived at the Zhizhou mansion, an uproar had already risen in Bianzhou. The governor of Bianzhou colluded with officials and merchants in Huajin Fang to secretly embezzle government silver. The madam, the old lover of the governor of Bianzhou, and the two were even more colluded, using Huajin Fang as a cover to secretly trade in people. Both of these things were proved by the confessions of the thugs in Huajin Fang. As soon as this happened, Huajin Fang was immediately closed down, and the governor of Bianzhou was also captured by the Yingji army. There was no sign of the account book, and Xian Qishao did not take it out. He came to Bianzhou for the account book. In front of Huajin Fang, 2 seals sealed the door of the square, and the madam and a group of thugs and servants of Huajin Fang were all captured, and rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs were thrown at them. The madam, who was still in glory 2 days ago, became a prisoner in a short time. A rat crossing the street, everyone shouts and beats it. In front of the prefectural government, the same scene happened. The crowd of pedestrians saw the prefect of Bianzhou being led out by the Yingji army, and countless rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs in their hands were thrown at them. Many people even cursed the dog official. They also shouted that Prince Yi was mighty. In this crowd of people, Su Rao's eyes fell on Xian Qishao, who came out from behind. And she suddenly realized, why did Xian Qishao leave immediately after Ying saved her? Mostly because he was afraid that her reckless man would come to notify Huajin Fang to evacuate. That's why he acted so quickly. With such a thunderous momentum, he took down Huajin Fang and the prefect of Bianzhou, caught them off guard. Su Rao didn't believe that Mo Ying could force those confessions from those people in just a few minutes. It's not that Su Rao thinks Mo Ying is not capable, or that Prince Yi's means of forcing confessions are not as good as hers. But regarding those killers, Su Rao knew clearly how stubborn those people were. And it took her 2 full days to find out the answer. Even if Xian Qixiao's methods were powerful, it would take him at least half an hour. Su Rao looked at Xian Qixiao like this. And with Xian Qixiao's sharpness, he would naturally notice it. He looked over with cold eyes. And in this crowded crowd, he found Su Rao at a glance. Not only because Su Rao's eyes were not covered, but also because Su Rao was wearing the red dress he prepared, which was eye-catching at a glance. Raising her arms and soft hands, Su Rao waved at Xian Qixiao. Greeting. A bright smile on her face. A playboy's true nature. If Su Rao's action was in Yunlang country, it would definitely not be quiet for a moment, but would only scare people. And then everyone would say in their hearts, this person is probably going to be unlucky again. And he was targeted by the ugly girl of the Su family. But in this Jusian country, Su Rao covered the scar on her forehead, and no one knew who she was. Her greeting to Prince Yi in this way would only shock everyone. Then, all the rotten leaves and rotten eggs stopped. Their eyes fell on Su Rao. They were amazed. And then, they looked at Prince Yi and reacted in surprise. Such a scene has already appeared in Gobi Pass. And now it appears again in Bianzhou. Prince Yi has already gotten used to it. He looked at Su Rao for a moment. He took a step. He walked toward Su Rao. Why is Miss Su here? Siam Qixiao did not call Su Rao Ronghua Princess because the people of Bianzhou were there. After all, the title of princess was too eye-catching. And calling her Miss Su. The surname Su also exists in the Siamese country. So Su Rao's identity will not be exposed. After all, Su Rao was abducted to their Siamese country. So the fewer people know her identity at this time, the safer she will be. This lady is here to see you. Su Rao naturally understood. And her heart was more tactful. So she reacted in such a familiar way. Also took a step. The people on the side had already stepped back to make way when Prince Yi came. So there was no obstruction for Su Rao to walk. When she walked in front of Prince Yi, she suddenly said, Xiao, you and I have experienced life and death together. How can we still be so unfamiliar? Just call me Ronger. Her smile did not diminish after saying this. Her bright eyes fell directly on Xian Qixiao's face. And she found that Xian Qixiao's face was dull again. And it seemed to be red. Layers of darkness suddenly emerged in her eyes. And Su Rao took another step closer. Fong whispered, Prince Yi, you helped me find Yunji's whereabouts. But he seems to have left. I don't care why he left. You must help me find him. Otherwise, I will pester you every day, and let you feel what a real ugly girl of the Su family is. The implication is that Yunji left because he knew she was coming. To be more precise, Yunji avoided her and escaped from her pestering again. Prince Yi promised me. But now, he doesn't see Yunji. Should Prince Yi take responsibility for this matter, and help her continue to look for him? The dark red on Xian Qixiao's face disappeared. But his heart skipped a beat. Su Rao was so close to him. And her breath was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl. This made Prince Yi, who had never really come into contact with other women, retreat for the first time. Although it was only one step. It was unprecedented. Prince Moing had never seen Prince Yi so confused for a moment before. Immediately, a low voice reminded him. Xian Qixiao's heart suddenly became firm. He looked at Su Rao. The woman in front of him was obviously so frivolous and eccentric. But she made him feel more dazzling. Hidden under this dandy attitude, she is restrained and radiant. Since the king has promised Princess Ronghua, he will send Princess Ronghua to Prince Jiyue safely. So Princess Ronghua can rest assured. The words that were originally on his lips should have been, Prince Jiyue's secret guard said that there was news in the capital. And since Prince Jiyue was waiting, how could he leave? But the words were completely changed when they came out. And Xian Qixiao himself was surprised. Looking at the governor of the other state, who had been taken away, Xian Qixiao knew that Su Rao was not simple. She might have some purpose in coming here. But he still kept Su Rao, knowing that it was impossible. This was the first time he violated his vigilance and indulged himself. Xian Qixiao's heart was full of confusion about his various actions. But he kept Su Rao so easily, which made Su Rao more certain that he was Han Machen. Just like Yunda said, he treated her differently. The waves in her bright peach eyes started to stir secretly. But Su Rao's smile became more and more brilliant. Her bright eyes curved into crescents. And the corners of her eyes were peachy. Su Rao stayed with Xian Qixiao so easily, which was a result that Su Rao expected. After all, in Su Rao's cognition, Xian Ichi Xiao was Han Mo Chun. And Yun Da's reminder made Su Rao expect this. Because of this cognition, Su Rao was not surprised at all by Xian Ichi Xiao's series of reactions. But Mo Ying was different. He was the one who knew Xian Ichi Xiao best. His own prince seemed to treat this Ronghua princess differently at the Three Kingdoms Exchange Conference. Or even earlier, when Ronghua princess was so arrogant in the painting boat. Or when Ronghua princess was so perverse in front of Yun Wangfu. Or when she looked at Wanlu Temple. The red-dressed woman with a restrained edge made the prince think at a glance. But these were just what Mo Ying thought in his heart. Because Prince, he was only different once or twice. He was still the prince that Mo Ying had followed for many years. The cold and aloof prince he who kept strangers away. And he always did things with thundering means. Su Rao stayed. But she seemed to have no interest in the affairs of the Bianzhou governor and Hua Jianfeng. She spent the whole day shopping. 2 Yingji soldiers followed behind her. And they actually served as servants for Su Rao. Carrying large and small bags. And paying them money. Just like porters. If Su Rao hadn't seen Xian Ichi Xiao every day, she would have reminded him. Have you found Yunji's whereabouts? And her 2 guards. Didn't they say they would find them themselves? Why is there still no trace of him? Prince Yi's efficiency seems to be too low. If it weren't for these questions that kept coming out every day, Su Rao would have been so carefree shopping. And Xian Ichi Xiao would have thought that Su Rao was just here for fun. But Xian Ichi Xiao had a feeling in his heart that Su Rao must have her purpose for shopping like this. 3 days. But a moment. Bianzhou governor's mansion. The Bianzhou governor was arrested. And this place became Prince Yi's temporary residence in Bianzhou. In the study of the governor's mansion. Your Highness, the matter has been almost settled. Mo Ying reported to Prince Yi what he had done in the past 3 days. The follow-up matters of the Bianzhou governor and Hua Jianfeng have been resolved. The new Bianzhou governor will be their man and will take office soon. But the ruffian has not been found yet. As if he disappeared out of thin air. After the Bianzhou governor and Hua Jianfeng were captured, the escaped ruffian was also painted and posted on the walls of Bianzhou. See arrest document. Catch the fugitive and reward him with 100 taels of silver. But there has been no progress in the past 3 days. No matter his identity or name. Nothing can be found. It's as if there is no such person in Bianzhou. Your Highness, it's my incompetence. Mo Ying knelt on one knee and confessed. Prince Yi then thought deeply about this matter. And about the rough man that Su Rao was dressed as. He could make Mo Ying unable to find out. He suddenly realized. The man's behavior when he escaped that day was very strange. He should be an extremely cunning person. But he had such a vulgar face. Now thinking about it, that look doesn't seem to match him. In Ruifeng's eyes, the light that should have been calm actually shook for a moment. Then, there is only one possibility. Disguise. The only person who can make my secret guards unable to find out is probably that person. Mo Ying looked up suddenly. Xiao Tower. Your Highness. You mean Mr. Xiao? Leave a few people to continue looking. And give orders. It's time for me to return to Beijing. This voice was profound and unclear. Yes. I will give the order right away. Mo Ying nodded immediately. Just before leaving, he thought of something else and said, Oh, my lord. There is also the matter of Princess Ronghua. Speaking of Su Rao, Mo Ying deliberately glanced at Prince Yi. Princess Ronghua is not unusual. She doesn't do anything unusual except shopping. Her 2 guards have been looking for her for the past 3 days, and have come to Bianzhou. For the past 3 days, the 2 Yingji soldiers seemed to be porters for Su Rao. But in fact they were paying attention to Su Rao's movements and secretly monitoring her. Su Chui and Su Kan had already been under the surveillance of the Yingying secret guards. I don't know if they deliberately exposed themselves or if Mo Ying had already found them. Mo Ying talked about what Su Rao had done in the past 3 days. Except for shopping, Su Rao did nothing else. There was nothing unusual. This made Xian Ichi Xiao's eyebrows move slightly. Could it be that he was too suspicious? Your Highness, are you really planning to take Princess Ronghua to the capital? Prince Jiyue is obviously avoiding Ronghua County on purpose. If your Highness sends Princess Ronghua there again, he will inevitably have a feud with Prince Jiyue. If Queen Rong finds out, will she take this opportunity to cause trouble? No. Xian Ichi Xiao denied it directly, and paused in thought. Prince Yulang Jiyue is not such a narrow-minded person. Although Prince Yi and Yunji did not have much contact, there is a kind of person that you don't need to understand much. You will know what kind of person he is. Besides, with Rong Yi's hatred for Emperor Yunlangyu, She will not join forces with the Yun family to cause trouble. And she is not such a shallow-minded person. Otherwise, she would not have failed to get Emperor Yunlangyu, and would not have turned around to marry his brother, and would not have been trying to take the throne for so many years. But now she has taken action. Why did Empress Rong hate Emperor Yu? The reason was nothing but the love and hatred of the previous generation. They could not get what they wanted, so they turned love into hatred. Xianiqi Xiao knew all about Empress Rong's past. As for Princess Ronghua, speaking of Su Rao, Xianiqi Xiao was calm again. After 3 days of calming down, Xianiqi Xiao had already found that his behavior that day was outrageous. Perhaps as early as when he saw Su Rao again in Huajianfeng. His behavior was already outrageous. He approached her unconsciously and said more outrageous things. She is the only daughter of the Su family. She must not fall into Rong Yuer's hands. Otherwise Rong Yuer will use her to provoke a war between the two countries. Speaking of this, Xianiqi Xiao took the account book on the table. He went to Yunlang for several months just to paralyze Rong Yuer and let her focus all her attention on him, so as to ignore this side. Now that he has Rong Yuer's handle, how can he be threatened by a woman like her? Open the account book. The next few pages. The contents recorded on it are all transactions between Empress Rong of Juxian Kingdom and Huajianfeng. And she contacted Huajianfeng through the governor of Binzhou. The account book also contains some correspondence between them. What she did. One is to sell official positions and collect money, and arrange her own people in various states and counties to squeeze out the original people of various noble families. The second is to trade and hire people to kill. She has sent letters to the governor of Binzhou many times to ask the governor of Binzhou to find the madam and secretly assassinate the officials of various departments who do not obey her. With so many things, once the noble families of Juxian Kingdom know that this is what Empress Rong did, you can imagine her situation. Half of the day has passed. Xianiqi Xiao and Mo Ying are talking in the study, and the streets of Binzhou are full of the bright red figure again. It looks so lively over there. Let's go there again. Today is the Binzhou market, and it is also very lively at noon. Su Rao waved her hand to call the 2 Eagle G soldiers to follow. The red dress fluttered in the wind. Su Rao seemed to be having a lot of fun, pushing through the crowds on both sides and heading towards the bustling streets and alleys with a cheerful pace. Only when her eyes swept over the arrest documents posted everywhere in the house, a hint of coldness appeared on the corner of her mouth. Go find it carefully. As soon as Su Rao walked, the 2 Eagle G soldiers immediately followed. Their hands were full of various things Su Rao bought, which blocked most of their sight. Before they got close, Su Rao heard shouting, artists juggling, jumping balls, walking on tightrope, and shaking dabelos. So amazing. There were also spinning plates and playing pots, with superb skills. The colorful flower beds and plates painted with dragons and phoenixes flew up and down, with thousands of postures. Colorful phoenixes flying and singing, and dragons playing with pearls. Su Rao was very excited, clapping her hands and shouting, good. There were also chest-breaking stones, dragon and lion dances, and a lively scene. Su Rao was happy to see it, and called another Eagle G army to give him money. Miss Su, I think it's getting late. Why don't we go back? Although the 2 Eagle G army soldiers were among the best in physical strength and endurance, they couldn't stand Su Rao's daily torment, which was more painful than training them. Another Eagle G army also said, yes, Miss Su. The prince will return to the capital after finishing his business. The emperor's birthday is coming soon, and I think Prince Jiyue should have gone to the capital. Miss Su wants to see Prince Jiyue. Okay. Anyway, I'll have plenty of time to watch these acrobatics later. But Yun Ji. Mentioning Yun Ji seemed to persuade Su Rao. Su Rao looked at Ying Jijuan, then looked at the acrobatics, and then nodded in agreement. Go home, miss. As soon as she walked out of the busy alley, she heard 2 hurried calls. Su Chui and Su Kan came in a hurry. Miss. Walked over and knelt down immediately. Damn you. I lost you. The 2 acted like they had just seen Su Rao, and they were able to find Su Rao because of Su Rao's shouting when she was watching the acrobatics. This lady has been walking around this street for 3 days, and her reputation has spread far and wide. If you still can't find her, you'll really be damned. Su Rao made no secret of the fact that her actions in the past 3 days were actually to let her guards know that the woman who appeared in this state was her. Let them come to find her. She looked very angry. Angry that Su Chui and Sukin took so long to come. Su Rao threw all the things that the two Yingji soldiers were holding to Su Chui and Su Qian, and asked them to roll and follow her. Then she walked away first. Su Chui and Su Qian hurriedly picked up their things, got up and followed. Su Chui and Su Qian were both taciturn. But after following Su Rao for so many days, they actually changed a little, and cooperated with Su Rao without any flaws. The two Yingji soldiers did not notice anything unusual, and did not suspect that this was Su Rao's plan. After learning that Xian Qishao had taken over the governor of that state first, Su Rao went to find Xian Qishao herself. She went shopping for 3 days, in addition to creating a suitable opportunity for Su Chui and Su Qian to come to her. Her most fundamental purpose was to divert Xian Qishao's attention. During these 3 days, Su Chui and Su Qian did look for Su Rao everywhere, while Ying quietly watched Mo Ying's movements in the dark. Su Rao did not move. She did nothing, and her 2 guards were also under Mo Ying's surveillance. But Ying moved. In just a moment, Xian Qishao knew what happened on the street, and the 2 Yingji soldiers told him Su Rao's reaction and words exactly. Su Rao really had her purpose for shopping. Xian Qishao's suspicion was perfectly answered. Since Su Chui and Su Qian had found their lady, the 2 Yingji soldiers had no reasonable reason to continue following Su Rao. And Xian Qishao's suspicion was also explained. So he let the 2 Yingji soldiers leave, and there was no need to continue following Su Rao. This was Su Rao's third purpose. The purpose of this strategy: making a plank road in the open, crossing Chengsong in secret. The stars were shining brightly, and the bright moon in the sky was still round, but not as big and round as the full moon a few days ago. Although there was no surveillance by the 2 Yingji soldiers, Su Rao was not careless. She talked with Chui Qian and made some preparations. Take a bath before resting. Let Su Chui guard the door for her outside the house, and Su Qian helped her wash. After half an hour of bathing and washing, Ying told Su Rao what she had learned from secretly following Mo Ying in the past 3 days through Su Qian, the safest and most reliable method that Xian Qishao could hardly detect. When Ying passed the message to Chui Qian, they did not meet, but Su Qian bought a box of rouge. After all, women love beauty. The special rouge box has a layer inside, and there is nothing on the oil paper inside. Su Rao took out the oil paper and roasted it on the lamp, and then dipped the oil paper in water. Half a moment later, the words were reflected. The special message of the Mirror Pavilion. Rong. Ying secretly followed Mo Ying for 3 days, in order to prevent being discovered by Mo Ying. He never followed Mo Ying, and every time he went to the prison of Bianzhou, he just unraveled some conversations between Mo Ying and the Yingji army guarding the governor of Bianzhou, and got the information he wanted. Ying heard Mo Ying mention the word Rong many times, but what he didn't know now was which word Rong Mo Ying was talking about. He couldn't be sure whether he was talking about the lady or someone else. In addition, the governor of Bianzhou and the people in Huajianfang were killed. They all died in the prison of Bianzhou, and the name was suicide for fear of crime. In fact, those people were secretly transferred to other places by Mo Ying, and the so-called suicide for fear of crime was just for the people of Bianzhou to see. Before Ying left, Su Rao told Ying, "It doesn't matter if you don't find out anything, but remember to be careful. There is no rush. Safety first. Rather than investigating those men in black as soon as possible, Su Rao cares more about the safety of Ying's family. It's good that Ying can find out all this in just 3 days." Rong. Muttering softly, Su Rao destroyed the note. Or is it that Rong? A hint of deep thought appeared in her peach blossom eyes. Which is a woman's sixth sense. Could it be Rong Feng? But Rong Feng has no reason to kill Xian Qishao. Besides, there is Xian Muyaling among them. How could it be? Thinking of Ying's mention that Yun Shiba sneaked into the Juxian palace several times, and at this moment, Su Rao guessed that this person with the surname Rong. She knew everything that Xian Qishao had done in Bianzhou. Inside the Juxian palace, a white pigeon fluttered its wings and landed in front of the window of the central palace in the night. The palace lanterns and candles illuminated the pigeon's figure clearly. Rong Gu, the personal nanny of Queen Rong, saw it and quickly took the small bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's feet and handed it to Queen Rong. The pigeon brought news about the destruction of Huajian Valley. This news had just reached Queen Rong's ears. Before Queen Rong could react, another piece of news came, which was personally delivered by Prince Yi's Eagle Shadow's secret guard. "Empress," the prince said, that he hopes The new governor of Bianzhou will take office as soon as possible in the morning court tomorrow. He has already chosen the candidate. Empress, you just need to listen quietly. The prince will take good care of the governor of Bianzhou. As for Hua Jianfang and those things like letters, it depends on whether Empress can serve the emperor well. The Eagle Shadow's secret guard left. There was no clanging sound of broken porcelain cups in the central palace. Only the woman in the queen's palace dress was sitting upright on the bed, with phoenixes flying and auspiciousness. The queen's red palace dress. Her hair tied up high. The phoenix spread its wings and flew high. The golden hair accessories and the heavy makeup made her noble and cold. How could Xianqi Shao appear in Bianzhou? This voice was calm and calm. You can tell who she is by her voice. This Queen Rong of Zhuxian Kingdom is just as Xianqi Shao said. And her mind is definitely not shallow. She is so calm. Who is the person in the palace now? Who can disguise himself so much like him? During the time when Xianqi Shao was not in the capital of Zhuxian, there was an identical person in Prince He's palace. And he attended court every day. Go check it for me. At this, he was slightly angry. Your Highness, that Huajian Valley. Ronggu mentioned this matter. What should be done about this matter? After all, there, Hua, Jian, Valley. Rong Queen took out the bamboo tube that she had put in her sleeve because of the appearance of the Eagle Shadow's secret guard. Looking at the content on it, she took a breath and directly ignited the note. In order to help her catch people. This palace was set up by Xianqi Shao. Now Huajian Fang has become a fatal handle for this palace. Bing Yan looked at Ronggu. Huajian Valley was destroyed in Danyang. How could this palace know? Ronggu immediately understood that they were all ignorant of this matter. Send a message to my sister-in-law. No matter what method she uses, this palace will make the people in Huajian Fang disappear overnight. If this palace falls, she will not be left well either. This palace and her can rise and fall together. Yes. Ronggu immediately went to pass the message. Not long after, the white pigeon flew out of the Zhuxian palace. In fact, the country of Zhu Siam has long been turbulent, and undercurrents are surging. Under the calm surface, what are the roaring waves and strong winds? And at this moment, the tranquility of Yulang country is about to be broken again. And the waves are rolling again. The burning palace lanterns and candles illuminate the mausoleum of imperial concubine Jing as bright as day. The layout is the same as what Su Rao saw last time. The only thing that is new is the porcelain wine cup that fell and broke on the ground. And the wine is spilled all over the ground. In the mausoleum of imperial concubine Jing, the father and son, who have always been kind and filial to each other, competed for the first time. Snap! A loud slap sounded in the quiet mausoleum. 10 years after the death of imperial concubine Jing, Emperor Yu hit Yun Mujing for the first time. Or in front of the tomb of imperial concubine Jing. You want to fight for the throne. How do you want your mother to rest in peace in the afterlife? Emperor Yu was furious. And the emperor was furious. He raised his hand again. But looking at the red and swollen palm mark on Yun Mujing's face, he couldn't slap him anymore. The emperor's eyes were filled with grief. Heh, heh. Laughing softly, Yun Mujing stretched out his finger to the tomb of imperial concubine Jing. The charming eyes were even more sad. And there was suppressed anger. Can your mother rest in peace? Father, do you think she has rested in peace over the years? Have you forgotten? But you killed her with your own hands. Do you think she will rest in peace? Do you think she can rest in peace? The emperor's body was originally straight. But because of Yun Mujing's 3 questions, he staggered suddenly. Emperor Yu actually sat down unsteadily. Killed her with his own hands. Day and night. He had never forgotten for a moment. If he hadn't shaken off Yao's hand that day, if he had been calmer, if he had held Yao, I've already secured the throne. If you want to stop me, then kill me. Push me down, and I'll get a bloody head. Your son and concubines don't need me and my mother. Seeing that Emperor Yu seemed to have aged in an instant, Yun Mujing finally stopped his sarcastic remarks. He knew that the cause of death of imperial concubine Jing had always been an untouchable pain and lifelong regret for Emperor Yu. After a long time, he said one more sentence. Father, you made me the 7th prince. Since I was born, you have already chosen the future path for me. Since Yun Mujing is a prince, why can't he fight for the throne? Kneeling on the ground, he kowtowed 3 times to imperial concubine Jing's coffin, and kowtowed 3 times to Emperor Yu. And then Yun Mujing strode away. No matter how the future path changes, it is my own choice. It is not up to my father to decide. I am not willing to be just a vassal king. And I am even more unwilling to be so idle all my life. I want to be the master of the world. If my father thinks that I am ambitious and want to take over the whole world, you can help my third brother get rid of me. Just like you did to my fourth brother. A cup of poisoned wine. Leaving Yun Lang with the most suitable king. The purple figure disappeared. Puff. Yun Mujing left like this. And I don't know if Emperor Yu was so angry that he vomited blood. Yaur. A girl. You want to take over the world. Am I wrong? Although she is only 30 years old. She already has gray hair, and is in her twilight years. If you knew what happened today, you would hate me even more. I hate that I didn't listen to your advice, and insisted on letting Jinger be the seventh prince just to protect your favor. Now do you really want to harm Jinger? He touched the coffin of imperial concubine Jing. And in a breath, he took the tablet on the table into his arms. The blood on the corner of his mouth was not wiped off. At this moment, Emperor Yu seemed to have just taken off his imperial posture and thoughts. But he was just a poor man whose wife had passed away. Yaur. I can't control Jinger. And I can't stop Jiyue. You and Sister June will be so anxious if you know about it in the afterlife. It's not that I don't want to save Sister June. But Sister June won't leave. Sister June said she didn't have the face to go home. And she didn't have the face to see Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang in that identity. I also thought about devoting my own strength to avenge Sister June. But I can't. I still have to protect Jinger and Jiyue. If even I am gone, how can Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang protect them to grow up safely? If Jiyue's identity is discovered by that person. If Jiyue gets into trouble, how can I face you in the afterlife? The moonlit night is halfway through. The horse galloped. The night wind blew up his clothes. And Yun Mujing returned to Langjing City. The next morning, Su Er knew about it, and immediately went to the seventh prince's mansion in secret. How did this happen? Su Er held an ice pack in his hand, and his indifferent eyes fell on Yun Mujing's slightly swollen left face. With a dull breath. Since Yun Mujing's words to Su Er, the two of them have truly turned hostility into friendship. And they are calm when they meet again. While asking questions, Su Er was about to take the ice pack to apply to Yun Mujing's face. Yun Mujing turned his head away, avoiding Su Er's touch, and took another ice pack from the plate, and applied it to his face to reduce the swelling. Can you guess who can beat this prince? Dare to beat this prince? Yun Mujing asked back, and laughed softly. After a night, the redness and swelling on Yun Mujing's cheeks had not subsided at all. It can be seen how powerful Emperor Yu was at that time, and how angry Yun Mujing was. Su Er lowered his breath. He had already confirmed it when he saw the wound on Yun Mujing's face. After a moment, he asked again, who mentioned it first? Yun Mujing's hand movements suddenly stopped, and the smile on his face disappeared. Silence. An extremely quiet feeling. The quietness made the entire Jin's palace feel depressed. After a long time, Yun Mujing turned his head to look at Su Er. Su Yuma, do you think my father really loves me as a son? Or his indulgence and doting on me is just because of his guilt towards my mother? If I was not born by my mother, would my fate now be the same as that of my fourth brother? Dying so quietly? This question seemed a little confused. Emperor Yunlangyu, the emperor's power and strategy, is well versed in this. Every move he makes, every time he does something, has his own intention and is under his control. Since my mother passed away, I have always viewed him this way. He is no longer the father who would put me on his neck and play with me. When mentioning his mother, Yun Mujing seemed so fragile. So fragile that he just wanted to hold him in his arms. But Su Er couldn't do that. The hand on his knees was curled up, and the ice bag made a sound. The sound of ice breaking. Without my mother, I dare not easily reveal my thoughts to my father. And when my father becomes the king, it is even more impossible. He is no longer the father who belongs only to me and my mother. Before yesterday, I still thought so. The ice in the ice bag in Yun Mujing's hand was also crushed, and his charming eyes showed a solemn look. But after last night, his thoughts seemed to be completely broken. My father was still the same father. He knew that his idleness was all a disguise, and that he had the ambition to fight for the throne. So he took him to my mother's mausoleum and beat him. My father beat me, and told my plot in front of my mother's spirit tablet. He didn't treat me like he did to my fourth brother. He told me that my mother only wanted me to be safe and be an idle prince. Yun Mujing told Su Er what happened between him and Emperor Yu in the mausoleum. The dispute between them and Emperor Yu. And Emperor Yu's earnest admonition to him. The throne is lonely, and those who can sit on the throne will eventually be lonely. My father said that he doesn't want me to take this road. This lonely road full of thorns and corpses. Throwing the crushed ice bag in his hand into the plate, Yun Mujing asked Su-er again. Su-yuma, do you think all these words of my father are true? Or are they all his thoughts as an emperor? In fact, Yun Mujing knew in his heart that with Emperor Yu as a person, if Emperor Yu didn't love his son, he would have ended up like Yun Muyi. And how could he sit so peacefully and apply facial mask? Don't want to fight for the dragon throne? Su-er also put down the ice bag in his hand. Still indifferent, Su-er didn't feel any other emotions because of what Yun Mujing said. That he might not fight for it. No. Yun Mujing shook his head without hesitation. He wants the throne. He needs power. He wants to dominate his future, control his life, and protect the people he wants to protect. My father loves me as his son, but he will never pass the throne to me. In his heart, only the prince can inherit the throne. Now that he knows my ambition, you and I cannot let go of the past grudges. We must maintain the status quo. Otherwise my father will be more afraid of your Su family, and may even eliminate them. This means that he is determined to get the throne. The Su family must also be careful. The Su family is loyal to the emperor. If Emperor Yu knows that Su-er has secretly joined forces with him, then what will happen to the Su family? Yun Mujing's reminder. Su-er looked at Yun Mujing, and his hands on his knees were slightly clenched again. His cold eyes fell on the face of Mei, who was in deep thought. She looked like Panin, but her eyebrows were tender like a girl. Just one glance made him fall into her, unable to recover and unable to extricate himself. At this moment, the cold color in Su-er's eyes seemed to shake, but it was only for a moment. The throbbing in his heart was only for a breath. And then Su-er suppressed it again. Such a peaceful coexistence is the best result between them. Since my younger sister's marriage was mentioned, my Su family has been in the spotlight. Now it is stable, but the emperor is reluctant to let it go. With you, the Su family will not be stable. Without you, the Su family will not be stable for a long time. Sooner or later, this stability will be broken. Since the emperor knows what you want, there is no need to hide your strength and hide in the dark. Between the prince and you, the emperor can only choose one. Let's see if he is willing to let you be eliminated by the prince. Once Yun Mujing's ambition is known to the prince, Yun Mujing's idleness for so many years is all a disguise. The prince is bound to move. Then which one will Emperor Yu choose? The crown prince he recognizes in his heart, or his beloved son he dotes on and indulges. He can only choose one of the two. Su-er's mind is no less than Yun Ji's. The title of Su family's wise man is not just talk. This statement is a calculation. As long as Emperor Yu really dotes on his son Yun Mujing will not lose. No longer keeping a low profile? Mumbling, Yun Mujing shook his head immediately. Su-yuma, this method is not acceptable. If my brother knew, he would be mad at me. My brother protects me and keeps me safe. He asked me to keep a low profile and live in peace in a corner, just to keep me safe in this cannibalistic royal family. Although Yun Mujing entered the court to participate in politics, he pretended to be bored and had no intention of attending court these days. Not only to dispel the prince's suspicion of his participation in politics, but also to prevent Yun Ji from knowing too early to avoid being angry. Jiyue, hee. Su-er actually laughed like this, as if he was amused by Yun Mujing's words. Such a dull and indifferent person actually laughed like this. Yun Mujing was confused for a moment and stared at him. What was so funny about it? Jiyue would not know. After asking again, Su-er's hand pointed to an eave outside along the window lattice. At that position, the golden-clad secret guard who followed Yun Mujing was guarding quietly. Obviously, he was the golden-clad secret guard of Emperor Yu. But Su-er reacted like this. You don't know Jiyue as well as I do. This means that the golden-clad secret guard is actually Yun Ji's man. The two of them had such a secret conversation. But they didn't know that Emperor Yu had already known about it. Su-er secretly went to the 7th prince's mansion of Yun Mujing. As soon as he arrived, Emperor Yu already knew about it. In the Yunshan Palace, on the dragon couch, Emperor Yu was resting, and Yun Zongwan was talking in a low voice. Su-er had not left the 7th prince's mansion yet. I don't know what he said or did to the 7th prince, but I didn't hear any movement. The two should not have fought. Emperor Yu was so angry that he vomited blood last night. Today, he stopped the court for a day. What he said to the outside world was that Emperor Yu reviewed the memorials too late last night and got some bad luck. Your Majesty, maybe you worry too much. The Su family has always been loyal. Su Gongzi went to find the 7th prince this time. Maybe the prince sent some news and asked Su Gongzi to bring it to the 7th prince. Seeing that Emperor Yu's face was slightly pale, and he had been frowning since he came back from the mausoleum, Yun Zongwan comforted him and asked Emperor Yu to take care of his body. The Su family is loyal. But if Jinger deliberately plots to use Su with Su love for Jinger, there's no guarantee that he won't fall into the trap. This is a deep statement. And Emperor Yu rubbed his brows. He had beaten and scolded his son Yun Mujing. And Emperor Yu seemed to have no other choice but to keep a close eye on him. Your Majesty. Seeing that Emperor Yu was so worried about Yun Mujing and could hardly smile, Yun, the chief steward, actually had an idea in his mind. He hesitated and finally spoke. I have an idea here, but I don't know whether to say it. Say it. Emperor Yu immediately sat up slightly. Yun, the chief steward, hurriedly supported him. Your Majesty, you might as well take this opportunity to make the identity of the 7th prince public. The last word all was stuck in his throat because of Emperor Yu's sudden change of expression. Yun, the chief steward, knelt on the ground in fear, knowing that he was indeed talking too much. Your Majesty, calm down. I've been too talkative. Huang Fugui. If Jinger is hurt, I'll take off your pig head. He called Yun Zongwan by his original name. Emperor Yu would never allow Yun Mujing to be hurt because of his identity being exposed. After being the 7th prince for so many years, if she suddenly regained her female body and was used by someone with ulterior motives, it would eventually be linked to Imperial concubine Jing, saying that Imperial concubine Jing pretended to be a princess to compete for favors. Emperor Yu knew the shady matter better than anyone else. How could he tolerate his Yaoer being slandered and smeared like this? He would not allow their only daughter to be hurt at all for this. Go. Send a message to the crown prince. Rongwa was hurt several times, and the Su family knew that it was all done by the crown prince. Let the Yao and Su families become enemies. Then Su and the 7th prince would be so close. And the crown prince would definitely think that the Su family wanted to choose the 7th prince because of Su Rao and support the 7th prince to compete with him, regardless of whether Su Rao was injured by the prince or not. As long as the Su family thinks it was the prince, then it must be the prince. Not to mention that the prince is not innocent. The emperor's heart is so deep. Tell the golden-clad secret guards to keep a close eye on her and make sure Jinger is safe and sound. Yes. Yun, the chief steward, hurriedly stood up and retreated in panic. After leaving Yunshan Palace, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and slapped his mouth hard. Talking too much is deadly. The climate and landforms of Juxian seem to be very magical. The outer border is mostly Gobi, with howling wind and sand. But when you get closer to the capital of Juxian, you will see mountains and rivers, and grass and birds flying. In the countryside, simple and unsophisticated farmers, wearing coarse linen clothes, plowing in the fields. On the country road, the man with bare arms waved the whip and shouted to drive the cattle and sheep. The cattle and sheep walked in groups, stepping over the mountains and wading through the rivers. Quiet and beautiful country life. A team of people came from the small road, leaving the border state, far away from the Gobi Pass. The dry climate brought moisture, and the warm wind blew, no longer completely dry and hot, but with a moist feeling. Su Rao still wore a red dress and rode a horse. In such a pleasant and clear country wind, it was rare to enjoy this moment of tranquility and beauty. Without a curtain to cover her face was exposed to the warm wind. Unlike Yunlang, Juxian women do not need to cover their faces when they go out. On the side, Xian Ichi Xiao walked side by side, still wearing black clothes and black robes. The breeze blew on his face, causing the hem of his clothes to sway, and it occasionally overlapped with the bright red. The dark black and bright red seemed to match each other very well. Take a rest in front. When they reached a fork in the mountain road, Xian Ichi Xiao suddenly spoke. Su Rao turned her head to look at him. Didn't he just take a rest not long ago? Princess Rongwa reminds me every day. I will take Princess Rongwa to find Prince Ji now. I will personally send Princess Rongwa to Prince Ji to ensure that the princess will not be disappointed this time. Xian Ichi Xiao kicked the horse's belly and went to the other road at the fork in the road first. Su Rao immediately understood why Xian Ichi Xiao didn't take the official road and took this country road. It was not because he wanted to hide his whereabouts as she thought, but because he found Yunji's whereabouts again. It was too easy for the powerful Prince He to find someone in Juxian. Not to mention that Yunji didn't deliberately hide his whereabouts. Prince E. I hope this time is not in vain. Otherwise this princess will not agree. Su Rao followed with a kick on the horse's belly. Her face also showed a very happy expression at the right time. But her peach blossom eyes flickered. And there were layers of sadness inside, which could not be dissolved. In order to prevent her from checking, she did her best. As for seeing Yunji again, Su Rao's heart was calm. And there was no more waves of that day. It was inevitable that she came to Juxian and met Yunji. Langjing spread the news that she came to Juxian to find Yunji. If she came to Juxian but didn't go to see Yunji, it would be wrong no matter how she thought about it. So they would meet again sooner or later. And now that they finally meet, let's meet. There is another small road passing the fork in the mountain road here. And there is a village. There are many houses of farmers in the village, all built in the mountains. The small village in the mountains has natural scenery. Although the houses are made of earth and wood, they are well arranged. There is a wooden sign outside the village, on which the name of the village is engraved, Mountain Village, because the young and strong adults all went to farm. Some old people and children were left in the village. The old people dried crops at home, and the children chased each other in the mountains. Seeing this richly dressed person coming from afar, the children were all curious, but they didn't dare to come forward. Instead, they all lay behind the trees and rocks in the mountains, looking up, and their eyes widened with curiosity. The innocent children's eyes were brighter and more brilliant. When Su Rao and Xian Yichisha walked into the village, the children got up and followed them, holding hands and following from a distance, but still didn't dare to get close. Yesterday evening, Prince Jiyue walked here. Xian Yichisha took Su Rao straight to a farmer's house. They ignored the curious children following behind. Xian Yichisha had already torn the surface skin with Queen Rong and was about to go to the capital. It would be safer for Su Rao to stay with Yunji than with him. Considering Su Rao's safety, Xian Yichisha decided to hand Su Rao over to Yunji as soon as possible. And keeping Su Rao with him made Xian Yichisha feel that he was becoming less and less like himself. And he seemed to have changed. Xian Yichisha was a person who liked to confine his true emotions to his heart. He didn't like him who had changed so much in these days. Walking to the farmer's house, Su Rao heard coughing before entering. The heart that was obviously calm began to fluctuate again. If she didn't see or hear him, she could pretend that nothing happened. But if she saw and heard him, it would be difficult to pretend that nothing happened. Princess Ronghua. Prince Jiyue is indeed here this time. Whether he can stay or not is Princess Ronghua's own business and has nothing to do with me. I have already done what I promised. If I still have some business to attend to, I will be waiting for Princess Ronghua and Prince Jiyue in the capital. He did not go in. Xian Yichisha left first. Although there was still a lot to say, I suddenly felt that Xian Yichisha was himself again. The cold and indifferent Prince E who kept strangers away. The horse hooves clattered and left in a breath. In the courtyard, on the bedside table at the head of the Kong, there was an open letter. Prince Jiyue is good friends with Second Young Master Su. Second Young Master Su asked me for advice on behalf of Prince Jiyue. But Prince Jiyue ignored the safety of his younger sister. I think Second Young Master Su may have made a friend. The signature on the letter was Prince He's private seal. He said that Su Rao would find a way to stay with Yunji. But secretly Xian Yichisha still sent Yunji such a letter. It's well-intentioned. Suppressing his cough and panting, with the satin still covering his eyes, Yunji picked up the letter accurately. His expression was unclear. This letter should not be the style of Xian Yichisha. But it still appeared here. Her radiance was hard to hide. And Han Mo Chen was not the only one who changed. The letter was put away. No footsteps were heard entering the courtyard. Yunji got off the Kong and opened the door himself without calling Yunling. Prince, he sent you here again. What excuse are you going to give for leaving this time? Are you afraid to stay with Yunji for even a moment? I thought we would never see each other again. But we finally meet again. Whether it is fate or human. Since we have met, let's be calm and wait. Su Rao was on the horse and did not come into the yard. And did not even get off the horse. At this time, after hearing these words, she got off the horse and walked into the yard. A cold snort. Every time I see you, you look like a half-dead ghost. Are you really going to die? Or are you doing it on purpose for me to see? After saying this, Su Rao came over and grabbed Yunji's wrist directly. The pulse was weak and unstable. Yunji is doing this on purpose for you to see. And you won't feel bad. If you don't feel bad, why should Yunji torture himself like this? After 2 months, Yunji's body showed this long-lost warmth again, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and flowers blooming all year round. When Yunling saw this, the hand holding the sword trembled. Prince. Finally, he retreated quietly, taking Su Chui and Su Qin who followed him with him. Don't disturb this moment of goodbye that has finally come. Heh. Su Rao shook off Yunji's hand in a bad mood, and her peach eyes were bright and colorful. The bright peach color lingered around her eyelids, but there seemed to be a ripple of water floating inside. If you don't torture me, why do you keep it in your heart? Don't you just want to make me feel bad? Okay. I admit that I feel bad like a needle prick. And I feel like I'm suffocating. Are you satisfied with this answer? Hee hee. Hee hee. Yunji smiled. Very happily. Like the warm wind of June rippling his heart, driving away the coldness inside, and regaining his energy. A touch of red appeared on his face. A change that could be easily seen. Su Rao's words were more effective than any amount of medicine Yunji took. Opening his arms. After 2 months, he once again embraced Su Rao in his thin, but thick embrace, and said, Rao Rao, it was you who gave Yunji this opportunity. And you used Yunji as an excuse to come to Yunji. So let's get along well for 10 days. Just 10 days. And then we really won't feel any pain anymore. 10 days. Su Rao let Yunji hold her. In this embrace, she could easily smell the unique and subtle medicinal fragrance. And the bloody smell that was difficult to detect it seemed to be because of its richness. So Su Rao easily smelled it this time. Is he really running out of time? It's just his pulse that's weak. Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Okay. 10 days. Just 10 days. After 10 days, I'll go my way, and you'll go your way. No one should make the other feel ashamed. A tear finally fell from the corner of her eyes, and Su Rao softened her heart. Let her be soft-hearted for 10 days. Just these 10 days. She is Su Rao, not Qin Rao. And he is the Prince Jiua whom Su Rao has been chasing since she was a child. Su Rao has chased him and got him. That's all. The drooping arms finally wrapped around Yunji's waist, and Su Rao buried her face in Yunji's arms. Muttered, in these 10 days, I want to see a lively Prince Jiua. Okay. The weather has been good for the past few days, but it rained tonight. It should be a happy thing. But God is not happy. The sound of rain hitting the floor of the house splashed the mud in the yard. Although the doors and windows of the house were closed, the candlelight of the oil lamp was still flickering in the night wind blowing from the door and window gaps, dancing with fire. After the last silver needle was removed, Yunji took a deep breath. The paleness on his face completely disappeared, and the rosy face emerged, and the whole person was relaxed. It's so easy to recover. I don't know if Mr. Zhu is a quack. Su Rao put away the silver needle bag and muttered to herself. Heart disease can only be cured by heart medicine. Even if Mr. Zhu has thousands of magic skills, he can't get into Yunji's heart, so it's difficult to cure it. Yunji explained for Mr. Zhu, pulled up his robe and put it on, and then took Su Rao's hand and handed the moonlight belt to Su Rao. She even said, Rao pulls Yunji's belt every time, so she should tie it for Yunji, from beginning to end. This statement actually sounded a bit coquettish. Su Rao was stunned for a moment, and even more surprised. Surprised that Yunji actually said such a tone of words. Is this the exiled immortal man she knew? You have no hands? Yunji's hands are weak. It's obvious that he was so strong when holding her hand. But what he said was, lying with open eyes. Yunji, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Somewhat speechless, Su Rao was about to pull Yunji's hand down. Yunji held on and didn't let go, and tightened it again. Yunji's hands are really weak. Rao. We agreed on 10 days. And it's only the first day. And you're impatient. This statement actually felt a bit pitiful, and brought out a sense of loss. The man in front of her was a head taller than her, and looked so lost. If it weren't for the satin covering his eyes, if there was light in his eyes, would there be such a pitiful light in them at this moment? Su Rao's hand unconsciously touched Yunji's eyes. Yunji seemed to notice something, and immediately grabbed Su Rao's hand. Rao. I want you to tie it for Yunji. Yunji directly pulled Su Rao's hand to tie his belt. Such unreasonable trouble. Fong said again. Okay. The belt is tied. Rao Rao. Don't pull Yunji's belt so rudely next time. This bad habit must be changed. Fawn held Su Rao's hand again and took her to dinner. The weather is not very good tonight. Let's go to bed early after dinner. I will take Rao Rao for a walk tomorrow. There is a mountain spring here, which is sweeter than the one in Wanglu Temple. The fish in it are also plump. I will grill fish for Rao Rao. Yunji's cooking skills are not bad. Su Rao turned her head and took a look. She was speechless about what Yunji had just done. She seemed not to hear what he was talking about tomorrow and changed the subject. I haven't seen Yunfeng and Mr. Zhu for half a day. Where are they? They just left you and Yunling here. I gave Yunji acupuncture this afternoon. But Mr. Zhu and Yunfeng didn't show up. Now in the evening. She has finished acupuncture. But they are still not here. Which means that they were not here when she came. Dinner is ready. Although it is in a small village. Yunji's utensils and food are of the same standard as those in Prince Yun's mansion. It has not changed at all. This farmhouse looks like a thatched hut with mud walls from the outside. But the interior is also finely decorated. All in the style of Prince Jiyue. Moonlight decoration. When they started to eat dinner, Yunji picked up a piece of food for Su Rao with chopsticks before answering Su Rao's question. There is a snow lotus on the cliff in the mountains here. Mr. Zhu took Yunde to pick it. It suddenly rained at night. I think they were trapped on the mountain. They will come back after the rain stops. Yunfeng went to the capital first to prepare a place for him to stay. He was not used to living in the Siamese embassy. As for collecting herbs, Yunde and his friends can do it. If you are afraid that you will ruin the medicinal properties by being clumsy, then take Mr. Zhu's medicine boy with you. Don't let Mr. Zhu leave so casually when you go out in the future. After leaving this sentence, Su Rao did not say anything else, and lowered her head to eat dinner quietly. Yunji smiled again, just because Su Rao said so. The corners of her mouth curved gently with a warm smile, warming her heart. The moonlight in the room was dimmed by it. Nodding. Okay. In the future, when Rao Rao is here, let Mr. Zhu leave to collect herbs. And Yunji will keep Mr. Zhu by his side at other times. The dinner was extremely warm and beautiful. There had been quarrels and even injuries between the two. But now they agreed to spend 10 days together, as if they had never quarreled or hurt each other. And they got along well. They had not spent a day together, nor had they confirmed their relationship. But they just let it go and loved each other. Yunji was really alive. Although Su Rao had some difficulty adapting to such a lively Yunji. It rained all night and stopped the next morning. The rain stopped, and a rainbow appeared, colorful and shining on the horizon. Mr. Zhu and Yunde had just returned from the cliff. They were both delighted to learn from Yunling that Su Rao had come and reconciled with Yunji. They both walked lightly. Mr. Zhu was going to check Yunji's body, but because of Su Rao's arrival, he did not go, but just told Yunling to take the boiled medicine. They were all tonics for replenishing qi and blood and strengthening the body. The snow lotus picked yesterday was added to the medicine. The strong medicinal smell made Su Rao feel bitter, but Yunji drank it all in one gulp. Although good medicine tastes bitter and is good for the disease, all medicines are poisonous. If you have not been infected by the trend, you should drink less of these tonics. Your life and death are up to you. One thought can lead to heaven or hell. If you want to live, you can live. If you don't want to live, no matter how many tonics you drink, it will be useless. It is just a psychological sustenance. Yunji. For some people, being alive is the best outcome. For some things, only letting go can achieve the desired result. Instead of holding on to it, it is better to let go and live the rest of your life well. She stood up and walked to Yunji's side. A crescent moon curved in the corner of her eyes. Su Rao said again. Su Rao can forgive Yunmujing. Can't you let go of your obsession? You are the Prince Jiyu, the light of Yunlang's sky. This sentence carries a meaning that they can understand each other. She can live well and obediently, just for the rest of her father and mother. Even if the enemy is in front of her, she can face it calmly. She can still do it. You are Yunji. How can you not do it? One thought to heaven. One thought to hell. Repeating Su Rao's words, Yunji seemed to have a bright light in his heart, driving away the darkness in his heart, and nodded with a smile. Okay. Since Rara wants Yunji to live, then Yunji will try his best to survive. When the sun rose in the sky, the damp and cool air after the rain was slightly dispelled, and the warm wind blew. Yunji took Su Rao to the mountain spring he mentioned. There were indeed plump fish. And they were indeed much plumper than those in Wanlu Temple. Yunji's cooking skills were indeed as good as he said. The two of them grilled fish, walked along the country roads, the fields and the forest, and after a day, their shoes were all stained with mud. But they were very happy. It was a rare leisure time. A rare 10-day time. The two seemed to have forgotten that they had business to do in Ju Siam. So they just played in the countryside, and gave birth to a kind of tranquil and leisurely mood of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountains, idle clouds and wild cranes. The two had reconciled so well that within 2 days, the news reached General Su's ears. When he saw the news Su Chui had sent him, General Su stroked his precious beard and smiled till wrinkles appeared on his face. "Grandfather, is there any news about my younger sister?" When Su Wu heard Su Bo say that there was news from Ju Siam, he hurried to Songha Hall. He didn't even have time to take off the sandbags tied to his ankles. It can be seen that Su Rao's arrest had a great impact on him. He was so anxious that he didn't even have time to wipe off the sweat stains on his forehead. He ran here in such a hurry. "My precious granddaughter is naturally very good. She eats well, sleeps well, and plays well. She has long forgotten you. A stinky boy." Seeing Su Wu's increasingly dark appearance, it was just a short time, but he was like a new skin. General Su still felt a little distressed, and said so deliberately. The implication? Su Rao didn't have a bad life because of Su Wu's arrest. Instead, she had a lot of fun in Ju Siam. General Su wanted Su Wu to feel less guilty. "I'm glad my little sister is fine." Su Wu's face showed the joy that had disappeared for a long time. He took the letter sent by Su Chui and scanned it. Seeing that it mentioned that Su Rao was really fine as General Su said, he turned and ran away. "Grandfather, then you continue to watch, and your grandson will continue to do morning exercises." Alas! Su Wu came and went in such a hurry. He had no other reaction to General Su's deliberate words. General Su could only shake his head and sigh. After a while, he cursed again. "Stinky boy. You have grown up." "Whatever. Grow up. People. You have to grow up after all. Grandfather can't protect you for a long time. When grandfather kicks his legs, you have to rely on yourself." Not long after, Su Er and Yun Mujing also knew it. Knowing that Su Rao was fine and safely arrived at Yun Ji's side, Yun Mujing's heart, which had been worried for so many days, finally settled down, and the depressed mood caused by the dispute with Emperor Yu that night also improved a lot. Su Er's face was also rarely touched by a barely perceptible smile. After reading the letter that Yun Ji had Yun Wei sent him, he said, "Everything is fine. No need to worry." The corners of his mouth curved slightly. But suddenly, the smile on Su Er's face disappeared, and his eyes fell directly outside the tent window. At the same time, the rough voice of the rough boy came from outside the tent. "Why is the sixth prince standing here? What is the important matter with our general? Why don't you go in?" Outside Su Er's tent, Yun Mushiu didn't know whether he had just arrived or had been standing here for a long time. Su Er immediately glanced at Su Han. His breath instantly became dull. Su Han understood and went out of the tent first. Su Er burned the letter sent by Yun Wei before striding out. On Xianiqi Xiao's side, the Eagle Shadow's secret guard also sent him a message, which was also the news that Su Rao and Yun Ji were leisurely in the mountain village. But Xianiqi Xiao did not have time to see it. Xianiqi Xiao returned to the capital and just arrived at Prince Yi's mansion, and Queen Rong received the news right after. She immediately sent Ronggu to come and said that the health of Emperor Wei seemed not very good again, and asked Prince Yi to enter the palace quickly. Xianiqi Xiao knew that Ronggu's words were just an excuse for Queen Rong to see him. But it was just right. Even if Queen Rong did not send Ronggu to come, Xianiqi Xiao was ready to see Queen Rong. Since they both had each other's handles, it was time to have a good frank talk. No one knew what Xianiqi Xiao talked about with Queen Rong when he entered the palace. But when Xianiqi Xiao left the palace, Ronggu saw him off to the palace gate again, and was respectful to him, with her hands folded and bowed to see him off. Another sunset has passed. The exchange of sun and moon is like a fleeting moment. The 10 days of time that Su Rao and Yun Ji agreed to spend together finally had only 1 day left. During the 9 days that Su Rao and Yun Ji stayed in the mountain village, they went to the mountains to enjoy the scenery almost every day, and they were at ease. However, on this last day, they did not go out again, but stayed in the house. They did not snuggle together like lovers, but sat on each side of the Kong, facing each other, with a bed between them. Su Rao read a book to Yunji again. The clear and beautiful voice lingered in his ears, which was more effective than Master Huishan's Buddhist words, making Yunji calmer and more peaceful. The dull heart seemed to have opened a window, releasing the inner depression. Time. It's so fast. Under this word and the moonlight. The recitation sound disappeared. The house was suddenly quiet. But it was only for a moment. The birthday of Emperor Wei is coming soon. There are still 3 hours left. And the time we agreed on will also come. This time, Yunji will not stop you. Nor will he interfere in your affairs. You can do whatever you want. Yunji spoke again. It was he who made the room suddenly quiet. And it was he who broke the sudden silence in the room. Yunji broke his promise to Su Rao twice. But he did not want to break his promise to Rao Rao. And he could not break his promise again. Yunji did not want Rao Rao to hate Yunji. And he did not want Rao Rao to look at Yunji with cold eyes. Yunji knew who the black-clothed man Rao Rao wanted to find out was. And Yunji also knew the person behind them. But Yunji could not tell Rao Rao. I know. With your ability. Yun Shiba must have found something in these days. Su Rao put down the book. And was not surprised that Yunji spoke to her so frankly. Tell her. Compared to those concealments and deceptions, she liked this kind of honesty more. There are no fewer hidden troubles in the Siamese kingdom than Yunlang. And Su Rao has already made up her mind. Really? With a faint smile on his face, Yunji suddenly said another sentence. Rao Rao. If Yunji tells you who that person is, will you let Yunji handle everything? You just need to be safe. Yunji. Su Rao's voice suddenly sank. Are you going to do this again? You just said you would not interfere. But now you break your promise? Just asking. Don't be upset. Yunji is not a member of Rao Rao's family, let alone her second brother. And it is even more impossible for him to be her husband. Rao Rao's own business. Even if she gets hurt, she won't ask Yunji to intervene. Our cooperation has ended long ago. Yunji knew how Su Rao would react. But he just wanted to give it a try. The result was as he knew. What he wanted to say, she wouldn't want to hear. Getting up, Yunji got off the Kong and walked out of the house. The sun was extremely bright today, and the warmth made him feel very comfortable. But Yunji still wants to say one more thing. The more he finds out, maybe Rao Rao will have a hard time having a peaceful life. The Su family has Grandpa Su, 3 uncles, and the 5 brothers of Umo. But Rao Rao has to carry such a big family on her shoulders. Turning his head, through the satin on his eyes fell directly on the person in his heart. Rao Rao, don't you feel heavy? After asking this question, Yunji stopped looking at Su Rao and looked up at the bright warm sun in the sky. Although his vision was blurred again, it was silent again. And it seemed that this moment was silent. If time could stay at this moment forever, it would be great. I don't feel heavy, because Rao Rao cares about her family. And for this, Rao Rao can do anything. Seeing Yunji looking up again, her soft hands curled up and turned pale. Su Rao finally opened her mouth to admit to Yunji that she was Rao Rao. Although neither of them said it out loud. They knew each other's true identity. No matter who it is. If they touch my family, I will make them grind to dust. They touched my 5th brother. And I will never allow such a thing to happen again. I only believe in my own actions. I will twist off the head of the person behind the scenes and bring it to my 5th brother. Saying this, Su Rao's peach blossom eyes gave birth to the long-lost hatred and darkness. Family is the reverse scale that she cannot touch. Rao Rao is not a child. And Su Rao is not a child. I have the ability to protect my family and keep them safe. The jade hand under Yuehua's sleeves trembled. She may have let go of her hatred. But the destruction of the Qin dynasty and the tragic death of her parents have become her obsession and are difficult to get rid of. Hearing the footsteps coming out, Yunji just said, Okay. Then twist off the head of that person and give it to your 5th brother. Restoring his upward gaze, Yunji turned his head and faced Su Rao, who was walking towards him. Yunji will not interfere. However, during the days when you are investigating that person, Yunji will ask Yun Wei to help you keep an eye on that person and protect your Su family for Su Rao. When you find her, let Yun Wei withdraw. Accurately grasped Su Rao's hand and held it. Interlocked their fingers. Yunji asked, Rao Rao, is this possible? No longer making decisions or making arrangements on his own, but asking Su Rao. Su Rao looked at Yunji for a moment, without answering, but suddenly said, Today is so sunny. The moon tonight must be extremely beautiful. You like the color of the moon so much. So I will come to appreciate the moon for you tonight. Although it is not a full moon. The waning moon also has its own incomplete beauty. Pulling Yunji, he flew directly to the rooftop to wait for the moon tonight. As night fell, the waning moon slowly rose from the horizon, squeezing out the brilliant sunset, occupying the entire sky, and the stars were all embellishing it. Moonlit night in June. Cicadas chirping. Cicadas calling. Evening breeze blowing. Clothes fluttering. Yuhua and Yanhong, sitting on the roof. In a low and beautiful voice, Su Rao used her own words to describe tonight's bright moon. This beautiful and dazzling moonlit night for Yunji. Yunji, if there is an afterlife, there is no scar on my forehead. We can meet, know each other, and fall in love in the vast sea of people. I will marry you. No noble status. Just such a plain life. Children under the knees. Grow old together. And hold hands in the underworld. Suddenly turned his head, and the corner of his lips touched Yunji's forehead. Just for a moment. Leaving a touch of warmth. Is it okay? With a bright smile. The bright peach eyes curved into a crescent moon. The shimmering peach color spread from the corners of the eyes to the end of the eyes. And the eyes brought out a bright color. The light is overflowing. Yunji's figure was clearly reflected in the pair of peach blossom eyes. Sealed in the heart. The scar on the left forehead was not covered. And it had not been covered for 10 days. Just exposed on the forehead. Yunji was stunned for a moment. And the warm touch between his eyebrows hit his heart directly. In a flash, a smile appeared on his face. A beautiful smile. The whole moonlit night was charming. Through the satin, his eyes fell on Su Rao's face again. He also firmly engraved this brilliant figure in his heart forever. Especially the scar on her forehead. Okay. Then let's make a deal. In the next life, I will find Rao Rao in the vast sea of people as soon as possible. And I will never let this scar appear again. And I will never give Rao Rao a reason to escape from me like this. In this life, I can only miss her. And I must let her go. In the next life, he will definitely catch her, and never let her go. Pull the hook as a proof. And you are not allowed to break your promise. The little finger hooked Su Rao's little finger directly. Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu. In such a warm moment, this hurried and old voice suddenly came. In the distance, under the night, the fire flickered. And several women holding torches supported the village chief of the mountain village and hurriedly walked over. Mr. Yu. The old man begs Mr. Yu to help save the little kid. The village chief came to the outside of the courtyard with a cane. And saw Yunji sitting on the roof. And immediately hunched his back, which was already unable to straighten up. Mr. Yu. Please save my child. Please save my child. A woman who supported the village chief knelt down and cowed out repeatedly. The children were playing in the mountains. They didn't come back at dinner time. And the adults in the village didn't worry about anything. The children grew up in the mountains. And they would come back when it got dark. But tonight, it was so late. And the children had not returned yet. The adults began to worry. Just as they were about to look for them. The children returned. But they were all crying in fear. The woman's eldest son carried the youngest son on his back. It turned out that when they were coming back, a poisonous snake suddenly jumped out from a tree in the mountains and bit the youngest son. And his life was hanging by a thread. Coincidentally, there was a market in the capital today. And all the men in the family went to the market. Even the only old doctor in the village went to the market to set up a stall. And he would not be back to the village until tomorrow morning. The child's lips were blue. And there was really no other way. The village chief thought of Yunji and Mr. Zhu beside Yunji. So he hurriedly brought the child's mother and several other women in the village to ask Yunji for help. Uncle Mo, don't worry. The villagers in Shanjian village are all simple people. When Yunji first came to the village chief and his family treated him very warmly and friendly. The courtyard where he is now temporarily living is still the courtyard of the village chief's house. Yunling, go and ask Mr. Zhu. Knowing that what the village chief and his family wanted was just a small favor, Yunji immediately asked Yunling to ask Mr. Zhu to treat the youngest son. Because the child was bitten by a poisonous snake, the village chief did not dare to move the child rashly. So the child was not brought in, but stayed at home. Yunling took Mr. Zhu and followed the woman to her home first. The village chief thanked him again and again. It's just a small favor. Mr. Mo, you don't have to do this. Go and see the child first. Yunji shook his head and pulled Su Rao to go and see him. Turning around, he saw Su Rao's eyes fell on the child's mother who left. His eyebrows were slightly frowned. Rao. What's wrong? Take Su Rao's hand and squeeze it. Su Rao's reaction. Could it be that there is something wrong with the child's mother? Nothing. Let's go and take a look. Although Su Rao said nothing, Yunji knew that there must be something wrong from the frown she just frowned. But since Su Rao didn't say anything, Yunji didn't ask any more questions and followed Su Rao first. Whatever it is, you will know after you see it. The woman's house was also repaired with earth and wood. There was an oil lamp on the wooden con table. The light was dim. The little son, who was bitten by a poisonous snake on the hard Kong, had blue lips, and his trouser legs rolled up. The 2 bloody wounds bitten by the poisonous snake were not bandaged, but a piece of coarse cloth was tied above the ankle, which was torn off the clothes, to prevent the venom from spreading faster from the legs. Mr. Zhu treated the child's wound and detoxified it, while Su Rao, who followed him, once again looked at the eldest son, who made way for Mr. Zhu. It was he who gave temporary treatment to the youngest son. It had been almost a year since they last saw each other, and the child was changing day by day. But Su Rao recognized who this eldest son was with just one glance. And why did she frown so much to look at the child's mother just now? Because the child's mother was actually Lin Yang. And this family was actually the Jin Chao family, who had already changed their names. And they would settle down in Ju Siam. Settled in such a mountain village. Although Su Rao's eyes were looking normally, Yunji noticed it. Xiao Shan, who was standing by the Kong, also felt it, and turned his head to look over. The oil lamp was burning, although not as bright as the candle, but it reflected Su Rao's figure clearly. But Xiao Shan only took a glance, and then focused all his attention on his brother, because he didn't know Su Rao like this. Holding Lin Yang's hand, Xiao Shan smiled to comfort his mother. Adi will be fine. Don't worry. The poison that Adi was poisoned with was not very toxic, and Xiao Shan treated him in time. So Mr. Zhu detoxified Adi in less than a quarter of an hour. After treating the wound, he gave a few more instructions, prescribed medicine, and boiled 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl. In less than half an hour, Adi would wake up. Hearing this, Lin Yang thanked him profusely, and pulled Xiao Shan over again. Xiao Shan, come on. Kowtow to master you. Kowtow to your benefactor. As Su Rao got closer, he could see more clearly. Compared to what he saw a year ago, Xiao Shan had grown a lot taller and stronger, and his skin was dark and rough, just like a child from the mountains. The only thing that hadn't changed was his eyes. The clarity and brightness in his eyes. The worry about Adi in her heart had disappeared at this moment. Brilliant and beautiful. Xiao Shan kowtows to master you for saving my brother. Xiao Shan and Lin Yang were about to kneel down and kowtow to Yunji. It's just a small favor. Go and boil the medicine for the child first. Yunji spoke. No need to thank him. Lin Yang and Xiao Shan did not kneel down. Lin Yang took the medicine given by Mr. Zhu to boil it, and Xiao Shan went to the Kong to guard his brother. He just bowed to Yunji and Su Rao, and then to Mr. Zhu, thanking them for saving his brother's life. He was so grateful. After drinking the medicine, his brother woke up. If he took a few days of good care, he would be fine. It was already dark, and the moon was about to be in the sky. It was about to be midnight. So Yunji said goodbye and went back. The village chief thanked him profusely and sent him away. Originally, the village chief wanted to send Yunji and the others back to the yard, as it was not safe in the mountains at night. Rejected by Yunji, Mr. Zhu said that although the child had been detoxified and woke up, he would stay tonight to prevent a high fever in the middle of the night. Since Mr. Zhu wanted to stay overnight, Yunji asked Yunde to stay as well. When they returned to the house, it was already late, and it was midnight. The 10 days they agreed on were over. Rao. Although most of our last time was wasted, Yunji is very happy. Tonight's night sky and this moonlight are the most beautiful night scenery Yunji has seen for the second time. In front of the door, Yunji took Su Rao into his arms, looked up at the bright moon that was completely hanging in the sky. Just looked at it, let go of Su Rao, and Yunji went into the house without hesitation and closed the door. Let go of the unrestrained. Promised not to embarrass each other, and said, do it. Yunji, why don't you ask me who that family is? Why do I have such an abnormal reaction? Do I know them? Su Rao asked when the wooden door was about to close completely with only a gap left. She didn't turn around to look at Yunji. but looked at the night sky. The bright moonlight in the sky fell directly into her eyes, just like the bright moon reflected in the lake. They are the family of the bandits in Beifeng village. I made a deal with a kid named Xiaoshan. Uncle Hao is fine, and the goods in the Lian pavilion are not damaged, so I let them leave safely. The red figure disappeared, and Su Rao returned to her room. So that's it. The wooden door was also completely closed. The last gap closed, and Yuehua's figure disappeared. Although we will meet again tomorrow, we will no longer like each other when we meet again tomorrow. Neither of them fell asleep that night. Su Rao stared at the beams with her eyes open all night long. The white satin covering Yunji's eyes was also taken off, and he was looking at the window frame. And Audie did have a high fever in the middle of the night, so Mr. Zhu gave him acupuncture to dissipate the heat. The night was a beautiful night with bright stars and bright moon, and the morning was naturally a beautiful sunny day without clouds. The two people who had been awake all night fell asleep together when the morning breeze broke. Yunling and the others seemed to know, so they didn't disturb them. It was not until 10 o'clock in the afternoon that a guest came. The two woke up, washed up, and went out of the house. The two adjacent rooms were opened at the same time, and the two stepped out at the same time. Turning their heads, they looked at each other. Yunji spoke first. "Good morning. You slept well," with a warm smile on his face. Su Rao looked up at the bright sun in the sky, and then replied, "Prince Jiyu, the sun is already shining on your buttocks. Is it still early?" Yunji suddenly laughed and shook his head. "It's really not early." After Yunji and Su Rao had packed up, Yunling led the guests in. "Mr. Yu, I am a rough man in the mountains. I can't say anything to express my gratitude. I will drink tea instead of wine. I will drink first." Jin Chao and his group of men who went to the market in Jingji came back. After learning about what happened last night, Jin Chao brought his third brother and Xiaoshan to thank Yunji. Compared with what we saw a year ago, Jin Chao was much darker and his skin was much rougher, especially the old scar across his nose, which made him look more powerful and hid his masculinity. He was just a rough countryman. Jin Chao thanked him, and Yunji only said it was a simple favor. It was noon, and Yunji had to eat, so Jin Chao took his third brother and Xiaoshan to say goodbye. However, when he left, his eyes quickly glanced at Su Rao's face. To be precise, the ugly scar on Su Rao's forehead that had not been covered. The ugly girl of the Su family. Jin Chao's glance was extremely quick, and it seemed to be just a casual glance, just out of curiosity. But Yunji and Su Rao both noticed it, and they all understood that Jin Chao had guessed their identities. Jin Chao came and went in just a moment, and the thank you gift he brought was a basket of eggs and a few game he had hunted himself, as well as a jar of wine. Game and eggs were just right for lunch. The wine was a strong liquor from Zhu Siam. Su Rao liked it very much. After not drinking for many days, she drank to her heart's content at noon today. The 30th birthday of the king of the kingdom of Siam is coming, and it is time for Yunji and Su Rao to go to the capital. After lunch, Yunling loaded the car, and Yunji and Su Rao said goodbye to the village chief and set off for the capital. The leisurely days finally came to an end. The Yuhua carriage slowly drove along the official road. The scenery on both sides receded very slowly. It can be seen that the carriage was moving very slowly. Su Rao took the jar of wine that had not been finished, and the strong wine entered her stomach, which was very refreshing. Wine is harmful to the body, so drink less and don't get drunk. Knowing that Su Rao likes wine and can drink thousands of cups without getting drunk, Yunji still spoke up and took the jar of wine from Su Rao's hand, stopping her from drinking any more. Ji, although she was drunk, Su Rao's eyes were not at all confused and drunk. "I didn't sleep last night, and I'm very tired now. I can fall asleep after drinking. I have to rest my spirits to have energy." Su Rao didn't say what to do with energy. She took the wine jar from Yunji's hand, leaned against the carriage, and drank again. "If you don't drink, don't stop me from tasting it. Wine is a good thing." Su Rao fell asleep after drinking the whole jar of wine. "Lend me your shoulder." Mumbling, her face was lingering with blush, as red as a ripe apple. Su Rao rested her head on Yunji's shoulder and fell asleep peacefully. Beside Yunji, she can now completely remove all her defenses and disguises and be the most real Rao Rao. Since you are tired, then sleep well. Yunji's shoulder will always be reserved for you alone. You can borrow it whenever you are tired and sleepy. While mumbling this, Yunji touched Su Rao's face and breathed lightly, the little head resting on the shoulder. The corner of the mouth quietly opened an arc. Not liking and not marrying. Nor are they enemies. Living like this. Accompanying each other. Redeeming each other. Living like this for a while. It should be enough. Shanjian village is not far from the capital of Juxian. The carriage is so slow that it only takes 2 hours to arrive. Yufeng had received the news long ago and was waiting outside the city gate. He saw the Yuhua carriage coming from afar and strode to greet it. Before he could speak, Yunling hushed and Yufeng swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. The Prince of Juxian, who followed behind to welcome Prince Jiyue into the city, did not speak either. The carriage drove into the capital. Not to the embassy, nor to the Juxian palace, but to the villa that Yufeng had already arranged. Named Qinfeng Pavilion. A steady stream of water. Qinfeng Water Pavilion. Prince Jiyue arrived in the capital of Juxian, and the whole city knew about it in just a moment. I heard that the Yunlang envoy who came to our country to celebrate the birthday of our emperor was the rumored Prince Jiyue. It turned out to be true. Yes. I didn't expect that I could see the style of Prince Jiyue in my lifetime. Such words were repeated for a while. All the Siamese people gathered outside the Qinfeng Pavilion, wanting to see the stunning style of Prince Jiyue. But they never saw it. The Yuhua carriage was covered tightly and drove directly into the courtyard. Prince Yi's mansion. Moing strode over and told Prince Yi about Yunji's coming, and also told him about the uproar in the capital caused by Prince Jiyue's arrival. Prince Jiyue is indeed famous all over the world. He has caused such a commotion as soon as he arrived in the capital. In the hall, Xiao Mubai, whose true face was here, listened to what Moing said and looked at Siam Chi Xiao. Brother Chi Xiao, I heard that the Princess Ronghua seems to be here too. Since Prince Jiyue is coming here, you should be careful. What does Brother Mubai mean by this? What do you want to say? Xian Ichi Xiao did not seem to understand the deep meaning in Xiao Mubai's words. How did he marry Zhao Lian Xian? Now the real wife is here. And the person Zhao Lian Xian loves is here too. So what will happen to him? Of course. Be careful of the green grassland. It seems that I am talking too much. Brother Chi Xiao must have something in mind. The folding fan lightly tapped his mouth. And Xiao Mubai pretended to be annoyed by talking too much. He stood up and bowed. Fawn said, Brother Chi Xiao, please remember the matter of Huajin Valley. And don't forget Zhao's favor. After saying the matter, Xiao Mubai was ready to say goodbye and leave. This king will remember Brother Mubai's help. Xian Ichi Xiao spoke again to stop Xiao Mubai from leaving. Today, I invite Brother Mubai to my house. Not only for the matter of Huajin Valley, but also for another matter. I want to ask Brother Mubai for another favor. If the matter is accomplished, I guarantee that Brother Mubai's business dealings in Ju Siam will be unimpeded. Xiao Mubai's steps to leave stopped. Xianichi Xiao's words, especially the last sentence, seemed extremely tempting to a businessman like him. Merchants pursue profits. If his business in Ju Siam is protected by Prince Yi, he will not worry about other things. I just helped Brother Chi Xiao solve the problem of Shanjian Valley. And Brother Chi Xiao has something else to do. It seems that Brother Chi Xiao seems to be standing up and sitting down again. Brother Chi Xiao, please tell me. After all, there are some things that I can't do. He didn't agree right away. When doing business, the key is to make sure you make a profit. If you make a loss, even if you are friends, you have to weigh it over and over again before making a decision. This king wants to ask Brother Mubai to help this king find someone. Xian Ichi Xiao opened his mouth. And the person he was looking for was. That person is mysterious and unpredictable. Moing has been tracking him for a long time. But he still doesn't know his true identity. Before that, Moing found traces and recognized his subordinates as that person. And his subordinates often appeared in Yunlang country. So this king thought he was from Yunlang country. But after contacting his subordinates, this king realized that his guess was wrong and his cognition was wrong. The person that Prince he was talking about, the owner of Xiaoyao Tower. Before he went to Yunlang, he discovered the existence of such a person a year ago. He had a superb disguise, and had appeared in different appearances many times. And it happened that the young Master Xiao in the Yunlang country's Lian Pavilion had such a painting and makeup technique. And he was so mysterious and unpredictable. So he asked Moing to find the young Master Xiao. Now he knew that Xiao Ziyu was not the owner of Xiaoyao Tower he was looking for, but just his subordinate. So he wanted Xiao Mubai to help him investigate the matter he was investigating here. Xianiqi Xiao knew that Xiao Mubai was Xiao Ziyu, but he still asked Xiao Mubai to help him find out who the owner of Xiao Tower was. What was Xianiqi Xiao's purpose in doing this? Xiao Mubai's hand holding the folding fan moved slightly, and there was a flicker in his peach blossom eyes. It seemed that something had happened in the palace, and Xianiqi Xiao could no longer wait. He could no longer waste time with them in Xiao Tower. He had no time to waste. He could not compare patience with his master. Even if he could wait, the Emperor Wei would not be able to wait for long. And the master is waiting for this opportunity. Now the opportunity has finally come. The owner of Xiao Tower? Xiao Mubai pretended to think, looking embarrassed. Brother Mubai, I am just a businessman. Xiao Tower has disappeared for more than 10 years. Brother Qi Xiao is really embarrassing me. With Brother Mubai's huge source of information in Danyang, I believe it is only a matter of time for Brother Mubai to find a Xiao Tower owner. Although Brother Mubai is now the richest man in Danyang, and his business is spread all over the Three Kingdoms, and even outside the Great Wall. I am Zhu Xian and Yun Lang. Brother Mubai wants to completely expand and do a good job in the business. If there is no one, it may not be easy. Sipping the tea, Xianiqi Xiao did not say anything else, just waiting for Xiao Mubai to answer. He believed that Xiao Mubai would definitely agree. Sure enough, since Brother Qi Xiao said so, you and I have been friends for many years. If Xiao continues to shirk responsibility, it will make Xiao appear narrow-minded. Raise the glass. This is the answer. In the Qingfeng Pavilion. It was late at night, and Su Rao had not woken up yet, and had not eaten dinner yet, and she fell asleep drunk. Yunji did not ask anyone to wake her up, so she just let her sleep well. It would not be too late to have dinner when she woke up. Yun Ling and Yun Feng had to take the dinner away first. My friend, 3 meals a day. 1 meal is indispensable. Master Huishan came to the Qifeng Pavilion with a voice of Amitabha. It should be Yunji who went to bother the master. But I didn't expect the master to come to Yunji first. Yunji was rude. Yunji stood up and bowed with a smile on his face. Yu Hua's sleeves fluttered, bringing a ripple in the evening breeze. Master Huishan put his hands together and said Amitabha again, then walked to the mat opposite Yunji and sat cross-legged. My friend, you are talking nonsense. There is no need for those vulgar etiquettes between you and me. After saying that, he continued, I see that my friend looks very good this time. And he is no longer weak. But what new treatment does Mr. Zhu have? I will take your pulse. Thank you, Master. Yunji stretched out his wrist, and Master Huishan took his pulse with 3 fingers. After a moment, he nodded, stroked his beard, and showed a comforting smile on his face. My friend's pulse is steady, strong and powerful. It seems that it is not Mr. Zhu's work, but your own work. If you are clear-minded and open-minded, your mood will be good, and your body will naturally be good. Yunji also nodded. Master, you are right. Now Yunji understands that Yunji's illness is all in a thought. One thought is heaven. One thought is hell. One thought is heaven. One thought is hell. Mumbling. Master Huishan is an accomplished monk. This time he appeared, but there was a hint of confusion in his sharp eyes, as if he was troubled by something. At this moment, hearing Yunji's words, the chaos in his heart was suddenly dispelled. The chaos disappeared, and the bright light reappeared. I didn't expect that my friend would have such a feeling. After discussing Buddhism for several years, I came to Juxian this time, but I felt troubled. The way of medical practice is to follow fate, but I felt that it was profit-seeking. Now I heard your words, and my heart suddenly became clear. Another Buddhist saying, Amitabha, lamented that he regretted forgetting his original intention for pursuing medicine. Yunji's heart moved, and he said bluntly, Master, it's the matter of the Emperor who is guarding that makes you feel embarrassed. From Yun Shiba's investigation of Juxian's affairs, and now Master Huishan's words, Yunji knew why Xianiqi Xiao asked Master Huishan to come to Juxian in the first place. It must be to guard the Emperor's body. Yunji's words penetrated the whole story. In front of Master Huishan, a friend of different ages, he knew what was going on and guessed it. So he would not beat around the bush to find out. My friend is very insightful. Yunji already knew it. So Master Huishan would not hide anything. Master Huishan did not say much. Yunji guessed it himself. So Master Huishan did not break his promise to Prince Yi. I have observed astronomy, geography, practice Buddhism to nourish my body, and practice medicine to save the world. For more than 20 years, I have only encountered difficulties here. But now, the cause of the Emperor Wei's illness is confined to his own body. I know the root cause, but it is difficult to explain it and prescribe the right medicine. Master Huishan sighed, and he was troubled by the matter of Emperor Wei. He came to Yunji, first to reunite with an old friend, and second to meet Mr. Zhu. Although Master Huishan has extensive knowledge in astrology, divination, medicine, etc., he is not a doctor after all. Some illnesses still require consultation with a real doctor. Master Huishan knew Mr. Zhu's medical skills very well. He felt that Mr. Zhu might know more about the cause of the Emperor's illness than he did. Since Master Huishan came to see Mr. Zhu, Yunji asked Yafeng to invite Mr. Zhu. When Master Huishan and Mr. Zhu discussed the cause of the Emperor's illness, Yunji took the initiative to get up and leave, so as not to break Master Huishan's trust. Yunji did not hear what Master Huishan said to Mr. Zhu, but it fell into the other pair of ears, word for word. In the waterside pavilion, under the eaves, the moonlight cast a corner of bright red. After listening to the conversation inside, the bright red figure hiding there left quietly. In fact, Su Rao had already woken up when Master Huishan came. She came to find Yunji, but when she heard Master Huishan and Yunji talking about the Emperor of Zhu Siam outside the house, she quietly hid in the dark. Eavesdropping, Su Rao jumped into his room from the window lattice. His whole face was solemn, and he was shocked by what Master Huishan told Mr. Zhu about the cause of the Emperor's illness. And it was difficult to calm down for a while. His thoughts were all on what he overheard. And Su Rao didn't realize that there was someone in his room for a while, until a light voice asked, "What did you hear that made you react like this?" Beside the table, Yunji started to make tea. He knew that Su Rao was eavesdropping, but he didn't stop him. "You don't know?" Su Rao returned his expression, and his peach blossom eyes fell on Yunji. The bright glass palace lantern shone, bathing him in the candlelight, washing the cups and pouring tea. Every move was elegant. The young man tasted tea, which was exquisite and beautiful. No matter how many times I look at it, it still amazes me every time. I am obsessed with it. Coming over, Su Rao sat opposite Yunji, and when Yunji handed the tea to Su Rao after her question, he smiled and said, "You and Umo are indeed siblings. In your eyes and hearts, Yunji is really a god who knows everything. But Yunji really doesn't have such a great ability." After taking a sip of tea, he said again, "Yunji is a human, not a god. The 18 investigations of the secrets of Siam are only because the Emperor has been ill for several months. The exact illness is still unknown. So that's it." Su Rao nodded to show that she understood. "Yunji, I'm hungry. Let's prepare dinner." Su Rao didn't tell Yunji what she had overheard. She didn't say it, and Yunji didn't ask again. Just as Yunji said that day, she can do whatever she wants to do. Yunji will not ask any more questions. If she doesn't say anything, he will obey her wishes. Su Rao spoke, and soon after, dinner was prepared in Su Rao's building. As for Master Huishan, Mr. Zhu was there. They could use their own, and Mr. Zhu would take care of Master Huishan, so there was no need to worry. After dinner, the two had just finished, and Master Huishan came to say goodbye and left. "My friend, please don't see me off. Seeing you off is considered a farewell. I'm afraid I'll have to come and bother you again tomorrow. Please prepare a meditation room for me." Saying goodbye to Yunji, Master Huishan didn't say anything polite to Yunji, and said directly that he would stay in Yunji's Chi Feng Pavilion for a while after tomorrow. Saying goodbye to Su Rao again, Master Huishan left. Master Huishan and Yunji are one generation apart, the age of grandfather and grandson. But the friendship between the two is the friendship between peers. Su Rao watched Master Huishan leave, turned his head to look at the person next to him, suddenly asked, "Has this Master Huishan helped you a lot over the years?" Yunji nodded. Master is proficient in Buddhism. Whenever Yunji is restless, Master talks about Buddhism and Taoism. Yunji will calm down. Speaking of Master Huishan's help to him over the years, Yunji is grateful in his heart. If it weren't for Master Huishan's help, he might not have waited until the day he knew Rao Rao was still alive. Nor would he have the opportunity to get along with Rao Rao like this today. Master Huishan has given him a second life. Prince Jiyu arrived in Juxian capital, and not only the people of Juxian were excited, but also two other people. Yunji had just arrived yesterday, and one of them came to the door today. It was Prince Rongfeng, who had just arrived in Juxian capital 2 days ago to celebrate the birthday of Emperor Wei. Rongfeng learned that Yunji had also arrived, so he came to Qifeng Pavilion early this morning. The early morning sun shone through the gaps in the window lattice, casting on the two elegant young men in the room, reflecting a scene of affectionate scenery, brilliant and bright. If you ignore the dandy woman who sat in an awkward manner, this picture is just right. The scenery is picturesque, and the young man is elegant. It's been a bumpy journey. Cousin Jiyue, how is your health? Rongfeng's concerned words were like a spring breeze. A gentleman. His eyes fell on Su Rao again. Knowing that Su Rao didn't like him, he was still as humble as usual. Hello. Su Rao glanced sideways, sitting opposite Yunji, and saw Rongfeng was so concerned about Yunji, and so nosy. She curled her lips and snorted directly. You are still nosy as always. So concerned about your cousin? For some reason, Su Rao's words seemed to carry an inexplicable sense of sarcasm. Rongfeng heard it, but didn't know why. He didn't understand how he had offended Princess Ronghua again. He didn't seem to have said anything wrong today. I don't know how I have offended Princess Ronghua again? Looking at Su Rao with doubts, Rongfeng was full of confusion. Su Rao, don't be unreasonable. Yunji just spoke. With a faint sense of rebuke, Su Rao immediately looked at Yunji. Her eyebrows moved slightly, looked at him for a breath, and then angrily glanced at Rongfeng, as if she was angry that Rongfeng caused her to be scolded by Yunji. This princess just doesn't like you. And your presence has offended this princess. Don't you know? You are meddling in other people's business. Su Rao deliberately emphasized the word meddling in other people's business. People who meddle in other people's business are always bad. After she finished speaking, she seemed to be scolded by Yunji, and she couldn't get angry with Yunji, so she got up and left in anger. But her bright peach eyes suddenly brought out a kind of darkness that was difficult to understand at this moment. The corners of her eyes were dotted with peach makeup. Su Rao left like this, and Yunji had to shake his head helplessly. Rongfeng was also stunned by the scolding, and after a moment, he sighed innocently. It seems that Princess Ronghua has a deep prejudice against Rongfeng. Rongfeng has offended her again. It is so difficult to find a confidant who can play the piano. He thought of the song he had heard outside Qifeng residence. The scene of the breeze blowing the willows, being in nature, the mountains and the flowing water. It is hard to find a soulmate. Rongfeng finally felt regretful. If he had the chance to hear it again. Cousin, don't ask for it anymore. She is so frivolous and eccentric that she is not worthy of being regarded as a confidant by your cousin. Besides, Yunji thinks that the beauty in your heart is Princess Changle. Which is enough, Yunji said. Rongfeng was stunned again. After a breath, he realized that Yunji had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. He just admired the talent of Princess Ronghua and had no other intentions. Cousin, please come on Qiming Festival. The Su family's daughters are too noisy. Yunji smiled. After saying this, he said nothing more and sipped his tea quietly. Of course, he knew it. The reason why he said that was just to remind Rongfeng not to let the two daughters cause trouble because of him, and do such meaningless jealousy again. Su Rao, who had just left Yunji's house, saw someone coming from afar. Last night, Master Huishan said that he would come again today. But the people who came were not just him and his little master, but Xian Ichi Xiao. Why did Xian Ichi Xiao come? Thinking of what he had eavesdropped on last night. Why did the Emperor Wei have such a disease? Layers of sadness flashed in his peach blossom eyes, and ripples moved. He took a step and walked over. Xian Ichi Xiao also saw Su Rao coming, and his steps paused unconsciously. Su Rao was still wearing a bright red dress, but it was no longer the tight red dress prepared by Xian Ichi Xiao, but the one prepared by Yunji. The wide-sleeved gauze dress was embroidered with crabapple flowers. The crabapple flowers bloomed from the hem of the skirt, swaying and blooming with every step. 3,000 black silk jade hairpins were tied up, and a strand of hair was blown by the wind across her face, bringing a sense of softness. Today, she is dressed like a lady. Although she is still wearing red, she is not ostentatious at all, but rather gentle and quiet, which completely overlaps with what Shinichi Xiao saw when he looked at Lu Temple. The scar on her forehead was not covered up, and was exposed to everyone. At this moment, it did not fade her elegance. Instead, it was dazzling. This time, Xian Qishao clearly felt his heart beat a little. Because of the person who came over. His heart beat again. And it was the kind of change that made him unable to control. Hello, Master. Su Rao came over, greeted Master Huishan, and looked at Xian Qishao, saying, Prince Yi, we meet again. Although this princess can handle Yunji by herself, I still have to trouble Prince Yi to take care of the matter that day. The meaning of this statement is that she already knew that Xian Qishao had sent a letter to Yunji. It's just a promise. Princess Rongwa doesn't need to thank you. Although Xian Qishao's attitude was cold, and he didn't want to be approached by strangers within 3 feet. His hands under the black robe slightly curled up. And only he knew this abnormality. This princess has no intention of thanking you. That should be the job of Prince Yi. Su Rao said this with a dandy smile, which was more natural. Her safety in the country of Zhuxian was what Xian Qishao promised to be responsible for. And now she was safest only by Yunji's side. Su Rao made this implicit meaning clear. And Xian Qishao understood it even more clearly. You are also here to find Yunji. He is in the house. The guest follows the host's wishes. And this princess will not accompany him. After another word, he said goodbye to Master Huishan and prepared to go to the capital. Brushed shoulders with Xian Qishao. A faint fragrance drifted into his nose. This is the body fragrance of a girl. A voice suddenly echoed in his ears. A shao. Xian Qishao turned around and looked unconsciously. Although his eyes were cold, there was a strange feeling in his heart. Seeing Su Rao leave and disappear from his sight, he went into Yunji's house with Master Huishan in a breath. There was no one outside the yard, and it was quiet. Su Rao, who had left, turned back. This brain seems to have left the cloak in Yunji's house. Su Rao seemed a little annoyed when she muttered this. Annoyed that she forgot something, knocked her head, and went back to get her cloak. Before she reached the door, she heard Xian Qishao talking to Yunji. Xian Qishao came here on behalf of Emperor Wei, because Emperor Wei's birthday is coming. Prince Yi held a banquet to entertain the envoys from Yun Lang and Dan Lian at Prince Yi's mansion, and personally invited Yunji. Prince Jiyu, a man of great talent, was invited by Prince Yi to have a chat with him in the evening. This was not surprising. But Su Rao felt that Xian Qishao came here for more than that. Yesterday, Master Huishan had just found Mr. Zhu. And today Xian Qishao came with Master Huishan. Probably because of Emperor Wei's illness. The other person is Zhao Lianqin. When she first learned that Yunji came to Zhuxian, she was also happy and smiling. But the joy was only for a short moment. Now Zhao Lianqin is the concubine of Prince Yi. And she is no longer the Miss Zhao of Yun Lang. When she was in the boudoir, women would not go out unless there was something going on. They would not go out of the front door or the back door. Now that she is married, it is even more impossible for her to have contact with outside men. Even if she knew that Yunji came to Zhuxian, she could only be alone in her courtyard. On the small couch by the window, the orchid-like girl who used to be like an orchid on the shore. But in just a few months, she no longer has the charm of being graceful and beautiful. The elegant look in her eyes is gone. And she is depressed. From the time Zhao Lianqin came to Zhuxian as a bride to this day, Xian Qishao has never stepped into her courtyard. What a humiliation it is for Zhao Lianqin. Although Zhao Lianqin does not love Xian Qishao. Miss, don't be discouraged. Prince Jiyue must have come to Zhuxian for you. He must be here to take you back. Shulan, as a maidservant, came to Zhuxian with Zhao Lianqin. When no one was around, she still called Zhao Lianqin Mississippi. For me? Take me back? Zhao Lianqin suddenly laughed while whispering, Shulan, stop deceiving yourself. Why was the person who came the other day not him, but the seventh prince? Why did the knockout drug turn into that drug? He was so ruthless to me. He didn't care about our childhood love. He didn't care about my reputation. He pushed me to Xian Qishao and asked me to marry far away. Do you think he came to Zhuxian for me? After the last word, a strong hatred suddenly appeared in the lifeless orchid eyes. The handkerchief in her hand had already been torn and wrinkled, and the threads were hooked. A haze seemed to break out from her heart, wrapping her up. In the end, love cannot be obtained, and hatred arises from love. During this period, in Yunlang, in the East Palace, the brothers went to the study after the morning court to discuss today's court affairs. Brother Crown Prince, since I was discovered by Su Er that day, he has strengthened the guards around the tent under the pretext of military defense drills. What Yin Mushiu said was a pretext for discussing court affairs. But in fact, it was a secret talk with Yun Murui. The domineering aura between his eyebrows was hard to conceal. And he was thinking deeply. Although he was an 8-foot man, his mind was completely different from his body. In addition, Yun Murui often gave him advice. So Yun Mushi was considered a smart man. Third brother. Although Su Heir and the 7th prince have no contact, they are still at loggerheads. But I am sure that the 7th prince's secret departure from the capital to find Prince Jiyue, but returning halfway, is definitely related to Su Heir. And the 7th prince's participation in the government must have been his handiwork. Yun Mushi's face was even more certain when he said this. Although they have not found anything unusual in recent days, Su Heir and the 7th prince are still at loggerheads. And the Su family is still the Su family that is only loyal to the father. But he just has such a feeling. What kind of person is the 7th prince? With his temper, the father can't do anything he wants to do. I'm afraid that Su Heir is the only one who can make him go and come back. Except for Prince Jiyue. Yun Murui's eyebrows were also calm. He knew more clearly what Yun Mushi said. Grandpa got the news that the Su family knew what we did to Su Rao in secret. Given the Su family's doting on Su Rao, they would not tolerate Su Rao being in danger again, and her life being threatened. Now among the adult princes, you and I are of the same faction. Although the 8th prince is on good terms with Su Wu, he is simple and playful. Only the 7th prince. Only he can compete with me. Speaking of this, Yun Murui's eyes were deep, and his expression was even more wise. The 7th prince is favored by his father, and because the imperial concubine Jing and the princess of the Prince Yun's mansion were on good terms, he received the gentle attitude of Prince Jiyue. If the Su family chooses the 7th prince to support him, it will not arouse the suspicion of the father. Although Su Heir and the 7th prince are not in harmony, there is Prince Jiyue between them. And from the news from my grandfather, there seems to be some unclear tricks between Su Heir and the 7th prince. And I don't know what role Prince Jiyue plays in it. It seems that we need to find someone to keep an eye on Prince Jiyue. We must not be careless. The two of them talked in secret in the study, and an hour passed in a flash. The two did not end their secret conversation until the crown princess sent a maid to ask the crown prince where he would have lunch today. After Mu Mingyu married Yun Murui, Yun Murui stayed in her bedroom every day. Every day at lunch. If there was nothing to do, Yun Murui would also accompany Mu Mingyu to eat together. Newlyweds. Loving couples. Today is no exception. Let the servant tell the crown princess to prepare the meal. He will come right away. Xianghe Hall. The crown princess' bedroom. As soon as lunch was ready, Yun Murui came back on time, seeing the gentle and virtuous woman waiting at the door from a distance. His eyebrows frowned slightly, and he quickened his pace to go over. Didn't I tell you not to wait outside anymore? Why is you so disobedient again? Although it was a light scolding, he didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt sorry for Mu Mingyu waiting for him outside in the wind. He held Mu Mingyu's hand and tidied up her hair that was messed up by the wind, and then took Mu Mingyu into the palace. Mu Mingyu turned her head to look at Yun Murui. The love in her eyes was not concealed at all, and with a touch of shyness of a wife, she said shyly, I like waiting for your highness. I like watching your highness come back. You? Yun Murui tapped Mu Mingyu's nose in anger, but helpless. I really can't do anything about you. During the meal, the two people who were in love and affection were filled with tenderness in every move, and anyone could see how much love they had for each other. By the way, just now my 6th brother said that Princess Rongwa had arrived safely in Juxian Kingdom and had found Prince Jiyue. Yun Murui seemed to have just thought of this when lunch was halfway through. Princess Rongwa left Beijing secretly, but fortunately, she didn't get into any danger. Now that Prince Jiyue is looking after her, you can rest assured. These words seemed to show concern for Mu Mingyu, but there was a glimpse of conspiracy in those wise eyes. Very cunning. Your Highness, are you serious? Mu Mingyu was delighted, with a light in her eyes, and excitedly held Yun Murui's hand. Yes, it's true. Yun Murui seemed helpless again, and took Mu Mingyu's hand and held it. If you are still worried, why not write a letter to Princess Rongwa to ask if I have deceived you? Whether Princess Rongwa has arrived in Juxian Kingdom, and whether she is with Prince Jiyue? I believe your highness, Mu Mingyu hurriedly said, fearing that Yun Murui would misunderstand that she didn't believe it. My cousin Raoer left the capital alone, and I was really worried. I wrote a letter to my cousin Raoer, but I didn't know where to send it. Don't worry about that. Just write the letter, and I'll have someone deliver it to you. This is the purpose of Yunmuru's words. If his people went to Ju Siam for no reason, if Emperor Yu knew about it, he would definitely be suspicious. But if the person who went there was sent by Mu Mingyu to deliver a letter to Su Rao, it was bright and sunny during the day. But the sky suddenly changed when the sunset was about to end. The bright red sunset was blocked by a layer of mist, covering the whole sky with a thin gauze. The fog lingered between the sky and the earth, and the sky was gray. Outside Prince Yi's mansion, officials from various departments of Siam were waiting here one by one. When they saw the iconic Yuwa carriage coming from afar, they immediately looked up, all to see the stunning elegance of Yunlang Jiue Prince. The carriage stopped, and the person who got off was not the Yunlang Jiue Prince that everyone was looking forward to, but Su Rao, the ugly girl of Yunlang Su family. Although Prince Yi personally invited him, Jiue Prince did not like to be disturbed by many people. It was late at night, and he needed to rest. So he asked Su Rao to come on his behalf. Since you have come to our Jusian country, you are avoiding us like this. The prince personally invited us, but he let such an ugly woman come. Is that Prince Jiue too arrogant and presumptuous? Yunji had not come yet, and a doctor from Jusian country immediately said this in anger. Although they were all curious about Yunlang's outstanding Prince Jiue. Prince Jiue was so self-righteous and arrogant. This not only did not take them, the Jusian officials, into consideration, but also looked down on Jusian country. This was arrogance. After this was said, one person took the lead, and other Jusian officials also became annoyed, saying that Yunlang's Prince Jiue was out of reach. Su Rao immediately narrowed her eyes slightly, and her bright peach eyes reflected a faint peach color. Why? Since your prince personally invites us, our Jiue prince must come. The ugly and perverse girl of the Yunlang Su family is best at dealing with people who are always looking for trouble. With her arms folded, Su Rao walked directly to the doctor from Jusian. This princess is ugly. So what? Even if this princess is ugly, it was invited by Prince Yi of Jusian Kingdom. This was even more arrogant. You are so arrogant. The doctor from Jusian Kingdom was immediately furious. His beard was blown and swayed, and he was about to point his hand directly at Su Rao. It is really difficult to raise a woman and a villain. Dr. Yang. Xian Ichi Xiao just came over, and just said this, without any annoyance or anger, but with a cold voice and cold eyes. Dr. Yang's hand, which had been raised, suddenly froze in midair. General Yunlai also followed up and said, the prince held a banquet to entertain the envoys from Yunlang and Danyang. Could it be that Dr. Yang thought that Princess Yunlang Rongwa was not a guest? Wearing a strong suit and armor, with his hand on the sword at his waist. He was 40 years old and had a mighty figure, but because of his full beard and round face, he looked a bit timid and honest. Dr. Yang, are you going to embarrass us Siamese countries? Or are you going to embarrass your own people? Although he looked honest, from the two words he said, this person was not a person with brute force, but a delicate mind. He was definitely one of the right-hand men of Siam Ichi Xiao. And he dared to speak like this under Siam Ichi Xiao's cold expression because he had gained his trust. Just these two words made Dr. Yang lose face immediately. But Dr. Yang had to bear it and didn't dare to really anger Prince Yi. The momentary trouble in front of Prince Yi's mansion seemed to be over after just 2 or 3 words. No matter how angry Dr. Yang was, he did not dare to continue to cause trouble for Su Rao now that Prince Yi had spoken. It seemed that the matter was going to end just like this. Just because of that voice of Xian Ichi Xiao and those 2 words of General Yunlai. It ended without any disturbance. Su Rao glanced at General Yunlai, and then looked at the frustrated Dr. Yang. Suddenly sneered. This princess is arrogant. What can you do? She looked at Xian Ichi Xiao again. It is said that all visitors are guests. Prince Yi. So this is the way you treat guests in Zhuxiang. This princess is considered to have seen it. With this, Su Rao pointed the spearhead directly at Xian Ichi Xiao. Zhuxiang officials treated her as a visitor in this way. As Prince Yi of Zhuxiang. Shouldn't Xian Ichi Xiao give her an explanation? Xian Ichi Xiao wanted to let it go so easily. But she just didn't. Since she said she was arrogant, how could she not fulfill their wishes? Since she was the ugly and perverse girl of the Su family, this matter naturally could not be settled so easily. Otherwise, how could she deserve her great reputation? With a smile in her bright peach blossom eyes, she looked at Xianichi Xiao, waiting for him to give her an explanation. This is because I am not strict with my subordinates. Moing. although Xian Qishao did not say how to give Su Rao an explanation. But with just this sentence, he called him owing again. So it is needless to say what will happen to this troublemaker Dr. Yang. It will not be easy. Raising his hand to invite, Xian Qishao invited Su Rao and Rong Feng, who had been looking at him but had not spoken, to enter Prince Yi's mansion. This time, Rong Feng rarely did not act as a peacemaker. Just because of what Su Rao said during the day, he did not interrupt and meddle in other people's business this time. Although Rong Feng had opened his mouth several times, he suppressed the words when they came to his lips, and resisted the urge to provoke Su Rao again. Su Rao didn't know Rong Feng's reaction, and she wouldn't pay attention to it. Siam Qishao dealt with Dr. Yang in this way. Su Rao was very satisfied and stepped into Prince Yi's mansion. But she whispered, although this princess didn't plan to thank you. This princess doesn't like to owe favors to people. Now it's even. What does this mean? Dr. Yang is not on Siam Qishao's side. She helped Siam Qishao deal with this person and paid back the favor. Siam Qishao understood this meaning. In fact, when Su Rao pointed the spearhead at him, Siam Qishao had already noticed it. He was happy to deal with Queen Rong's people. Prince Yi of the Siam Kingdom has always been thunderous and decisive. By dealing with Dr. Yang in this way, other ministers have awe of him. They dare not say more about the fact that Prince Yi did not come to Prince Yi's mansion to attend the banquet. They all followed quietly. And Dr. Yang never thought that he would be dealt with by Siam Qishao just by saying that. Before he could even shout anything, Emoing strode forward to stop him. A clown. He waved his hand to let the Yingyi army take him away. And Emoing followed. The envoys of the two countries arrived, and the banquet naturally began. The golden cups of clear wine. The toasts were clinking. During the period, Queen Rong actually sent Ronggu to come. She came to greet the envoys of Yunlang and Danyang on behalf of Queen Rong. Princess Ronghua, my emperor has caught a cold recently, and the queen is unable to get away, so she sent me to greet you. She knelt down to greet Su Rao, and then looked at Rong Feng again. Queen Rong is Rong Feng's aunt, and Ronggu has watched Rong Feng grow up. So when facing Rong Feng, Ronggu's attitude is much more friendly. Don't be too polite. Rong Mama, get up quickly. The two greeted each other, and Ronggu also greeted Rong Feng. Rong Feng hurriedly got up to support him, and did not let Ronggu bend his knees. Prince Rongfeng of Danyang Kingdom, however, never had the condescending attitude of a prince, but was always so polite and courteous. A virtuous gentleman. Su Rao watching Rong Feng being so humble and polite to Ronggu. He was just a nanny beside Queen Rong. But he was so humble and gentlemanly. Was he really that kind of person? Or was he pretending so well? The Prince Rong Feng of the Danyang vassal state, who had been held hostage in her great Qin. Heh? Rong? Su Rao murmured softly, as if thinking of the news that Ying had found. And her bright eyes were filled with the same obscurity that they had in the daytime. She took a sip of the wine cup on the table, covering up the sneer and coldness that appeared at the corner of her mouth. Rong family, Danyang Emperor. This time, she met Rong Feng. I don't know if it was simply because of the news that Ying had found, or Su Rao thought of the Danyang Emperor who had almost killed her with an arrow, and her prejudice against Rong Feng became even deeper. After Ronggu finished her greetings, she did not stay for a moment, and left with Prince Yi and returned to the palace to report. The banquet continued. Jigu Kong Ho played again. Su Rao suddenly glanced at Prince Yi, who was sitting on the throne. Prince Yi was the only one sitting on the throne, and Zhao Lianqin was not by his side. She was just a concubine, not the principal concubine. If Prince Yi had not allowed her to come to a banquet like this, she would not even have the qualifications to enter the palace. Su Rao took a sip of wine, and looked at Xian Qishao without covering her eyes. Just so openly. The ugly girl of the Su family was lustful, but there were ripples in her peach blossom eyes. Obviously, there was nothing unusual from the arrival of Ronggu to the departure of Xian Qishao. And she was still so close to him. And Ronggu was also respectful and submissive to him. But Su Rao felt that Xian Qishao's breath seemed to be colder at that moment. And it was her sixth sense. Su Rao looked at Xian Qishao like this. Xian Qishao naturally noticed it and looked at Su Rao. But he didn't expect to meet her smile. Her bright eyes curved into a crescent moon. Although it was a dandy smile, it made Xian Qishao's stable heart beat again. Holding the golden cup in his hand, the wine in the cup was suddenly drunk. Su Rao's smile deepened immediately. and the ripples in her eyes moved layer by layer. But she no longer looked at Xian Ichi-xiao, but continued to watch the song and dance boredly. Such a banquet is the most boring for the ugly girl of the Su family. If it weren't for Prince Ji Yu asking her to come, she would definitely not come here. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to pester Yunji in Chi Feng Pavilion. She moved the cups on the table one by one, waiting for the banquet to end. In the hall, the secret negotiations ended like this, and no other waves were generated. A banquet for the envoys of the two countries was about to end at the time of the night. Prince Yi just raised his glass to welcome the envoys of the two countries. Just as the sake entered his stomach, something seemed to happen. Mo Ying, who was originally going to deal with Dr. Yang, came in a hurry, although he immediately restrained himself and walked steadily when he entered the hall. The few beads of sweat on his forehead still exposed his anxiety. When he walked to Prince Yi's side, Mo Ying did not say anything to Prince Yi, but simply looked at Prince Yi. Then he waited quietly by the side. Prince Yi did not have any other reaction, and continued to drink the sake in the golden cup in his hand. But Su Rao was sure that something must have happened. Could it be related to Dr. Yang? But this was just Su Rao's guess. After the banquet, Prince Yi personally saw Su Rao and Rong Feng, the envoys of the two countries. It was not until the carriages of the envoys of the two countries disappeared that Xian Ichi-xiao's eyes suddenly became cold. He turned around and strode into the mansion, and went straight to the dungeon. He exuded a strong cold and icy aura. In the dungeon under Prince Yi's mansion, the smell of blood spread from the dungeon. A group of black-clothed men were blocked by the Eagle Ji army in the dungeon, and the people in the Huajianfang, the governor of the border state, and the brothel mother, who were imprisoned in the dark prison, were all dead. He was shot in the chest. It was unknown when this group of black-clothed men sneaked into Prince Yi's mansion. If Mo Ying hadn't come here to catch Dr. Yang, they would have already escaped. Catch him. This cold voice, with rolling anger. Xian Ichi-xiao came to the dark prison, and the black-clothed men's way out was blocked. They had no place to escape except to kill themselves. But those black-clothed men didn't seem to have the idea of escaping. But they bit the poison sacs in their mouths one after another. They committed suicide like this, and they would not let Xian Ichi-xiao catch them. These people were all dead soldiers. The dead soldiers committed suicide, and the Yingji army had no time to stop them. Xian Ichi-xiao's body was even colder because of this, and his pair of unmoving auspicious phoenix eyes fell directly on Dr. Yang, who had already lost his soul due to the killing. He took a step and walked towards Dr. Yang. The hour of high was approaching. In the Jusin Palace, the lights in Queen Rong's bedroom were still bright. The palace lanterns were shining. On the imperial concubine's couch, Queen Rong was sleeping lightly, wearing a thin crimson embroidered gauze nightgown. Although she closed her eyes, the coldness between her eyebrows did not diminish at all. The queen's demeanor, noble and cold. After hearing Ronggu say that the matter was settled, Queen Rong opened her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth. Your Highness, although all those people in Huajianfang have been dealt with, those assassins also committed suicide and did not have time to look for the account books. We have succeeded tonight, and Prince Yi no longer has hostages to threaten your Highness. Then the account books in his hands. Aunt Rong, he won't easily take out the account book and fight to the death with me. If I die, his brother will have to die with me and be buried with me. And those assassins were not appointed by me. I just gave them a chance to enter the palace. As for the account book, it is just an account book now. Aunt Rong was worried. But Queen Rong was not worried about the account book at all. It was an account book, and now all the witnesses were dead. Who can prove its authenticity? Sister-in-law is still so efficient. After so many years, I still have to admire her. The worries in her heart were removed, and most of the threats were lifted. Queen Rong was in a good mood and prepared to go to bed. My queen, that Dr. Yang. Aunt Rong talked about this again. Queen Rong looked coldly for a moment. He is not good enough to do things, but he is good at making trouble. He almost ruined my big plan. There is no point in keeping him. This statement, regardless of Dr. Yang's life or death. This also explains that the reason why the group of black-clad men sneaked into Prince Yi's mansion was when Dr. Yang was causing trouble. At that time, everyone's attention was outside the mansion gate, which was a good opportunity to sneak into the mansion. After Queen Rong took a bath and was about to go to bed, Mo Ying came. He threw a cloth bag in his hand directly into Queen Rong's bedroom, and the red blood on it immediately stained the carpet. Queen, you are very clever. The prince ordered his subordinates to send a message to the queen. Don't think that you can rest easy. Husband and wife are one. If our emperor's illness gets worse. There was no more words. And Moing left. Dispose of this dirty thing. It's an eyesore. Queen Rong was not angry. She asked Ronggu to take the things in the cloth bag away. And then went to bed on the couch. She was completely fine. You don't need to look too much to know that this is Dr. Yang's head. Prince responded to her like this. But Queen Rong didn't care at all. If Xian Qishao didn't give her this tonight, she would not be at ease. Xian Qishao sent her such a great gift, which meant that he cared about his brother's life. This was the real bargaining chip that Queen Rong used to check and threaten Xian Qishao. Although Su Rao did not see the contest between Xian Qishao and Queen Rong, she had guessed it completely, and the guess in her heart was confirmed. The man with the surname Rong. Su Rao went back to Chi Feng Pavilion, and Ying, who had not appeared for many days, came with him. These days, Ying has been secretly watching Xian Qishao. Whether it was Xiao Mubai appearing in Prince Yi's mansion, or what happened in Prince Yi's mansion tonight, Ying saw it clearly in the dark, including Moing sending Dr. Yang's head to the palace. Miss, from the investigation of my subordinates these days, the relationship between Prince Yi and Queen Rong of Juxian Kingdom is very tense. Because Xian Qi Wei, Su Rao spoke. Her eyes were deep, and she understood everything from what she had investigated these days, and the cause of the Emperor Wei's illness that she overheard last night, his addiction to elixirs, and what happened tonight. It can be made clear. Zhu Xianwei Emperor was determined to be controlled by Queen Rong with some kind of elixir, so as to restrain Xian Qishao and make Xian Qishao stretch to the limit. But how could Xian Qishao be so easily controlled? This can also explain Xian Qishao's behavior in Yunlang, which was mostly to confuse Queen Rong and let her focus all her attention on him in Yunlang, so as to ignore the border states. Su Rao has determined that the person behind her arrest was sent by Queen Rong, and must have been sent by Queen Rong to assassinate Xian Qishao. Later, she realized that Xian Qishao treated her differently, so she set her sights on her. Although she figured out these things, Su Rao also had other doubts, which she couldn't figure out. Xian Qishao's various behaviors in Yunlang. He approached her as Han Machin. All kinds of signs show Xian Qishao's ambition, which is obvious. But since she came to Juxian, except for the time in Bianzhou, he appeared as Han Machin once again, and he never appeared in this identity again. If Xian Qishao was really ambitious, and had something to do with her Su family, he shouldn't have acted like this to her now, which was completely contradictory. Miss, could it be because Princey liked you? So he wanted to let you know him, and like him in his real identity. Ying guessed that this was indeed a reason that could be explained. But Su Rao still felt that it was not the case. Then, as a bloodthirsty and murderous person, would he be the one who did such a thing? If he really had this idea, why would he send her to Yunqi? Shouldn't she stay with him? With his power and status in Juxian, if he really wanted to protect a weak woman like her, wouldn't it be difficult? No. There must be something wrong. We must not have found anything. Or we have overlooked something. Thinking of Han Machin again. She was implicated twice because of him. And he always showed up first afterwards. If all these things were his schemes against her, his Su family, and his ambition to dominate the world, then why is he not moving now? Is it just because Queen Rong's clamp made him unable to split his attention? If so, then everything he did to approach her as Han Machin in Yunlang was meaningless. I can't figure it out. And I can't figure it out. Su Rao raised her hand and rubbed her eyebrows, feeling that she had led herself into a dead end, with walls on both sides, and she couldn't get out, let alone get around. Ying couldn't figure it out at this time. Neither of them thought about the fact that Xian Qishao was not Han Machin, let alone doubt it. There were so many coincidences. And now there was the fact that Xian Qishao and Xiao Mubai had contacted secretly several times. No matter how smart Su Rao was, she could not doubt that Xian Qishao was not Han Machin. Ying, you keep watching. I always feel that there are still some things we don't know. Xian Qishao did all kinds of things as Han Machin when he was in Yunlang. If it's not his ambition, then there must be something between him and Queen Rong. Something we don't know and haven't found out. Su Rao still couldn't figure it out, and finally gave Ying such an explanation. If there was something they didn't know yet, as long as they kept watching, it would come out sooner or later. She would never allow any hidden dangers that endangered her Su family to be unknown to her. He also told Ying to be careful, and not to let Xianyi and Qishao notice his presence. If anything unexpected happened, they must not stay and leave immediately. The two had this secret conversation until the middle of the night. The sky was still gray, and the moonlight was also hazy in the mist, making it difficult to see. However, there were no raindrops. But it was a dull night. Su Rao couldn't sleep because she was thinking about something. She opened the window to get some fresh air, but saw that the lights in the house opposite were also dim. On the closed window, the candlelight cast a shadow of the moonlight. The silhouette fell between the windows. It was so late, but Yunji hadn't slept yet. Immediately, Su Rao frowned slightly, and a deep peach color was cast around her peach blossom eyes. And she felt depressed, knowing that she was in such a bad condition. She stayed up so late. Don't you know that staying up late is harmful to your health? Opening the door, Su Rao went to Yunji's room. In Yunji's room, Yun Feng also told Yunji everything that 18 had told him. Just like what Ying had told Su Rao. Prince? Could it be that the guards of Prince Yi's mansion were so lax that they let those people succeed so easily? Yun Feng didn't quite believe the news from Yun Wei. Is it so easy to sneak into Xian Qishao's mansion? Prince, Ying has left, and Miss Su hasn't gone to bed yet. Yunling walked in and told him that Ying had just left. Tell 18 to take good care of Ying in secret, and don't let anything happen to her. Don't interfere with what Su Rao told you. Yunji got up and walked to the couch, just preparing to go to bed, and didn't answer Yun Feng's question. Since Xian Qishao has already found Xiao Mubai, he must have made some plans in secret. Whether what happened tonight is true or not, there is no need to explore it. After all, what Xian Qishao did not conflict with Han Machen. Su Rao, who was walking to the corridor, stopped, and Yunji's words were clear to her ears, because he knew that she cared about her family. He protected her like this. After standing for a while, Su Rao continued to walk, and did not return because of this. A smile curved at the corner of her mouth. A smile without any thoughts. Just happy. Joy in her heart. The peach color in her bright eyes seemed to feel her mood at the moment, changing from deep peach to bright peach. A glance. Looking around, Yun Feng and Yunling came out of the house, and saw Su Rao coming over. They knew that Su Rao had heard Yunji's words, and they didn't say much, but made way for Su Rao. This is how you take care of your Jiue prince. It's been so long. No wonder his body is getting better and worse. After this scolding, Su Rao's face darkened again, and she walked into Yunji's room. Yunji, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly sat up. There was a hint of joy on his face, which came from his heart. The lights in the room were not completely extinguished, but there was a candle left. With only this candlelight, and through the satin covering his eyes, Yunji could still clearly see the woman who walked in and walked towards him. Su Rao came over, grabbed Yunji's hand, and ignored Yunji's reaction to check his pulse. It's fine. Yunji promised Rao that he would try his best to live. So how could he not take care of his body? Don't be angry. With a warm smile on his face, Yunji let Su Rao check his body. He didn't lie to her. He was really fine. After Su Rao checked, Yunji's pulse was steady and strong. And he was indeed fine. But the gloom on Su Rao's face did not disappear because of this. After looking at Yunji for a breath, she spoke. Yunji, you and I both know that I can't take care of you for a long time. Now I know who arrested me. Once Xu Xian's matter is over, I will go home. Pinched the corner of his lips. Then he said, Yisu told me that you will not go back after you leave. And I don't want you to go back. Because once you go back, we will return to that situation. I will not marry you. And you will not marry me. I like the way we get along now. I don't want it to be broken one day. And I don't want to calculate it again. I know that my thoughts and actions are selfish. I have nothing to do with you. But I ask you not to go back. I don't want to become your enemy. After saying this, Su Rao didn't look at Yunji again. Get up and leave. But her hand was pulled. Yunji doesn't think Rao is selfish. Because Yunji also likes the way we get along now. Yunji will not go back. After the birthday of the king of Juxianwei, Yunji will let Rao go and never see each other again in this life. Hand loosened, Yunji let Su Rao go. He laid down to sleep with a charming smile on his face. And he never felt uncomfortable at all. Because he knew that Su Rao liked him. And that was enough. Mutual affection did not necessarily mean they had to be together. As long as they had each other in their hearts. That was enough. Su Rao nodded in agreement. And then curled the corners of her lips again. She also went back to sleep. After talking with Yunji, the hazy thoughts in her mind disappeared and she fell asleep. In her dream, Su Rao once again saw the injured little wolf dog curled up in the corner of the corridor. She sat beside him as a child, with a very gloomy face, bandaging his wound. Don't you know how to fight back? Are you a fool? Don't you know it hurts? Why do you let them bully you like that? If it wasn't for Yun Maheo protecting you today, your arm would be useless. The childish words of the child were full of anger. Rao is not angry. Ah Xiao is not hurt. Not at all. Ah Xiao was smiling, although he was covered in blood. But his eyes were still so pure. As pure as a piece of paper without any stains. In the daytime, she was so snarling and only knew how to intimidate. But at night, she was so naive and innocent. Ah Xiao can't hit people. Otherwise, if the bad guys know, he will beat the dumb grandma severely. Ah Xiao must be obedient. And the dumb grandma will come to see Ah Xiao. Such words. How naive and silly they are. Qin Rao was even more annoyed. And wanted to say, your dumb grandma will never come. Whether you can go back alive to see your dumb grandma is unknown. But looking at the pure eyes when talking about the dumb grandma, Qin Rao couldn't say the words that came to his mouth. She could only be depressed by herself. After treating Ah Zhao's wound, she still accompanied him to watch the moon. Although she was a princess, she couldn't openly protect a vassal state hostage. So she could only protect him secretly. At first, this dream made Su Rao sleep uneasy. Until Yunji appeared in Su Rao's dream. He and this little wolf dog, who was injured every day, overlapped into one person. When he grew up, he was no longer the little wolf dog, who could be slaughtered and bullied at will. He was Yun Lang's Ji prince. The only child in the Yun palace, who was loved by thousands of people. And the light of Yun Lang's sky praised by Yun Lang Yun Wang himself. He was no longer humble. He would always live under the sun, and never fall into the darkness of the past. He would live well. At dawn, Su Rao slept soundly. Even if heavy rain came and hit the rubble, it did not wake her up. It was not until lunch was ready, and Yunji came to call her in person, that Su Rao woke up, washed up and had lunch. The two did not have any awkwardness because of what they said last night. They still got along well, and had a warm lunch. Just after lunch, Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan came. After Xiani Qishao came to Qifeng Pavilion yesterday, Master Hui Shan and Mr. Zhu left Qifeng Pavilion. Xiani Qishao came yesterday, saying that he wanted to invite Yunji to the mansion for a banquet. But the real reason he came was just as Su Rao guessed at the time, that he was here for the illness of the Emperor Wei. The Emperor Wei had caught a cold a few days ago, and it had been difficult to recover for many days. He heard that Master Hui Shan said that Mr. Zhu was a superb doctor. So he came here specially to ask Mr. Zhu to treat the Emperor Wei. Xiani Qishao came to ask Mr. Zhu. Not just because Master Hui Shan said that Mr. Zhu was a superb doctor. So he came here to prevent Yunji from noticing the Emperor Wei's illness. But Xiani Qishao knew that Mr. Zhu was not a doctor in the Yunwang mansion, let alone Yunji's personal doctor. Although Mr. Zhu had always been with Yunji, he was not actually a special doctor in the Yunwang mansion. But 9 years ago, Mr. Zhu went to Yunlang as a traveling doctor and heard about Yunji's condition, which was an extremely rare heart disease. For doctors, what they pursue is to save the world and improve their medical skills by treating difficult and complicated diseases. So Mr. Zhu stayed in the Yunwang mansion. This stay lasted for 10 years. Mr. Zhu was not from the Yunwang mansion, but as a doctor, protecting the privacy of patients' illnesses is also their basic medical ethics. Master Hui Shan was unable to prescribe the right medicine for the emperor's illness. Now, apart from Mr. Zhu mentioned by Master Hui Shan, Xiani Qishao didn't know who else could treat his brother. Under these considerations, Xiani Qishao decided to listen to Master Hui Shan's advice and invite Mr. Zhu. Xiani Qishao came to invite Mr. Zhu. Whether Mr. Zhu wanted to treat the emperor was up to Mr. Zhu himself. Yunji did not make a decision for Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu was indeed curious about the real illness that Master Hui Shan said the emperor suffered from. So he followed Master Hui Shan into the palace. They didn't come back for a night. And now the two of them came back. Master Hui Shan shook his head and sighed, saying Amitabha. Mr. Zhu was in a trance, and seemed to be hit by the Emperor Yu's illness. So absent-minded, the cold disease of the Juxian Wei Emperor made the master and the master so embarrassed? Su Rao asked. The two of them came back like this. And Su Rao knew without thinking that the poison of the elixir that the Wei Emperor took must be extremely difficult. Which made the two of them, who are highly skilled in medicine, have such expressions. Su Donor. Amidba. Master Huishan said, so compassionately again. Mr. Zhu's trance seemed to return. Princess Ronghua. I'm sorry. I can't reveal it. Yunji also spoke at the right time. Su Rao. Master and Mr. Zhu are tired. So don't be so curious. There is nothing to be curious about the cold disease. This princess knows it even if you don't say it. Shrugged. This remark seemed to be angry with Yunji again. And Yunji was angry that she asked her to shut up and controlled her like this. Although Su Rao stopped asking. She knew it very well. The elixir that can make people addicted but will not kill them in a short time. People will be energetic after taking it. But once they don't take it, they will feel like being scratched by thousands of ants and feel listless. For such an elixir, she can only think of that kind of medicine. But now Su Rao can't be sure. She can only guess. To confirm whether it is the kind of medicine she guessed, she has to wait until she sees Emperor Wei on his birthday. If Queen Rong really uses such a sinister thing to control Emperor Wei and clamp down on Xian Ichi Xiao, then she doesn't mind helping Xian Ichi Xiao again. At least for now. Xian Ichi Xiao has not done anything to her Su family, but has helped her several times. While those men in black have already touched her fifth brother. Touched her bottom line. Su Rao knew clearly which was more important, and who to deal with first. Moreover, she would let Xian Ichi Xiao go, because she was sure that Xian Ichi Xiao was Han Emochen. She did not want to be an enemy of Han Emochen unless it was absolutely necessary. And both sides would suffer. The heavy rain that had been falling for a whole morning had not shown any signs of stopping, but was getting heavier. The wind was blowing hard, and the heavy rain was pouring down, bending the weeping willows and flowers in Prince Yi's mansion, swaying gracefully. At this moment, in the study of Prince Yi's mansion, Prince Yi, who should have been cold and indifferent, smashed the table with a hammer so uncalmly that his breath was even more difficult to calm down. The table was cracked, and blood oozed out of his hands instantly. A drop of bright red blood dripped from his fingers, staining the carpet under his feet red. Rong. You. Air. This voice revealed an irrepressible killing intent. After leaving the palace, Mr. Zhu and Master Huishan came to Prince Yi's mansion before returning to Qifeng Pavilion. They told Prince Yi that the illness of Emperor Wei was difficult to stop. If he was forced to stop taking medicine, it might damage Emperor Wei's mind. In order to make Emperor Wei recover without injury, unless Prince Yi can find Emperor Wei to take the elixir, they can study and find out the formula of the elixir before they can prescribe the right medicine. This is the solution Mr. Zhu told Prince Yi. In addition, there is no other safe way. When he first learned that Emperor Wei was controlled by Queen Rong, Prince Yi did not find other doctors. But they were helpless, and could not treat Emperor Wei's illness. Later, after meeting Master Xiao, Xiao Zi gave Prince Yi the bottle of medicine. That bottle of medicine could only neutralize the medicinal properties of the elixir taken by Emperor Wei, using poison to fight poison, only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. And it could not be taken for a long time. Otherwise it would be harmful instead of beneficial. Now that Mr. Zhu has given such a solution after seeing the symptoms of the Emperor Wei, how can Xian Ichi Xiao not be angry? Because he can't get the elixir from Queen Rong at all. Xian Ichi Xiao asked for a doctor for the Emperor Wei, and Queen Rong never stopped him. And she herself asked for a doctor for the Emperor Wei many times. Which is the brilliance of Queen Rong. This is why she, a princess of Danyang, can control the government of the Siamese kingdom without any minister's rebuttal. Because Queen Rong is very good at being a person and disguising herself. The reason why Queen Rong is so confident that Prince Yi can find a doctor is because the elixir and the formula are in Queen Rong's hands. Which is why Xian Ichi Xiao was threatened and controlled by Queen Rong, but did not touch her. Because if Queen Rong was killed by Xian Ichi Xiao, Emperor Wei would lose the elixir and be tortured to death. He smashed the table with another punch. Prince Yi calmed himself down. Emoing watched from the side, and did not stop him. Only after Prince Yi calmed down did he say one sentence. Your Highness, now we have completely torn our faces with Queen Rong. It is impossible to get the elixir or formula from her. The only way is to exchange the princess. The prince can no longer be soft-hearted. Although Queen Rong is the princess mother, the emperor is also the princess father. I believe that if the princess knew that her mother treated her father like that, the princess would never. Where are the people in Chang'e? Xian Yiqishao spoke, not knowing whether he had heard Imo Ying's words. Imo Ying had to stop talking. In reply to your words, the princess prepared the birthday gift for the emperor and will be back tomorrow. Bang! Such a sudden sound. The sound of something falling to the ground. The heavy rain outside did not cover up the sound. Prince Yi and Imo Ying looked over. Imo Ying immediately strode over and opened the door. Princess. His face changed instantly. Didn't the princess say she would be back tomorrow? How could? Xian Muyaling was outside the door. She was completely stunned. The oil paper umbrella she held fell to the ground and was blown into the courtyard by the howling wind. Her face was messy in the wind and rain. Her round and innocent face was completely devoid of the dimples that made her smile. She seemed to have lost her soul. The howling wind and rain messed up her dress and hair. The hem of her skirt dripped with water, and her boots were stained with water. Chang'e. Xian Yiqishao came over and saw Xian Muyaling in such a miserable state. His cold eyes were gloomy, and his breath was even more oppressive. What did you hear? Little uncle? Did my mother control my father with drugs? Impossible. My father was fine before I left. How could it be possible? I'm going to ask my mother. Suddenly speaking, shaking her head in disbelief. Xian Muyaling was about to turn around and run. Xiao Muyaling. Xian Yiqishao immediately grabbed her and called her by her name. He even scolded. You don't know your mother? Since you heard it all, then little uncle will tell you that your mother had already controlled your father with drugs 1.5 years ago. And the person she used to threaten me was your father. Impossible. Impossible. Little uncle, you must have lied to me. Right. You lied to me. Tears slid down her cheeks without warning. Xian Muyaling couldn't believe it. She choked and fainted. Xian Yiqishao held her. Your Highness, it is I who deserves death. Imo Ying immediately knelt down and admitted his fault. It was all because of his talking too much. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of being wrong? He picked up Xian Muyaling coldly and went to the bedroom in the side hall. Impossible. Impossible. She was clearly fainted. But Xian Muyaling was still mumbling like this. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes again. Xian Yiqishao raised his hand to wipe them away for her. Looking at Xian Muyaling, who was so painful and unbelieving on the couch, Xian Yiqishao finally sighed. His eyes filled with pity. Xian Muyaling's fainting was just a breath that could not be raised. It was not a big deal. She woke up soon. Opening his eyes, he saw Xian Yiqishao beside the couch. His eyes were dull for a moment. Then he curved his lips, and dimples appeared at the corners of his mouth. Little uncle, Chang'e actually had a nightmare. That's not a nightmare. Xiang Yiqishao directly broke through Xiao Muyaling's self-deception, and the trace of pity in his eyes disappeared. You only have 2 choices now. To save your father or to protect your mother. Before, the little uncle didn't let you know, so as not to let you face such a choice. But now that you have heard it, this is what you have to face. Since there is nothing to do, go to the training ground and do horse stance for half an hour. Not a moment less. So that you will faint when something happens. This is what the little uncle taught you. The whole body regained the feeling of coldness and indifference. Not only did Xian Yiqishao not forgive Xiao Muyaling for such a blow, but he punished her so severely. In such a rainy weather, he actually let Xiao Muyaling do horse stance. Getting up, Xian Yiqishao walked away, no longer caring about Xiao Muyaling. It rained heavily all day, and it didn't stop until after dinner. God had been brewing a storm for a whole day and night, so it wouldn't stop and disappear at will. The sound of raindrops turned from large grains to a stream of pouring rain, falling from the sky, as if the Milky Way in the sky had been split open, and the Milky Way was flooding with thunder and lightning. It was an extremely bad night, and the storm hit the bricks and tiles of the building, making crackling sounds. Such a rare rainstorm night was no less than the night when Wu Chu was hunting. In the Qingfeng Pavilion, the coughs and wheezes came one after another, and such a heavy rain could not cover it up, covering up the coughs that were difficult to suppress, as if they were going to cough out the heart and lungs. Yuanji's body, which seemed to be getting better, became weak again because of this heavy rain. Master Huishan and Mr. Zhu were also worried again. The two had been in Yuanji's house for half an hour. It was already past the middle of the evening hour, but there was still no sign of anyone coming out. Will you guys move aside? In the corridor of the waterside pavilion, Su Rao's face was gloomy. She looked at Yun Feng and Yun Ling, who were blocking her on both sides, and her bright peach eyes were surrounded by a thick and bright red color. The prince doesn't want Miss Su to see him in such a miserable and weak state. Yun Ling spoke, using these words to stop Su Rao from rushing in. Yun Feng also spoke. Miss Su can't help the prince if she goes in now. Instead, it will distract the prince. The prince will be fine, as long as Miss Su is outside. The prince will know that Miss Su is here, and he will be fine. Su Rao squeezed her soft hands tightly, and her eyes were green. She heard the deep meaning of Yun Feng's words. The fact that she knew medicine was unknown to others. Now would she rush in and expose her medical skills for Yun Ji? Is she willing? Su Rao asked herself. I don't know. Su Rao didn't know whether she was willing or not. But she knew very well in her heart that he didn't want Yun Ji to die. Even if they were not together. She wanted him to live well. Hasn't this princess seen Yun Ji's miserable appearance? Finally, Su Rao pushed Yun Ling, who was blocking her, away without hesitation. She wanted to go in. I want him to live. She glanced at Yun Feng again and ran to Yun Ji's room quickly. Yun Ling stepped forward to stop him again, but was pulled back by Yun Feng. Yun Feng. Yun Ling immediately looked at Yun Feng. Don't forget what the prince told you. I didn't forget that Miss Su must not be allowed to get close to the sick prince. But Yun Ling, that person hasn't come out for a long time. All because of Miss Su's presence. Maybe Miss Su knows the prince's true condition. Let go of Yun Ling. Yun Feng quietly stood guard in the corridor. When the prince is fine, he will go and apologize for his unauthorized behavior. Su Rao has already run to the door of the house. And now he can't stop her. Yun Ling didn't chase her anymore, but just said one more sentence. Yun Feng, have you ever thought that if Miss Su knew about the prince's illness, she didn't help the prince as you thought, but hurt the prince? No. Yun Feng shook his head firmly. Yun Ling, Miss Su is not that kind of weak woman. She will definitely be the salvation of the prince. Believe me. Yun Feng was so sure. He believed in Miss Su. What else could Yun Ling say? And he didn't say anything else. He also kept quiet. Could it be? Su Rao, who ran to the door, also pushed open Yun Ji's door. But her movements were extremely quiet, for fear of disturbing Master Hui Shan and Mr. Zhu in the house. A moon-catching screen blocked Su Rao's view. She couldn't see what was going on inside, but she couldn't hear the coughs and wheezes coming from inside, as if they were suppressed. Amitabha. Master Hui Shan seemed to know Su Rao was coming in with this compassionate voice. Your illness is caused by depression in your heart. I and Mr. Zhu can only treat it. But it's hard to solve the knot in your heart. Things in your heart should be solved in your heart. Heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. Master Hui Shan stood up and walked out. Donor Su. Master Hui Shan sighed and shook his head. And he left directly. Su Rao clasped his hands together and bowed 11 times before stepping into the inner room. Yun Ji was lying on the bed. Even though he had a satin covering his eyes to cover half of his face, he could still clearly see that his face was so pale and his lips were bloodless. Yun Ji, the prince has gone to bed, Miss Su said softly, after giving Yun Ji the last needle. Mr. Zhu nodded to Su Rao and glanced at Yun Ji, who was sleeping on the couch after acupuncture, his face still heavy. Mr. Zhu, why did Yun Ji suddenly get sick again? She checked every day and found that he was fine. And Yun Ji was in a good mood. So why did he suddenly get sick again? It's hard for me to say about this. Mr. Zhu shook his head. The princess should ask the prince herself. As a doctor, the patient's condition must be kept confidential. Mr. Zhu also left. Only Su Rao and Yun Ji were left in the room. The drooping soft hands were curled up very tightly, and the bright peach color around the peach blossom eyes had not disappeared at all. Her eyes fell on the moonlit man who was breathing lightly on the couch. So weak that it was heartbreaking. Is your condition more serious than I know? Is there something I don't know? Su Rao muttered a few words, looked at Yun Ji for a breath, and walked to the bedside to sit down, pulling Yun Ji's wrist to feel his pulse. Because of his weak body, his pulse was a little weak at the moment. But there was no other abnormality. There were no other hidden diseases that she didn't know about. She had been treating Yun Ji for a long time. Yun Ji's weak body was not poisoned. But just because he was too worried, as long as he relaxed, his condition would naturally get better. He was obviously happy and in a good mood these days. Su Rao was puzzled. Why did he suddenly get sick again without any signs? Another thunder sounded, mixed with lightning, The heavy rain fell, and the crackling sound of the house could be heard inside the house. Su Rao glanced at the window frame. Could it be because of the sudden change in the weather, and the cold weather? Cough. With this light cough, Yunji woke up without even a moment's rest. When he first woke up, his eyes were full of chaos and mist. Not black, but nothingness. Empty nothingness. This is the world of the blind. In their world, they don't even know what black looks like. And they can't see it. What they can see is the nothingness without any color that normal people can hardly see. At this moment, his mind was also blank. Yunji didn't seem to know what happened, and his face was confused, gradually adapting to the bright colors in the room. A ray of light appeared in the eyes under the satin. The emptiness disappeared, and Su Rao's figure appeared. The confusion on his face also disappeared, and he became clear. Yunji is fine. With a faint warm smile, Yunji sat up. Su Rao helped him up, but didn't say anything, but went to the table to pour tea for Yunji. The water moistened the throat and warmed the heart and lungs. Yunji is really fine. He pulled Su Rao's wrist and pulled her to sit beside him. Yunji knows that Rao must be confused at the moment, and even more angry. But Yunji will not tell Rao. Yunji wants to let Rao go, so Yunji will not tell. Su Rao looked at Yunji again. He said this so calmly, because he wanted to let her go. She couldn't know about his illness. He was worried that once she knew, she would no longer be decisive and heartless like before. Did he not want her to be embarrassed or pity? Rao, please don't be angry. Please. Yunji promised Rao that Yunji would live. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Rao still didn't speak. Yunji suddenly started coughing again. I'm out of breath. Su Rao hurriedly patted Yunji on the back. Then she spoke. I just suddenly felt that my medical skills were not good enough. I checked every day, but I didn't realize that your physical symptoms were far more complicated than I knew. To help Yunji calm down, although she was not angry, Su Rao's face was extremely silent, and she felt depressed. When Yunji stopped coughing, she directly supported Yunji and let him lie down again. Go to sleep. I will accompany you tonight. Right here. Not anywhere else. From tonight until every night before returning to Langjing. I will accompany you. You don't want me to know about your illness, so I won't know it. Just as you don't interfere in my affairs, I won't interfere in your affairs that you don't want me to know. Okay. A faint smile appeared on her white lips, although her lips were pale. It could not hide her elegance. The whole room seemed to sense Yunji's good mood and became warm. Moving forward, Yunji gave Su Rao half of his bed. Rao, do you mind sleeping on the same bed with Yunji tonight? Yunji asked this very softly. He knew that his action was abrupt, but he still asked. Okay. Su Rao did not refuse, and lifted the quilt and went to the bed. Both of them were lying flat, and no one was facing each other. But after a breath, Yunji took a shallow breath again. Sleep again. Su Rao turned her head and looked at him. Although the room was already a little dim before dark due to the weather, Su Rao could clearly see Yunji, even the delicate and almost invisible pores on his face. From the side, although Yunji's face is pale, his skin is extremely delicate, with smooth contours, sharp edges and corners, and a high nose bridge. Although his lips are also pale, they are not the kind of thin lips that are unfeeling, but the thickness is moderate, and the lip shape is very beautiful. His sleeping posture is also a very regular sleeping posture, with his hands placed on his abdomen, and he does not move around. So quiet and indifferent. After watching for a long time, Su Rao stretched out her hand, but suddenly stopped when she touched Yunji's face. Her soft hand froze for a breath, and she finally did not touch it gently, and took it back. Rao can't forget the fire. The mother who was swallowed by the sea of fire. The father who was beheaded by the executioner. The hundreds of heads hanging on the city wall, and the blood-red falling snow stained by the crimson. Speaking softly, when Yunji was asleep and couldn't hear, Su Rao said the words that she had been hiding in her heart, which was also the pain that she could never forget. My father and mother only wish that I live well and live in peace. If they were still here, they would love you as much as Grandpa. Father and mother love you, and they would marry me to you. The calm whisper. A touch of embellishment in the corners of the eyes. But they are gone. They will not know. They will not know that the daughter they fought so hard to protect. One day there will be you to protect her for them. Tears dripped down the cheeks. They sank into the 3,000 black hairs scattered on the pillow. The friendship in the eyes turned into indifference. And also gave rise to indifference. Yun-ji, no matter what you are like, I will not indulge myself to be with you. This is the only thing I can do for my father and mother now. The blood of Qin Rao's enemies flows in your blood. The hatred is gnawing at your bones. And it is irreconcilable. This is a fact that cannot be changed in any way. Qin Rao must not pity. Raising her hand, she gently stroked away the faint traces left by the tears. Su Rao closed her eyes and fell asleep. And her breathing gradually became shallow. The house was quiet. But the rain and thunder outside were still roaring. With no sign of stopping. Yun-ji did not react at all. As if he was really asleep. And did not hear the word Su Rao was muttering. There was no movement in the house. But Yun Feng and Yunling outside. Yun Feng smiled, and waved the folding fan in his hand. Yunling. Look. It's okay. It's okay? Seeing the quiet house. Yunling's tense expression did not ease. And his hand holding the sword did not loosen. As if he still didn't believe it. Is it really going to be okay? The storm still did not stop for a moment. Blowing wildly. Such a dark night seems to be a warning from God. Warning that it will be difficult to be calm in such a night. The night finally came. And the dark clouds pressed down on the city. The sound of the rainstorm hitting the steps and halls in the palace became louder. In the palace of the King of Siam, there was also a heavy and urgent scene. In the bedroom of the King of Wei, Queen Rong came in person with a jade cup. Your Majesty, it's time to eat. This is something that happens here every 7 days. Behind the imperial case, the middle-aged man, with a slender figure, is 50% similar to Siam Ichi Shao. But his cheeks are slightly sunken. And he looks like he has been suffering from a cold for a long time. Holding a brush in his hand, he wrote and drew on the rice paper. Hearing what Queen Rong said, he didn't look at it, nor did he speak, and continued his hand movements. Wearing a blue ink nightgown, a black and gold coiled dragon leaped in front of him. With its mouth wide open, as if it could swallow everything, and the corners of his eyes were obtuned with a sharp feeling. Although his body was getting thinner and thinner due to taking elixirs, the aura of the Emperor around him did not decrease at all. And it seemed that there was dragon aura surrounding him. Emperor Wei did not say anything. And Empress Rong seemed to be used to it. Your Majesty, if you are angry with me, please do not ignore your own health. Putting the jade cup on the table, Empress Rong took the outer robe and put it on Emperor Wei. She was so virtuous. If you ignore the other words she said when she did this, such a couple looks very loving. After all, Prince he will be worried. Pa. He threw the brush on the imperial table. And the ink spread on the painting, ruining the white plum tree. The same pair of auspicious eyes. But there was no coldness in them like Xian Ichi Shao. But calmness. Even though he threw the brush in anger, there was no anger on his face. He also threw the outer robe that Empress Rong put on him directly to the ground. My beloved, you can only restrain a Shao like this. If one day I don't want to live like a puppet, you will no longer have the bargaining chip to restrain a Shao. After hearing this, the Emperor Wei was calm. The Queen Rong, who should have been calm, suddenly growled. Xian Ichi Wei, you dare. The noble and cold Queen Rong. At this moment, her face was a little hideous, as if she was a little crazy. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky at the right time. Although the lights in the hall were bright, the lightning in the sky made the hideous face of Queen Rong very clear. If you dare to seek death, I will kill your daughter. Hee hee. Hee hee. The Emperor Wei laughed suddenly, as if he felt that the threat from Queen Rong was ridiculous, and ridiculed her for threatening him with her daughter. I was too lazy to say more to the crazy woman Queen Rong. The Emperor Wei picked up the jade cup, which contained crystal clear white jade porridge, decorated with petals of snow lotus, and was beautiful. Who could have thought that such a bowl of white jade porridge could be the evil poison that controlled him, and made him unable to control himself? The fingertips of the hand holding the jade cup turned a light pink due to excessive force, and trembled, as if the jade cup in his hand would be unstable in the next moment. Although I ordered people to make 2 cups. If the Emperor accidentally drops this cup, he will be uncomfortable for a while. Seeing the reaction of Emperor Wei at this moment, the ferocious look on Empress Rong's face disappeared, and she regained her noble and cold appearance. She was still wearing the red phoenix robe with wings spread out, and her hairpins were exquisite and noble. Meticulous. She did not leave, but sat down on the soft couch not far away. and looked at Emperor Wei, watching him take it personally. Poisonous, woman. After hearing this, Emperor Wei finally got angry. I don't know if the hand holding the jade cup was too angry, or he couldn't control his body. His hands trembled more and more. After all, he didn't hold the jade cup firmly. Clang! The jade cup fell to the ground and shattered. And the white jade porridge was all spilled on the outer robe that was thrown on the ground. And even stained Emperor Wei's boots and the hem of his clothes. Seeing this, Empress Rong laughed. Didn't I remind the Emperor? Why is the Emperor still so careless? Emperor Wei no longer had the energy to pay attention to the arrogant Empress Rong. He sat down on the dragon throne unsteadily, curled up, and trembled. In just a breath, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He felt that there were tens of millions of ants scratching from his skin, gnawing at every inch of his bones and blood. And the pain was unbearable. Blue veins spread out from his temples, and the bulging blood vessels seemed to be able to break through his epidermis and burst. It felt like his brain was about to explode. Medicine. Give me medicine. He was still such a majestic man a moment ago, calm and self-controlled. But now he sat directly on the ground, his hands trembling and unable to control himself. But he grabbed the white jade porridge that was difficult to eat. So humble and embarrassed. Queen Rong just looked at him, her face still so noble, so dignified and elegant. But a trace of pain flashed in her cold eyes. Although it only appeared for a moment and disappeared in an instant. But it was extremely clear. You want medicine? All right. Wei Lang. Crawl over here. Crawl over here and beg Yu, saying that the person you like is Yu. Just Yu. And Yu will give you medicine. Bending slightly, Queen Rong actually called Emperor Wei over like teasing a puppy, humiliating him in this way. Emperor Wei, who was still begging, heard Queen Rong's words, and the corners of his mouth pulled up, and he actually laughed. How pitiful! After spitting out these 3 words with difficulty, Emperor Wei no longer asked for medicine, hugged his body, and curled up completely. It seemed that he would never beg again after being tortured to death. Siam. She. Wei. Queen Rong stood up suddenly. Because of her sudden movement, the wide sleeves overturned the cups on the bedside cabinet, making a loud clang. The water in the cups spilled on the phoenix robe and embroidered shoes of Queen Rong. But she didn't even look at it. She came over and pinched the chin of Emperor Wei, forcing him to look up at her. There was a circle of red around her eyes, and her cold and beautiful face also turned red because of this reaction. I am pitiful? A sneer. Don't you think you are more ridiculous? I am the most noble Princess Rongyu in Danyang, and the most beautiful and noble woman in Danyang. It's all because you don't know what's good for you. The Emperor Wei was already twitching and trembling all over, and his upper and lower teeth knocked together, making a clicking sound. He was completely addicted to drugs. He no longer had the strength to care about Queen Rong. Seeing this, Queen Rong's face was actually panicked. She hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle from her wide sleeves and force-fed a pill to Emperor Wei. You want to die, but I want you to live in such humiliation. I want you to see with your own eyes how I trample Yunhui under my feet. If I can't get what I want, I will destroy it all. She pushed Emperor Wei away and stood up, carefully smoothed the wrinkles on her phoenix robe, and her cold eyes fell on the destroyed painting on the imperial desk. She took it and tore it up, and threw it on Emperor Wei. Xian Ichi Wei. Remember? I Rongyu, the most noble Rongyu princess of Danyang, and the most noble queen of your Zhu Xian. Only I have the right to trample others under my feet. With a flick of her sleeves, Queen Rong stood up and left nobly. Princess, what's wrong with you? Before leaving Emperor Wei's bedroom, she heard Ronggu say this outside. Queen Rong frowned immediately. Siam Yeling came forward. She had been standing in the rain for half an hour, although she had changed into another clean dress. Her face was tired. The paleness slightly concealed her disbelief, because she knew what Queen Rong had done to Emperor Wei. Queen Rong came out of the palace and looked at Siam Yeling, who was so distraught, with her brows furrowed even more tightly. What did you do again? You were punished by your uncle. Mother. The woman in front of her was so noble. She was Siam Yeling's most admired mother. No matter what happened, she was so calm and composed. How could she? Looking at Queen Rong. Or more precisely, looking at the bedroom of Emperor Wei behind Queen Rong. All that echoed in his mind were the words that his mother and father had just argued about. His mother's hideousness, his father's humbleness, and such strange parents. Was the love between her father and mother that she had seen in the past all fake? Is all the doting that her mother had done to her also fake? The mother said she wanted to kill her. Just by looking at her. Siam Yeling fainted again. She fell down. Ronggu hurriedly supported Siam Yeling. Empress Rong also hurriedly stepped forward. She reacted so hastily. Compared with a ferocious mad woman who had just threatened Emperor Wei to kill her daughter. Empress Rong was now a good mother who was worried about her daughter. She asked someone to quickly invite the imperial physician. And personally helped Siam Yeling to her own sedan chair with Ronggu. And even used her body to shield Siam Yeling from the wind and rain. Beside the window frame of the bedroom, Emperor Wei, who had recovered after taking the elixir, took in all the scene. On his thin face, he was once again so calm and self-sustaining. And his pair of auspicious phoenix eyes were once again so calm. Watching the sedan chair hurry to the Queen Rong's bedroom, and gradually disappearing in such a heavy rain, Emperor Wei turned around and walked to the table, picked up the painting torn by Queen Rong, carefully pieced it together and put it away, and then took the brush and continued his painting, regarding the weak and fainted appearance of Xiaomu Yeling. I don't know whether it is because Xiam Yiqi often punishes Xiaomu Yeling in this way, so Emperor Wei is used to it, or whether Emperor Wei is actually the one who ignores his daughter. As soon as the sedan chair arrived at the central palace, the imperial doctors came in the thunder and rain, and took Xiaomu Yeling's pulse in an orderly manner to drive away the cold and prescribe medicine. It can be seen from this that it is common for Xiaomu Yeling to faint after being punished by Xiam Yiqi, and the imperial doctors have long been able to deal with it, and are used to it. Queen Rong naturally knew it, and had no doubts about it. And this is the real reason why Xian Yiqi punished Xianmu Yeling on this rainy day. Using Xianmu Yeling's embarrassment and weakness after being punished to cover up her abnormality that might be difficult to control when facing Queen Rong. He also only gave Xianmu Yeling one night to make her choice. This is the way Prince he raised his niece from childhood to adulthood, adhering to his vigorous and resolute approach. And one night is enough for Xianmu Yeling to calm down completely. After the cold was driven away, and the cold medicine was taken, and the imperial doctors all left, Queen Rong walked to the couch and sat down again. Your Majesty, the princess is so weak. Prince Yi is clearly using the princess to deal with you. Ronggu spoke, feeling distressed for Siam Yeling. And on the contrary, she was very annoyed with Prince Yi. My daughter must be able to withstand the wind and rain. Not to mention, touching Siam Yeling's pale face, Queen Rong was not angry at all. So calm and composed. Ronggu, why do you think I gave Linger to Siam Yiqi to raise? Why did I choose him to threaten and let him destroy Yunlang Kingdom? Glanced at Ronggu with a cold and beautiful look. Not only because Xian Yiqi is the most powerful warrior in the Siamese kingdom. He holds military power, and is a prince with great power in the Siamese kingdom. Don't look at Xian Yiqi's cold and indifferent attitude all day long. He is actually very loyal and righteous. She gave Linger to Xian Yiqi to raise since she was a child. Firstly, to let Linger grow up in the wind and rain. Withstand the wind and rain. The cruelty of the royal family. And secondly, to let their uncle and nephew cultivate the family affection that the royal family does not have since they were young. It was to prevent that even if she and Xian Yiqi had a falling out one day, Xian Yiqi would not deal with Linger. Use Linger to exchange for his brother. And use Linger's life to threaten her to hand over the formula of the elixir. Queen Rong talked to Ronggu, and she did not notice that the woman's hand on the bed trembled slightly. Maybe she did not faint, but pretended to faint at the beginning, because she didn't know how to face the Queen Mother who treated her father so well, and said she wanted to kill her mother. The lights in the palace were bright. Queen Rong did not rest, but sat by the couch to watch over her daughter, just like she did every time after Siam Yeling was punished by Siam Yiqi. The heavy rain outside the palace was still howling, with lightning and thunder. It did not stop until the next day at 10 p.m. It seemed that the immortals who were watching over the Milky Way discovered the flooding of the Milky Way. So they lowered the gates of the sky. The heavy rain that lasted for a day and a night finally stopped. After the rain, the streets of Jusi Jingji were full of puddles of water. When you stepped on the road, you could splash water everywhere. A pair of black barefoot boots stepped into the puddle on the road, splashing water everywhere, staining his robe and boots. Han Machin appeared again. He appeared once in Gobi Pass, and he appeared again today. He was still full of the bloodthirsty and murderous aura. The feeling of an ice cave. Walking to an alley outside Prince Yi's mansion, he watched Xian Yiqi leave the mansion and head for the palace. Xian Yiqi already knew what happened last night. And he also knew that Emperor Wei had taken the elixir again. But he could not stop it. He did not enter the palace at night, because Emperor Wei did not want Xian Yiqi to see him in such a humble and embarrassed state. So Xian Yiqi only entered the palace this morning to see Emperor Wei. Who told you to destroy Huajin Valley? I see. Bone-chilling cold. Han Machan turned around. And the bloodthirsty killing in the pair of slender cold phoenix eyes under the mask seemed difficult to suppress at this moment. And the whole person was frozen 3 feet. Who? There seemed to be a whistling wind blade sweeping within 3 feet around. And each blade could cut through the flesh. And blood instantly broke through the skin. It seemed that if Xiao Mubai could not give him a reasonable explanation, there was no need to keep such a subordinate who made decisions on his own. Han Machan had appeared at Gobi Pass. But he only settled accounts with Xiao Mubai today for the crime of destroying Huajin Valley without authorization. The 2 people following Han Machan. One was Xiao Mubai, who had a gentle breath and looked so respectful that he didn't dare to breathe a little more. At this moment, Han Machan asked this question, and Xiao Mubai suddenly knelt on one knee, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Master, please calm down. Huajin Valley has touched Miss Su again. The prince ordered it, and it is difficult for me to disobey. Xian Yiqi came to me again, so the prince asked me to use my real identity to do things. Xiao Mubai's explanation seemed to indicate that at Gobi Pass, Han Machan didn't know that Xiao Mubai obeyed Yunji's orders to destroy Huajin Valley. The other person was Xiao, who also knelt on one knee. My lord, the prince asked me to tell you that he doesn't care how you kill people. But you can't implicate Miss Su and the entire Su family. Su Rao. When Su Rao was mentioned, the murderous aura around Han Machan weakened as it did every time before. As he said, Su Rao was the only one who could restrain him from killing. Han Machan didn't understand why before, until that quarrel with Yunji, the person he had never forgotten. In the blank memory of his memory, there was a person he thought he had forgotten, but actually had never forgotten. Who am I? Ah Xiao. Or Yun Muheo. Who is he? Is he Yun Muheo? Or is he Ah Xiao? I am actually no one? Han Machan muttered to himself in confusion. Xiao and Xiao Mubai suddenly looked at each other. Both of them were shocked. As if they were shocked that Han Machan would ask himself this question and question who he was. My lord. Xiao and Xiao Mubai looked at each other. And Xiao Mubai spoke again. This time with a more cautious tone. Maybe there is no Yun Muheo at all. Yun Muheo is the one who doesn't exist. He already doesn't exist. Living in the underworld of hell. Still dreaming of returning to the human world? With this sudden ice cave word, Han Machan is Han Machan again. Han Machan, who is full of coldness like an ice cave. The killing aura appears again. The pair of phoenix eyes under the mask are full of bloodthirsty blood again. And it seems to turn the entire white of the eye red. And the inexplicable feeling of confusion completely disappears. He is Yun Muheo. I am just Han Machan. Ah Xiao. He died a long time ago. Died in that killing. And was trampled to pieces. The red white of the eye actually also showed the killing that only Su Rao could not forget. The rolling flames devoured everything. The deep red blood turned into a river of blood, flowing down the steps of the Wantian Palace, dyeing the snow-white snow all over the ground red. In the side hall, a child who was hidden by a beautiful woman with her mouth and nose covered witnessed all the killings through the crack of the door. Just like Su Rao. Shower. After you leave, remember to find your grandfather. Never tell anyone who you are. And never let your grandfather and grandmother go to Danliang to see their daughter. Never go. The beautiful woman explained one sentence after another. Tears falling down. Touching the child's thin cheeks. Not daring to touch the whip marks on his body that were difficult to heal. From tonight onwards, your name is Han Machan. Cold and indifferent. Ruthless and loveless. You will hide yourself in the dust and darkness forever. And don't let anyone find you. When you grow up and can protect yourself, your grandparents, you will go and kill the unfaithful man for your mother. Kill all the demons who destroyed her country for the little princess who protected you. And atone for your mother's sin. These words were filled with hatred. And the hatred in the heart of the beautiful woman was passed on to her son one by one, including Yun Lang. 3 days later, Jing Wai Yanfeng. Let Xianiqi Xiao come here. Leaving this sentence, Han Machan left. He will kill all the demons. Dan Liang, Yun Lang, Zhu Xian, None of them can escape. The killing around him seemed to be more intense. It was already June. But for no reason. He felt a bone-chilling cold wind sweeping around, freezing the entire alley. After Han Mochen left, Xiao Mubai wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, swallowed his saliva, and stood up, because he knelt on the ground. His knees were stained with water. Ms. Su really changed the master. If it were in the past, such a thing would not be easily revealed. This voice relaxed the tense nerves, and the master actually questioned who he was. Xiao, does this mean that the master? This sentence actually brought a strong sense of hope. It has changed. But it's only a tiny bit. Didn't you notice that the bloody hostility of the Lord did not diminish when he appeared again this time? Instead, it became even stronger. Don't hold too much hope. Xiao also left, following Han Mochen. Xiao seemed to have the same negative attitude as Yunling toward Xiao Mubai's hopeful reaction. In mid-June, the bright sun was hanging high in the sky, illuminating the entire sky, which was blue and cloudless. The Emperor Wei's 30th birthday arrived as scheduled. After the rainstorm, it was sunny for a whole day. The water stains on the road had completely evaporated. The entire Jiangyi street was like a bronze mirror, so clean that it seemed to reflect people's figures. Creaky, creaky. Carriages drove through the streets, and civil officials and military generals all came to the Jusin Palace. The Yuhua carriage also set out from Qifeng Pavilion and went to the Jusin Palace to celebrate the Emperor Wei's birthday. Prince Jiyue, who had come to Jusian for a long time but never showed his true face, can finally be seen today. The entire Jiangyi street was once again surrounded by crowds of people, and the excited voices were heard one after another. All the words were, "Today I can finally see the legendary Prince Jiyue. I heard that he is a man of heaven. Excellent figure. Clear wind and bright moon. Beautiful face. Beautiful scenery." Most men praised him, while girls were more fascinated by him. Before seeing the real person, she had already confessed, "Prince Jiyue, I will not marry anyone other than you in this life." The girls of Jusian are not as reserved and shy as the girls of Yunlang and Danyang, but rather bold. If you like someone, you will say it out loud. Such confession voices have never stopped since the Yuhua carriage came out of Qifeng Pavilion, and they can be heard all the way. If it weren't for the long guns of the Jingji guards, these girls from the Siamese countries would probably have rushed to the carriage. Although the outside was so exciting, the Yuhua carriage was very quiet at the moment. So quiet that it was a bit depressing. Yunji lowered his head and sipped his tea quietly, as if he could avoid the gloomy eyes of the person opposite him at the moment. They had slept in the same bed the night before, but now something happened again. Yunji seemed to have annoyed Su Rao again. The peach blossom eyes were surrounded by bright peach colors, and they fell directly on Yunji, without blinking. After looking for a long time, it felt like the air was suffocating, and Su Rao retracted her gaze and said nothing. This kind of silence, from yesterday afternoon until now, compared to Su Rao who would still be angry with him. Yunji knew that she was really angry. After sipping a cup of tea, Yunji spoke first. He explained why he had offended Su Rao again. Rao. Yunji's visit to Jusian this time is not just. The 10 days we agreed on have already ended. I don't care where you went yesterday, and I won't ask a word. It has nothing to do with me. Su Rao also spoke, directly blocking Yunji's words. He was cold and ruthless again. But you shouldn't have let me sleep for half a day just because I let down all my defenses against you. I finally convinced myself. Su Rao sneered at the last sentence. I don't know if she was sneering at Yunji for pressing her sleeping point, or thinking that if she knew he went out secretly, she would follow him. Or she was sneering at herself. Sneering at why she let down her defenses for the man in front of her again and again. Is it just because she likes him? Because he is Ah Xiao? After 10 years of not seeing each other, is Ah Xiao still the same Ah Xiao? Maybe he is not the same anymore. He is Yunji. The Yunji whose heart is more delicate than Baigon's 7 orifices. Prince Jiyue, the light of the sky of Yunlang Kingdom. Heh. She really has no memory. Tilting her head away from Yunji, Su Rao lifted the curtain of the carriage, looking at the girls of Jusium who were trying to squeeze in. Her bright eyes were filled with coldness. The coldest towards Yunji. Perhaps it was more of a disappointment that she herself had not noticed, because Yunji pressed her acupuncture points. She slept for a whole morning without noticing when the people around her left. After waking up, she only got a sentence from Yunfeng, saying that the prince had something to do and wanted Miss Sue to have a good rest. Just wanting her to have a good rest. He could press her sleeping acupoint. Does he think he is very smart? Or does he think she is stupid, blinded by love, and will believe anything? So he will believe such perfunctory nonsense. Yunji was silent again. But the pair of obsidian eyes under the moonlight satin were stained with a layer of mist and loneliness. Looking at Su Rao, who was disappointed with his actions. His expression was low. And the jade fingers under the moonlight sleeves were curled and pale. What he wanted to say most was, it was not him who pressed the acupoints, but Han Machin. He came out again. He didn't come out these days. He thought he could control him. But it turned out to be impossible. It turned out that no one could stop him. Even if they had a common person in their hearts, who wanted to protect. Even if his actions would hurt Rao Rao. He would not stop his killing and his revenge plan. But Yunji didn't want to kill so much. Didn't want to become a revengeful devil. And didn't want to create a second or third Rao Rao with his own hands. Living in an indelible bone-eating hatred. Repeating that kind of pain endlessly. Yunji really wanted to say these words and facts. So that Su Rao wouldn't misunderstand him. But he couldn't say it. How could he trap Rao Rao by his side in this way? He couldn't do it. Leaning back against the car wall. His eyes closed under the satin. Yunji seemed to feel very tired and just wanted to fall asleep like this. There was no arc at the corner of his mouth. Even the smile that Prince Jiyu should have. At this moment, it was not seen at all. These two people. One couldn't say it, and the other didn't want to listen anymore. So they were in a cold war again. The cold war without quarrels is the most terrible way to get along. There were no quarrels or fights. And the final ending would only end in this way. Ending their love that had already ended. And becoming familiar strangers. The Yuhua carriage drove to the Juxian Palace. But could not enter the palace at the first gate. Juxian was not Yunlang. And no matter how famous the Jiyu prince was, he had to abide by the Juxian rules. Getting off the carriage and walking into the palace was the most basic courtesy to the host. As soon as the carriage stopped, Su Rao got off first. When she opened the door, all the silent expressions on her face disappeared in an instant. And a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She changed her face so quickly that it seemed that she had never been silent. She had never been disappointed. She was still the ugly girl of the Su family, who was frivolous and perverse. Today, Su Rao did not hide the ugly scar on her forehead. And she showed it so frankly. Telling everyone in Juxian Kingdom that she was the notorious ugly girl of the Su family, who was famous in Yunlang, and even Juxian and Danyang. And Yunji, who came down later, also had the signature smile of the Jiyu prince at the corner of his mouth like Su Rao. Yunlang Jiyu prince had no feeling or response to the excited voices coming from behind him, and was as indifferent as the moon. Coldness and alienation were his signature attitude towards everyone. And it was also his usual attitude towards the ugly girl of the Su family, who had been chasing and entangled him. Turning a blind eye. The reason why he allowed her to ride in his carriage was because of his relationship with Su Heir. Prince Jiyu, please follow me into the palace. Although Prince Jiyu walked into the Juxian palace, the person who came to greet him was the chief steward of the emperor. Yunji nodded slightly and followed the chief steward into the palace. Yunling followed him. He just glanced at Su Rao when he walked past her, but he didn't say much to ask Su Rao to follow him. Yunji, listen carefully. This princess doesn't like you anymore. Su Rao suddenly spoke in front of the Juxian palace. In front of all the people who were watching Yunji. This sentence was shouted out. This princess is the Ronghua princess personally appointed by the emperor's uncle. What kind of man can't get it? It seemed that because Yunji ignored her again and left her alone at the gate of the strange Juxian palace, Su Rao's patience with Yunji was finally exhausted. She would never chase him again. Her peach blossom eyes were deep, and the peach color around her was even more intense. She looked at everyone who was stunned by her words. Another sentence. The man that this princess likes must also like this princess. Otherwise this princess will kick him away. There are thousands of good men in the world. Why does this princess want to hang herself on a crooked tree like you? Yuehua's figure, who had already walked into the palace gate, suddenly stopped. And the jade fingers under Yuehua's sleeves curled up and pinched out a pale color, and then loosened again. I hope Princess Ronghua can keep her word this time. Yunji wishes Princess Ronghua to find a good man. Leaving this sentence, Yunji walked away. And there was no more abnormality. This princess is born with a natural beauty. And there are many good men who like her. You don't need to wish her well. Su Rao seemed not to want to lose. and said something so eccentric. She was even more narcissistic. Narcissistic about her beauty. There are many good men who like her. And she doesn't need Yunji. This ugly girl from the Su family of Yulang country is so arrogant. She actually spoke to the Jiyue prince in such a public place. Don't those Yulang envoys care? These words were raised by the people of Zhu Siam who followed Yuehua's carriage. How could such an ugly woman have such confidence? The women of Zhu Siam were even more angry. They were angry that Su Rao, an ugly woman, was so arrogant to the Jiyue prince they admired. If there were no guards blocking these people, the women could have rushed over and tore Su Rao apart to vent their anger. This Princess Ronghua of Yunlang is not surprised by her behavior. I have seen it when I was doing business in Yunlang. Princess Ronghua of Yunlang dared to beat even the princes. Which of these envoys of Yunlang dared to ask for a beating? Another voice was heard. And it was also those onlookers who explained the doubts of the person who spoke in front. Although Yunji came as an envoy to celebrate the birthday of the king of Siam, he was not the only one. There were two other envoys who came later. They were here to celebrate the birthday of the king. Princess, do you think we should? Just as the person who spoke later said. The two envoys who came from Yunlang really didn't dare to say anything. Provoked Su Rao. But Yunji had already walked away. If they didn't follow him, how would they explain to the prince? On one side is the Prince Yun's mansion. And on the other side is the general's mansion with great achievements. One is the beautiful Prince Jiyue. And the other is the spoiled and eccentric Princess Ronghua. They can't afford to offend either side. The two envoys are at a dilemma. If they follow Prince Jiyue, Princess Ronghua will hate them. But if they don't follow, it's even more impossible. After thinking about it, the two envoys pushed each other and walked to Su Rao, asking if they should follow. Otherwise it would be too late. Don't you see that this princess doesn't like Yunji? Why are you still standing by my side? You're an eyesore. Su Rao didn't give the two envoys any face and drove them away impatiently. However, the two envoys did not feel that Su Rao had embarrassed them at all. Nor did they feel ashamed. Instead, they were extremely happy. After bowing to Su Rao, they took their bodyguards to chase after Prince Jiyue. Prince Jiyue didn't care about Princess Ronghua, so they naturally didn't want to meddle in other people's business. So they would hide away if they could. The palace gate is a strategic place. How can it be blocked like this? This scolding came from Moing beside Prince Yi. Prince Yi has also come. In fact, the ebony carriage has been here for a long time. And everything at the palace gate can be seen and heard clearly. Seeing that there was nothing else to do at the moment, Moing spoke. Drive away the onlookers. Xian, Yi, Qi, Xiao, mumbled. Su Rao looked over. Watched the carriage stop. Watched Prince Yi get off the carriage. And her peach blossom eyes were full of waves. With just one glance, Su Rao walked over directly. And her eyes fell on Zhao Lianxin, who got off a carriage behind Xian Yi Qi Xiao. She was still the same as always. As long as it was about Yunji, her expression and posture would change. Although she tried her best to hide it, some instinctive reactions of the body could not be controlled by the brain. Zhao Lianxin, how come you still haven't made any progress after not seeing you for a few months? You are now the concubine of Prince Yi. Coming over. Su Rao directly ridiculed her, as if she was looking for trouble. Zhao Lianxin's eyes changed immediately. And Xu Lan was even more so. She was even more angry, and was about to challenge Su Rao. But Zhao Lianxin grabbed her wrist and stopped her. Princess Ronghua, I was young and didn't know before. But now I have married the prince. And I am one with the prince. Princess Ronghua humiliated me like this. This seems to mean everything she did before she married Prince Yi was all the naivety of a girl. After she married Prince Yi, she realized that her love for Yunji before was just because she was ignorant. Now she is all focused on Prince Yi, on her husband. In fact, the couple is one. Su Rao humiliated her in this way, which was a disguised humiliation of Prince Yi of Siam. She did not take Prince Yi seriously. If it was more serious, it could be escalated to a conflict between the two countries. Such a soft knife, such a killing without form, is what Zhao Lianxin is best at. And she is used to killing people with borrowed knives. A couple as one? Su Rao laughed. As far as I know, you seem to be just a concubine. A concubine, to put it nicely, is half a wife. After all, she can be included in the royal family's jade book and be recognized by the royal family. But to put it bluntly, she is just a concubine. Su Rao, No matter how patient she is, she can't stand being stabbed in the heart again and again. Such humiliation. What about me? Su Rao smiled even more. Isn't what I said wrong? Another innocent look. Take a step closer. Fong whispered. Zhao Lianqing. You are just a concubine. And there is no one to be the main wife of Xianiqi Xiao. The frivolous smile on her face disappeared. As long as this princess wants. There will be an imperial decree tomorrow morning to marry this princess to Xianiqi Xiao as his principal wife. This princess will always be superior to you. So you better put away your disgusting face to this princess. After saying this, she added, don't think that this princess is just scaring you. This princess will let you see it first. Turning her head and looking at Xianiqi Xiao, who had no other reaction to what she said. Su Rao actually stood on tiptoe, and the corner of her lips almost touched Xianiqi Xiao's earlobe. Xianiqi Xiao. This is a small punishment from this princess. Eavesdropping is not good at all. The implication is that she humiliated Zhao Lianqing. In fact, she was humiliating Xianiqi Xiao. Her concubine was still thinking about another man. No man could accept such a thing. After saying this, Su Rao entered the palace with a perverse face. But no matter what effect her words would have on Xianiqi Xiao, his head was covered with green oil. The cold and indifferent prince he once again had a dark face because of Su Rao, although it was only for a short moment. But his frowning sword eyebrows were seen very clearly by Zhao Lianqing beside him. Her hands under her hanging sleeves were tightly clenched, and her beautiful orchid eyes were dark again. Whatever you think, hide it for me. Otherwise I don't mind sending you back to Yunlang. With this cold and ruthless voice, Xianiqi Xiao strode into the palace without even looking at Zhao Lianqing. He knew that Zhao Lianqing had some thoughts in her mind. But he didn't care, as long as she stayed at his place and didn't cause trouble. Sighed Princess. It's getting late. If you miss the Emperor's birthday banquet. Emoing raised his hand to invite. All the darkness in Zhao Lianqing's eyes disappeared, and she followed with lotus steps. She once again restored her posture like a short orchid. Beautiful and graceful. But the handkerchief placed under the rose-red dress was ruined again. It was Queen Rong who asked for Zhao Lianqing to accompany Prince Yi into the palace today. It was fine that Prince Yi had no female relatives before. But now that there is one, and she is Princess Cindy of Yunlang country, how can she not come to attend the birthday banquet of Emperor Wei? What happened at the palace gate was spread to the central palace in just a breath. At this moment, in the central palace, in addition to Queen Rong and Ronggu, there was also a middle-aged man wearing the official uniform of Danyang country, who seemed to be an envoy of Danyang country. Go back and tell my sister-in-law that I will send the daughter of the Su family to her. But I also need her now. So she should wait. Anyway, she hasn't found out who is against her in all these years. So it shouldn't matter if she is delayed for a while now. He waved his hand and asked the envoy from Danliang to leave. Princess, you are making things difficult for me. How can I report to the queen when I go back? Originally, Huajin Valley could have taken the Su family girl to Danyang. But in order to prevent her from being rescued halfway, they took a detour to Juxian and asked Queen Rong to send her off. On the way to Danliang, after the Su family girl was captured, there would be a group of people in black to confuse the line of sight. But now, the Su family girl was not rescued by the people they were guarding against, but was rescued by Prince Yi of Juxian. This matter would be fine. But now, Princess Rongyu, if you do this, the envoy from Danliang wanted to say more, but met Queen Rong's cold eyes, and the rest of the words suddenly stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word more. I don't blame my sister-in-law for causing me to be in this situation now, because we have been sisters-in-law for many years. The cold eyes made her look even colder. If my sister-in-law feels that I am holding her back, she can just take the girl from the Su family away now. But don't forget, if my brother knew what happened back then. She sat on the phoenix chair in this way. A sneer. If Yilang country knew, and knew that the queen of Danyang country, the sick and closed-door queen. After Queen Rong said these two words, the face of the envoy of Danyang country had completely changed, and his arrogance was gone. Get out of here. No doubt. Take my leave. In the end, he could only leave this sentence, and the envoy of Danliang country took his leave in disgrace. Ronggu also sneered. I think the princess has been married for many years, and she dares to be so disrespectful. After pouring a cup of tea for Queen Rong, Ronggu spoke. Your Majesty, do you also think that the woman in red, who appeared beside Prince Yi and Bianzhou, was the Rongwa princess of Yunlang. And Prince Yi seemed to treat her differently. Ronggu directly told Queen Rong why she also wanted to use Su Rao. From the incident that happened at the palace gate just now, to the news from Bianzhou in recent days, Ronggu said it for sure. Queen Rong did not nod. Nor did she shake her head to deny Ronggu's words. Whether it is true or not, we will know it after trying it. Ronggu. Xian Ichi Xiao is afraid that he has secretly made some contact with the mysterious person who has been against my sister-in-law for so many years. Does he want to find the formula for my sister-in-law? Did I underestimate him again? Since Xian Ichi Xiao sent the gift of Huajian Fang to Queen Rong, she asked Ronggu to find the person who disguised himself as Xian Ichi Xiao. But there has been no news in recent days. Not even a trace. Until half an hour ago, the envoy from Danliang Kingdom came. He once again mentioned to Queen Rong that Su Rao should be captured as soon as possible and taken away by the secret guards. Otherwise, he would have a hard time explaining when he returned. He also mentioned that Huajian Valley was destroyed. And without this Jianghu force to help them, the queen's situation was not good. And she must force Su Rao out of the mysterious man as soon as possible. The mysterious man came and went without a trace, and had disguised himself as an official from various counties in Danyang several times, making rumors and causing trouble. If this continued, there would be chaos in Danyang. The unintentional words of the Danyang envoy suddenly shocked Queen Rong. The only person who could have such a fake disguise was probably the mysterious force that appeared in Danyang 5 years ago. Aunt Rong, go check if there are other people from Danliang Kingdom who have entered Prince He's mansion these days. And be quick. This explanation made her face darken. Yes, I will check it right away, Aunt Rong responded. She left in a hurry. Xian Ichi Xiao, I have been so indulgent and allowed you to do whatever you want. But I have allowed you to provoke me again and again. It seems that I have to punish you. After muttering to herself, Queen Rong stood up and smoothed her phoenix robe. It was time to go find her emperor. Over the bright sun, the warm wind blew the willows. At 3:30 p.m., the golden sunlight shone all over her body. Bathing in such sunlight, she felt warm. Su Rao entered the palace, but did not quickly chase the envoys of Yun Ji and Yun Lang who had long disappeared in front of her. Instead, she called a maid to lead her alone. Prince Yi and Zhao Lianqin followed not far behind. But Su Rao ignored them and took the two of them with her. She was so unique and did her own thing, walking in the Jusin Palace, just like entering the Yunlanjian Palace. She seemed to not treat herself as an outsider at all. When she walked to the Imperial Garden, she picked a peony, which frightened the maid who led her and turned pale. In the end, Moing stepped forward and said, the prince said that you only need to lead the way, and Princess Rongwa can do whatever she wants. The maid hurriedly got up and continued to lead Su Rao. The Jusin Palace is newly built. It is a wood yellow color, a very calm color, compared with the majestic and solemn Yun Palace. It carries the heroism of the Jusin people. When the three kingdoms divided Daqing, Yunlang Kingdom dominated the Daqing imperial city because it was the Yun Wang and his son who cut off the heads of Emperor Xuanya and the Daqing crown prince. This was agreed upon when the three vassal states united. After the city was broken, the vassal state that took the heads of Emperor Xuanya and his crown prince would own the capital of the Daqing imperial city. The heads of Emperor Xuanya and his crown prince were both taken by the Yun Wang and his son. So the capital of the Daqing Empire should belong to the vassal state Yunling. The Danliang vassal state and the Jusian vassal state withdrew from the Daqing royal city and established new dynasties respectively. Now this Jusian palace is the newly established imperial capital of the new dynasty. Although this place is now the kingdom of Siam and no longer has any resemblance to the Great Qin. But 10 years ago, every inch and every corner of this place where she stepped on was her Great Qin land. Her Great Qin world. Su Rao had a smile on her face, but her bright eyes were tinged with a faint red, coloring her eye sockets. Cousin, Linger is really fine. She is just a little tired because she prepared the birthday gift for my father. This voice suddenly broke into Su Rao's ears. Su Rao stopped and looked at it. In a pavilion not far from the Imperial Garden, Xiaomu Yaling and Rong Feng were there. How can it be fine? My aunt has already told me that Prince Yi has punished you again. This made the crown prince Rong Feng, who has always been gentle and kind, look angry. Let's go find Prince Yi. It's okay for him to punish you on ordinary days, but in such a heavy rain, how could he? Rong Feng pulled Xiaomu Yaling and was about to leave, to find Prince E to argue. Xiaomu Yaling grabbed him. The dimples at the corners of her mouth disappeared, and a gloomy look appeared on her face. Cousin, I'm really fine. What my uncle did was for my own good. Today is my father's birthday party. If you go to my uncle, I'll be angry. Linger. Rongfeng's voice was a little loud. You're still protecting him. This was the first time that Rongfeng got angry at Xianmu Yaling. He doesn't feel sorry for you. But I do. Do you know that you, whom I have been carefully protecting, were hurt by him like this? How can I turn a blind eye to it? What a touching scene. Clap. Su Rao had no sense at all, and directly prevented the quarrel that a pair of lovers might start. Xiaomu Yaling, Xianiqi Xiao actually punished you in the rainstorm. Doesn't he love his niece very much? Why did he punish you like this? Su Rao seemed to be just curious. Completely curious. If you ignore the light that flashed in her bright eyes when she clapped her hands just now. It was a dim light. Last night, Ian came again and told Su Rao that what she told her was the punishment of Siam Yaling the day before. Su Rao naturally knew what Rongfeng and Siam Yaling were arguing about at the moment. Now she spoke up just to find out about this matter. Why did Siam Ichi Xiao punish Siam Yaling for no reason? Although Ying brought this news last night, she didn't know the reason. After all, Siam Ichi Xiao was not emoing. Without absolute certainty, Ying didn't dare to approach and eavesdrop rashly. Su Rao's appearance also made the possible quarrels and conflicts between Rongfeng and Siam Yaling disappear. Siam Yaling's expression when facing Rongfeng also disappeared. She looked at Su Rao for a breath, and then looked at Siam Ichi Xiao, who was walking behind her, and Zhao Lianqing beside her. Princess Ronghua. This princess suddenly remembered something. When she said this, she smiled, and dimples appeared on her round and innocent face. But what she said was, this princess's concubine, the little sister-in-law, is best at fanning the flames and killing people with borrowed knives. She really wants to target you and me. This jumping clown is not something this princess is willing to do. But Princess Ronghua wants to do it? What is the deep meaning of this statement? Su Rao's current behavior is what Zhao Lianqing wants to see the most. Xiaomu Yaling has been in contact with Su Rao for a long time, and knows that although Su Rao is a playboy, she is not stupid at all. Xiaomu Yaling does not want to provoke Su Rao anymore. Nor does she want Su Rao to provoke her. What she did in Yulang Kingdom was just a cover for her daughter's jealousy. Everything she did was to help her little uncle. But now there is no need for this. The young uncle and the Queen Mother have already torn their faces apart. The Queen Mother poisoned the father to control him, and threatened the young uncle, and even threatened the father with her life. Oh, jumping clown! Su Rao seemed to be thinking, and after a breath, she actually glanced at Rongfeng. Aren't you afraid that this princess will snatch your cousin Feng now? It was also a low voice. And when she said the three words cousin Feng, Su Rao's mouth showed an undisguised sneer. This princess knows that Princess Ronghua is actually a smart person. Smart people sometimes pretend to be stupid, but they only fool themselves and make themselves a joke to others. What's more, Princess Ronghua is all about Prince Jiyue. Princess Changle is even smarter, and she is better than this princess. Su Rao directly blocked Xianmu Yaling's next words, seemingly unwilling to mention Yunji. Another smile. Since the other party has already exposed her disguise, it would be a joke if she continued to pretend. A jumping clown. This princess has just arrived. Princess Changle is the host. Wouldn't it be better if you lead the way for this princess? I am dizzy from running around the palace. Princess Ronghua is a guest. What's wrong with this princess leading the way? Raised her hand to invite. The two no longer targeted each other, and seemed to have made peace. Then let's go! Su Rao nodded and gestured. Lead the way. But a gleam of light flashed in her peach blossom eyes again. The daughter of Queen Rong. Changle. It's late. What are you still doing here? Siam Ichi Xiao just spoke, glanced at Siam Muyaling, and didn't come over, and didn't pay attention to Rongfeng, who was angry when he saw him, and walked away first. Siam Ichi Xiao didn't come over, and Zhao Lianqing naturally couldn't come over either. Cousin! Siam Muyaling also pulled Rongfeng. This is the only time, and it won't happen again. Rongfeng held Xianmu Yaling's hand, and pulled Xianmu Yaling out of the pavilion. This was also the first time that Rongfeng didn't notice Su Rao, and directly pulled Xianmu Yaling past Su Rao. This was the first time Su Rao saw this Noanyang gentleman so angry. Compared with Yunji's anger, the two of them were in a cold war. And Rongfeng's anger was actually domineering. They were both elegant gentlemen who liked white. But they were two completely different people. Such deep affection. Is it real? Or fake? Mumbling a word. At this moment, Su Rao's view of Rongfeng seemed to have changed in an instant. Ever since she knew Rongfeng, he has always been a nosy peacemaker. The prince of a country. But he pursues such a naive idea of harmony is the most precious. Is he really so loving? Or is everything a disguise? Real or fake? Since it is not Han Machen, it has nothing to do with this princess. Right? Another mutter. Arms around. Su Rao just followed. At this moment, in the Jingda Hall of Zuxian Hall, people who congratulated also arrived one after another. The first Prince Jiyue, who came first, has sat in his seat and sipped tea. Some ministers of Juxian came to toast. But they were all blocked by Yunling. Whether they secretly said that Yunji was arrogant, self-righteous, or even worse, they said that Yunji didn't know what was good for him. Yunji turned a blind eye to it, and Yunling ignored it. He was just a clown. I came late, but I just happened to hear a joke. Another general came to toast Yunji, but was stopped by Yunling. The general did not leave, but said, I have always heard that Yun Lang's ugly girl from the Su family is extremely eccentric. I didn't believe it before. But today I know that the ugly girl from the Su family is really arrogant. She dared to use the same words and attitude as Prince Jiyu in the street. He shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he was speaking for Yunji. But in fact, he was using this matter to humiliate Yunji. How could a woman say she didn't like him in public? As the Prince of Yunlang? Jiyue. How could this be? It is said that Prince Yi of Juxian is strict in managing the army, and has a good way of ruling his subordinates. But it turns out that this is the kind of people he has managed. This perverse voice broke into the palace. What does this princess do to you? Did this princess pry open your door or seduce your son? I don't know if I will be struck by lightning if I say bad things behind people's backs. If I say too much, it's like a shrew scolding in the street. She was dressed in red and had a bold demeanor. Even though the scar on her forehead was ugly, it could not hide her sharpness at the moment. Su Rao walked into the palace with her arms around her. After such a series of words came out, the general did not react for a while. When he realized that Su Rao was scolding him, he was immediately angry, and his face was red. But before he could say anything back, he saw Siam Yi Shao coming in, and immediately knelt on one knee, and said, My lord, I'm happy. Other Siamese ministers also greeted Prince Yi. This shows the status of Siam Yi Shao in the Siamese countries. It is indeed second to none, and has overwhelming power. Go and lead the army, and give him 100 sticks. Sian Yi Shao spoke directly, without asking the general about the whole story. Being disrespectful to the visitor was his biggest mistake. Not to mention Yunji. Since they met, Sian Yi Shao and Yunji had never fought each other except for the negotiation when Sian Yi Shao went to Qifeng residence. Yun Langji Yuezi. Sian Yi Shao regarded him as his opponent, and an opponent worthy of his admiration. Sian Yi Shao would not humiliate Yunji like this. Let alone he was just a small general. And he really had no way to control his subordinates. This matter was just a small episode. Prince Yi's words were comparable to the words of the king. And the matter was over. When the general bowed his head and retreated from Jingda Hall, he was kicked hard by General Yen Lai, who asked him to drink recklessly. Su Rao did not continue to make trouble, but just glanced at Sian Yi Shao, and then walked to her position, right beside Yunji. She sat cross-legged. She had no girlish reserve. She was careless. She ignored Yunji, as if she really didn't like him anymore. Yunji ignored Su Rao, and sipped his wine. However, the eyes under the satin were no longer as bright as obsidian, and were hazy again. The satin was light and transparent, and every face he saw was blurry. Even the person who had just troubled him looked like. To Yunji, he was not a passerby. The chaotic world was empty and void. If you couldn't see it, you didn't see it. When you closed your eyes, your hearing and smell were more sensitive. He could hear any slight movement in the whole hall. The person next to him actually had a calm breath, and the voice was as weak as a mosquito. Brother Jiyue, Zhao Lianqin, who came in, couldn't control herself in the end. She murmured like this. She hated Yunji so much after learning that he came to Juxian capital. But when she saw Yunji, her love overcame her hatred. Such a humble love. But he was also a pitiful person. With just one glance, Zhao Lianqi was invited to her place by Mo Ying. Zhao Lianqin's reaction was heard and seen by Xian Qixiao. But they did not warn her. Because Xian Qixiao did not love Zhao Lianqin. He actually did not care who Zhao Lianqin liked. Let alone whether he had a green head. People like Xian Qixiao did not care about other people's opinions at all. As for why Su Rao said that, he had a dark face. It was just because of the person. At the beginning, the reason why Xian Qixiao agreed to marry Zhao Lianqin was not because he touched Zhao Lianqin, but to prevent Queen Rong from knowing that, and then calculating against him. Besides, it doesn't matter which woman he marries to Xian Qixiao. Since that has happened, it's better for him to find a woman himself than to wait for Queen Rong to send him a woman through Emperor Wei one day. For these two reasons, Xian Qixiao just reached a marriage agreement with Emperor Yu to make the two countries more friendly neighbors, sign a treaty together, and live in harmony. Wei Lang. Listen. Prince Yi seems to have changed. He used to be like that. If there was a woman who behaved like that in the hall, she would have been taken away by Mo Ying long ago. Queen Rong and Emperor Wei also came. Originally, Prince Yi married Princess Cini of Yunlang, and I was happy for the prince. But who would have thought that he would only give her a concubine position after marrying her? I can also see that the prince was just impulsive about Princess Cini. But now he has someone in his heart. And the iron tree can finally bloom. These words seem to be a loving couple worrying about their brother's marriage. My beloved, I can't decide who a Xiao will marry. And neither can you. We should worry less. A Xiao has his own ideas. Emperor Wei was also extremely gentle. But his auspicious phoenix eyes were calm. He patted Queen Rong's hand that was holding his arm, and told Queen Rong to stop thinking about it. Really? Wei Lang. If I insist on thinking about it, will a Xiao be angry with me? The Emperor's sister-in-law? Then, Wei Lang, you have to protect me. I am afraid of a Xiao's temper. I am afraid that I will not be able to protect myself. The sound of your majesty. Queen Mother has arrived into the joking between the loving couple. Emperor Wei and Queen Rong walked into the palace. Su Rao's first glance fell on Queen Rong. The phoenix spread its wings. The queen's red phoenix robe, exquisite phoenix crown, and rich makeup brought out her innate noble temperament. Cold and stunning. Walking with Emperor Wei, he was not suppressed by him at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be suppressed by Empress Rong's noble aura. Although he was wearing a dragon robe, he did not have the dignity of an emperor. He seemed to be approachable and a very quiet emperor. When he was a hostage in Qin, he still had a trace of youthful spirit. But now he saw it again. And there was no trace of it. Such a couple. They are not a good match at all. But the way they get along with each other makes them feel that they are extremely compatible. And from the fact that Empress Rong walked in with Emperor Wei's arm around her, it can be seen that Empress Rong's status in Juxian is definitely not just a harem woman. Thinking of what Ying said that Empress Rong controls the government of Juxian, and now seeing her in person, Su Rao dared not underestimate Empress Rong at all. And she was very alert. How dare she be careless when a woman who can control Xian Qixiao is sent to kill several times? With just one glance, Su Rao stopped looking at it, in case Empress Rong noticed it, and turned her attention to Emperor Wei, as if she was just curious about Juxian Emperor Wei. The quiet Juxian Emperor Wei looked a little thin, as if it was because he had caught a cold before. But at this moment, he was in very good spirits. From this point of view, there was no sign of poisoning at all, let alone any symptoms of elixir addiction. Emperor Wei didn't seem to be sick. He was just a little thin, like the kind of person who can eat anything but never gain weight. This was the result Su Rao came to after observing Empress Wei for the first time. But when she looked at her for the second time, she would find out. Although Emperor Wei didn't look sick at all, his face wasn't sallow or haggard, but his eyes were slightly blue, with black in the blue. Based on this point, Su Rao was completely sure of her guess. What was the poison that Emperor Wei was poisoned with? And what was the situation that made Master Huishan and Mr. Zhu, the genius doctor, so worried? That is, how to help Emperor Wei get rid of his drug addiction without hurting his dragon body. This is what bothered them. Su Rao's thoughts stayed on Emperor Wei. But she didn't know that Empress Rong had also secretly glanced at her. Then her eyes turned to the direction of Xian Qixiao, and she seemed to have already figured something out in her mind. When Emperor Wei came in, he also looked at Su Rao. And when his eyes met Su Rao's, he nodded slightly. Approachable. Emperor Wei and Empress Rong arrived. And the last minute of the sea hour arrived. It was the auspicious time for Emperor Wei's birthday, and the birthday banquet began. First, there was a lucky drum and harp, and the fairy came down to the world to send birthday wishes, congratulating Emperor Wei on his 30s and his birthday. After that, the princes and princesses sent gifts, including gods and Buddhas invited from thousands of miles away to Wanglu Temple, and 100-character blessing embroidered by herself, all of which were carefully prepared, and the birthday post prepared by Xian Mu Yaling. Gold and silver treasures, ancient books, for treasures of the study, and all kinds of tonic herbs. 1,000-year-old snow lotus, 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Which one is not a tonic? I prepare for my father. Not as much as my brothers and sisters who traveled thousands of miles. Not as much as my sisters who stayed up all night. But I give everything I can to my father. And I hope that my father will be healthy and safe. In the royal family, which prince and princess did not spend countless thoughts to please their father's love, and the things that Xiam Yaling prepared, except for ancient books and a few precious herbs. The other things actually didn't take her long. But compared with the gifts from other princes and princesses, Emperor Wei still liked Xiam Yaling's gifts the most. Because compared with those praying for the protection of gods, Emperor Wei wanted to dominate his own life and do what he wanted to do. Linger is thoughtful, and father is very happy. Xiam Yaling knew that Emperor Wei really liked her when he said the word happy. Father likes it. Linger will prepare for father every year in the future, and father will surely live long in Chang'an. Xiam Yaling said this while looking at Emperor Wei, who was not abnormal at all. She said it just because Emperor Wei was happy. She hid her low mood very well, and did not let Queen Rong notice the slightest abnormality. Perhaps for a moment, Xiam Yaling also thought about confessing to her mother, and asking her why she was so cruel to her father. But as Xian Yiqishao said, Xiam Yaling knew Queen Rong better than anyone else, and knew her mother's character. She knew that once she questioned Queen Rong, the only person who could get the elixir formula from Queen Rong would be gone, and there would be no room for easing between Xian Yiqishao and Queen Rong. Although Xiam Muya Ling knew that there would be no real reconciliation between her young uncle and her mother, she still wanted to try, as long as her father was fine. For her, the young uncle would not really touch her mother. That night, Xiam Muya Ling finally chose Emperor Wei, because she knew that it would be impossible to convince Queen Rong, and she knew that Emperor Wei would not have too much time to wait for her to convince Queen Rong. After the children congratulated the birth, the ministers of the various Siamese departments and the counties and states affiliated with Siam congratulated Emperor Wei on his 30th birthday and presented them with birthday gifts that they had prepared with great care. Finally, the envoys of the two countries of Tanyang and Yuelang presented gifts to congratulate the birth. Tanyang prepared the 3 auspicious stars in the sky. Fu Lu Shou. Congratulations to Emperor Wei on his 30th birthday. May you have both good fortune and longevity, and may you have a long and prosperous life. Xiao Feng is thoughtful, because Xiam Yaling and Rong Feng like each other, and they are cousins. Rong Feng has often come to the kingdom of Siam to see Xiam Yaling. The designated son-in-law is half a biological son. Therefore, the Emperor Wei is also approachable to Rong Feng, and he did not vent his anger on Rong Feng because of Empress Rong. Let the chief steward of the imperial court put away the gift from the kingdom of Danyang. But Yun Lang prepared a landscape painting. This painting depicts the fairy mountains of heaven and earth. In the misty color, you can see the light springs in the mountain streams, flowing slowly, and flying phoenixes flying on the tops of the mountains. Reborn in Nirvana. It is obviously a birthday gift for the Emperor Wei. But the painting is a flying phoenix, which is so puzzling. But this is only seen by people who do not understand the deep meaning of the painting. Looking at the painting in the eyes of these people, apart from this puzzle part, there is only amazement. Deep amazement. The mountains are stacked up. The fairy mountains are shrouded in mist, and the phoenix is reborn from the mountains. Each bright red feather is distinct, and it seems to be wrapped with flames. So lifelike. This painting is so realistic that it feels like you are there. What kind of literary painter can draw such a masterpiece? But looking at this fairyland painting in the eyes of Emperor Wei, it looks like a fairyland. But it is actually just a cage, using the mountain as a prison and the body as a cage. In the body of the phoenix that has been reborn from Nirvana, the heart of the phoenix actually imprisoned a silver dragon that is difficult to break free from its shackles. It is not a golden dragon symbolizing the emperor, but a silver dragon. A silver dragon that only wants to jump out of the flames and fly. When the birthday painting was presented, Envoy Yunlang also spoke at the right time. Our country's Prince Jiyue knew that the Emperor Wei loved landscape paintings very much. And he was in love with Queen Rong. So he specially painted this painting to congratulate the Emperor Wei on his birthday. Written by Prince Jiyue? For a moment, the hall was excited again. It was even more noisy. Such a masterpiece was actually made by Prince Jiyue? Su Rao also looked at Yunji. But it was not because she was amazed that this painting was made by Yunji like others, but because she didn't know when Yunji made such a painting. Since meeting Yunji again in Juxian, Su Rao has not seen any painting made by Yunji. And Yunling and others did not carry any scrolls. So it can only be that Yunji made it after coming to Juxian. But she didn't know it at all. Yunlang Jiyu, the prince, is full of knowledge and has both literary and military skills. When he was 7 years old, he defeated the Confucian scholar of the Yunlang dynasty with a book on the debate of Fu, and later fought against various heroes with a book strategy of war. At the Three Kingdoms Exchange Conference last year, he wrote the 1,000 characters covering astronomy, Kyushu, ethics and history in just 3/4 of an hour. Hundreds of volumes were copied in one night and widely circulated. These words covered up the words of the Yunlang envoy, and the exclamations and praises were endless. This is the first time that the paintings made by Jiyu have appeared in the world. Once they appeared, they caused such a sensation. Jiyu, the prince, is blind and can still draw such a masterpiece. He is really a god. I have studied painting for many years, but it is difficult to reach such a level. The court painter who specializes in painting for the royal family said such a shameful words. It is really shameful. This court painter's words made the other Siamese ministers silent for a moment. The ministers and officials of the Siamese countries had insulted Yunji before, and now their faces were so hot, so ashamed, and so embarrassed. Really a clown. Although this painting was not made by Yunji, no one would think that it was made by someone else, just because of the special seal on the lower left corner of the painting. This seal is the appraisal seal of the Master of Painting in the Academic Association, just to prevent the fraudsters, Mr. Nangua, from passing off other people's works as their own works. Impersonation. And if you look closely, you will find that there is another seal next to this appraisal seal. It is Yunji's private seal. This painting is undoubtedly made by Prince Jiyu. This painting was made by Yunji yesterday. It is a humble work, and I give it to the Emperor Wei just for his hobby. Yunji spoke. The sound of the moon was as clear as the gurgling water. The silence in the hall disappeared in an instant. The moonlight is charming and beautiful. Every move is stunning. Although his eyes are covered by the white satin, he has no sight. But the Emperor Wei feels that Yunji is looking directly at him and seeing through him. It is because of this painting given by Yunji. A painting which contains thousands of changes. Only those who truly understand, cherish and love paintings can see the deep meaning of this painting. The mountains and rivers in the painting are leisurely and contented. The land of immortals, and the phoenix nirvana, under such a static and dynamic appearance. What is hidden is the hope of not being willing to be shackled and trying to break free. If you want to break this dilemma, you must first attack his mind. Only by breaking through life and death can you survive in a desperate situation. What Queen Rong was most worried about was that Emperor Wei was determined to die. Emperor Wei saw the words in the painting, and was suddenly filled with horror. He was shocked that Yunji had seen through his situation and his desires. Even Xian Ichi Shao didn't know that what he was pursuing was not a high position of imperial power. He just wanted to have a piece of mountains and rivers and live with paintings. He was even more shocked that Yunji saw his current situation so clearly and told him with a painting without any concealment. He told him that this was the way to break this dilemma. The mysterious Prince Yunlang Jiyu. What was his intention? Why did he help him so much? A ripple appeared in the calm Ruifeng eyes, but it was only a moment before it returned to calm. To be precise, he hid it quietly. Empress Rong beside him didn't notice it. I've heard that Prince Yunlang Jiyu is unparalleled in his elegance and talent, but I didn't expect his paintings to be so amazing. Emperor Wei has a special liking for paintings, especially landscape paintings. Emperor Wei loves this birthday gift given by Yunji, and he loves it very much. Just from the bright eyes of the auspicious phoenix, it can be seen that Emperor Wei likes this painting very much. So happy. He doesn't have the deep thoughts that an emperor should have, but he is so approachable, just like a painter. A painter who is obsessed with painting. He asked the chief steward to bring the painting to him directly, and he caressed it with love on the spot. Especially his eyes fell on the lifelike flying phoenix. To be precise, he fell on the silver dragon hovering in the heart of the phoenix. As long as the heart of the phoenix is broken, it can come out and fly into the sky from then on. After looking at the painting for a while, Emperor Wei asked the imperial household manager to carefully put the painting away. He then said, "Those who know painting also understand painting. I am very happy to get this masterpiece today. I will offer you a glass of light wine." Picked up the wine jar. Emperor Wei smiled. He was in a very good mood. "Brother." Xian Qishao's eyes were dazed. It had been a long time since he saw Emperor Wei smile like this. And now, just because of a painting, his cold eyes fell on Yunji again. After a moment, he looked at Queen Rong. His eyebrows darkened immediately. "Phoenix, your majesty has just recovered from the cold. So don't drink, lest the cold gets worse and I will be worried again." At this moment, Queen Rong didn't seem to notice Xian Qishao's reaction to her, because Queen Rong's attention was all on Emperor Wei at this moment. Taking the wine bottle back from Emperor Wei, Empress Rong's expression was somewhat incomprehensible. She seemed to be worried that Emperor Wei would commit suicide, or because of Emperor Wei's smile. It had been a long time since Xian Qishao saw Emperor Wei smile like this again, and Empress Rong had been there for longer than him. It had been so long that Empress Rong could hardly remember what Emperor Wei looked like when he really smiled, and how it had warmed her heart. Was it when he knew she would choose to marry him? Was it when they got married? Or when they were pregnant with Linger? But since he knew that she married him just for her unyielding pride, just so that she could take revenge on Yunyu for rejecting her one day, he betrayed her and would rather go to Daqin as a hostage than stay with her for a moment longer. She was also moved by him for a moment, and thought about settling down and being with him. But he betrayed her. All men in the world are unfeeling. Since he betrayed her, she was ruined. The warmth in her heart was ruthlessly driven out of her heart by Queen Rong in such a short moment, leaving only her arrogance. "Your Majesty, please use tea instead of wine to toast the Prince Jiyu of Yunlang Kingdom." After taking back the wine bottle, Queen Rong poured a cup of tea and handed it to Emperor Wei. She just looked at Yunji. "Prince Jiyu is weak. I think he doesn't drink." While Queen Rong was speaking, Su Rao took the wine cup and took a sip. The fine wine tasted good on her lips and teeth, but it couldn't make Su Rao feel better. Instead, she felt more depressed. At this moment, her mind was not on Queen Rong and Emperor Wei at all, although there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. The peach color around her bright eyes was lingering, and it seemed to be reflected on the entire brow, as if she had drunk too much. Just because of Yunji's words, Su Rao's heart was disturbed again, and now it was so easily disturbed. Yunji just painted this picture yesterday. He left yesterday to paint. Yunji seemed to have sensed something, and his jade fingers holding the cup slightly tightened the cup. But he did not look at Su Rao. "Raise the cup. Yunji is indeed not suitable for drinking, and he will use tea instead of wine to return the Emperor's toast." The clear voice carried the coldness that he, the Prince Jiyu, should have. There was no abnormality because of Su Rao's reaction. Yunji spoke again, and it was the distant and cold Jiyu Prince again, which made Su Rao's mind return to her mind. And she looked away from Yunji. Another sip of wine. Her expression became clearer, even if his original intention was to let her have a good rest. So what? It was his fault to press her acupoints. She did not blame him wrongly. So why should she feel guilty? Another sip of wine. Her eyes became clearer, and she put aside all the things related to Yunji and stopped thinking about it. After the birthday gifts were delivered, it was noon and the birthday meal was served. The orchestra and string music also started, and the dancers entered the palace. The music was played, and the dance was accompanied by dance. "Concubine Zhao, I heard that you are famous in Yunlang, and you are proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Looking at your figure, I think you should be a very good dancer. You have been married to my Zhu Xian for a while. In the past, a Xiao kept you very secret. Today, I have finally seen you at the Emperor's birthday banquet. Why don't you dance first?" Empress Rong suddenly asked Zhao Lianqin to dance. Although she was smiling and asked about Zhao Lianqin's intention, it can be seen from her waving her hand to let all the dancers leave that the so-called asking was just a superficial meaning. A Xiao won't be reluctant. Following this joke, looking at Xian Qishao, Empress Rong looked like a good sister-in-law at this moment. But anyone who knew that Empress Rong and Xian Qishao were not in harmony knew that Empress Rong did it on purpose. She was deliberately targeting Xian Qishao. And Su Rao was one of those who knew. The cup in his hand swayed, and the wine rippled in circles. Taking advantage of the moment of tasting the wine, Su Rao's eyes quickly swept over Queen Rong and Xian Ichi Xiao. The peach blossom eyes were filled with a dark color, deep and hard to understand. A war without gunpowder? Is it about to begin? After a moment, he looked at Zhao Lianqing again. Zhao Lianqing was the concubine of Xianiqi Xiao. If she danced like a dancer in the hall, it would be a disgrace to Xianiqi Xiao. She was a little curious about how she would respond to Queen Rong's deliberate behavior. As the concubine of the prince, how should I act? Please tell me. Prince. Zhao Lianqing first stood up and knelt to Queen Rong, the etiquette of a noble lady, and then said that her husband was the heaven, and looked at Xianiqi Xiao. Wait for Xianiqi Xiao to speak. Women's 3 obediences: obey their father before marriage, obey their husband after marriage, and obey their son after their husband's death. For a noble lady like Zhao Lianqing, she naturally held herself to such a standard and kept it in mind at all times. Her actions and gestures were all reserved, without showing any anger of being humiliated. Nor did she disgrace her status as a lady from a noble family, which made it impossible for Empress Rong to find any fault. If she had not fallen in love with Yun Ji, how many good men would have wanted to marry her? Perhaps she would have lived a wonderful life today, instead of being trapped in her own cocoon and finally marrying far away. When it comes to house fighting and palace fighting, and dealing with women's tricks, Su Rao has to admit that Zhao Lianqing has definitely learned the essence in this regard. Zhao Lianqing's mind is not shallow at all. As long as it is not related to Yun Ji, her intelligence is not weak. Su Rao believes that even if Zhao Lianqing is not fully aware of the undercurrent confrontation between Empress Rong and Xian Ichi Xiao, she must have felt and noticed something. She has been in Zhu Xian for several months. Although she has never stepped out of Prince He's mansion most of the time, she must have heard some things from others. After all, Prince He has quite a few maids and servants, so naturally there will be more and more gossips from hearsay, plus her own feelings. I am afraid that she will know almost everything. Her current actions are completely on the side of Xianiqi Xiao, which also shows her intelligence. She knows how to stand in a position that will benefit her now. Just as Su Rao guessed, Zhao Lianqing knew it very well. From the first time Zhao Lianqing came to Zhuxian to pay respects to Queen Rong, Queen Rong's words to her were hidden in the intention of winning her over. But she and Xianiqi Xiao had a verbal confrontation. Zhao Lianqing felt it. Zhao Lianqing has been taught by Xu Guifei, the aunt who is always favored, since she was a child. She actually knows best how to hide a knife in words and kill people invisibly. Queen Rong and Xianiqi Xiao are not in harmony. So she, Princess Sini, who came to marry, will inevitably become a pawn between Queen Rong and Xianiqi Xiao. She had to choose a side, and only by standing in the right position could she live safely in Zhuxian. Without thinking too much, Zhao Lianqing would also choose Xianiqi Xiao, let alone other things. She knew how to make a choice based on what concubine she said before she got married, and because she often went in and out of Yun Palace since she was a child. Zhao Lianqing knew more about the concubines in the palace. After only a few contacts with Queen Rong, Zhao Lianqing knew what kind of person Queen Rong was. As for the chess pieces, once they were no longer useful, she would definitely get rid of them. As for Xianiqi Xiao, the two of them did not interfere with each other. Zhao Lianqing knew in her heart that as long as she was a stable concubine and did not negotiate with Queen Rong, she could live safely in Zhuxian. These reasons are the fundamental reasons why Zhao Lianqing chose Xianiqi Xiao. But there is another inevitable reason. That is, Xianiqi Xiao is Zhao Lianqing's husband. For women in ancient times, all honor and disgrace depended on their husbands. If one prospers, all prosper, and if one suffers, all suffer. From the day of the marriage, from the day Zhao Lianqing became Xianiqi Xiao's concubine, her life was destined to be tied to Xianiqi Xiao. If Xianiqi Xiao got into trouble, then she, the concubine, would definitely not end well. My beloved concubine. Zhao Lianqing waited for Xianiqi Xiao to speak. But before Xianiqi Xiao spoke, the Emperor Wei frowned. What are you going to do? Under the imperial case, a hand with obvious joints grabbed the right wrist of Queen Rong, and the crisp sound of Queen Rong's wrist was heard, which shows how strong it was. Ruifeng's eyes fell on Queen Rong, and her face seemed helpless. But the calmness inside turned into a hidden anger. No matter how Empress Rong treated him, Emperor Wei would not frown or get angry easily. Only when it came to Xian Ichi Xiao, Emperor Wei would get angry. Wei Lang is angry again. How rare, said in a low voice. Empress Rong seemed not to feel the pain in her wrist. Your Majesty also likes singing and dancing. But he just asked concubine Zhao to dance a piece. Didn't I dance for your Majesty before? Your Majesty praised my stunning dance. The shy loving couple, no matter how they fought secretly, they didn't show it on their faces. Only their deep love. After saying this, Empress Rong looked at Zhao Lianqing again. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Her cold and beautiful eyes, even more fierce. Zhao, concubine, father, mother, Siam Yeling, who was sitting there, had a trace of grief in her eyes. Now that she knew, she could easily see the tension under the love, and was about to stand up and speak. Does the emperor want to see the concubine dance? Siam Ichi Xiao also spoke, not knowing whether he noticed Siam Yeling's reaction or didn't want the emperor to anger the crazy woman Queen Rong at this time. I'm afraid that this concubine will disappoint the emperor's sister-in-law. He looked at Zhao Lianqing. Xianichi Xiao said again, sister-in-law, have you forgotten that the noble ladies of Yunlang are different from the noble ladies of Danyang? The ladies of the Yunlang noble families regard the pleasure of learning dance as a degradation of their status and a disgrace to their family tradition. This is the difference in literature and customs between Danyang and Yunlang. The noble ladies of Yunlang regard learning dance as a pleasure for others, which is something that only the lowest class women would learn. However, the noble ladies of Danyang regard it as a refined talent, and it is also a kind of show-off among the noble families. When Xianichi Xiao said this, the feeling of being blocked by the cold within 3 feet of his body was obvious, and what he said was just stating a fact. But it felt like he was using this remark to respond to Queen Rong. As a noble lady of a noble family, and even a legitimate daughter, she would not learn a dance that only dancers would learn. Degrading status. Sister-in-law, do you think what I said makes sense? As for Queen Rong using Zhao Lianqing to embarrass him, Xian Ichi Xiao actually had no other feelings in his heart, and seemed to know Zhao Lianqing's choice. This incident was just another attempt by Queen Rong to show him her power. He should give him a taste of his own medicine. It was my carelessness that forgot the cultural differences between Yunlang and Danyang. Queen Rong did not freeze her face because of Xian Ichi Xiao's humiliating words, and she did not continue to hold Zhao Lianqing, but laughed and let the matter pass. The soft hand under the imperial desk exerted force to pry open the hand of Emperor Wei holding her wrist. With a cold and beautiful look, Your Majesty, I just knocked. But Prince-y really did not react. I wonder if Prince-y would react if concubine Zhao was replaced by Princess Ronghua. He is already quite old. And Your Majesty, as his elder brother, should also ask about it. This was said in a very low voice, and only the two of them could hear it. Rongyur, stop it. The Emperor Wei held his breath. It seemed that he could no longer bear it. Otherwise, I don't think there is any need to continue this birthday banquet. Your Majesty, are you threatening me? This is what I have carefully prepared for you. If you are not satisfied, I can prepare a second one for you. Empress Rong sat up straight, and once again showed her noble demeanor. She asked Ronggu to summon the dancers. The singing and dancing started again. Wei Lang, if you listen to me, you will love a Xiao as much as Wei Lang does. After all, a Xiao is the most powerful warrior in the Siamese kingdom. The powerful Prince Yi. You can't bear to see him get into trouble for a while. He said this again. He used both soft and hard tactics. Rongyur, you will get caught in your own trap sooner or later. The Emperor of Wei finally said this, and ignored Queen Rong, and regained his calm and self-sustaining mentality. Under the phoenix robe, the jade fingers pinched out green. Queen Rong's mouth curled up a smile. Getting caught in your own trap. Huh? Then we'll go to hell together. A war without gunpowder smoke. And an end without gunpowder smoke. For a moment, Su Rao secretly moved her eyebrows. She glanced at Queen Rong secretly again. And it was hard to understand what Queen Rong did. What did she want to do? What was her intention? Queen Rong of Jusin Kingdom. Princess Danyang Rongyu. She has her own intentions when doing things. This is just the beginning. And what will happen next will be her true intention. Such a voice suddenly came to my ears. Calm and transparent. It was like the flying catkins brushing across my heart. Rippling a ripple. My heart was throbbing. Yunji didn't look at Su Rao. Nor did he speak. But this voice reached Su Rao's ears. Holding the wine cup. The soft hand shook slightly, shaking the wine in the cup. causing a layer of ripples. And the peach blossom eyes flickered. And the corners of the lips were pressed. Sorry. Yunji is too talkative. This voice again. Knowing that he is too talkative. But still so talkative. Why is he not angry? Not feeling wronged? And indulges her again and again. And lets her bully him again and again. I won't apologize. Because I didn't blame you wrongly. I won't feel guilty. Su Rao didn't look at Yunji. But just took another sip of wine. The fine wines of Ju Siam, even the mildest wine, are stronger than Yun Lang's wine. After a sip, the spicy and hot feeling made Su Rao feel very refreshed. Drink less. You can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But once you are drunk, it will be difficult to sober up. The last sentence ended the silent conversation between the two. She would not apologize. Nor did she say that she did not need to apologize. She just changed the wine cup in her hand to a tea cup and obeyed Yunji's concern. The sound of drums and music, the graceful dancing, the joy and celebration. The Jingga Hall seemed to be calm. But the unknown storm hidden in the dark might appear in the next moment. And then one wave after another would begin. At this moment, another wave of unknown danger seemed to be coming. The scorching sun made the sand and stones on the Gobi Desert feel hot. But the 3 camels that were bumping along did not feel the heat on their feet. Young master, after we pass this Gobi Desert, we will completely enter the territory of our Ju Siam country. The person who spoke had a heavy voice. He was the guide along the way in the Gobi Desert. He led the way for merchants and tourists who came to Ju Siam to do business and made a living from it. While talking, the guide looked at the young master riding on the camel in the middle. He was wearing a gray hat and his face was not visible. But from his clothes, he was obviously a young master from a wealthy family. This person was Yao Yeding. He was the one who came to deliver the letter to Princess Rongwa on behalf of the crown princess. He only brought one follower. He came in disguise. In just a few days, they had arrived in Juxian. It can be seen that the two of them must have traveled day and night without stopping. Speed up. We must cross this Gobi Desert before dark. Yao Yeding raised his hand again to wipe the sweat from his forehead, quenched his thirst with a sip of water, and kicked the camel's belly. Okay. The guide immediately agreed and led the way. After noon, the sun seemed to move very fast. But in a moment, it was already in the slanting sky. In Jingga Hall, the birthday banquet of Emperor Wei was drawing to a close. At this time, Queen Rong was in trouble again. This time, she was really going to do something. This was the real intention of Queen Rong, as Yunji said. The previous trouble was just a warning, as Queen Rong said. But now, it was the real thing. The target was Su Rao. The women of high families in Yuanlang regard singing and dancing as a way to please others. But like Danliang, they regard the zither as a talent and elegant learning. There are countless people who are good at the zither in Danliang. And as for the outstanding young generation, the only one I have heard is the Danliang Crown Prince Rongfeng, who is very talented. A few days ago, I heard Crown Prince Rongfeng praise Yuanlang for a wonderful woman many times. A song of high mountains and flowing water amazed him. There is really music in the world that makes people want to indulge in that leisurely place. A paradise on earth, with birds singing and flowers blooming. The person who spoke this was Chao's Wisher of Juxian. Although he was Wisher, he also loved zither music, and thus became friends with Rongfeng, a real zither player. Every time Rongfeng came to Juxian to find Xian Meiling, he would sit with Chao's Wisher for a while. They discussed their feelings about the zither, exchanged other zither music they heard and knew, and made friends through the zither. I wonder if I can have the honor like Prince Rongfeng today, to hear Princess Rongwa play that song. While speaking, Chao's Wisher's eyes fell on Su Rao, with a smile on his face, being mentioned for no reason, especially by his wisher. Su Rao's eyebrows moved secretly. As the other party, Rongfeng's temper just disappeared at this moment, or was suppressed by him. His first reaction was to look at Chao's Wisher. Chao's Wisher also nodded slightly to Rongfeng. With just a nod, Rongfeng understood what he meant. Rongfeng had mentioned to Chao's Wisher several times that he regretted not hearing Su Rao play that song again. And now Chao's Wisher's words seemed to want to help Rongfeng fulfill his wish. For a moment, Rongfeng looked at Su Rao again, but he met Su Rao's eyes. With just such a glance, Rongfeng actually retracted his gaze first, and did not speak. So silent, being treated unfriendly by Su Rao every time. Rongfeng knew that he and Su Rao could never become friends and bosom friends. And every time he spoke, he would somehow irritate Su Rao. So he simply didn't say anything this time. Such an unreasonable Rong Feng would never appear in the past. So rude. But now he appeared. But perhaps Su Rao's unfriendliness from beginning to end was only one reason. And the real reason was because of Xianmu Yaling. Because he had such a conflict with Xianmu Yaling in the morning. Rong Feng was not in the mood to please at this moment. Compared with the piano music, Rong Feng cared more about Xianmu Yaling. So he could even let go of the piano music that he loved and was obsessed with the most. Xianmu Yaling, who knew about Su Rao playing that song from Rong Feng. Her first reaction was to look at Queen Rong first, and then looked at Chao Zhuisher. It was obvious that Chao Zhuisher was the man of Queen Rong. Lord Chao, you might have said the wrong person. Rong Feng did not speak. And another minister spoke immediately. You are probably talking about concubine Zhao. Among the many people present, only 3 or 4 people knew the strange woman that Chao Zhuisher was talking about. And Chao Zhuisher said it was Su Rao. Which meant that the strange woman Rong Feng was talking about was Su Rao. All the ministers of Siam also knew how much Rong Feng liked the zither. And the person who could make Rong Feng praise her must be a master of zither. But Rong Feng was silent at this moment. Compared to the notorious ugly girl of the Su family, it seemed that everyone was more willing to believe that Zhao Lianqin, who was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, was the strange woman that Chao Zhuisher was talking about. Zhao Lianqin was once again involved in this way. And her eyebrows moved immediately. And her orchid eyes, like Xianmu Yaling, actually looked at Queen Rong. Yes, Lord Chao, you have a bad memory and remembered it wrong. Another official also spoke up, questioning Chao Zhuisher directly. How could I say it wrong? Let alone remember it wrong? It is Princess Ronghua. If Lord Du doesn't believe it, you can let Princess Ronghua compete with concubine Zhao. Let's compete. Du really doesn't believe it. Chao Zhuisher and Lord Du mentioned by Chao Zhuisher. The two of them actually quarreled in Jingda Hall because of this small matter. It is clear that as long as Rong Feng said a word, as long as Rong Feng spoke, it would be possible to prove whether it was Su Rao or Zhao Lianqin. But they seem to have never thought of this. Instead, they were so radical that they directly let Su Rao and Zhao Lianqin compete to see who was right. Su Rao's heart immediately moved. The actions of these two people were clearly to make her confront Zhao Lianqin. A circle of bright peach color was painted around her peach blossom eyes. What did they want to do? With her eyes slightly narrowed, Su Rao also looked at Queen Rong. Xianmu Yaling knew it was Queen Rong because she knew Chao Zhuisher was on Queen Rong's side. And Zhao Lianqin thought it was Queen Rong who was secretly operating because Queen Rong had already targeted her before. And Su Rao felt something, which was her sixth sense. And because she was sure that Queen Rong was the one behind her arrest. And that Xian Yiqi Xiao was Han Mochen. So now Chao Zhuisher and these Siamese ministers, who suddenly spoke up deliberately pulled her in. And pulled her into some unknown situation that Queen Rong might have set for her. Su Rao was not surprised at all, but thought of what Yunji had mentioned before. Queen Rong's real intention. It turned out that the final target was really her. It was not a wise move to make a move in such a grand hall. This seemed to be different from the Empress Rong that Ying told her was not shallow. And even more different from the Empress Rong she observed. In her heart, she was still confused for a moment. She didn't know what Empress Rong's intention was. If she wanted to catch her, it was obviously unlikely to do it in such a hall. Su Rao couldn't guess Empress Rong's intention at the moment. But Yunji, who was standing by, suddenly understood. In just a few words, Yunji understood Empress Rong's real intention from the argument between Chao Zhuisher and Lord Du. Testing. She was using Su Rao to test Xian Yiqi Xiao's attitude. Under the satin, the misty eyes with a sense of haze, the emptiness inside could not see anything clearly. But the gaze fell directly on Xian Yiqi Xiao. As Yunji understood, Xian Yiqi Xiao's sharp eyebrows frowned slightly. I don't know if it was because of Zhao Lianqin, or because of Su Rao, or because Chao Zhuisher and Lord Du were arguing so unbecomingly in Jingda Hall. Xian Yiqi Xiao's frowning didn't even stop for a moment. And he had already returned to his cold and indifferent attitude, but was still caught by Queen Rong. At the right time, a cold arc rose at the corner of his mouth. Rong Yu. Emperor Wei grabbed Queen Rong's wrist again, and the force was still very heavy, preventing Queen Rong from speaking. I think this birthday banquet should end. With such a low voice, with deep anger, Emperor Wei was about to stand up. But Queen Rong grabbed his wrist. and the fingertips painted with nail polish directly embedded in Emperor Wei's skin, leaving finger marks. Wei Lang, you are really disobedient. Why do you have to be so naughty? After hearing this, Queen Rong's face also showed a slight gloom, and her cold eyes became more gloomy. In the eyes of others, it was because Chao Zhuoshi and Lord Du were arguing in the palace, like a shrew scolding in the street, that made Queen Rong unhappy. But Xian Yiqi Xiao knew that Queen Rong was threatening Emperor Wei again. It's not decent to make such a fuss in the palace. Xian Yiqi Xiao spoke, and her pair of auspicious phoenix eyes fell directly on Chao Zhuoshi and Lord Du, who were still arguing. There was no light fluctuation inside, but layers of coldness. Moing. He called Moing directly. The meaning was very clear. To pull these two embarrassing things down. Chao Zhuoshi and Lord Du immediately changed their faces. The sound of quarreling stopped, and their first reaction was to ask Queen Rong for help. As an important official in the court, it is really inappropriate for you to make such a fuss at the Emperor's birthday banquet. Come here. Take Chao Zhuoshi and Lord Du away to me, and calm their impetuous minds. Queen Rong just spoke and directly asked the palace guards to take Chao Zhuoshi and Lord Du away without questioning. Moing did not intervene. Xiao, don't be upset. Today is your brother's birthday banquet. It's not good to see blood, if it offends the Emperor's luck. After saying that, Queen Rong stood up and walked around the imperial desk. The Emperor wanted to grab her wrist again, but failed. He felt heavy again. He couldn't stop her. If he moved again, he didn't know what Queen Rong would do and how she would act. The same pair of auspicious phoenix eyes fell on Xian Yiqi Xiao, with a trace of worry, and shook his head slightly. Let Xian Yiqi Xiao not confront Queen Rong head-on at this time. And don't fall into Queen Rong's trick. If you can bear it, bear it. Don't be angry for a while. The Emperor's sister-in-law is thoughtful. Xian Yiqi Xiao knew in his heart that Queen Rong was calculating him again. He looked at the Emperor and gave him a reassuring look. And then his eyes met with Queen Rong's in the air. Invisibly, the hands in the ink-colored python robe squeezed out a crackling sound. Zhao Lianxin, who was standing by, heard it very clearly, even though she was a woman who didn't know martial arts. She could hear it. This showed how strong Xian Yiqi Xiao's hand was. At this moment, she was enduring. A ripple immediately appeared in Su Rao's bright peach eyes, and she looked at Xian Yiqi Xiao. He could still endure being threatened by Queen Rong with the Emperor Wei. So blatantly. It was indeed Prince Yi. Cold. Despicable. Shun. Su Rao was involved. But she didn't say a word from beginning to end. Just watching this big show. Su Rao didn't get involved. So Queen Rong's test was naturally completely ineffective. How much does Xian Yiqi Xiao care about Su Rao? How much does he like her? Su Rao may become another chess piece for her to deal with Xian Yiqi Xiao's shackles. Queen Rong was depressed and glanced at Emperor Wei, because Emperor Wei stopped her and ruined her attempt. Queen Rong seemed to be crazy. Mother! Xiaomu Yaling seemed to notice the change in Queen Rong. Finally, she spoke. Linga hasn't heard her cousin play the piano for a long time. Why don't you let her cousin play a song? As she spoke, Xiaomu Yaling stood up and pulled Rongfeng up. A glance. Linger's right. Just now, Rongfeng also noticed the abnormality in the palace. Rongfeng is a warm and sunny gentleman. Although he doesn't have such deep thoughts, he is also the prince of a country after all. There are some things he doesn't know, but it doesn't mean he won't notice them. Rongfeng knew how Zhao Lianxin and Su Rao had a relationship when they were in Yunlang. And how could Rongfeng not notice the dispute between Chao Zhuoshi and Lord Du just now? Chao Zhuoshi and Lord Du's actions obviously wanted to use Su Rao and Zhao Lianxin to humiliate Yunlang. Su Rao and Zhao Lianxin are both from Yunlang. No matter which of them makes a fool of themselves, it will eventually affect the country. Su Rao and Zhao Lianxin make a fool of themselves, which means Yunlang makes a fool of itself. Because he noticed the confrontation between the two countries. Rongfeng did not speak up for Chao Zhuoshi when Queen Rong asked him to pull Chao Zhuoshi and Lord Du down. Rongfeng is kind-hearted and believes in peace. But this does not mean that he is a peacemaker who meddles in everything. When it comes to the two countries, he will not meddle too much. Besides, it was Queen Rong who spoke. Queen Rong is Rongfeng's aunt. If Queen Rong punishes someone, Rongfeng cannot talk too much with his aunt. Aunt, why don't you let Fenger and Linger play a song together to cheer up Uncle's birthday? It seems that aunt has not heard Fenger and Linger play together for a long time. Rongfeng said again. cooperate with Siam Yaling. How could Rong Feng not know what kind of person Siam Yaling was? Siam Yaling asked him to play the piano to ease the atmosphere in the palace to avoid any real trouble. Play with Linger? Queen Rong looked at Rong Feng and Siam Yaling for a moment, and said, speaking of Linger playing the piano, this palace remembered something. I heard Linger say that when she was in Yunlang, Linger and Princess Rongwa had some unpleasantness because of Feng. The matter was related to Su Rao again. Queen Rong actually mentioned the jealousy between Siam Yaling and Su Rao because of Rong Feng when they were in Yunlang, and then looked at Su Rao again. Although she was still so noble and cold, she felt a sense of affinity around her, which was completely different from the unquestionable attitude she had towards Zhao Lianqin. It is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Princess Rongwa and my daughter Linger are both people of temperament, so they should be friends. The meaning of Queen Rong's words is more obvious. She actually intends to make Siam Muya Ling and Su Rao friendly. Although I am in Ju Siam, I have heard a lot about Princess Rongwa. Princess Rongwa is a daughter of a general, and is not particular about trivial matters. This time she came to my Ju Siam. Why not take this opportunity to resolve the feud with my daughter Linger? The queen wants me to make peace with your daughter. Su Rao finally spoke. A smile appeared on her face, and she looked extremely frivolous. She leaned back slightly, leaned back against the back of the chair, and hugged her arms directly. She had no female reserve at all, and this posture showed her dandy nature to the fullest. That's easy to say. The queen asked Xian Muyaling to apologize to me. She had caused me so many troubles when I was in Yunlang. Let me get them back one by one, and I will reluctantly forgive her. She looked like a big man who didn't care about the little man's fault, but the depths of her bright peach eyes were filled with deep light. Her sight fell on Siam Yaling again. A direct provocative look. They had stopped targeting each other in the Imperial Garden earlier, but at this moment, Su Rao seemed to hold a grudge again. The ugly girl of the Su family, who was vindictive, once said that she would give back the place she lost sooner or later. Now that Queen Rong had given her this place several times, how could she not go up and put on a good show? She wanted to see what Queen Rong was planning. What was she up to? She dragged her in again and again. What exactly was she going to do? Could it be that if the hard way didn't work, she was going to use the soft way? She had sent people to catch her several times but couldn't. So now she was using her daughter as bait to catch this slippery fish? Making friends. I'm afraid that she would be in a dark cell tomorrow after making friends today. Su Rao looked at Xian Muyaling, and Xian Muyaling also looked at Su Rao. The vicious feeling inside had completely disappeared at this moment. The Xian Muyaling who seemed vicious and looking for trouble in Yunlang was just doing it on purpose. Looking at Su Rao, Xian Muyaling looked at Queen Rong again. What exactly does the mother want to do? Why does she want Su Rao to come forward again and again? Let her make peace with Su Rao. The princess wants Linger to apologize? Queen Rong frowned rarely. She didn't expect Su Rao to play so unconventionally. She actually wanted Xian Muyaling to apologize to her, and wanted to get it back one by one. Shouldn't she apologize? Su Rao asked directly. This princess doesn't like Rong Feng, but Xian Muyaling has repeatedly troubled this princess because of this. In our Xian, the strong are always respected. If you want others to submit willingly, you have to make them bow their heads first. Empress Rong actually said this directly, and she seemed to be angry at Su Rao who was so arrogant. The meaning of the words. Whoever has the harder fist has the right to make the decision. If Princess Rongwa wants Linger to apologize, she will have a fight with Linger. If Linger loses, Princess Rongwa can make Linger apologize in any way she wants. After saying this, the cold eyes glanced at Xian Qishao again. Well, let Linger and Su Rao fight and see who Xian Qishao cares about. What if this princess loses? Su Rao once again rudely interrupted Queen Rong's words. The ugly daughter of the Su family didn't care about others as long as she felt comfortable. Let this princess fight with Siam Yaling. Everyone knows that this princess always loses when she fights with Siam Yaling. Queen, you must be doing this on purpose. Whatever you think, you say. Everyone is a guest, and the queen wants this princess to make peace with your daughter. So the rules should be set by this princess. This is fair. She still looked perverse, and she looked like she was not easy to fool, especially against the background of this flamboyant red dress. Su Rao looked extremely dandy, but also dazzling. So sharp. The princess wants to set the rules. Queen Rong, who always handled Siam Yi and Qishao with ease, frowned again because of Su Rao's behavior. and finally became really angry. There was such an ungrateful woman. But there was a hint of understanding in her cold and beautiful eyes. Why did Prince E, who never approached women, fall in love with Su Rao? Such a woman. Eccentric. But under this eccentricity, she hit a sharp edge. She should have taken the initiative. But she took the initiative in her hands with just 2 or 3 words. No wonder Xian Ichi Xiao treated her differently. A maverick woman. Then, I wonder how Princess Rongwa wants to set the rules. Cough. In the palace, there was a sudden cough. Su Rao looked at Yunji for a moment. But Queen Rong suddenly turned around and looked at Emperor Wei. The cough and wheeze came not from Yunji, but from the Emperor Wei, who was sitting on the throne. The Emperor Wei, who had been fine all day, suddenly coughed and wheezed, and covered his lips with a handkerchief. His hands were shaking, as if he was addicted to drugs. Queen Rong's face changed for a moment, and she walked quickly to the side of the Emperor Wei. As she approached, she found something unusual, as the Emperor Wei was not addicted to drugs. Xian Ichi Wei. She immediately grabbed the Emperor Wei's wrist, pinching it until it turned pale. The Emperor Wei finally stopped her again, ignoring Queen Rong's anger, and coughed again. My beloved, I have caught a cold. I think this birthday banquet should end here. My beloved has been attentive, and I know it in my heart. I am a little tired. Moing. Please call the imperial physician. Xian Ichi Xiao also strode up to the palace platform. Xian Muyaling and Rong Feng also hurriedly followed behind. Since my brother is tired, let's end this birthday banquet. I will help my brother back to the bedroom. Don't catch a cold. Hard eyes fell on Queen Rong, secretly pulling away the hand that Queen Rong was holding on the wrist of Emperor Wei. Xian Ichi Xiao's action was obscure, but Xian Muyaling, who came up, saw it clearly, and Rong Feng also saw it. Between my aunt and Prince E. At this moment, I also realized that Xian Muyaling's face was also abnormal. For a moment, Rong Feng thought of Xian Muyaling's red eyes in the morning, and his eyes looked at Xian Ichi Xiao with a hint of anger, thinking that it was Xian Ichi Xiao's fault. Not only did he punish Xian Muyaling to do horse stance in the heavy rain, but now he was so disrespectful to Queen Rong. Such an arrogant Prince E. Rong Feng was about to speak, but Xian Muyaling noticed it in time, hurriedly stopped Rong Feng, and pulled Rong Feng back. Sister-in-law, my brother has caught a cold. Let Changle and Princess Rongwa solve the problem by themselves. It's better for you to take care of my brother. After saying this, Xianichi Xiao helped Emperor Wei to leave. A Xiao is right. I was negligent. Empress Rong's face was gloomy for only a moment, and then turned into deep worry. She also gave a reasonable explanation for why Xianichi Xiao was so annoyed. She supported Emperor Wei from the other side. Wei Lang, you are not feeling well. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Although I carefully prepared this birthday banquet for Wei Lang, it is not as important as Wei Lang's health. Empress Rong was so affectionate, and her disguise was perfect. No wonder no one in the Siamese country noticed the evil things that Empress Rong did to Emperor Wei for so long. He knew about Xianichi Xiao because Empress Rong took the initiative to find Xianichi Xiao. Why don't we let Yunji take the pulse of the Emperor Wei first? Although Yunji is not a doctor, he has become a doctor after suffering from illness for a long time. Yunji still knows a little bit about the basics of ordinary medicine. Just when the ministers in the court were also anxious for the Emperor Wei, Yunji spoke. Today is the birthday banquet of the Emperor Wei. The ministers who came are all important ministers above the 3rd rank. The imperial physician is a 4th rank official and cannot attend today's banquet. The imperial hospital is also a distance away from the Jingda Hall. It will take a long time for the imperial physician to rush. Why not let him take a look first? Yunji was so kind that Xian Ichi Xiao slightly moved his eyebrows. Thank you. After a breath, he finally did not refuse. Let Yunlang take the pulse of the Emperor Wei. Prince Jiyu. Thank you. Prince Yi did not refuse, and Queen Rong naturally would not stop him. Instead, she made way for Yunji. Queen Rong's reaction made it difficult for Xian Muyaling to see clearly what her mother was thinking. Since she used the elixir to control her father, why didn't she stop Yunji from checking her father's pulse? If Yunji found out something, her mother was confident that Yunji couldn't find out anything. After all, Yunji was not a doctor. Queen Rong is polite. Yunji only knows a little bit, she said in a calm voice. Yunji checked the pulse of the emperor. Su Rao didn't follow Yunji, but frowned slightly. Yunji's reaction today seemed to be too abnormal. After a breath, Yun Jifang said again. The emperor is fine. But he has been suffering from a cold for a long time, which has caused throat problems. He is coughing and wheezing. He should be fine after taking 3 doses of heat-clearing and detoxifying medicine a day. Yunji nodded to Prince Yi and Queen Rong again, but did not prepare the medicine, but only told them what medicine to use. The imperial physician in the palace naturally took care of the prescription and decoction of medicine. After all, he is the emperor of a country, and Yunji is only a half-baked one. If the medicine he prescribed caused something to happen to the emperor, in less than half a minute, the imperial physician also hurried over and diagnosed the emperor again, which was consistent with Yunji's prescription. As the saying goes, long-term illness makes a doctor. Yunji actually knows the basics of medicine. After taking the pulse, the imperial physician hurried down to decoct medicine for the emperor. Prince Yi and Queen Rong then helped the emperor to the bedroom. The emperor Wei suddenly caught a cold and coughed. So the fight between Su Rao and Xian Muyaling that was supposed to happen was over. And it ended without an end. The emperor Wei needed to rest. And the birthday banquet ended like this. The sunset had arrived, shining on the palace road, casting a brilliant light. And the birthday banquet should have ended. Officials from various departments wanted to stay outside the emperor Wei's bedroom, but were driven away by Empress Rong. Only Rong Feng stayed in the palace with Siam Muyaling. Envoy Yun Lang also left the Siamese palace. Moing personally saw them off. Prince Jiyu, Princess Rong Hua, if you are negligent today, our prince will. The Emperor Wei's health is important, so there is no need. The Emperor Wei's birthday is past, and it is time for Yunji to say goodbye and leave. Yunji does not like noise, so there is no need to see him off. Yunji seemed to know what Moing was going to say next, and directly declined. What he said seemed to mean that he was leaving today. Princey did not need to see him off. Su Rao looked at Yunji for a moment. Moing also reacted in the same way. But Yunji said no more. He got on the carriage. He did not care whether Su Rao wanted to follow, since Prince Jiyue doesn't like noise. Moing will tell the prince. Knowing Yunji's cold personality, Moing didn't stay any longer. Come on, Prince. Go slowly. Princess. Yunling just spoke. Please ask Su Rao to get on the carriage. Yunji is leaving. And if Su Rao stays alone, it will be unacceptable. So she has to get on the carriage. Yuehua's carriage left the Jusin Palace, not heading to the city gate, but to Qifeng Pavilion. Back to Qifeng Pavilion. Su Rao was completely confused in her heart, whether Yunji was going to leave or not, and what he meant by that. Didn't you say you were going to leave? The carriage was quiet for a long time, until Su Rao entered Qifeng Pavilion, and she spoke, asking about the confusion in her heart. If Yunji wanted to leave, she had to prepare in advance, and she couldn't leave at this time. She couldn't leave. I thought Rao Rao would not talk to Yunji anymore in the future. Yunji also laughed and said, Yunji didn't plan to leave today. Not leaving? Su Rao was even more confused, and couldn't understand what Yunji said. Since he was not leaving, why did he say that to Moing? Can you explain it more clearly? Bang. This bang sound suddenly came from the backyard of Qifeng Pavilion. The sound of a medicine pot exploding. Princey also invited Master Huishan and Mr. Zhu to the birthday banquet of Emperor Wei today. But Master Huishan was a monk and no longer in the world, so he did not go. Mr. Zhu did not go either. If he had gone to the banquet, how many medicines would he have made? Moreover, Emperor Wei's illness seemed to have obsessed Mr. Zhu to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. This explosion of the pot was the number of times Mr. Zhu had exploded while developing medicine since he saw Emperor Wei's illness. Because of this sudden explosion of the pot, the conversation between Yunji and Su Rao ended just like that. Yunji just said, there will be guests tonight, explained Su Rao's confusion. Although Su Rao still didn't quite understand whether there were visitors or not and whether Yunji would leave at this time. She didn't ask any more questions. Since Yunji didn't leave, it had no effect on what she did. So Su Rao wouldn't ask any more questions about what Yunji did. Since she said she wouldn't ask about Yunji's affairs, she naturally wouldn't ask too much. Then Yunji and Su Rao came to Mr. Zhu's temporary pharmacy in Qifeng Pavilion. Haste makes waste. Mr. Zhu seems to be a little impatient these days. Although Yunji couldn't see it, he could imagine it. At this moment, the pharmacy must be in a mess, with earthenware jars and medicine residues all over the floor. Master Huishan and Mr. Zhu were both dirty in many places. Amitabha. Master Huishan's face was stained with a ball of gray foam. What you said makes sense. More haste. Less speed. I have also persuaded Mr. Zhu. Perhaps I should not have let Mr. Zhu go to the Siamese palace. This is my fault. Master Huishan was talking to Yunji. But Su Rao's eyes fell on Mr. Zhu, who was busy picking up the dregs in the broken medicine jar. To be more precise, it fell on a trumpet-shaped flower in Mr. Zhu's hand. This flower is shaped like a trumpet, with a milky yellow mouth and a light moon white at the root. It is a very beautiful flower. It looks like a flower, but it is actually a medicinal material, because it has not been put into the medicine jar. It has not been destroyed. After just one look, Su Rao quietly retracted his gaze. There was a hint of understanding in her peach blossom eyes. Datura flower. Mr. Zhu held a hallucinogenic datura flower in his hand. Although this flower is highly poisonous, it can be used as medicine. Taking a small amount can achieve analgesic and anesthetic effects. It is generally used to make Mafei San. Taking this medicine to make the potion. It seems that Mr. Zhu wants to fight poison with poison, and wants to use the toxicity of the mandrake flower to overcome the poison of the elixir that Emperor Wei has been poisoned with. It is terrible that it is useless. From Su Rao's observation today, Emperor Wei is in very good spirits. But now he is blue-black, which means that Emperor Wei must have taken the elixir in small amounts and more often. Day after day, year after year. Now the elixir has already entered his lungs, and he will have antibodies to other drugs. Ordinary drug poisons are useless to him, and the method of fighting poison with poison may not have much effect. After Mr. Zhu cleaned up the dregs of the medicine, he got up and walked to Yunji. He sighed. I also know that haste makes waste, and I know that as a doctor. The most taboo is to be impatient and waste energy. Since Mr. Zhu is clear, why not put down the things in your hands first? Emperor Wei's illness will not be cured in 1 or 2 days, and Mr. Zhu does not need to rush for a moment. Yunji comforted again. Your Highness is very insightful. I really should calm myself down. Mr. Zhu nodded. The two of them were talking normally. But Su Rao suddenly felt that Yunji and Mr. Zhu's 2 sentences seemed to have hidden meanings, saying things that only the two of them knew. The medicine jar was blown up. The medicine was destroyed. Mr. Zhu and Master Huishan were in a mess again, and they went to tidy up their appearance first. Yunji also ordered Yun Feng to prepare dinner for Master Huishan and Mr. Zhu. At this moment, in the Jusin Palace, in the bedroom of Emperor Wei. Originally, Emperor Wei, who had caught a cold, did not take the heat-clearing and detoxifying medicine, but just faced each other with Queen Rong. There was no emotion on Emperor Wei's face, and he didn't care about Queen Rong's gloomy eyes at all. After just one look, she went to the imperial desk, took the rice paper, spread it out, used the paperweight to press the corner, and started to paint. Calm down. Completely ignore the existence of Queen Rong. You can destroy it today, but how many times can you destroy it? I have plenty of opportunities. Not just this one time. Leaving this sentence, Queen Rong stood up and left with dignity. As soon as she took a step, the voice of Emperor Wei came from behind. My beloved concubine. I am fine. My beloved concubine is also tired today. Go back and rest. I have Aw Shao to take care of me here. My beloved concubine. Take Linger back. Linger is probably scared by me. My beloved concubine. Accompany Linger well tonight, and tell Linger that her father is fine. The meaning of this statement. Linger is outside. No matter how you and I compete with each other, don't let Linger notice it after we go out. Since Wei Lang doesn't want me to see him weak, then I will listen to him and take a good rest. I will call a Shaoyin to accompany Wei Lang. I will take good care of Linger tonight. I will come early tomorrow morning and hope to see Wei Lang in high spirits. Empress Rong also left this sentence, just because Emperor Wei didn't want Empress Rong to see him so sick. She left so obediently. The 2 words of Emperor Wei and Empress Rong were not so much for each other, as for Siam Yaling and Rong Feng in the outer hall, and the imperial physician. Mother! Is father okay? As soon as Empress Rong walked out of the inner hall, Siam Yaling strode forward. She knew that Empress Rong and Emperor Wei were acting for her and deceiving her. But Siam Yaling still had to pretend to be unaware. Rong Feng, who was standing in front of her, was also concerned, and understood why Siam Yaling's eyes were so red in the morning, and why Siam Ichi Shao had such an attitude towards Empress Rong. He was blaming his aunt for not taking good care of his uncle. Aunt? My uncle. It's nothing. He just got into some bad habits. Facing her daughter and nephew, Empress Rong was kind and a qualified elder. She touched Siam Yeling's face, and then looked at Siam Ichi Xiao. Ah Xiao. Go see your brother. But don't say too much. Let your brother rest early, and don't get tired. Sister-in-law should also rest early. I know. Siam Ichi Xiao strode into the inner hall. But when he passed by Siam Yeling, he patted Siam Yeling's shoulder, seemingly to comfort Siam Yeling. But only the two of them understood that this was Siam Ichi Xiao telling Siam Yeling to hold it in. Night fell. But it was fleeting. On the birthday of Emperor Wei, the whole day was sunny, and the weather was fine. Even at night, the sky was full of stars, and a silver moon disk rose from the horizon. The shimmering moonlight spread from the disk to the surroundings, and there was even a circle around the outer edge of the silver moon. Such a rare moon in the moon appeared tonight. Such a beautiful night scene. But no one was calm to appreciate it. In the Qingfeng Pavilion, after Mr. Zhu and Master Huishan had dinner with Yunji and others, they went back to their rooms soon. And Su Rao did not stay in Yunji's room. Yunji said that there was a guest visiting tonight. Since it was Yunji's guest, Yunji did not ask Su Rao to stay. So Su Rao would not stay. As for whether there would be another bright red figure hiding under the eaves after the guest came, it is unknown. But at least for now, that scene has not appeared. Because Su Rao is in her room at this moment. Ying is here again. Ying came to Qifeng Pavilion again in the dark night. What she said? 1 is that Queen Rong met with the envoy from Danliang this morning. 2 is that Ronggu sent someone to sneak into Prince He's mansion. And 3 is that Xian Ichi Xiao left the palace a quarter of an hour ago. The ebony carriage did not go back to Prince He's mansion, but came to Qifeng Pavilion. Ying followed the carriage and found that Xian Ichi Xiao was looking for Yunji. So he took a shortcut to inform Su Rao first. Danliang envoy. Queen Rong. Xian Ichi Xiao is here. Whispering, the bright red figure stood by the window frame. The warm night breeze blew, bringing a strand of hair across the face. The window frame was pushed open a tiny gap, and Su Rao could clearly see anyone coming to the door of Yunji's house opposite. From the 3 pieces of news brought by Ying, judging from the first 2 pieces of news, Queen Rong's actions today were completely prepared for Xianiqi Xiao. So everything that happened to her and Zhao Lianqing today must be related to Xianiqi Xiao. Queen Rong not only used Zhao Lianqing to test Xianiqi Xiao, but also used her to test him? Did she want to test Xianiqi Xiao's attitude towards her? Between her and Zhao Lianqing, who would Xianiqi Xiao care more about? Miss, what should we do now? Queen Rong and Danliang are actually connected. And Queen Rong is the Princess Rongyu of Danliang. Things seem to be complicated again. Ying said again. Now that Danliang is involved, will the person behind the black-clad man who intends to take the young lady away be more than just Queen Rong, but also the Danliang kingdom? Ying, according to what you have found out, Danliang does not seem to be very peaceful. Could it be that Queen Rong and Danliang are plotting something? Could it be that Danliang wants to annex Juxian? Su Rao guessed so. Ying was shocked for a moment. Miss, are you talking about Queen Rong? Or Danliang Kingdom? Danliang Kingdom is the one who intends to plot for the power of the world. From everything we have found out since we came to Juxian, Xianiqi Xiao's actions are completely different from when he was in Yunlang. And there is a tense relationship between him and Queen Rong. And now Danliang is involved. Su Rao's face is thoughtful. Judging from all these signs, it seems that only this explanation can explain Xianiqi Xiao's contradictory behaviors, and can also explain why Queen Rong wanted to poison Emperor Wei in order to control Xianiqi Xiao and take control of the entire Siamese court. Miss, if that's the case, if the Danliang Kingdom really has such ambitions, then that Crown Prince Rongfeng. Ying immediately thought of Rongfeng. Since Su Rao asked Ying to keep an eye on Rongfeng in Yunlang, Ying sent people to secretly keep an eye on Rongfeng during those days, and also investigated Rongfeng. Not only did Rongfeng not have any abnormalities, but he was a crown prince with good moral character. Rongfeng's reputation in Danliang Kingdom can be explained in just one sentence. Win the hearts of the people. Win the world. Although Rongfeng is the crown prince of the emperor, he is close to the people and loves the people. He never wastes money when he travels, and never acts high and mighty. When disasters occur in Danliang, he personally sets up tents to give porridge to the people. He also uses his own private money to open schools for poor students, so that those children at the bottom can all have books to read. In the court, he advised the emperor of Danliang, wealth and honor cannot corrupt. Poverty and humbleness cannot move, and might and power cannot bend. This is a real man, and as the crown prince of Danyang, he should set an example and seek the welfare of the people. Prince Rongfeng, who is so dedicated to the people, is admired by the people of Danyang. If the person who is in league with Queen Rong is Prince Rongfeng, then he is so cunning. Ying couldn't imagine it. Su Rao also frowned. Miss, Ying said again. But Su Rao suddenly raised her hand and said, Hush. In the gap of the window lattice, in front of the door of Yunji's house opposite, a person came in, wearing a black cloak to cover his body. Under the moonlight, only the shadow of the person could be seen. I don't know who the person is. Maybe it is Xianiqi Xiao. Seeing this person being invited into Yunji's house by Yifeng, Su Rao put down the raised arm. Then he gave Ying another explanation. Let Ying keep an eye on Rongfeng as well. If it is a fox, it will reveal its tail sooner or later. Gentlemen, is it true or false? Those black-clad men who arrested her, in addition to Queen Rong, are there also Rongfeng's handiwork? Rongfeng has repeatedly wanted to become her piano friend and confidant. Could this also be his ulterior motive? Ying, be careful. Still a safety reminder. Su Rao turned around and prepared to leave the house. Miss, Ying called Su Rao again, as if she had something else to say. But at this moment, she seemed to be hesitant to speak, and pursed her lips. What's wrong? Could something else have happened to make Ying like this? Su Rao's eyebrows were immediately twisted. Miss, it's Yunlang Yisu just sent a message that the 7th prince has entered the court to participate in politics, and is gradually emerging. He seems to be interested in the dragon throne. The 2nd young master is getting close to him. If this continues, the Su family may be involved. Yun Mujing. The brows that were originally only twisted were completely twisted at this moment. In the peach blossom eyes, the surrounding peach color appeared. Yun Mujing actually wants the dragon throne? Su Rao murmured this, and narrowed her eyes slightly. After a breath, she laughed. Ying, with my 2nd brother's intelligence, if Yun Mujing wants to use my 2nd brother to pull my Su family into his camp, unless he is beneficial to my Su family, my 2nd brother will never be fascinated by love. Su Rao knows Su Er. Su Er is not the kind of person who will be blinded by love. But we can't delay any longer in Juxian. We must solve the problem here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Yunji leaves, it will be inconvenient for us to move. Now that I know almost everything, whether it's Queen Rong or Rongfeng, I would rather kill them by mistake than let any danger to my Su family exist. Suddenly, a chill spread all over her body, and a murderous aura emanated from her, which was very similar to Han Machen. Ying frowned immediately, and then called her miss again. The murderous aura on Su Rao's body just disappeared, and she regained the calmness she should have. Ying, since we know that Xianiqi Xiao is no threat to my Su family, then isn't it time for me to really confront him? Han Machen. After walking away with big strides, Su Rao went back to being a thief on the beam. Dressed in red, she quietly stepped out of the building door, crossed the night sky, and landed under the eaves of Yunji's house. If the visitor was someone else, Su Rao might not come to eavesdrop. But the visitor came in Xianiqi Xiao's ebony carriage. Things related to Xianiqi Xiao were naturally related to her, so Su Rao would go to eavesdrop. Su Rao appeared and eavesdropped like this. All the Yunwei in the dark saw it clearly and guessed it early, including Yun Ling and Yun Feng, and of course Yun Ji, who was talking to the person who came in the house at this moment. The pair of jade ears under the satin moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth had the faint smile that the Ji prince should have. There was no trace of abnormality on his face, but a light appeared in the eyes that were covered. To be precise, it was helplessness. There was nothing he could do about Su Rao's behavior. He didn't let him interfere in her affairs, nor did he interfere in his affairs. But he eavesdropped so blatantly. He knew that as long as she opened her mouth, as long as she asked about things related to Xianiqi Xiao, he would tell her. Although Prince Yulangjiu is blind, his mind sees the world. Seeing him today, I know that the rumor is true. Prince Jiu's name is indeed well deserved. The person who spoke, sitting opposite Yunji, took off his cloak. The person who came was not Xianiqi Xiao, but Emperor Wei. He took out the landscape painting birthday gift given by Yunji from under his cloak and pushed it to the table in front of Yunji. Prince Jiu gave me some instructions in the palace today, and said to Emoing that he would leave. I don't know what Prince's intention is to invite me to come in the dark. Emperor Wei spoke directly. without beating around the bush to test. The sudden coughing and wheezing of Emperor Wei in the palace today was told by Yunji's internal force. Emperor Wei's illness is also Queen Rong's weakness. Let's try it to test the truth. Yunji's intention. Yunji thought that the Emperor Wei's heart was as clear as a mirror. Yunji took a sip of tea, and then said with a smile, "Loving couple? Why are they now loving and killing each other?" The hand under the cloak suddenly clenched, and the Ruifeng eyes, that should have been calm and peaceful, actually gave birth to a hint of pain. The candlelight flickered, and the red light illuminated Yunji's room, and the pain on Emperor Wei's face was clearly reflected. Although Yunji couldn't see it, he could feel it. It was the pain of deep love. Knowing that it was poison, he was willing to take it. Emperor Wei was deeply affectionate, but he was a heartless person who helped the tyrant. With a sigh, Yunji turned her head and looked at the window lattice through the satin on her eyes. It seemed that she saw the person hiding under the eaves beam through the window lattice. She just lay on the beam, holding her breath, and eavesdropped on their conversation. Prince Jiyue is really clear-headed. After a while, Emperor Wei laughed, but with a strong sense of self-mockery. Self-mockery is only his deep affection. No matter how deep his affection is, it can't match the love and hate in her heart for Yunyu. Hate comes from love. She married him only to avenge Yunyu's ignorance. And she was a loving couple with him, only to destroy Yunyu with his help one day. He went to Daqin as a hostage to test whether she had any love for him. But when he left that day, she did not even step out of the door. He was a hostage in Daqin for 3 years. And she never came to visit him once, asking how he was doing, whether he was alive or dead. After the fall of Daqin, he returned to Danyang, and she was still so noble and cold. But she was concerned about him again. She said she didn't come to see him off because she was afraid that if she did, she would go with him. She said she didn't go to Daqin to find him because if she went, even if she died, she would die with him. If they all left and died, what would Linger do? She was just born, and she was going to lose her parents? He knew that what she said was all false. Everything was her conspiracy. All preparations for her plan. But his heart was still rekindled. She pushed him to the throne through a shao, and she personally gave him a bowl of poisoned porridge every day. He knew it, but he still ate it without hesitation. Just because in the dead of night, when she thought he was asleep, she would look at him quietly, stay by his side, and smile at him. He thought, maybe one day, she would be reluctant to let go. Maybe one day, she would let go of her love and hatred for Yunyu, and she would find his goodness. But in the end, he was deceiving himself. When his drug addiction first broke out, she used it as a bargaining chip to threaten a Shao to kill Yunlang for her and capture Yunyu for her. He suddenly realized, for someone who doesn't love you, even if you dig your heart out to her and give her your life, all you get in the end is a sneer. How sad. How ridiculous. Prince Jiyue came to my Juxian not just to celebrate my birthday, but Emperor Yu sent you to find me. Closing his eyes for a breath, Emperor Wei threw away all his past love and hatred, and returned to the calm Emperor Wei. Recalling now is just to dig open his bloody heart again, and see his failed life. Yunji did not deny or admit it, but just retracted his gaze, and turned back to the posture of looking at the window frame. Yunji came here to have a conversation with Emperor Wei. The scene of the night, when the Great Qin was destroyed must be still fresh in Emperor Wei's memory. There were starving people everywhere, and wrong souls were around. Outside the house, a heavy breath suddenly appeared, which was difficult to suppress. When Su Rao heard the 4 words the Great Qin was destroyed, she couldn't suppress her breath, although it disappeared in an instant. There was only a touch of red around the pair of peach blossom eyes. The soft hand that supported the body pinched the beam pillar and directly pinched out the 5-finger mark. Until now, the 3 countries have been recuperating and living in harmony. The country is peaceful, and the people are living and working in peace. Once Queen Rong starts a war between Juxian and Yunlang, the peaceful relationship between the 3 countries will be broken. That killing will reappear in Juxian and Yunlang, and the corpses on the ground are all the people of Juxian and Yunlang. The Emperor Wei is a benevolent monarch, and has personally experienced the cruelty of that killing. That is what the Emperor Wei wants. In a calm and gentle voice, Yunji just told the Emperor Wei a tragic scene once the war breaks out. Yunji's uncle, he doesn't want the war to start again. And he doesn't want it because of the non-existent love and hate. The only person the uncle loves is Aunt Yao. He has never loved Queen Rong. and he has never deliberately provoked her to make Queen Rong have an illusion. Queen Rong doesn't really like Uncle Yunji, but she can't accept being rejected by the uncle. Her pride doesn't allow her to be rejected by anyone. This statement makes Queen Rong's love and hate clear. Emperor Yu has never provoked Queen Rong, and he has never had any illusion of love for Queen Rong. Queen Rong's hatred due to love over the years is just her own self-deception, her pride and unwillingness. After 2 words, Yunji took the cup on the table and took another sip of tea, waiting for Emperor Wei's reply. Emperor Wei was silent for a moment before he said, whether the queen's hatred for Emperor Yu is out of love or her own unwillingness. It has nothing to do with me now. I am such a broken body, barely surviving. I can barely protect myself. How can I care about the world? Putting on his cloak, Emperor Wei stood up and said goodbye. Prince Jiyue is kind and loves the people, and cares about the people of the world. It is the emperor's fortune that Yunlang has such a talent. Although a Xiao is brave, he is not as good as the prince. I am a Xiao's elder brother, and I just want to protect him. As for the queen, I can't control it, and it's difficult to control it. With a step, Emperor Wei was about to leave. If I can keep you safe, you are willing to work with the prince to seek peace for the world. Just as Emperor Wei stepped out of the door, Mr. Zhu's voice came from the inner room, saying that he could save Emperor Wei. The steps that Emperor Wei took to go out suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look over. Mr. Zhu came out of the inner room. Mr. Zhu was actually in Yunji's room. He had left after dinner, but he didn't know when he came back to Yunji's room. Although Emperor Wei's illness is poisonous, it is not poisonous. Mr. Zhu, did you hide something about the poisonous pill I took? Although this was a question, Emperor Wei asked it with certainty. After a breath, he walked in and sat down again. That night, Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan went to treat Emperor Wei. The symptoms he described were exactly the same as what Master Hui Shan said. In order to detoxify, he must get the formula or pills to prescribe the right medicine. But now Mr. Zhu said that he could detoxify him. I didn't tell you the truth that day because the crisis between Emperor Wei and Prince He was unclear. If I told you the truth rashly, I'm afraid it would be difficult for Emperor Wei to come tonight. Mr. Zhu bowed slightly and walked over. Su Rao, who was still eavesdropping on the beam, frowned. Could Mr. Zhu help the Emperor Wei get rid of his drug addiction? She was even more shocked by what she overheard. Empress Rong's love and hatred for Yun Yu was completely groundless. It turned out that all the abnormal and contradictory behaviors of Xian Yi and Qi Xiao in Yun Lang were threatened and instructed by Empress Rong. Destroy Yun Lang. Capture Yun Yu. In a moment, another moment passed. What was discussed in the room again? And Su Rao heard every word clearly. It turned out that Yun Mujing's mother was changed from the prince's main wife to a concubine, which was related to Empress Rong. When Yun Lang, Zhu Xian and Dan Liang were all vassal states, there was a competition between the vassal states every year to compete for the 3 major vassal states. That year, Rong Yu, the princess of Rongyu in the Dan Liang vassal state, followed her brother to the Yunlang vassal state. In a musical competition, Rong Yu was defeated by Yun Yu and fell in love with Yun Yu. So she made an appointment with Yun Yu directly, saying that she wanted to marry Yun Yu. Yun Yu and Yun Mujing's mother had been childhood sweethearts. So naturally, she would not accept Rong Yu's confession. So she rejected it without hesitation. Rong Yu was so arrogant and conceited that her courtship was rejected. So Rong Yu turned around and married Emperor Wei. Later, when Emperor Yu and imperial concubine Jing got married, she secretly replaced the prince with a cat. And the bride of the day was changed from Yun Mujing's mother to Queen Yao. When Yun Yu found out, it was too late. At that time, Queen Yao's mother's family had a much higher status in the Yunlang vassal state than the mother's family of imperial concubine Jing. And the fact that the bride was replaced was also a scandal. So Prince Yun said that he would make the best of it. Yun Mujing's mother was changed from a principal concubine to a concubine. At that time, this matter was still circulated in Yunlang for a long time, saying that Yun Yu secretly plotted to get the support of Queen Yao's mother's family. If Mr. Zhu can really help me get rid of this dilemma, I will do what the prince said. There will be no war between Zhu Siam and Yun Lang, and the people will be safe and sound. After hearing this, the Emperor Wei bowed and saluted to Mr. Zhu. Please don't tell Prince Yu about the invitation tonight, so as not to be noticed by Queen Rong. Yunji said again, asking Yun Feng to send the Emperor Wei back personally. Su Rao, who was hiding on the eaves, suddenly held her breath. And there was no breath at all. This time, the Emperor Wei left for real. He walked out of Yunji's door, but turned his head to look at Su Rao's attic, and then turned his head to look at Yunji, who followed him out. Prince Ji, you helped me. And I also gave him a word, water dripping through stone. Fire can melt ice. But if a woman is ruthless, falling in love with her will only hurt yourself. And it will hit the target with one strike. The prince is wise. Don't hurt yourself. Emperor Wei left. With this sentence, he actually sensed Yunji's deep love for Su Rao. It can be seen how deep his love for Queen Rong is. So he could empathize with her, feeling Yunji's deep love hidden under the normal expression. Just like the painting Yunji gave. Only those who know the painting can understand it. It is the same now. Only those who know and love it can perceive the secrets in each other's hearts that are unknown to others. And they can easily feel and perceive it. After Emperor Wei left, Yunji said with a smile, "It's different. We have each other in our hearts. We will tell each other about our love for each other. It's just pure love, without any conspiracy. Even if we are not together, we will not choose to hurt each other." Under the eaves, on the beams and pillars, the breath leaked again. And the moon in the sky. The circle outside has disappeared at this moment, leaving only the silver moon inside. And the colorful stars around it are all embellished. The moonlight cast a shadow on Yuhua standing in front of the door. He turned around and raised his head. The moonlight reflected the smile on his face, which was dazzling and made Su Rao's eyes soar. Everyone has left. Do you plan to sleep on Yunji's beam for one night? This was said with a strong smile, without any concealment. Su Rao pursed her lips for a breath before coming down from the eaves. I thought the visitor was Xianiqi Xiao, so I came to listen. With this explanation, Su Rao was about to go back to her attic, but her wrist was accurately pulled by the jade fingers. Didn't you say that you would accompany Yunji every night before returning to Langjing? Rao wanted to break your promise. The temperature on the wrist was not warm, but cold. Yunji didn't look weak at all, but his hand was very cold, and the cold penetrated into his heart. Su Rao pursed her lips again, and after a long time, she held Yunji's hand and pulled Yunji into his room. I haven't forgiven you. This sentence was still about Yunji pressing her acupoints. It doesn't mean that she forgives you just because she is by your side. I know that Rao is very vengeful, and will take revenge for any slight. Su Rao suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yunji, who was still so calm, facing her anger. He would never be really angry. Even if he was angry, it was just a false appearance for her to see. Yunling, bring some wine. Su Rao suddenly shouted, let go of Yunji, and walked to the table to sit down. The moon was already high in the sky, but she wanted to drink. The corners of her beautiful eyebrows covered by the satin were slightly raised. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been drunk once. I have been able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk since I was a child. Today you said that you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But once you are drunk, it is difficult to sober up. I want to give it a try. As if she knew that Yunji was going to stop her. Su Rao said this again. Her bright peach blossom eyes fell directly on Yunji, and her eyes were clear and rational. Just looking at Yunji like this, she will not get drunk. And she will never get drunk. The candlelight in the lampshade on the table next to her is burned to more than half, swaying and swaying, reflecting Su Rao's face clearly. And the rationality in her eyes is clearly reflected. And it falls directly into Yunji's eyes. After a breath, Yunji sighed helplessly, and asked Yunling to get the wine. Bring that jar of Yanshanzui. Yunling's steps, which had been raised, froze for a moment because of what Yunji said. But in the end, he said nothing more, and went to get the Yanshanzui that Yunji mentioned. Since you want to get drunk, Yunji will let you get drunk once. Walking over and sitting opposite Su Rao, Yunji poured himself a new cup of tea, and no longer cared about Su Rao. Yanshanzui. Just by the name, you know it is not the wine of Zhuxian. After tasting it, it is not the wine of Yunlang. Zhuxian wine is sweet and strong. Yunlang wine is sweet. But this jar of Yanshanzui does not have the spicy feeling of Zhuxian wine, nor the rich sweetness of Yunlang wine, but a feeling of ecstasy. After taking a sip, the fragrance lingers on the lips and teeth, and it feels like being in a hazy fantasy, which makes her heart hallucinate. Su Rao asked herself that she had tasted a lot of good wine, whether in her previous life or this life. She had drunk hundreds of wines, if not thousands. But this Yanshanzui was her first time to taste it. Who brewed this wine? Why does it taste bitter? but also joyful? After drinking only 3 cups, Su Rao felt drunk, and her eyes began to blur, and the clarity disappeared. Who brewed this wine? Yunji was confused for a moment when he murmured, "You brewed it yourself. Have you forgotten?" "Me?" The soft hand pointed directly at herself. After a moment, Su Rao poured herself another cup and drank it, then shook her head. "It can't be that I brewed it. The wine I brewed doesn't taste like this. That's because there are Ah Zhao's tears in this jar of wine." Clang! The wine cup in her hand fell to the ground, and Su Rao's eyes fell on Yunji opposite her again, completely blurred. Xiao. Supporting the table with both hands, Su Rao stood up shakily. Just as she walked to Yunji's side, she fell to the ground with a plop. Yunji didn't have time to support her. That's right. When we sealed the jar of wine, the little wolf dog actually cried. Such a stupid and cruel little wolf dog. Just because I said, 10 years later, when we grow up, if we can still be together like now, then we will open this jar of wine together, taste it together, and get drunk together. Just because of this sentence, he who never shed tears actually shed tears, and they happened to drip into the jar of wine, muddying the aroma of the wine. Without waiting for Yunji to help her, Su Rao got up by herself, sat directly beside Yunji, and took the wine pot directly. Ah Xiao. Tonight is a good night. Let's drink together. She took a sip of wine and pushed Yunji to the ground, pouring wine directly on him, and forcing him to have sex. The wine entered Yunji's mouth, choking him and causing him to cough and gasp. His face immediately turned red. It was not known whether he was really choked or if he was drunk with just this one sip. Heh. Ha ha ha. Su Rao saw Yunji's embarrassed look and actually lay on Yunji and laughed out loud. Laughing. Yunji, you really can't drink much. It's just one sip. Rao Rao. You're already drunk, Yunji said helplessly. The red on his face was just because he was choked. Not drunk. I'm not drunk. Who said I was drunk? I'm sober. I know you're Yunji, but I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I can still finish the whole pot with just this one pot. Climbing up from Yunji, Su Rao wanted to drink again, but Yunji finally snatched the wine pot from her hand. Rao Rao. Do you know clearly? Am I Yunji? Or a Xiao? Who is Han Mo Chen? Am I the one who shouldn't exist? Or is he the one who shouldn't exist? Which one of us is the real A Xiao? Who is your A Xiao? Holding Su Rao's face with both hands, Yunji let Su Rao look at him, look into his eyes, and tell him the answer. The eyes were covered by a satin, but the burning gaze seemed to penetrate the satin directly. Su Rao seemed to see the eyes under the satin clearly, which were as bright as obsidian and dazzling. The blur in her eyes disappeared, and Su Rao's hand touched the satin on Yunji's eyes, and touched Yunji's eyes through the satin. In a breath, she pulled the satin off. The chaos in Yunji's eyes was completely gone at this moment, and the empty nothingness was completely gone. Su Rao's figure sank clearly and brightly into the bottom of his eyes. What a beautiful pair of phoenix eyes! Su Rao's eyes were stunned after muttering, as if she was confused by Yunji's eyes. Yunji laughed. Yes. What a beautiful pair of phoenix eyes. But the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is. If it weren't for seeing Rao Rao, Yunji really wanted to go blind. Then Han Mo Chen wouldn't have appeared. Han Mo Chen. Su Rao suddenly came back to her senses, but suddenly made a shushing gesture. Yunji, I'll tell you a little secret. Hugging Yunji directly, Su Rao's lips were pressed against Yunji's earlobe, and her light breath, accompanied by the smell of alcohol, entangled Yunji's whole body. His earlobe suddenly turned red, and his Adam's apple moved up and down unconsciously. Yunji, I'm telling you in secret. Han Mochen likes me. Do you know who Han Mochen is? He is Xian Ichi Xiao. How could he be Xian Ichi Xiao? If he wasn't Xian Ichi Xiao, I probably wouldn't have fallen in love with you, because he is from the same world as me. We are a pair of soulmates who can warm each other up. You are too dazzling. If Rao Rao is asked to like Xian Ichi Xiao now, and not like Yunji, can she do it? No. Su Rao raised her head without hesitation. Her peach blossom eyes were blurred again, but Yunji's figure was clearly in her eyes. Her face was flushed, and the scar on her forehead was very eye-catching. The distance between her and Yunji was only a little finger away. If she pouted, she could touch Yunji's lips. Yunji, you occupied Su Rao's entire childhood. and a Xiao. He occupied Qin Rao's childhood. After these words, it seemed that Su Rao was not drunk at all. A Xiao had become Yunji, and Qin Rao had also become Su Rao. So the fate between them had long been destined. But Su Rao's next words and her next actions showed that she was indeed drunk. And she was drunk very much. Yunji, I'll tell you another little secret. I actually know that you kissed me secretly and fed me medicine with your mouth. You are Ah Xiao. Ah Xiao is you. I actually recognized you a long time ago. Su Rao pouted and kissed Yunji directly. The touch on the lips was soft and had the aroma of wine. Compared with the kiss on the forehead, Yunji was stunned at this moment and had no reaction at all. The pair of obsidian-like bright phoenix eyes were stunned even more. And there was no thought inside. Just frozen. Su Rao saw it and laughed again. You have never been kissed by a woman. You are so stupid. Idiot. After this, Su Rao hugged Yunji's neck and lay in his arms, closing her eyes. After tossing and turning for so long, she fell asleep without any signs. The sound of idiot surrounded her ears, and the pure aroma of wine drifted across her face, which seemed to have drunk Yunji as well. The dazzling look in his eyes was actually blurred. He lowered his head and looked at the girl who was sleeping in his arms. Beside him, she no longer had those defenses and vigilances. She rested so peacefully, and her eyebrows were relaxed. Rao! Rao! His jade fingers touched the corner of Su Rao's lips, and he swept a strand of hair scattered on Su Rao's cheek. Yunji's lips approached, but stopped suddenly when they were just an inch away. No. Can't. He shook his head and whispered softly. Rao Rao. If possible, forget Yunji when you wake up tomorrow. Let yourself live soberly forever. Yunji is just a passing guest in Rao Rao's life. Not worth letting Rao Rao remember this life. He carried Su Rao to the inner room. The lights in the room were also turned off, and they slept together for the last night. Today, the sun hanging high in the sky of Yunlang is not as bright red as the Juxian kingdom, but is golden and hazy, as if covered by a layer of mist. 2 letters, one before and one after, were sent to the imperial study from the dark. One letter was about Yao Yeding's arrival in Juxian kingdom. Yao Yeding and his followers were galloping to the capital of Juxian. The letter was signed by the Golden Guard. The other letter was about everything that happened at the birthday banquet of Emperor Wei yesterday, as well as the conversation between Emperor Wei and Yunji last night. The signature was Yunji. After reading the 2 letters, they were all burned and turned into ashes. Put today's lunch in the Guantian Pavilion and go to summon Jinger. With just this one sentence, Emperor Yu got up and went to the Guantian Pavilion. For the contents of the 2 letters sent, Emperor Yu did not have any thoughts on his face. The sun was shining, and the wind was warm. The wind swayed the flowers, plants and trees in the imperial garden. In less than a quarter of an hour, the father and son in the Guantian Pavilion, since the quarrel in the mausoleum of imperial concubine Jing that night, sat down to eat in peace for the first time in these days. Jinger. Jiyue has been away from Yunlang for almost 3 months. Emperor Yu spoke, as if he missed Yunji. Emperor Wei's birthday has passed, and my brother should be back soon. He has been away for so long, but he didn't write a letter to me. When my brother comes back, I will go to him to settle the matter. I forgot my brother when I went out. Speaking of Yunji, Yun Mujing not only did not show happiness, but also showed a hint of annoyance on his face. His eyebrows were slightly frowned, but it revealed his soft and charming temperament. Painted bones and painted skin, and charming bones were born. The Adam's apple slightly protruding from her neck is not big, but it exists. However, the tenderness of a girl between her eyebrows is more obvious. After all, she is a girl. She is a girl. But she has an Adam's apple. Therefore, even though she is naturally charming, she has been able to disguise herself for so many years without anyone doubting her identity as a girl. Jinger. On the day Jiyu left, he said something to me, looking at Yun Mujing, especially when his eyes fell on the tenderness of a girl between Yun Mujing's eyebrows. Emperor Yu finally said again, that day Jiyu said to me, if Ah Jing wants to be with you Emma one day, then let the 7th prince disappear. Ding. A sound. The sound of chopsticks falling to the ground. It was not because of what Yunji said as Emperor Yu said, but because of what Emperor Yu said. Did the father know about the relationship between him and Suyu Mo? And it was his brother who told the father? Yun Mujing's reaction was expected before Emperor Yu said that. Jinger. Just listen for once. Give up the identity of the 7th prince. I will let Su-er take you away. Father, are you willing to let me leave and never see you again? After a moment, Yun Mujing picked up the silver chopsticks that fell. The expression on his face was fine, and the slight annoyance towards Yunji disappeared. Let Su Yuma take me away. Father thinks that Su Yuma will be willing to give up his official title, even if he is willing. What about the Su family? Will Su Yuma be willing to? Shaking his head, Yun Mujing was very sure that even if Su-er was willing to take him away, Su-er would never ignore his entire Su family just for him, and stay away from the court. Unless Emperor Yu lets the entire Su family leave. But is this possible? It's even more impossible. The Su family is the soul of the Yunlang army, and General Su is the living tiger of Yunlang. Once he leaves, the Yunlang army will be paralyzed, and the foundation of Yunlang will be shaken. If your father summons me today to persuade you, your father should stop talking. I will not listen, and I will not leave. I will give up my identity as the seventh prince and live a nameless and hidden life. He wants power and status. Only by ascending the throne can he protect the people he wants to protect. Father, you have been doting on me for so many years. You feel guilty about me, so you try your best to make up for it. Indulge me again and again, and give me endless love. In fact, I no longer hate you. When I was a child, I was ignorant. I saw you get rid of me, so I accidentally bumped into the corner of the table and died. Now I have grown up and become sensible. I know that you didn't mean it. The father and son have not untied this knot in their hearts for so many years. Today, Yun Mujing took the initiative to speak. My mother has passed away for 11 years. She doesn't hate you. How can I hate my beloved father, who has loved me for so many years? Wipe the silver chopsticks clean, and put them away. Yun Mujing got up and left. Only half of the lunch was eaten. I have long since stopped hating you, so please let it go. You have been worried about me these days. But I am the seventh prince, and I am a man. I will not have a preference for either of them. Yun Mujing emphasized the words man and preference for either of them, as if to emphasize them deliberately. Moreover, the princes fight secretly, and your father has always trained them this way. I am no exception. Between me and the prince, only the winner will be the king. If I lose, it can only be because I am not as skilled as him. Yun Mujing's tone seemed to change again when he said the word skills are inferior to others, as if it had another meaning. The winner is the king. He believed that if he only competed with the prince, he would never lose, unless someone helped the prince. And the person who helped him was only the one who did not want him to compete for the throne, and would never pass the throne to his father. If that was the case, then he had nothing to say. Yun Mujing walked down the Guantian pavilion in his purple robe, swaying in the wind, but his soft eyes quickly glanced at the rockery in the imperial garden not far away. An ugly look emerged, and the tenderness of the girl between his eyebrows was completely driven away by this look. Father, are you so unwilling for your son to compete for the dragon throne? Are you going to expose your son? Panen's face was filled with a deep gloom, but in the end, he did not go over to take a look, but left in the opposite direction. In the rockery, a corner of ink was exposed in the dark passage of the rockery. A quarter of an hour ago, Su-er came to report the results of the military exercises in the past few days to Emperor Yu. When he walked to the imperial garden, he heard Emperor Yu telling him to take Yun Mujing away. At that time, Su-er hid here for some reason and listened to everything Emperor Yu and Yun Mujing said later. Through the gaps between the rocks, Su-er looked at the Guantian pavilion again. His expression was still indifferent, without any change on his face, and there was no change in his indifferent eyes. After looking at him like this, Su-er turned around and left without reporting to Emperor Yu again. Emperor Yu did not notice Su-er's coming and leaving, and he did not know that Yun Mujing misunderstood him for this. Raising his hand to rub his eyebrows, Emperor Yu felt his temple throbbing and painful. It was so swollen that he felt his brain was about to explode. Your Majesty. Yun Zongwan also walked up to the Guantian pavilion and pressed on Emperor Yu. What should I do? Jinger will be obedient. This question was full of vicissitudes. Emperor Yu really had no way to deal with Yun Mujing. He had said all the good and bad things. This time, Yun General Manager did not dare to say anything more, let alone give bad advice. He rubbed Emperor Yu's temple silently. Emperor Yu did not mean to let Yun General Manager reply, because he was just asking himself. After his temple felt a little better, Bong waved his hand to let Yun General Manager stop pressing. In addition to sending Yao Yeding to Ronghua, Has the crown prince made any other moves? The emperor's thoughts were changing again. Your Majesty. General Manager Yun bowed immediately. In addition to delivering the letter to the crown princess, the crown prince has no other actions. He diligently reviews memorials and discusses state affairs with ministers of various departments every day. After looking at Emperor Yu, he said, as for the sixth prince, since the second master Su organized military exercises, the sixth prince has won the first prize many times and has gained some prestige and followers in the army. The sixth prince and the crown prince are from the same faction. The crown prince did not move, but the sixth prince did, and even gained such prestige in the army. The sixth prince won the first prize? The Emperor Yu's eyes darkened instantly. What skills does the sixth prince have? And what skills does Su-er have? Emperor Yu knew very well in his heart. How many times can the sixth prince win the first prize under Su-er's hands? Where is Su-er? Why hasn't he arrived yet? This voice was full of imperial power. Su-er and Yun Mujing secretly joined forces. And now Yun Mushu has defeated Su-er several times. I am afraid that Su-er deliberately let him win. He did it on purpose to make him afraid of the prince's faction? He used him to control the prince and his people? The emperor's mind. Such a suspicious disease was born immediately. Yun Zongwan hurriedly asked the eunuch beside him to ask. After a breath, the eunuch came and said why Su-er had not come yet. Because Su-er was stopped by the seventh prince at the second palace gate. So he did not come. Hearing that it was the seventh prince who stopped him, Emperor Yu rubbed his eyebrows again. I am tired. Let Su-er go back. In the end, Emperor Yu indulged Yun Mujing again. Even if he had Emperor's thoughts about Yun Mujing, he was still the father who doted on Yun Mujing and indulged him again and again. Su-er and Yun Mujing met at the second palace gate. To be precise, Su-er came here first and waited for Yun Mujing to leave the palace. He also deliberately made it look like he was stopped by Yun Mujing. When the two met, they looked at each other and didn't say much. They just went out of the palace one after another. It was not until they left the palace that Su-er pulled Yun Mujing into a small alley and then spoke. There is something unusual happening with the prince. This was a very affirmative statement. I know. Yun Mujing sneered directly. Father finally used the prince to control me. Once the throne is involved. Father is the emperor. Not the father who dotes on me. In his charming eyes, a touch of loss flashed across. What's wrong with being a girl? Why can't a girl be a king? Although she is a girl, she has a man's heart. He has always been the seventh prince, not the sixth princess, who has never existed since birth. Su Yuma, I will have someone keep an eye on the crown prince. You take good care of Yun Mushu. No matter how strong the brotherhood is, once it touches the imperial power, it will be fragile and fall apart from the inside. It was Yun Mujing who asked Su-er to deliberately give Yun Muxiao the opportunity to win the first place, so that Yun Muxiao's reputation in the military camp would rise and expand. Once Yun Muxiao's military morale grows day by day, and he can even be on par with the crown prince in the court, then their strong brotherhood can be completely overwhelmed as long as he gently delivers the last straw. Yun Mujing's thoughts were also so deep when he said this. Su-er listened, and his dull expression changed. He frowned slightly, but he didn't say much in the end. He just reminded, be a good seventh prince in front of Emperor Yu. He is a father, not the father emperor. Su-er left first after saying such a seemingly contradictory sentence. Yun Mujing understood what Su-er meant. If he recognized Emperor Yu as just a father, then Emperor Yu would just be a father who doted on him. If he regarded Emperor Yu as a father, then Emperor Yu would be an emperor. Emperor Yu's feelings for him were all determined by his feelings for Emperor Yu. Whether he was a father or an emperor was up to him. And this was also his strongest weapon to compete with the prince. And it was also a guarantee that the prince would not plot against him like he did against Yun Mui. He could act recklessly, but the prince had to look ahead and behind. Just because he was the seventh prince, who was doted on and indulged by Emperor Yu to the point of having no bottom line. If the prince and his men really wanted to deal with him, they had to be absolutely sure. In Yunlang country, all these storms were in the dark. And in the end, whether the way was 1 foot higher or the devil was 1 foot higher, that was up to each person's ability. In Juxian country, a storm was about to rise in the open. 10 miles away from Guanyang Peak, Yunji appeared here, dressed in black, the attire of Han Machin. However, there was no silver-black mask covering his handsome face, but his white satin. The person following behind him was Xiao Mubai. And the other person, Yunling, also did not cover his face. But he was wearing the clothes of Xiao. Yunling. He was the Xiao guardian among the Xiaoyao guardians. Prince, the Lord said that day that he would meet Prince Ye Guanyang Peak in 3 days. And tomorrow is 3 days later. Facing Yunji, Xiao Mubai was not as cautious as he was when facing Han Machin, but only respectful. From now on, call my master back. With this, Yunji looked through the satin on his eyes, and looked towards Qifeng Pavilion in the capital of Juxian. After today's farewell, we will never see each other again in this life. He is no longer the Prince Jiyue. Standing in the mountains, a gust of wind will blow the cloak and sleeves, and the surrounding scenery will be embellished. Yes, master. Xiao Mubai and Yunling looked at each other, and then both lowered their heads. No more words. The surroundings were quiet, and the only sound of the breeze was left, accompanied by the occasional bird calls. Yunji just looked at it, standing quietly and motionless, until the sun in the sky was halfway down. The jade fingers in the hanging sleeves raised up, and took off the white satin belonging to the Prince Jiyue on the eyes, and the chaotic and empty world of the blind gradually disappeared. This pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. The turbid inside began to turn into transparency, and gradually, the blur around began to become clear. In the absence of Su Rao, Yunji's eyes actually saw. But Yunji was not happy about this situation, because it would foreshadow his disappearance. Yunji's action also made Yunling and Xiao Mubai start to become cautious, and their minds were completely tense. Jing finally took the road of no return. This is her own choice, so let her go on her own. After Han Machin comes out, you will tell him about this. He can move Zhu Xian and destroy Dan Liang, but he can't move Yunlang. This is what we owe Jing. And Yao died to save her mother. Jing is Yao's only flesh and blood. Just for this, he can't move Yunlang. If he doesn't listen, then mention Su Rao. After this explanation, the silver-black mask finally covered the handsome face, leaving only the increasingly bright phoenix eyes, which gradually began to become cold. Suddenly, Yunji staggered and fainted without any signs. Master! Yunling quickly supported him. Xiao Mubai also helped Yunji. But just as he touched Yunji's arm, the fainted Yunji opened his eyes. It was clearly a pair of phoenix eyes. But at this moment, there was only the bloodthirsty coldness of Han Machin in these phoenix eyes. And there was no obsidian-like clarity like Yunji. One person. Or two people. Two personalities. The exiled immortal and the netherworld. One is an exiled immortal in heaven. The other is the netherworld in hell. Although they are one person, they are separate individuals, each with their own independent consciousness. Night falls again. The moonlight tonight is brighter than the starlight of last night. And the moonlight tonight is embellished with a thin veil. It seems that because the moonlight of last night was too dazzling and dazzling, it is so shy tonight, hiding itself in the clouds, as if it is there and not there. There are only a few stars around the moonlight, shining with faint light, and the only slightly brighter stars among them are the 7 big dippers that support each other, shining in the night sky. The night wind blows, swaying a sweet-scented osmanthus tree in the Qifeng Pavilion, dancing with its branches and leaves fluttering in the wind. And Su Rao, who had been drunk for a whole night and a day, just woke up at this time, and the drunkenness disappeared. She had never been drunk before, but after getting drunk last night, her mind was completely blank. The only memory she had was when Yunling brought her the Yunshanzui. Yunji still advised her, this wine has a strong after effect, so don't drink too much. But she took the wine cup and started drinking. After that, her memory was blank. How did she get drunk? And how did Yunji carry her to the bed and fall asleep? She had no impression at all at this moment. Where is Yunji? Raising her hand to rub her swollen and uncomfortable temples, Su Rao took the sobering soup handed by Su Kan, looked at Yunfeng who was waiting outside the screen, and asked about Yunji's whereabouts. Miss Su. The prince has left. He has told me that if Miss Su is willing to let me escort her back to the capital, I will wait for her in Juxian. If she is not willing, I will take my leave now. Yunfeng replied respectfully, without any trace of a smiling tiger. Although he still held the folding fan and was still as gentle as a bamboo, he was much quieter now. You go. Calm voice. Su Rao didn't seem to be upset by Yunfeng's words. If you ignore the drop of soup on her hand that sloshed out because she didn't hold the bowl steady, then Su Rao was really calm, and didn't have any emotions because Yunji left without saying goodbye. This also told Yun Feng that she didn't need Yun Feng to escort her. Miss Su. Take care. Yun Feng bowed and left. The prince left a letter for Miss Su under the pillow. Now, Yun Feng's attitude towards Su Rao has completely lost the resentment of the past. Just because this kind of amicable parting between Su Rao and Yun Ji is what Yun Ji wants. And in the past few days in Juxian, Su Rao and Yun Ji have been getting along well. And how important Su Rao is to Yun Ji. Yun Feng and others have seen it again. Not to mention other things. Just Su Rao's influence on Han Emochen. Yun Feng and his subordinates will also be respectful to Su Rao. Yun Feng said goodbye and left. Su Rao finished drinking the hangover soup and asked Su Qian to leave. Then she took out the letter left by Yun Ji from under the pillow. But she did not open it immediately. Instead, she stared at the 4 words Rao Rao's personal letter on the letter. In a moment. Rao Rao. I know that you will not miss this letter. Nor will you be angry that Yun Ji left without saying goodbye. But Yun Ji still wants to say one more thing. Rao Rao. Don't be upset. Don't be angry. After this farewell, Yun Ji will no longer appear in Rao Rao's life for the rest of her life. Yun Ji will not become a shackle for Rao Rao. And he does not want to become a shackle for Rao Rao. Rao Rao has also forgotten Yun Ji. So don't remember. The letter was written in a thick stack. But there was not even a page about what happened between them. All the words after that were her reminders for the rest of her life. Xian Ichi Xiao is a gentleman, and has never thought of plotting to rule the world. If the marriage changes again, he can be considered as a husband. Although this person is cold and arrogant. If he falls in love with him, he will protect her with all his strength for life. Be loyal to her, and never betray her. Yun Ji's love for Su Rao, which cannot be possessed or protected in this life, chooses a person who can protect her thoroughly. Such a selfless and deep love. In addition, the matter he reminded was the stability of the Su family. The Su family cannot retreat now, but can only continue to advance steadily. A Jing has begun to emerge in the court. So he is a king. And when the wealth of the Su family reaches its peak, he will retreat bravely. In the court, only Umo will be left to assist a Jing. That's enough. Yun Ji's reminder coincided with the conversation and cooperation between Su Er and Yun Mujing. After that, he talked about the prince. Although the prince is a man of deep thoughts, the people he should be more wary of are the Yao family and Prime Minister Yao behind him. Prime Minister Yao is the prince's greatest reliance and helper. He is not very conspicuous, but is behind the scenes. Then, he sorted out the current turmoil in the court of Yunlang to Su Rao again. Today's Yunlang. The Zhao family has gathered its strength and defended its foundation. The 2 giants Yao and Su occupy the court. The polarization and checks and balances each other have formed the seemingly peaceful phenomenon now. But once the prince ascends the throne in the future, the Yao family will definitely not allow the Su family to continue to occupy this half of the court as they do now, and hold the military lifeline of Yunlang. Then, the civil officials headed by Prime Minister Yao will definitely suppress the military generals headed by the Su family, so that the civil officials will be in power and control the entire court. The Su family, a royal family with a different surname and military power, will surely be a stumbling block for the prince to concentrate the imperial power. He will certainly get rid of it to collect the military power. Now, the 4th prince has long passed away. The 6th prince and the prince are of the same faction. They have a deep brotherly love and work together. The 8th prince is playful, and his mind is not on the imperial power. The other princes are all children, and they are not a concern for the prince. Only a Jing has the ability to compete with them and protect the Su family from the court. Although he is in the Siamese kingdom, Yun Ji has everything under control about Yunlang, including Yao Yeding, who came to send a letter to Su Rao on behalf of Mu Mingyu. He told Su Rao not to be soft-hearted and careless because of Mu Mingyu, and not to put herself in danger. She said a lot like this, and at the end of the last sentence, she talked about them and their affairs. He will try to stay awake and live well. Rao Rao should not get drunk again. Drinking too much is harmful to the body. She should drink less in the future. Although drunkenness can relieve sorrow, it is difficult to relieve deep sorrow. Instead, it is counterproductive. TSK. A drop of pearl colored the word wine on the letter. Su Rao was obviously not sad. This was her own choice. There was nothing to be sad about. But at this moment, her eyes were out of her control. Tears slid down her cheeks, and a circle of red appeared around her peach blossom eyes. Her eye sockets were red, sour and swollen, After a long moment, she laughed. Yunji, don't you know that Xian Ichi Xiao is also Rao Rao's enemy? The three major Zhu Xian countries. Yunlang, Dan Liang. How can he be missing Zhu Xian? Yunlang and Dan Liang have a blood feud with Rao Rao. A national hatred and family hatred. Although the Zhu Xian countries are not stained with the blood of my Qin family, they are stained with the blood of countless soldiers of my great Qin. Mumbling, Su Rao walked to the table and burned the thick letter without any nostalgia. Watching the sheets of paper turn into powder and ashes, Su Rao just wiped the tears from her face, calmed her face, and made herself sober. Rationally sober. If Han Machin is not Xianiqi Xiao, perhaps Su Rao will listen to your advice and choose him as her husband. But Han Machin is Xianiqi Xiao, so he will never be the husband candidate that Su Rao considers. Just like with you. I am just using you. Using your love for Rao Rao to achieve my goal. From beginning to end, I am just using you. Including Su Rao's love for you and her softness every time. All of which are just using you. What love? All fake. No longer any nostalgia. The redness around her peach blossom eyes also disappeared. Resolute and ruthless. Even colder heart. Su Rao left Yunji's house. Since Yunji has left, she can't delay any longer. It must be resolved as soon as possible. She missed home. She missed Grandpa, Daddy and Mother, Uncle and Aunt, Uncle Hao, Qin Yang and Isu, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother. I wonder if fifth brother is darker now. He has changed a lot again. Did Yun Miua and cousin Jean get tossed around by him again? After Su Wu returned, he worked hard and took Yun Miua and Mu Mingjin to practice martial arts. General Su did not let anyone tell Su Rao about it. This was said by Yunji. At that time, Yunji and Su Rao agreed to be in love for 10 days. When Su Rao first learned that Su Wu had changed because of her arrest, she was silent for a moment, and then just said one sentence. I will bring the head of the man behind the scenes to Brother Wu to apologize. Su Rao said this, and Yunji did not say anything more at the time, but just held Su Rao's soft jade fingers tightly for a while, and then took Su Rao to visit the mountain village again. As he said, he would not interfere in Su Rao's affairs. Su Rao walked out of the house and looked up at the hazy night. With the arrival of midnight, the Big Dipper, the only bright star in the night sky, was also covered in the fog. The moon was completely hidden in the clouds and disappeared, and the mist covered the whole world. Just like Su Rao's heart at this moment, she drove away the moon and would not miss it for the rest of her life. Every night, the night breeze blew, and the osmanthus tree in the courtyard in front of the house still fluttered in the wind, swaying its graceful posture, and the fragrance of flowers came to her nose. This tree is a more special variety of osmanthus tree, named Sajigi, also known as Yugwegi. As the name suggests, this kind of osmanthus tree can bloom all year round. Now it is the dog days of June, which is not the flowering period of ordinary osmanthus trees, but this Sajigi is in full bloom. The color of the flowers of Sajigi is light yellow, and there are also light white colors like moonlight. The flowers of this osmanthus fragrance are not as pale as the moonlight, but light yellow, the color of the early sun. Small flowers, you cluster and I surround, decorate the whole osmanthus fragrance. The flower language of osmanthus is to accompany the beauty forever. But compared with this osmanthus, she prefers the perseverance and loyalty of white plum. After watching quietly for a moment, Su Rao just went back to her attic and wrapped herself in the quilt. She did not leave Chi Feng Pavilion in the middle of the night, although she had slept for a night and a day. For Su Rao, who had never been drunk, even if she had drunk the sobering soup, the drowsiness after waking up from the hangover did not completely disappear. At this moment, Su Rao only felt that her brain was full of cotton, so soft that she had no energy at all. Have a good sleep now, so that you can be clear-headed and do things tomorrow. Su Rao slept very peacefully this time, and did not have difficulty falling asleep because of Yunji's departure and those exhortations. She slept all night without dreams, and slept until the morning. The next morning, the morning breeze broke the dawn. Today's sunrise is no longer as scorching as the previous few days. It is like the hazy silver moon covered by the thin gauze last night, which is also covered by a layer of gauze woven by heaven and earth. Although the sunrise is no longer dazzling, the air is very stuffy. It did not become cooler because the sunrise was covered. Instead, it felt like being in a steamer. In such a dull weather, Su Rao was completely refreshed, and her body and mind were no longer tired. The pair of peach blossom eyes, with shimmering autumn water, were scorching and deep. She got up, dressed, and washed properly. The bright eyes of peach blossoms fell directly on the calm face of the woman in the bronze mirror of the dressing box, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The ugly scar on her forehead was once again covered by the red plum blossom hairpin today. Her face was stunning, and she was dressed in a tight outfit. The red dress was eye-catching and even more flamboyant. A moment, Su Rao picked up the purse on the dressing box, took out the Xiaoyao order that she never left, and the mansion badge given by Xian Ichi Xiao that day in the border state. Different materials, different tokens, but the same deep feeling. Black, a mysterious color. After taking a look, she put the Xiaoyao order back into the purse, put it in her arms, and pinned the mansion badge to her waist. Su Rao set off. "Miss Su, did you have a good rest?" As soon as she came out of the house, she met Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan. Immediately, Su Rao's eyebrows were slightly twisted. Su Rao didn't know that Mr. Zhu had not left with Yunji. Seeing Mr. Zhu at this moment, she frowned unconsciously. This is an instinctive reaction that has become a habit for herself. She was annoyed that Yunji did not take Mr. Zhu with him. Yunji has left. Why is Mr. Zhu still here? This question was questionable, and his face showed confusion. But he understood in his heart that it might have something to do with Emperor Yu. But Mr. Zhu spoke. But it was not as Su Rao thought. The reason why Mr. Zhu had not gone with Yunji was because of Master Hui Shan. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Mr. Zhu has been pursuing medicine all his life. He has been with Yunji for more than 9 years. Now that he has gone out, he wants to travel with Master Hui Shan. And maybe he will find another way to treat Yunji. So that's it. Su Rao didn't believe it for such a reason. Not at all. But since Mr. Zhu said so, Su Rao would not expose Mr. Zhu. Yunji and Emperor Wei's deal, whether Mr. Zhu can save Emperor Wei or not, has no disadvantages to what she does. If Mr. Zhu can get rid of the drug addiction that Emperor Wei was poisoned with, it will be more beneficial to her, and she won't have to expose her medical skills. Mr. and Master are traveling far away. Su Rao is also leaving, so I'll say goodbye. Yunji left Su Rao and left. He had already left, so Su Rao naturally wouldn't stay, and continued to stay in Qifeng Pavilion, and said goodbye to Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan. Su Rao and Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan only knew each other because Yunji just met. That is, they were a little more familiar than strangers. But they were not very familiar, and there was no other talk. She knelt slightly and greeted Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan. She was very polite, and had none of the frivolous and eccentric attitude of the ugly girl of the Su family. In front of Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan, who were far away from the hustle and bustle and had a clear mind, Su Rao had no need to pretend. Besides, they probably knew her personality a long time ago. But they just didn't say it. Say goodbye and leave first. There are countless causes and effects in the world. The origin is the end of the cause, and the end of the cause is the origin. It is the cause and the effect, all in the heart. Su Rao left, not knowing that Master Hui Shan sighed like this. Amitabha, I think the brocade bag that I gave to Mr. Su has never been opened. Guanyang Peak. Whenever the first rays of morning light shine from the horizon in the morning, the entire Guanyang Peak will be covered with a layer of golden color from bottom to top. And the flowers, plants and trees on the entire mountain will be dyed and coated with a layer of golden light. Especially the lush maple forest on the Guanyang Peak. Whenever the maple leaves turn red in autumn, the entire Guanyang Peak will be dazzling with golden red, which is particularly shocking. The rising sun sprinkles gold, interweaving with bright red, overlapping with red leaves, creating the most ingenious and beautiful scenery of nature, and the beautiful mountains and rivers. The name of Guanyang Peak comes from this. Today, although the morning sun is hidden under the clouds, it has not diminished the beautiful scenery on Guanyang Peak at all. The mountain is full of vegetation, lush green, flowers and plants everywhere, full of vitality, and the wind in the forest will startle the birds in the forest to fly across the sky in groups. The vibrant summer. This peak is also the highest peak outside the capital of Juxiao. Standing on this peak, you can have a panoramic view of the entire capital of Juxiao, especially the endless stream of vehicles and horses coming from the official road of Juxiao. At this moment, on the top of Guanyang Peak, The figure in black clothes put his hands behind his back. In such a sultry summer day, he still wrapped himself in a cloak, covered his face with a silver-black mask, and completely placed himself in the dark. The bloodthirsty breath around him was extremely strong, and the murderous breath was even heavier, like a cold wind blade, cutting off the air within 10 feet around. It also completely expelled the stuffy feeling in the air at this moment, as if being in a steamer, and instead felt like being in an extremely cold ice cave, with cold hands and feet, even more trembling. Such a feeling. Yunling and Xiao Mubai, who were waiting behind Han Machin, felt more deeply. Both of them were in a cautious posture, as if they dared not breathe too much, completely holding their breath and concentrating, facing such a master, and with such a bloodthirsty killing factor clamoring again. They dared not say much to disturb him. And Han Machin's sight has always been on the official road. The pair of phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask, although cold inside, are completely clear and bright. His vision is extremely broad. It is not like Yunji's blind world of nothingness and chaos, but a colorful world. A completely normal world. The morning breeze between the peaks ripples and flutters, and just then it brings up the black cloak to flutter. After looking at the official road for a long time, Han Machin raised his eyes to see the hazy sunrise hidden in the clouds. The end of the Qin hour has arrived, and the Sea hour is about to arrive. The opportunity that has been planned for many years has come. The figure suddenly moved, but Han Machin jumped up and left Guanyang Peak, as if he didn't want to appear here first, so that Xianiqi Xiao would find that he was the one who had little patience, and thus increased the bargaining chips when trading with him. Xiao Mubai and Yunling looked at each other, understood Han Machin's thoughts, and followed him. At 3:30 p.m., 2 horses came out of a gate in Juxian capital and galloped towards Guanyang Peak, covering their faces with hats. They were dressed in disguise. Your Highness, there are only 2 of us. How can we go there rashly? Emoing spoke, alert in his heart, although he saw that the owner of Xiaoyao Tower was mentioned by the prince and did it on purpose. When he really received the news from Xiao Mubai last night, and the owner of Xiaoyao Tower really agreed to meet the prince, Emoing felt uneasy in his heart. This king has no time to waste with Rong Yi anymore. The cold voice, the deep sense of oppression in Ruifeng's eyes. Xian Ichi Xiao's hands holding the reins made a sound. The emperor's health is getting worse day by day, but his dependence on the elixir is getting worse day by day, and he has become addicted. He must get the formula as soon as possible. Otherwise, the emperor's brother. The horse's hooves trampled down, bringing a layer of dust to the official road. The surrounding mountains and bushes retreated rapidly, all turning into shadows. Princey said so. Emoing said no more, kicked the horse's belly, and sped up to follow Prince Yi. But in a moment, the 2 disappeared. Time, but hurried. Su Rao also appeared on the street of Prince Yi's mansion, come to find Xian Ichi Xiao. She did not make up or disguise herself, but came with the same appearance in the morning, openly and honestly, without any cover-up, as if to let Queen Rong know that she came to Prince Yi's mansion to find Xian Ichi Xiao. At the birthday banquet of Emperor Wei, Queen Rong's test was ruined. If she came to find Xian Ichi Xiao now, Queen Rong would definitely not miss this good opportunity. Su Rao once again used herself as a bait to lure the enemy into a trap. Empress Yu Xianrong, who loved Emperor Yu but could not, turned from love to hatred. She had been plotting for many years, and used poison to shackle Emperor Wei to control Prince Yi. Now she has captured Princess Yunlang Ronghua, trying to provoke a war between Zhu Xian and Yunlang. If this happened, Su Rao walked out of the alley. Her peach blossom eyes fell straight towards the direction of Zhu Xian's palace. There was a layer of coldness and depth in her eyes, but a hint of bloodthirstiness appeared at the corner of her mouth. No one could endanger her Su family. She would eliminate all threats, and would rather kill by mistake than let them go. In a breath, Su Rao took out the house card given by Xianiqi Xiao from her arms, and walked towards Prince Yi's house. Chirp! Just as she was about to walk to the door of Prince Yi's house, she suddenly heard a sound. A weak sound, reaching her ears. Su Rao's steps were about to reach Prince Yi's mansion when she suddenly stopped. And then she turned around and went back to the alley. This cry was a message from the Lian Pavilion. Ying appeared in the alley, and seeing Su Rao coming, she walked over quickly. Miss, Prince Yi and Emoing just pretended to leave the city. As soon as Xianiqi Xiao and Emoing left the capital, Ying went to Qifeng Pavilion to find Su Rao. Mr. Zhu told her that Su Rao had left. Thinking of what Su Rao said that night, that she should have a real showdown with Han Machin. Ying guessed that Su Rao probably came to Prince He's mansion. Immediately, Ying also came. Leaving the city? Her eyebrows moved suddenly. There was a hint of doubt in her bright peach eyes. Su Rao looked thoughtful. Why did Xian Qishao leave the city for no reason? Su Can, you wait for Su Chui here. After finding Yao Yeding's trace, leave the mark of the mirror pavilion along the way. Don't alert the enemy. Let's see what his intention is to come to Juxian. Keep a close eye on the Juxian Palace and Rongfeng. No matter what they do, don't act rashly and expose their traces. Wait until I come back. Knowing that Yao Yeding actually came to Juxian, Su Rao would not be careless. At midnight last night, he asked Su Chui to check according to what Yunji said in the letter to find Yao Yeding's whereabouts. Su Rao naturally chose the latter between the enemy being in the dark and us being in the light, and the enemy being in the light and us being in the dark. As for Rongfeng, because Xian Muyeling was in a bad mood, Rongfeng had been accompanying Xian Muyeling in the princess's mansion for the past 2 days, and did not make any abnormal and reckless moves as Su Rao and Ying guessed. But Su Rao would never erase his suspicion of Rongfeng. No abnormality may be the biggest abnormality. Remember, safety is the most important thing. If you are accidentally discovered, do not stay and evacuate immediately. After some explanation, Su Rao gave Su Can and Su Chui some instructions for their safety before leaving with Ying. Since Xian Qishao was not in the mansion, there was no need for her to go. Xian Qishao left the capital for no reason, and in broad daylight, and in disguise, unknown to others. It must be related to Queen Rong. Su Rao did not think much, and took Ying out of the city directly. Ying came to Juxian, so it was impossible for him to be alone. And there were other guards of the pavilion. Ying came to Su Rao, and the guards of the pavilion followed Xian Qishao secretly, leaving the secret code of the pavilion along the way. Following the secret code, there was no fear of not being able to find the place where Xian Qishao went. Su Rao and Ying had just left the city when a group of people appeared at the gate of the city and followed them in secret. The dull and hot day, with the misty morning sun hanging completely in the sky. At noon, the whole sky felt shrouded in a steamer. Even the wind blowing was stuffy and hot. The heat was unbearable. Under Guanyang Peak, Xian Qishao and Mo Ying stopped their horses. My lord, is Xiao Mubai playing tricks on us? Mo Ying got off the horse and raised his hand to wipe away the sweat rolling down his forehead. Observe the surroundings. The surroundings were quiet and peaceful, without any trace of other people. Not even a bird or an animal. Only the sound of the wind blowing through the forest. In this Guanyang Peak, except for the two of them who came, there was no one else. Not to mention the shadow of the owner of Xiaoyao Tower. Xian Qishao also frowned. But it was only a short moment, and a hint of sadness appeared in Ruifeng's eyes. It was too quiet here, since the owner of Xiaoyao Tower has arrived. Why not show up and have a chat? He jumped directly to the top of the peak with Qigong, and Xian Qishao turned his head to look at the surrounding mountains. In a moment, his cold eyes fell directly on the maple forest that was still green, because it was not autumn yet. The maple leaves in this maple forest were still green in summer. The maple leaves were layered and dense, covering the entire sky and earth here. It was hard to know whether there was anyone inside. But Xian Qishao had a hunch that there must be someone in this maple forest. He took a step and walked directly. Your Highness, be careful. Mo Ying, who followed him, said cautiously, reminding Xian Qishao to be careful. Xian Qishao raised his hand and waved, walked towards the maple forest, and just took 2 steps. His footsteps suddenly stopped. It was because the wind on Guanyang Peak, which was originally hot and humid, suddenly became cold, and his cheeks felt painful, and there was a murderous and cold-blooded breath coming from the forest. It seemed to carry a thick smell of blood. The figure in the black cloak walked over the fluttering green maple leaves, and every step was filled with a sense of killing. The killing that only exists in hell. In an instant, the sky seemed to change color, and the hazy sun seemed to have been completely swallowed by the clouds. The world suddenly changed, and the cold wind blew around. Han Machin's black cloak swayed with the wind, and a strand of black hair hanging in front of him fluttered in the wind. 10 feet away, such a terrifying feeling that made others feel unable to breathe had already arisen from the heart. Mo Ying's face suddenly changed, and the bloodthirsty man he saw in Yun Lang appeared in his mind. This kind of breath. Your Highness, Just after shouting, Han Machan was in front of Prince Yi in a flash. The cold wind blew past Xian Yiqixiao's face. Although Xian Yiqixiao did not move, his hands in the black robe suddenly clenched. Rui Feng's eyes fell directly on the person in front of him. He was also dressed in black clothes. But the dark red mixed in the color of this person's clothes was deeper, darker and thicker. The pair of slender phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask. The kind of coldness inside, compared to all his coldness and indifference. This person's eyes were more bloodthirsty. A completely cold-blooded person. Cold-blooded and murderous. The black cloak he wore made him even more mysterious. And it was difficult to see his face clearly. He could make Xiao Mubai willing to submit to him and fight against the Danyang royal family for many years. But he was not a member of the Danyang royal family. Although Xian Yiqixiao did not know who the owner of Xiaoyao Tower was, he had never stopped secretly investigating his true identity. Although he did not know his identity, he was completely sure that although Xiao Mubai was his right-hand man, this person had absolutely no relationship with Rong Feng. Who is this person? What is his connection with Danyang? He has repeatedly caused trouble in Danyang, but he never showed up. Instead, he used a method of boiling a frog in warm water to consume the energy of the Danyang royal family, making it difficult for them to endure every night. Such a method is indeed insidious and despicable. But it is also an excellent and ultimate method. Xian Yiqixiao and Han Machan are both looking at each other. And compared to Xian Yiqixiao's so-called half-understanding of him, Han Machan knows Xian Yiqixiao very well. After looking at each other for a moment, Xian Yiqixiao took a step back first. The two of them obviously did not fight, but just looked at each other. But from the fact that Xian Yiqixiao took a step back first, it can be seen that Han Machan was better in the first confrontation between the two people's auras. Master of Xiaoyao Tower, Prince Yu Xianyi, speak at the same time. Both of them were cold and indifferent. So naturally there would be no polite words between them. Although they met for the first time, they seemed to have no sense of strangeness towards each other. Xian Yiqixiao acted in secret, but he didn't know that his actions had already been known to Queen Rong. Clang! Such a sound was heard again in the bedroom of Emperor Wei. The sound of the jade bowl breaking. But this time it was not because Emperor Wei couldn't hold the jade bowl firmly that it broke, but because Emperor Wei pushed the jade bowl to the ground and broke it directly. Rong Yu. From now on I will never let you use me to shackle a Xiao. Clamp a Xiao. And you also want to threaten and use a Xiao to achieve your goals. The extremely calm voice said these words. And Emperor Wei's face was calm. And his heart was even calmer. After a year and a half, the pair of calm roving eyes once again completely fell on Queen Rong's face. And once again truly looked at her. The woman in front of him was noble and cold, with a proud and confident aura, like a golden phoenix, which captivated his heart at first sight. He had loved her deeply, and hated her even more. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. But now, love and hatred seemed to have no meaning. It was just a sad life. A ridiculous love that was misplaced. After Emperor Wei smashed the jade bowl, he ignored Empress Rong's reaction and continued to paint. Only when he lowered his eyes did the calm auspicious phoenix eyes shake for a breath. His action this time was taught by Yunji. Attack his mind. But Queen Rong did not get angry. Nor was she as crazy as she was that night. She just looked at the broken jade bowl on the ground for a long time before she spoke. Wei Lang cares so much about his younger brother. He is really a brotherly friend. Wei Lang knows that Ah Xiao has secretly contacted the head of the Xiao family in Danliang. During the 6 months he was in Yunlang, he did more than just the matter of Huajian Fang. He might have known the origin of the elixir. This said, Queen Rong did not seem to worry at all that Xian Yiqixiao had found the elixir formula from somewhere else. At this moment, she even had the leisure to tell Emperor Wei to know about it. Drop. A drop of ink dripped onto the rice paper, smearing the landscape painting that had just been made and ruining the artistic conception. Emperor Wei suddenly looked at Queen Rong, and the calmness on his face disappeared. With his reaction, Queen Rong seemed to understand clearly. She took out the information that Ronggu had found from the wide sleeves of her phoenix robe and spread it directly in front of Emperor Wei. Before the birthday of Emperor Wei, Empress Rong ordered Ronggu to check the people of Tanyang who went to Prince He's mansion. But nothing was found in the past 2 days. Until last night, Xiao Mubai appeared in Prince He's mansion again. Ronggu immediately checked Xiao Mubai, and found out that Xiao Mubai was secretly communicating with Xian Yiqixiao. In the morning, as soon as the news reached Ronggu, Ronggu immediately went to inform Queen Rong of the matter. It was written above. Xiao Mubai met with Xian Yiqi Xiao secretly twice. Once last night. In addition, it was the day when Yuan Ji came to Juxian capital. There was nothing else. In just one night, Ronggu could naturally find out a limited number of things. But these two things were enough for Queen Rong to be sure that Xian Yiqi Xiao and Xiao Mubai had secretly joined forces. The envoy from Danliang Kingdom to the birthday banquet of Emperor Wei this time was Rong Feng. And Xiao Mubai, as the head of the Danliang Xiao family, secretly came to Juxian and met with Prince Yi of Juxian Kingdom secretly. Without thinking too much, it is known that there must be some secret between them. Even if Xian Yiqi Xiao knows the origin of the elixir, what can he do? Even if he and Xiao Mubai secretly form an alliance, what can he do? He can't do anything to me. With a sneer, Queen Rong pinched Emperor Wei's chin again and forced him to face her. You think you don't want to live anymore? You think that without you, Rong Yu, will have no bargaining chip to threaten Xian Yiqi Xiao? Wei Lang, when did you become so naive? I am so disappointed in you. Putting one hand on Emperor Wei's face, the disappointment on Queen Rong's face was clear. After all, he is a hopeless person. After so many years, he is still so rotten with that is difficult to carve and difficult to achieve success. The person who can match her, Rong Yu, and stand shoulder to shoulder with her, Rong Yu, is a hero king who has the world in his heart, and is definitely not such a weak and ignorant person who does not know how to make progress. Xiao Mubai just found him last night, and today a Xiao disguised himself and left the city. Wei Lang, if the news spreads that Princess Ronghua was robbed and killed by villains, will a Xiao turn back to save Princess Ronghua? Or will he continue to look for her? Rong Yu. This muffled voice still aroused the anger of the Emperor Wei. He shook off the hand that was restraining his jaw. He was breathing hard and started to cough. His face turned pale, and he felt that he could not breathe. The cold and beautiful eyes of the Empress Rong fluctuated for a moment. But it was only for a moment. And then it returned to its cold and beautiful state. If a Xiao saves Su Rao, we, as his brother and sister-in-law, should also arrange for his wife for a Xiao. If he does not save her, it would be a pity. The Empress Rong did not say the what a pity at the end, but the murderous intent that came out of her could tell. If Xian Yiqi Xiao did not return to save Su Rao, then there was no need to keep the chess piece that was no longer useful and would even bite her back. He could only be eliminated. Wei Lang, you'd better pray that your brother will go and save the Princess Ronghua, so that I can barely live in peace with him. Otherwise, Queen Rong threw her wide-sleeved phoenix robe fiercely and left the Emperor Wei's bedroom with a noble attitude. After leaving, her cold eyes fell on the chief steward of the Emperor Wei, who was waiting outside the palace. Keep an eye on the Emperor for me. If the Emperor has any accident, you should know what will happen. Queen Rong left, and the servile chief steward did not dare to raise his hand to wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead. The whole person did not have the attitude of a chief steward at all, but was completely a secret slave who monitored the Emperor Wei. The Emperor Wei in the palace heard Queen Rong's instructions more clearly. The brush broke into two pieces, and the bright red blood dripped onto the rice paper, further stained the painting. Rong Yu, the thing I, Xian Yiqi Wei, regret most in my life is falling in love with you and helping the tyrant. If you hurt Ah Xiao in the slightest, I will die with you. This statement was filled with deep regret, and it made me feel even more old and aging. Emperor Wei coughed and panted again, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Father, in a dark corner outside the palace, Xian Muyaling clenched her palms tightly, unable to control her steps, and was about to go out. Rong Feng, who was following behind, noticed it in time and stopped her steps, so as not to expose herself and let Queen Rong notice it. Cousin, how could you? Xian Muyaling didn't expect Rong Feng to follow her in secret. When she saw Rong Feng at this moment, her face changed for a moment. Ling, how long are you going to keep it from me? Aunt and uncle, and Prince Yi, they, Xian Muyaling and Rong Feng have a relationship since childhood. No matter how much Xian Muyaling pretends to be fine, 2 days is enough for Rong Feng to find out that Xian Muyaling has something on her mind. This morning, Queen Rong came to see Emperor Wei, and then Xian Muyaling got the news. She made up an excuse to send Rong Feng away, and then came secretly. Rong Feng, who had left, also followed secretly. Ling, I am your cousin, and the person you have to entrust your life to. Your mother is my aunt. Rong Feng said this again Without waiting for Xian Muyling to say more, he directly pressed Xian Muyiling's shoulders with both hands. And the warm face was dark. A deep dark color. Xian Muyiling bit the corner of her lip. Since she was a child, Rong Feng rarely showed such an expression to her. He would only do so when it came to her. But now she had no time to explain. Cousin, I will tell you later. Okay. Holding Rong Feng's wrist, Xian Muyiling looked anxious. Now the little uncle is in danger. The Queen Mother sent someone to move Su Rao, and use Su Rao to test the little uncle's feelings. I can't leave the palace. You go to the little uncle, and let him save Su Rao no matter what. The little uncle must save Su Rao. Otherwise there will be no room for maneuver between the little uncle and the Queen Mother. It was sultry in the morning. And afternoon, the sky completely changed. The gray clouds in the sky began to change color after completely swallowing the misty sun. And the sky was painted with thick ink. Su Rao and Ying, who left the capital, did not know that such a danger was about to come. The two followed the secret code left by the guards, and came to the foot of Guanyang Peak. When they walked to the outside of the maple forest, the mark was messed up. Miss. This. In the forest, the arrows placed with stones were either trampled by passing animals, or discovered by people. So they were so messed up, that they lost their direction. It was caused by the sweep of internal force. Su Rao got off the horse directly, squatted on one knee, observed for a breath, and turned his eyes to the surrounding bushes and plants. The stones were messed up. If they were trampled by animals, they would not be so scattered. Moreover, the bushes and plants around the secret mark did not show any traces of animals being trampled. Instead, they seemed to be messed up by the strong wind, especially the scattered maple leaves on the ground, which were obviously caused by humans. Someone must have fought here not long ago. Miss, where should we go now? Guanyang Peak is just one of the vast mountains outside the capital of Juxian. And the maple forest between Guanyang Peak is not a small maple forest, but occupies a large area of mountain. And the paths are also intricate and winding. Su Rao and Ying were on a small mountain road outside the maple forest. If there were no secret signs to guide them, they would not be able to find the place where Xian Yiqi went. We will go to the side of the road where the maple grass is more messy, and the maple leaves are scattered more. In just a breath, Su Rao stood up. His eyes fell on the dense and lush maple forest. The direction where the trees and grass are more messy, and the maple leaves are scattered more in the forest is just the side where the maple trees are dense. Go north. In the absence of sunlight, you can distinguish the east, south, west and north by observing the density of leaves or branches. Click. Su Rao was just about to get on the horse when he heard this sound. The sound of footsteps accidentally stepping on branches. Ying suddenly looked at Su Rao. Su Rao also looked deep, and her bright eyes moved. Someone is following them. Dark clouds covered the city, and the wind was howling. But there was no heavy rain. It just felt like the world was covered by a layer of black cloth, completely isolating Guanyang Peak. Under Guanyang Peak, in the maple forest, a duel that had suddenly started at some point had come to an end, with fluttering sleeves and thick black hair flying with the two men fighting. The two men in black clothes, cold and cool, faced each other again and separated. The violent wind that swept through the mountains finally stopped, and the internal force that rolled out of the two people's bodies also stopped with the falling maple leaves around them. The two men fought, and it seemed that no one won the fight, but ended in a draw. Xian Yiqi was not as obviously defeated as in the invisible fight when he first met Han Machen in the morning. But this was just an appearance. Although there was no abnormality on Xian Yiqi's face, his right hand behind his back was trembling slightly. Obviously, Xian Yiqi was still defeated in this battle of force with Han Machen. I wonder if I have the ability to talk to the owner of the building now. Although the hand in his sleeve was numb because of the palm fight with Han Machen, Xian Yiqi's face was fine after all. The meaning of Xian Yiqi's words was also very clear. Although Han Machen met him, whether he could make a deal with Han Machen depended on whether he had the ability to talk to Han Machen. Cry. Before Han Machen could speak, a sudden cry came from the sky, and a black owl circled in the sky. When Mo Wing, who was waiting in the distance, saw this, his eyebrows were immediately twisted, because the black owl coming from the sky was the trained owl of the Eagle Shadow Dark Guard, and it was secretly delivering the message. The appearance of the black owl must be something urgent that the Eagle Shadow's secret guard wants to tell him. Xian Yiqi also frowned slightly. It seems that Prince he has something urgent? Han Machin just opened his mouth. But just as he finished speaking, a messenger eagle circled in the sky. The messenger eagle did not circle in the sky like the black owl, but flew down directly. This time, the person with cold eyebrows was replaced by Han Machin. Because the eagle coming behind was the messenger eagle of the cloud guard. Xianqi Shao immediately looked at Han Machin, and his cold eyes also fell directly on the messenger eagle flying towards Han Machin. The black owl hovering in the sky also flew down at the whistle of Imoing. As soon as Imoing opened the bamboo tube, his face changed immediately, and he walked over quickly. Your Highness. He quickly handed the note to Xianqi Shao. Although the credo was passed by the Eagle Shadow's secret guard, the words written on it were said by Queen Rong, which was a blatant threat. Ah Shao. Although the capital is peaceful and safe, there are Japanese pirates outside the capital. If the Princess Rongwa leaves today and accidentally runs into bandits on the way. With just this unfinished sentence, there was no more words. But Xianqi Shao crumpled the note, and a strong sense of depression suddenly appeared around him. Rong. You. Heir. Xianqi Shao reacted like this. But Han Machin on the opposite side suddenly moved and left without any sign. The conversation with Xianqi Shao ended without any sign, and there was no discussion of the transaction. Your Highness. This. Imoing looked quickly, but in an instant, the figure in black clothes disappeared. He must have received some difficult news to leave in such a hurry. Xianqi Shao also took a look, and in a moment, he crushed the paper in his hand into powder and walked away. He didn't care about Han Machin's sudden departure. Prince, are we leaving just like that? Imoing said again. Xianqi Shao jumped on the horse directly, and the coldness in his whole body was hard to suppress. In his pair of auspicious phoenix eyes without any light, he actually had murderous intentions towards Queen Rong at this moment. Since Rong Yu already knows, the transaction with Xiaoyao Tower is meaningless. After saying this, he kicked the horse's belly and ran out of the forest at a high speed. Another word. Su Rao must not get into trouble in Juxian. Imoing understood immediately. Queen Rong actually knew that the prince and Xiaoyao Tower had secretly communicated. So Queen Rong must have been eyeing Xiaoyao Tower. The prince's plan to ask Xiaoyao Tower to get the elixir formula from Dan Yang for him was useless. Moreover, if Su Rao gets into trouble in Juxian, the Su family will not let it go, as they dote on their daughter Su Rao. At that time, Zhu Xian and Yun Lang will never be at peace again, just as Queen Rong intended. Such a series of plans. The periphery and the center of the maple forest are far apart, and it will take a long time to get there. Xianqi Shao does not know that Su Rao is in the periphery at the moment, and Su Rao does not know that Xianqi Shao is coming towards her. At this moment, there are several corpses of men in black within 3 feet around her, and the folding fan in her hand is dripping with blood. The strong smell of blood completely permeates the periphery of the maple forest. Su Rao and Ying are back to back, looking at the dozens of men in black who are still surrounding them. Su Rao's mouth curls up coldly, and her peach blossom eyes are surrounded by a strong peach color. You want to catch this princess again? It depends on whether you have the ability to do so. After saying this, he looked at Ying, and the two rushed into the killing again. A life was lost in the whirling folding fan, and blood splashed everywhere. Su Rao was merciless and showed no mercy. Ying was the same. Every sword was sharp, and every move was killing. Facing these black-clothed men who repeatedly came to capture their young lady, Ying wanted their lives more than Su Rao. What a scheming Su family girl. Princess Rongwa. No wonder she could make the cold-hearted prince think about it. It turns out that the ugly girl of the Yunlang Su family was all a disguise. The leader's arm was scratched by Su Rao's folding fan. He covered his arm and retreated. His face changed. So much nonsense. Su Rao sneered directly, not giving the leader a chance to react. The folding fan swirled between the pair of soft hands, turning and moving smoothly. The red-dressed man was unrestrained, and the folding fan came out again, spinning in the air, bringing up the rustling maple leaves to dance, cutting off from it. Quick! Go! Go! Catch her! Seeing the folding fan approaching, the leader's eyes changed even more. He didn't expect that he was no match for Su Rao at all. He immediately pulled his men to block in front of him, blocking this moment of survival for himself. Seeing this, Su Rao snorted again, and there was more sarcasm in her peach blossom eyes. The coward dared to catch her. The folding fan flew back again, coming directly from the back of the leader, and blood gushed out immediately. Although there were only Su Rao and Ying, they completely crushed those who followed and caught Su Rao. There was no need for Xian Qishao to rescue. Su Rao and Ying had easily solved these men in black. Miss, this person is the envoy from Damyang. Ying went forward and took off the mask on the leader's face. It turned out to be the envoy from Damyang who was talking to Queen Rong. The person who followed Su Rao out of the city was not the Japanese pirates mentioned in the note Queen Rong gave to Xian Qishao, but the people from Damyang who came to congratulate Emperor Wei on his birthday. Dan, Liang, country. Su Rao's bright eyes suddenly became gloomy. She shook off the blood stains on her folding fan and walked to Ying's side. Miss, it seems that our suspicion is not wrong. The one who has repeatedly arrested you is not only Queen Rong. Ying said again. Su Rao's eyebrows were furrowed more and more. But she was confused again. One thing was unclear. Since she overheard the conversation between Yun Ji and Emperor Wei that night, she knew that Queen Rong arrested her only because she loved Yun Yu but could not get her. And she turned her love into hatred. So she poisoned Emperor Wei. She also wanted to use her to coerce Xian Qishao to stir up chaos in Zhu Xian and Yun Lang. And it was not a conspiracy with Dan Liang. If so, why did Dan Liang arrest her? What is their purpose in arresting her? Miss, could it be? Ying's face suddenly changed. Could it be that Mrs. Identity was discovered? Su Rao also calmed down. Su Rao, be careful. Such a sudden shout. Before Su Rao and Ying reacted, Xian Qishao, who came, flew over at a high speed and quickly pulled Su Rao away. Ying was also pulled away by a Moing. In a trance, Su Rao saw a spotted color passing by her side with a whirring sound. But it didn't pounce on her. Its 4 claws stepped on the forest, bringing scattered maple leaves flying. The same scene happened to Ying and Moing. The bloody smell outside attracted the tigers in the forest. 2 tigers, one male and one female, were hiding in the grass behind Su Rao and Ying, waiting for an opportunity to move. If it weren't for Xian Qishao who came and found out, Su Rao and Ying would have fallen into the tiger's mouth. Princess Ronghua, are you okay? After saving Su Rao, Xian Qishao immediately let go of Su Rao and took a step back. While asking questions, his cold eyes fell on Ying, who was saved by Moing. How could Ying, the shopkeeper of the Lian Pavilion, appear here? And he is with Princess Ronghua. A deep thought suddenly came to his mind. At this moment, Su Rao did not care to notice the strangeness of Xian Qishao at this moment, but looked at Ying first. Seeing that Ying was fine, he suddenly relaxed and quickly glanced at Xian Qishao beside him. You saved me again. And you appeared in time. Just one word. It seemed to have a deep meaning, but it seemed not to have any. Su Rao turned his eyes again, and his peach blossom eyes fell directly on the striped male tiger that had turned around. The male tiger attacked but missed, and such a prey actually avoided its attack, which seemed to make the male tiger extremely angry. The front paws dug the ground, digging out mud again and again, and the whirring sound in the nose did not stop, and the wide-open tiger eyes were even more scarlet. Such a manic reaction seemed to be attracted by the bloody smell on Su Rao's body. Staring straight at Su Rao, the tigress also stared at Ying, also digging with her front paws. Seeing this, Xian Qishao forgot about the moment when Ying and Su Rao were together. He took a step and stood with Su Rao, his brows furrowed. Be careful. This is the most ferocious king of the forest among all the Siamese. Its claws are extremely sharp, and its teeth are even sharper. If you are not careful, it will be torn in half. But how could they appear in this outer area? Could it be, thinking of Han Machin who left, could it be because of that person? Really? Then it seems that this princess has to ask Prince Yi for protection again. The peach blossom eyes were deep and difficult to understand. But Su Rao suddenly had a dandy smile on his face. But he held the folding fan tightly in his hand, not daring to be careless in his heart. Even if Xian Qishao didn't remind her, Su Rao knew that these 2 tigers were not ordinary. Tigers that can hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to move are not ordinary beasts. The red plum blossom on the forehead was very eye-catching. And because of Su Rao's smile, it seemed to be more brilliant. Xian Qishao's eyes were dazed for a moment, and his heart thumped for no reason. With a very clear feeling. Ying, be careful. The tigress launched the attack first and pounced on Ying again. The tiger's mouth was wide open. The red tiger tongue and the sharp saw teeth seemed to be able to bite off Ying's neck in the next moment. Su Rao saw this and immediately warned. The male tiger also pounced over. And the bloody mouth was also opened. And the 4 claws came straight towards Su Rao. And the huge tiger body flew up. Before Xian Yiqi grabbed Su Rao's wrist again, Su Rao had already moved. And the folding fin swirled out between the soft hands. And the whole person rose up more gracefully. The red clothes were blazing. The sleeves were fluttering. And the 3,000 black hairs were blown in the wind. She said she would let Xian Yiqi protect her. But how could Su Rao really give her life to Xian Yiqi so easily? At least, she had to see his sincerity at this moment. The folding fin flew in the air and brushed along the tiger's neck. But it only wiped off a little hair, and did not hurt the tiger at all. Seeing this, Su Rao turned over and passed by the tiger. This was the first time that Xian Yiqi really saw Su Rao's ability. He knew that Su Rao was pretending to be good, but he did not expect that her martial arts and lightness skills were so powerful. Xian Yiqi, what are you daydreaming about? Su Rao dodged the tiger's attack, but saw that Xian Yiqi was staring at her in a daze. The tiger was about to pounce on him, but he ignored it. Was he looking for death? Xian Yiqi also suddenly came back to his senses, and the long sword in his hand came out with a sharp sword tip. And then his feet moved, and he kicked the tiger that was about to pounce on him away. It can be seen that his foot strength is heavy. This tiger is hard all over. Ordinary weapons are useless against it. You can only fight it hand to hand. Back off. I'll do it. With this voice, before Su Rao could make another move, Xian Yiqi had already taken the lead and collided with the male tiger again. As for Ying and Moing also told Ying the same thing. And the two also fought with the female tiger barehanded. Su Rao made a move, but she didn't need her anymore. Seeing Xian Yiqi directly clenched his fist and fought with the male tiger with brute force. He didn't lose the upper hand. Only then did she know that he was worthy of the title of the first warrior of the Siamese. Xian Yiqi fought the male tiger alone, and he was completely at ease. Su Rao immediately focused his attention on Ying and Moing. Although the two cooperated for the first time, they were very tacit. One on the left and one on the right made the female tiger have no time to take care of it. Watching for a breath, Su Rao found a maple tree, kicked away a black-clothed man who died here, hugged his arms and leaned back, and really backed away. Since Xian Yiqi volunteered and was so sincere, she was happy to rest. Su Rao stepped back without noticing that another bush not far behind her swayed slightly. A pair of eyes fell directly on her, or more precisely, on the folding fan in Su Rao's hand. Su Rao's folding fan looked like an ordinary folding fan, which could be found anywhere on the street, and there was nothing unusual about it. But if you look closely, you will find that the fan bones of this folding fan are made of extremely hard animal bones. And the fan surface is also silky satin. Even if blood stains it, it will not stain the folding fan. This fan is definitely not ordinary. The pair of eyes looked for a breath, and then fell on Ying, who was fighting with the tigress, and her pupils shrank even more. In a moment, the person hiding in the bush quietly left, but accidentally revealed a corner of his clothes. It turned out to be Yao Yeding, whom Su Rao asked Su Chui to find. It was unknown when Yao Yeding arrived in Jusing capital, and how long he had been secretly following Su Rao and Ying. Was it an accidental encounter, or had he been keeping an eye on Su Rao for a long time? The sound of treading on branches that Su Rao and Ying heard might not have been made by the black-clothed men from Danliang, but by Yao Yeding. It was the sound they made. From the appearance of Yao Yeding to his secret departure, no one noticed. Not even Yunji's Yunwei, because the Yunwei who secretly protected Su Rao, including Yun Feng who left, were now on the other side of the maple forest. On that side, there were also corpses and broken limbs all over the ground. These dead people were the ones sent by Queen Rong to secretly capture Su Rao. But they were caught by Han Machen. The message brought to Han Machen by the eagle was that those people from Danliang Kingdom were following Su Rao and capturing Su Rao again. Han Machen left without any signs just now, but he had not arrived yet and ran into these people halfway. Perhaps it is more appropriate that these people came not only for Su Rao, but also to find a way to get rid of Xiao Mubai. Xiao Mubai and Xian Yiqi were so secretly communicating with Queen Rong's personality. She already knew about it. So how could she let Xian Yiqi really find the elixir formula from Danliang? Then naturally, getting rid of Xiao Mubai is the simplest and most convenient way. So when Ronggu told Queen Rong about it in the morning, Queen Rong ordered Ronggu to follow Xian Yiqi, find Xiao Mubai, and get rid of this trouble. Worried that her people would be discovered by Xian Ichi Xiao, she asked Ronggu to inform the Danliang envoy and let the Danliang envoy bring a pair of secret guards to assist her people. She also told the Danliang envoy that Xiao Mubai was the mysterious man who had been against the sister-in-law mentioned by Queen Rong for many years, and believed that the Danliang envoy would definitely assist her people wholeheartedly. The Danliang envoy was threatened by Queen Rong that day, but now Queen Rong asked Ronggu to say something. But the Danliang envoy didn't believe it at all. Their queen didn't find the mysterious man for so many years. How could Queen Rong easily find out about the Xiao family who had been working for the queen? The Danliang envoy didn't believe it, thinking that this was what Queen Rong said deliberately, just to use him Danliang to accomplish her business. So after Su Rao and Ying left the capital, the Danliang envoy directly threw away Queen Rong's people, trying to catch Su Rao first, take her away directly, and then put the blame for Su Rao's disappearance on Queen Rong. This is why there are only people from Danliang who came to catch Su Rao, but no people from Queen Rong. Han Machan and Queen Rong's people bumped into each other, and these people saw Xiao Mubai beside Han Machan, and immediately faced their swords and surrounded Han Machan and Xiao Mubai, which led to the bloody scene now. Under Han Machan's feet, the corpses were lying in all directions, and there were also several beasts' corpses lying under his feet. The blood completely dyed his feet and boots, and Xiao Mubai and Yunling had no chance to take action. After killing everyone, Han Machan was filled with bloodthirsty aura, and the killing aura around him was almost uncontrollable. But he still remembered that Su Rao was in danger, so he did not completely lose his mind. He was about to leave, but he ran into wild beasts that came with the smell of blood, which aroused the uncontrollable killing in Han Machan's heart. He slaughtered all the wild beasts that came one after another, and even attacked Xiao Mubai and Yunling. The whole person was completely dazzled by the blood. Even if Yunling and Xiao Mubai mentioned Su Rao, it was useless. Xiao Mubai and Yunling were no match for Han Machan at all. In just a breath, the two were seriously injured. Fortunately, Yun Feng, Ba and Yun Da's Yun guards arrived in time. Yun Feng's tentative call of Rao Rao actually stopped Han Machan from almost killing Xiao Mubai and Yunling. Yun Ji appeared and fainted. Han Machan just disappeared. Rao Rao, looking at Yun Ji who was unconscious in Yun Feng's arms. Xiao Mubai covered his chest and coughed, and vomited blood again. What is the difference between Su Rao and Rao Rao that can make the master become the master again? It's so puzzling. Perhaps Rao Rao is the master's hard medicine. Yunling also coughed, and his cold and insensitive eyes would only fluctuate when they touched Yun Ji. Yun Feng also looked at the unconscious Yun Ji and said, Yunling is right. Before the master knew that Miss Su was the person he was looking for, he always appeared without any signs. Now because of Miss Su, the number and time of the master's appearance have become regular. Cough, cough. After 2 coughs, Yunji woke up. Master, Yun Feng and the other two immediately said in a hurry. He killed again. With these words, Yunji's vision became blurred again, and the broken limbs inside also disappeared due to the blurred vision. But the bloody smell in his nose that made him feel sick was strong and endless. Raising his hand, he took off the silver-black mask that concealed his identity, and the thoughts on Juanmei's face were unclear. Facing another him who killed so much, Yunji's heart was still difficult to calm down. Master, Yun Feng and Yunling helped Yunji up, and both pursed their lips and could not speak. Yunda and Ba and other Yunwei also kept their mouths shut. The only person who spoke was Xiao Mubai. The world of the master is so bloody. If those people don't die, the master will never be able to get out. Even if it is Princess Rongwa, she can't pull the master out. The master knows in his heart that you are originally one person, and the master is actually just the master's inner demon. Mubai, stop talking. Yu Feng suddenly scolded. It should have been Yunling who scolded, but this time it was Yu Feng who scolded, and Yunling just frowned. Xiao Mubai suddenly laughed, took the folding fan pinned to his waist, and opened it to wave. He looked at Yunji, then looked at Yun Feng. Brother, you follow the master, and I follow the Lord. Since the Lord appeared, I have accompanied the Lord step by step in Xiaoyao Tower until now. Everything the Lord has experienced. As a young child carrying the internal force of the previous Lord of Xiaoyao Tower for a century, wandering on the edge of life and death countless times. The belief that supports him to live is revenge. Only revenge. So what you can't say to the master, I can say. What you can't understand about the master? I can understand. Yunling also understands. I believe the master understands better. Yes. Better understanding. Yunji raised his hand and waved it slightly, so that Yunfeng didn't have to blame Xiao Mubai for talking too much. The uneasy feeling in his heart was relieved by Xiao Mubai's words, and he calmly accepted the fact that his hands were stained with blood again. Originally the same person. Everything he experienced from childhood to adulthood was originally his own experience. And now he lives in the sun like this. All because all the heavy burdens and bone-eating hatred were borne by another him. Otherwise, there would be no Yunji now. Only Han Machin who lives in darkness and cannot see the light. Didn't he meet with Prince Yi? How did he kill people? In his mind, he had no memory of anything Han Machin had done, including this killing again. He had no impression of it. Everything he knew was told by his subordinates. It has always been like this for so many years. Yunji asked why, and Yunling spoke up, telling him that Su Rao was going to be arrested again, and told him everything Han Machin said when he met with Xian Ichi Xiao. Master, Miss Su? Yunfeng also asked, and his anger toward Xiao Mubai disappeared. Did Xian Ichi Xiao come back? Yunji asked again, but did not mention Su Rao. Yunfeng and Yunling found it difficult to understand. But Xiao Mubai said, Master, Prince Yi has come back. It's good that he has come back. Yunji smiled at this, with a beautiful face and a charming smile. Even though he was surrounded by blood and wearing the dark red clothes of Han Machin, he could not hide his fairy charm. His smile and frown were all stunning. Although his slender phoenix eyes were empty and dull at the moment, they were still very beautiful. Extremely beautiful phoenix eyes. After looking at the direction of Juxian capital for a while, Yunji left. But he did not go to Juxian capital, but left from the other side. Just like that. As for the deal between Xianqi Xiao and Han Machin, that has not been mentioned yet. Han Machin intended to use Juxian Kingdom and Xianqi Xiao to complete his revenge and overthrow the entire three kingdoms. This matter was planned by Han Machin, but not by Yunji. Compared with Han Machin's means of overthrowing the world, Yunji only wanted to kill those who should be killed. He had been Yunji for 10 years, had been a coward and escaped for 10 years, and had lived in the sunshine for 10 years. Now, he should do something for his mother, and for Han Machin. He would pave all the way for Rao Rao. And then, he could disappear calmly. Yunji left like this, and Yunfeng and other subordinates didn't know what to say. And what to say. They could only follow Yunji and leave silently. Xiao Mubai had to deal with the bloody scene caused by Han Machin. As usual, with a snap of his fingers, all the corpses in the maple forest were dealt with, whether human or animal. All he needed was a bottle of corpse powder, and he would be so clean that not even the clothes would be left, and the fallen maple leaves would be corroded. A strong pungent smell swept Xiao Mubai's nostrils. It was the smell of corpse powder, but it seemed that there was a little other smell mixed in it. Immediately, Xiao Mubai frowned slightly. His peach blossom eyes fell straight to the place where the leader's body killed by Han Machin fell to the ground. And he strode over. The body had long turned into blood, and the maple leaves on the ground had also been corroded and had completely lost their original appearance. But there was still a maple leaf, which was soaked in the blood, but its color was still emerald green. Kneeling down on one knee, Xiao Mubai directly picked up the maple leaf with his folding fan. The folding fan was immediately corroded by the corpse powder, but the maple leaf was still intact. Master, what's wrong? The guards of the Xiao family saw Xiao Mubai's reaction and immediately realized that there was something wrong, and they all came over immediately. No wonder. Xiao Mubai said this abruptly, and threw the folding fan and the maple leaf back into the blood. The folding fan was corroded and disappeared in an instant, but the maple leaf was still emerald green until Xiao Mubai sprinkled another layer of powder, and the maple leaf was also corroded. Beast-attracting powder. No wonder so many beasts came here one after another, and the bloody and frenzied scene was full of blood. It turned out that it was not only because of the smell of blood, but also because of the beast-attracting powder. What a good Queen Rong. She actually used such a vicious method. It seems that something happened to Xianqi Xiao, and Rong Yuer has discovered it. Damn it. Standing up, Xiao Mubai said sullenly, and a strong arrogance appeared in his peach blossom eyes. Master, what should we do now? The Xiao family guard immediately said again. If Rong Yuer knew that the master and Xianqi Xiao had secretly joined forces, wouldn't the master's plan have been ruined? Wouldn't Danyang also know that the master, Xiao Mubai, knew more about what the Xiao family guards could think of? In one breath, he said bluntly, "We can't stay here any longer. Go back to Danyang." After speaking directly, Xiao Mubai didn't dare to delay any longer. He had to go back before Danyang knew about it. Otherwise, everything the master had worked so hard for so many years would be destroyed. If the master's identity was known, "Master, then are we going to ignore Juxian Kingdom anymore? It will be done soon. If we give up now." Xiao Mubai suddenly stopped and turned his eyes to the direction of Juxian capital. After a moment, he looked in the direction where Yunji left. The master never thought of doing anything to Juxian Kingdom, let alone using Xianiqi Xiao to accomplish things. Now the master is silent again. Juxian is already difficult to proceed. Xianiqi Xiao has been exposed. For now, we can only follow the master. After saying this, Xiao Mubai strode away. The Xiao family guard said no more and followed him. But they were still a little nervous. If the master woke up again, he would know that they had obeyed the master's arrangements and abandoned their plans for so many years. Although they felt a little uneasy, they had to go back now. They must not let their foundation in Danyang be destroyed, and let Danyang know the existence of the master. The clouds that had been brewing for a whole night and a day, until the invisible sunset rose from the dark clouds. A drop of rain fell. Xiao Mubai and his group had just left the maple forest here, and in the distance, two figures actually ran from the forest. The red clothes and the black robes were extremely fast, and behind them were wild beasts chasing them. The roaring sound shook the ground in the forest, and the maple leaves on the ground were flying non-stop. I didn't expect that there would be another day where I would have to flee in such a mess. After hearing this, Su Rao's bright peach eyes were covered with a red circle around her eyelids. Her voice was extremely low, so only she could hear it. Just after the two tigers were dealt with, so many wild beasts appeared one after another. It was obviously because of the beast-attracting powder that the wild beasts became frenzied. "Su Rao, this way. There is a canyon over there." Running to the place where Han Machin and the others had killed Xianiqi Xiao and Su Rao didn't care about the thick blood here, and it was even more difficult to notice it at this moment. Grabbing Su Rao's wrist, Xianiqi Xiao pulled Su Rao to the left, just avoiding the place where the corpse powder had rotted the corpse. So the two of them didn't notice the killing here. The bloodthirsty killing. Xianiqi Xiao pulled Su Rao to run, and Su Rao didn't feel awkward. Now her life might be in danger. So how could she think about other insignificant things? As Xianiqi Xiao said, they ran for an unknown period of time before a canyon appeared in front of them. The entrance to the canyon was extremely narrow, and they would be temporarily safe as long as they entered. Ah! The two were about to run to the canyon entrance. But suddenly there was a wow, and three wild wolves appeared at the canyon entrance in front of them, blocking their way. The green wolf eyes, with bloodshot eyeballs inside, were extremely conspicuous as the night was about to fall. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. Xianiqi Xiao, it seems that we can't escape. This cold voice made Su Rao wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, clenched the folding fan in her hand, and her eyes were cold. Since we can't escape, let's fight again. This king hasn't experienced this kind of blood boiling for a long time. Xianiqi Xiao actually laughed, and his pair of auspicious phoenix eyes showed a strong fighting spirit, and the belligerent factor was clamoring. I have never seen the elegance of Princess Ronghua when Wu Chu was hunting. Today, I am fortunate to see her for the first time and fight side by side with her. This statement seemed to carry a certain deep meaning. Wanting to know Su Rao's true ability, Xianiqi Xiao made a gesture of invitation. "Princess Ronghua, please." Standing directly behind Su Rao, Xianiqi Xiao actually gave his back to Su Rao. Such a natural move. Only those you truly trust can be entrusted with your back. Now that Xianiqi Xiao did this, he trusted Su Rao, which made Su Rao's eyes shake. Then, he laughed. "Xianiqi Xiao, don't worry. This princess is reluctant to let you get hurt now. This princess's life is even more precious, and not anyone can take it away easily." After saying this, Su Rao took the first step, wearing a red dress, and directly attacked the three wild wolves at the gorge. "If you want to touch this princess, you have to see if the blade fan in my hand agrees. I will deal with these three beasts, and the defense behind will be left to you." These words are also Su Rao's trust in Xianiqi Xiao. Since you have shown trust first, then this princess will respond to your equal trust. This is the way we should get along. She had a wrong understanding before. Han Machin. This princess knows now that only trust can make us a family. A family without trust will not last long. As the folding fan spun, the hair of a wild wolf was cut, and blood suddenly came out. The wild wolf is not like the two tigers, although their skin and flesh are also hard. They can't resist the sharp hidden blade hidden in Su Rao's folding fan, and they bleed at the first cut. Ayo! The wild wolf immediately let out another painful howl and pounced directly at Su Rao. The wolf's mouth opened wide, and its sharp claws pounced and grabbed. The wolf's eyes were completely scarlet, as if it had lost its mind. And Xian Ichi Xiao. His heart beat again. And this time, the beating made Xian Ichi Xiao completely understand that he was finally attracted by this woman. And he was moved. Completely moved. Ruifeng's eyes cast another glance at the gracefully moving woman in red. As she fought with the wild wolf, her sharp edges were exposed. The folding fan in her hand fit her hand perfectly, and it was as flexible as if the person and the fan were one. In his mind, the casual glance in Wanlu Temple, it turned out that when the hidden introverted edge was released, she was so dazzling and dazzling. After a glance, Xian Ichi smiled again. And without thinking any more, he rushed directly into the countless beasts chasing behind. With high fighting spirit, the sharp sword in his hand moved gracefully, not letting any beast break through his defense line, and rushed to Su Rao. He eliminated all Su Rao's worries. The two cooperated very well. Although there were several more claw marks on their bodies, the beasts fell one by one, and the whole gorge was filled with thick blood, and the blood was splattered all over the ground. There was a thunder in the sky, and the rain finally fell heavily. The heavy rain drenched the two people who didn't know what fatigue was. The weapons in their hands were also washed clean by the heavy rain, and there were corpses of beasts under their feet. Oh! Ha ha ha. So refreshing. Su Rao wiped the raindrops off her face with a laugh, and looked at Xian Ichi Xiao, who was not far from her. Her bright eyes fell directly on the beasts under his feet. A flash of lightning made his tall and mighty figure stand out, and the killing around him even more eye-catching. Such a scene of bloodthirsty killing. Although the people killed under his feet were not the men in black. They were so similar. Xian Ichi Xiao. Now I understand why. Raised her eyebrows. Su Rao walked towards Xian Ichi Xiao. Why? Why did Han Imochin want her to accompany him to kill? It turns out that this feeling is really addictive. Why? Xian Ichi Xiao looked confused. Does Princess Rongwa know why these beasts are so manic? Xian Ichi Xiao didn't understand what Su Rao said. But in Su Rao's eyes, this was Xian Ichi Xiao's pretense. The footsteps paused for a moment, and Su Rao's eyes were filled with a sense of gloom again. Did he not want to admit it? Did he really not want to tell her who he was? Because he felt that they were really not the same kind of people. Such a heavy rain will not stop for a while. Let's take shelter in this canyon first. Now I don't know if there are other dangers in the forest. You and I can't fight for the third time. Let's wait here for Imoing and his men to come. Xian Ichi Xiao said again, and he walked towards Su Rao. When these wild beasts appeared, Xian Ichi Xiao ordered Imoing to go first and bring Ningji army to help. And Ying also followed Imoing at Su Rao's suggestion. Okay, Su Rao responded, looked at Xian Ichi Xiao again, and turned around and walked into the canyon first. Su Rao did not show the slightest abnormality, but Xian Ichi Xiao felt that Su Rao's good mood was gone for no reason, and his sword-like eyebrows moved. What happened to her? Could it be because, with a big step, Xian Ichi Xiao chased after Su Rao? Princess Rongwa, I am not doubting you. These beasts are so agitated. They must be attracted by something. I think Princess Rongwa already knows. With this explanation, Xian Ichi Xiao thought that Su Rao's change was due to his unclear question just now. Su Rao's eyebrows moved suddenly when Xian Ichi Xiao said this. The heavy rain flowed down her cheeks, but it could not hide the sadness in Su Rao's eyes. Are you talking about drug attraction? For a moment, Su Rao no longer cared about Han Machin's affairs, and stepped out again to check the beasts. In such a heavy rain, even if there was more medicine powder, it would have been washed away. Not smelling any medicine powder, Su Rao immediately squatted down and directly opened the eyes of a wild wolf. There were obvious symptoms of blood rushing in the eyes, and the pupils were bulging outward as if they were about to burst. It really looked like some kind of drug that could make animals crazy. The heavy rain suddenly disappeared, and the rain stopped falling on her face. Su Rao suddenly looked up. It was the black robe that shielded her from the wind and rain. Xian Yiqishao took off his outer robe and shielded Su Rao from the heavy rain. No matter what it was, it would have been completely washed away in such a rain. It was just the person who wanted to kill you and me. You don't need to think about who it is. Bend down directly and pull Su Rao up. Princess Ronghua, I have implicated you this time. Don't worry. I will give you an explanation. Okay. Then I will wait for Prince Yi's explanation. I hope it will satisfy me. Su Rao stood up. But the sadness in her peach blossom eyes deepened. The person who arrested her this time was from Danliang. But now Xian Yiqishao said so. It seems that there must be some unknown plot between Queen Rong and Danyang, which is far more than just love and hatred for Yunyu. Princess Ronghua, be careful. Thinking about something. Su Rao stood up without paying attention and stepped on a round stone. Almost fell down. Xian Yiqishao immediately supported her. Su Rao threw herself into Xian Yiqishao's arms, and the corner of her lips even brushed Xian Yiqishao's jaw. For a moment, Xian Yiqishao suddenly stiffened, and Su Rao was also stunned for a moment. Then quickly pushed Xian Yiqishao away and took 2 steps back. Then he stopped. Sorry. I didn't stand firmly. Su Rao's panic was only for a moment. And then, he recovered. There was no blush on his face. But his peach blossom eyes were suddenly dazed. The figure of Yuhua, who had been driven away and no longer lingered, broken again because of this sudden accident. The beautiful encounter in Qifeng Garden. The accident between them might have been intentional by him, deliberately teasing her, and even at the cost of hurting himself, just for her soft heart. The rain is getting heavier. Let's go in. Suddenly closing her eyes, Su Rao drove away the sudden memories. Stepping forward, she once again walked into the canyon first. She walked hurriedly. She didn't love Yunji. How could she fall in love with Yunji? Everything she did was just to use Yunji, to use his willingness to help her out of trouble and get rid of that marriage. Su Rao, don't forget, you are Qin Rao. Rao died a long time ago, when she rolled down the mountain, raising her hand to touch the scar on her forehead. She was resolute and heartless again. The red plum blossom hairpin had long disappeared because of the erosion of rain. This ugly scar reminded Su Rao so conspicuously that she should never be a jerk, never do something that she could not forgive herself, and fall in love with the nephew of her enemy. The red-clothed figure disappeared into the gorge. Xian Yiqishao just came back to his senses. The instantaneous touch of his jaw was so strange, but he was completely addicted. He turned his head to look at the gorge, and in a moment, he strode in, but there was a smile on his face again, which was completely contrary to the usual cold and indifferent Prince Yi. Such a strange Xian Yiqishao. Such a smile. He couldn't see the Yuhua men far away on Guanyang Peak, but he seemed to feel it completely. Pushing the person you love to others can be so painful. The black clothes had long been taken off, and the color of Yuhua belonging to Prince Jiyue had returned. The satin on his eyes fluttered in the wild wind and rain. Yuhua was elegant. His black hair was flying, and his slender jade fingers were pressed on his heart, pressing tightly. Yunling held an oil paper umbrella to shield him from the wind and rain, but it was difficult to hide the loneliness on Yuhua at this moment. Yufeng was also waiting on the other side, pursing his lips. He felt the loneliness on Yuehua's figure becoming more and more intense, and even more desolate, as if his whole world had collapsed. Completely and thoroughly collapsed. Does the master regret it? If so, go get her back. The master's heart is exquisite and transparent, and he will not be confused even if he looks at the world. Why is it that when it comes to me, I am confused and at a loss every time? This time, Yunling did not stop him. Did not stop Yunfeng's words. Who is Miss Su? Why do we have to separate when we are so in love? Why do you have to let go? Yunfeng walked directly to Yunji. He couldn't figure it out. Yunfeng couldn't figure it out. The master and the master are the same person. The master loves Miss Su more, even if the master has more worries. As long as we solve all the problems, everything will be fine. After speaking, Yunfeng knelt on one knee. Time seemed to be quiet, and even the heavy rain stopped. After a long time, Yunji turned his head and looked at Yunfeng. His vision was completely blurred, and he could not see Yunfeng's expression when he said those words, but he knew it in his heart. After looking at her, he smiled faintly. Yunji regretted it, regretting why he had to be so sober, why he had to care so much, and let her go. But Yunji could not regret it. I don't know if it was because the rain was too heavy, which dyed the satin on his eyes, or because the watercolor overflowed from the corners of his eyes, and the watercolor was too much, making the satin semi-transparent. Who is she? She is Yunji's salvation to live in the sun, on Machen's dream, and Adao's eternal protection. If Yunji regrets it, then she will live in an indelible nightmare for the rest of her life. She has been suffering for 10 years. How can Yunji bear to continue to let her suffer? So Yunji can't regret it. Yunji walked directly into the heavy rain. The heavy rain soaked him in an instant. Master. Yunling and Yunfeng looked anxious. Don't worry about me. Let me be willful for once. I won't die. Yunling froze in midair with the umbrella in front of him. After a moment, he silently folded up the oil paper umbrella. The subordinate will accompany the master. Yunfeng also folded up the umbrella. Yunling and Yunji just accompanied Yunji. They were soaked in the heavy rain together. Su Rao didn't know anything about all this. At this moment, she and Xian Ichi Shao were in the cave in the canyon, lighting a bonfire to drive away the cold. Both of them had claw marks on their bodies. There happened to be a lot of herbs in the canyon. Su Rao was about to reveal her medical skills, but Xian Ichi Shao went to find herbs before her. After all, he had sought out famous doctors for the emperor's illness and studied medical books. He was very familiar with common healing herbs and herbs. The claw marks on the two people were not only on their limbs, but also on their backs. It was difficult for them to apply medicine on themselves. I'll apply medicine on you first. Seeing that Xian Ichi Shao did not move for a while, Su Rao directly took the herbs wrapped in the handkerchief in Xian Ichi Shao's hand. Take off your clothes, she said it bluntly, without any shyness of a girl. Although Su Rao was known to be a playboy, Xian Ichi Shao still found it difficult to adapt to her being so open at this moment. But it only took a moment, and he was fine and took off his shirt. Thank you. No need. Her soft hand touched the wound on his back, and Xian Ichi Shao's ears turned red, and sweat dripped from his forehead. His whole body, especially his back, was completely stretched straight, and the muscles felt stiff and unmovable. Su Rao was applying the medicine seriously, but suddenly she noticed the change in Xian Ichi Shao's body and laughed. Why are you so tense? Are you afraid that this princess will pounce on you like a hungry wolf and pounce on you? A heroic man? Xian Ichi Shao's face, which was not very red at first, suddenly became completely red, burning hot. Princess Rongwa is joking. I know that Princess Rongwa's dandy and lustful appearance is just a disguise. Although his face has betrayed his feelings at the moment, Xian Ichi Shao still pretends to be fine. Since you know it's a disguise, why are you still so tense? Have you never been touched by other women? Su Rao nodded seriously, but still said dirty words. Don't you have a beautiful Princess Sini in your mansion? Such a beauty. Haven't you touched her? That's really a waste of God's gift. She looked regretful. If I were a man, I would just leave the beauty waiting for me alone, which would definitely bring me trouble. Su Rao was talking to herself, and she didn't notice that Xian Ichi Shao's face was obviously different, especially when she mentioned whether Xian Ichi Shao had touched Zhao Lianxin, the person who flashed in Xian Ichi Shao's mind, the person who went to Wushan with him that night. It was not Zhao Lianxin, but her. This was the secret that Xian Ichi Shao had to hide in his heart for the rest of his life. Suddenly, Xian Ichi Shao pulled up his clothes and put them on. Su Rao didn't even apply the medicine, but he couldn't calm down anymore. It seems that there is not much firewood left. I will go to pick up some firewood. After saying this, Xian Ichi Shao went out of the cave without waiting for Su Rao to react. Hee hee. Su Rao laughed suddenly. As cold as you are, Han Machen, you are also at a loss. This is really rare. After Xian Ichi Shao left, Su Rao applied medicine to herself. She couldn't reach his back, so she ignored him. After waiting for a while, she didn't see Xian Ichi Shao coming back, so Su Rao fell asleep on the haystack. After running around all day and losing too much blood, Su Rao couldn't hold on any longer. Just after falling asleep for a while, but before she fell asleep, she heard the sound of footsteps trampling firewood. You're back. So come and apply medicine to this princess. Sitting up, Su Rao didn't even look at whether the person who came in was Xian Ichi Shao. She just unbuttoned her clothes, took off her inner shirt, and exposed her back. Hurry up. It hurts. It's scratched by an animal's claws. Maybe there is some infectious disease. The person behind didn't move. Su Rao immediately said impatiently. What kind of man is hesitating? This princess doesn't care. You are a big man. The forehead was burning. Su Rao had a fever. Although the person seemed to be awake. But in fact the mind was not so clear. It turns out that Rao Rao doesn't care about a single man and a single woman. It turns out that Rao Rao doesn't only treat a Xiao like this. If Rao Rao's plan succeeded that time, Rao Rao would have married someone else. And would not have had physical contact with a Xiao. Let alone fall in love with a Xiao. Whispering this time, the person who came took off the satin on his eyes. In his slender phoenix eyes, there was no bright light like obsidian, but a deep sadness. The whole person seemed a little abnormal. But he didn't feel it. He looked at Su Rao. Looked at her exposed back. And the blood-red claw marks from being scratched were extremely eye-catching under the burning bonfire. On that delicate and white back, Yunji's eyes were even more painful. Even if he was blind at the beginning, he didn't feel as much pain as now. But no matter how painful his eyes were, they were not as painful as the pain in his heart. For a long time, Yunji didn't walk over until Su Rao turned around in complete impatience. In her peach blossom eyes, the moonlight was reflected, not the dark color of Xian Yi Xiao. And Su Rao woke up for a while. But her eyes fell blankly on the thin figure standing at the entrance of the cave, as if the madness outside had disappeared. And Su Rao could no longer hear the sound of heavy rain. The whole person was completely dazed. After a long moment, she shook her head and laughed. Xian Yi Xiao. Han Machin, why did you change into Yunji's clothes? Are you trying to trick me? How could I recognize the wrong person? With your cold eyes, how could I recognize the wrong person? Her brain seemed to be confused by the burning. She stood up staggeringly, just like she was drunk at night, and walked to Yunji with staggering steps. She didn't even pull up her clothes, and the bright red belly band in front of her was exposed to Yunji. A gust of cold wind came in from the cave entrance, and Su Rao shivered suddenly. Her dizzy mind was clear, and she could see the face of the person in front of her clearly. Yun Ji. Her peach blossom eyes widened for a moment, and Su Rao actually stepped back in panic, and her feet accidentally hooked the weeds on the ground, and she fell backwards. In a panic, Su Rao grabbed Yunji's collar, and the two fell to the ground together. In an instant, Yunji grabbed Su Rao's waist, and when he was about to hit the ground, he turned his position and let Su Rao lie on him. He cushioned Su Rao, just like the time when he fell off the cliff. Yunji groaned. Although he didn't hit any sharp stones this time, it was still extremely painful to fall to the ground like this. Not to mention that Su Rao was pressing on him. Yunji, how are you? Su Rao panicked even more, and hurriedly got up and was about to pull Yunji up, but was pulled down by Yunji again. Lips directly covered Su Rao's lips, as if he wanted to swallow Su Rao whole, and blood filled his mouth. Such a sudden coercion. After her lips were bitten, Su Rao's stunned state caused by Yunji's sudden crazy behavior finally disappeared. For a moment, she struggled, but at this moment, Yunji's arm was so strong that Su Rao couldn't break free at all, let alone exert force, until Yunji himself loosened his mouth and let go of his hand. Snap! A loud slap hit Yunji's face. Yunji, why are you crazy? You know what you are doing. Hee hee. Yunji laughed. It turns out that all the love is just Rao's unscrupulous means to achieve the goal. This is the case with a Xiao. And now, it is the same for Xian Yi Xiao. There was a smile on his face, but there was a drop of water in the corner of his eyes. Yunji sat up, and the slap mark on his left cheek was eye-catching. The phoenix eyes looked straight at Su Rao. To be exact, it fell on Su Rao's messy underwear at the moment. The sadness inside was like the sadness of the whole world collapsing. It seemed that the person at this moment was not only Yunji, nor was it only Han Machin, but that Xiao. But not the complete Xiao. The hand that Su Rao hit Yunji was also trembling uncontrollably at this moment. The force was mutual. Her palm hurt, but compared to the pain in her hand, what Yunji said hurt her more. After a moment of silence, she smiled. Any means? Yes. I am such a person who does whatever it takes. Always. But you can't see it clearly. You can't see it clearly. I said I have never been a good person, let alone a good person. Standing up, Su Rao turned her back and pulled up her messy underwear. So you're not blind. You're really not a good person, since you've seen and heard everything. There's no need to say anything more. It was you who taught me to take down Xian and Qi Xiao. Ahem. A drop of blood on the corner of his mouth was wiped away by Yunji hastily. The sudden surge in his heart was also suppressed by him. And the sadness in his phoenix eyes disappeared. Rao Rao. I just got sick. It wasn't intentional. After saying this, Yunji also stood up. The frown between his eyebrows, and the hint of annoyance on his face became more obvious. Another panic. Don't be upset. Please. Let's not part on bad terms. Yunji doesn't want such an outcome. Doesn't want such a tragedy to end our love. Yunji is afraid that he can't hold on. Su Rao's eyebrows immediately frowned. And her drooping hands curled up tightly. Is he sick? Your excuse is so unique. How come I didn't know that you have such a habit of forcing others when you are sick? Su Rao didn't believe it. She was more inclined to believe that Yunji heard the conversation between her and Xian Qi Xiao. He also saw her teasing behavior when she applied medicine to Xian Qi Xiao. And what she said when she undressed later. He was not blind, but pretended to be blind from beginning to end. What a Ji prince. He deceived her again. The bright peach color around the peach blossom eyes deepened again. Cough. Another cough. Puff. Yunji tried to suppress the sound, but he still coughed again. And the blood in his abdomen finally spurted out. I'm sorry. Rao Rao. After leaving this sound, Yunji turned around and walked away quickly. As soon as he took a step forward, his arm was grabbed. The blood on the ground was so bright red that it filled Su Rao's bright eyes. How could this happen? Grabbing Yunji's wrist, his heart was beating restlessly again. In an instant, Su Rao looked at the heavy rain outside. It was another rainy night. You got wet in the rain again. At this moment, she noticed Yunji's soaked clothes. Although the bonfire in the cave was no longer strong and the firewood was about to burn out, Su Rao could see Yunji more clearly at this moment. He was looking for death in the rain again. If you want to die, then get out. Get out as far as you can. With a deep roar, Su Rao pushed Yunji away. Get out. Get out. A strong anger appeared on her face. Su Rao was angry. But Yunji smiled again. Very happily. Although his face was extremely pale, it did not reduce his elegance at all. Rao did not hate Yunji. Nor did she blame Yunji. That's good. Yunji will get out now. Get out far away. And never let Rao see him again. Never see him again. He left again. He really wanted to get out far away. Ah. Su Rao was so mad that she grabbed the weeds on the ground and threw them at Yunji. Why did you show up? Why did you show up? Since you left without saying goodbye, you should part ways in peace. Why do you still pester me like this? Yunji. I don't love you. I don't love you at all. I'm just using you. Just using you. Crying? Su Rao curled up and squatted on the ground. She obviously never liked to cry. Why did she cry? Why? Don't cry. It's all Yunji's fault. It's Yunji who didn't control himself and his broken heart. So he came to provoke Rao Rao again. Take Su Rao into his arms. Yunji admitted his fault. It was all because of him. Yes. It's all your fault. Su Rao grabbed Yunji's arm and bit it directly. With great force. Blood filled her mouth. She let go, looked at Yunji, and just saw Yunji's eyes clearly again. Such beautiful phoenix eyes. Who are you? Su Rao fainted in Yunji's arms after mumbling. Her face was already red like a ripe red apple. Rao Rao. Yunji panicked and stroked Su Rao's forehead with his slender hand. Su Rao's whole body was so hot that it seemed like she was in a furnace. Yunji hurriedly picked up Su Rao and walked to a pile of grass nearby. He put his palms together, and a strong internal force came out from his palms and entered Su Rao's 8 extraordinary meridians. Inside the cave, there was a breath of burning love. And outside the cave, Xian Qi Xiao came out and left. He had been venting in a valley for a long time. And only then did he let the evil fire in his heart disappear. And the whole person calmed down. Turning his head, he looked at the canyon, put away the sword, and picked up some half-dried firewood in the valley. Go back. It was already halfway through the night, and the heavy rain had not stopped. The bonfire in the cave, which was about to burn out, did not go out, but burned vigorously again. Yunji was gone, and only Su Rao was lying on the haystack and sleeping. I don't know whether what happened just now was real, or it was just a dream that Su Rao had. Only from the little bite mark at the corner of Su Rao's mouth did I know that it was not a dream. Xian Qi Xiao walked in, And seeing this, he unconsciously slowed down his footsteps, fearing that he would disturb Su Rao, who was sleeping. Just after taking 2 steps, he felt something under his feet. It was Su Rao's purse, the one that contained the Xiaoyao order. The purse fell on the ground, and it was particularly dirty, and the patterns on it could no longer be seen clearly. Xianiqi Xiao picked up the purse, put down the firewood in his hand, and went out again with the purse to wash it. After a breath, he came back, put the purse in front of the firewood pile, and covered Su Rao with his dried robe, and then walked to the fire to dry his wet underwear. Without looking at Su Rao again, it was dawn, and the rain outside that had been falling all night had just stopped. The fire was extinguished, and the purse was dry. Xianiqi Xiao then took out the Xiaoyao order he had obtained last night from his waist, and prepared to put it back to Su Rao. It was almost dawn, and he could see everything. Just as he was about to put the Xiaoyao order back into the purse, Xianiqi Xiao paused. It was not the palace card he had given. This is... The phoenix eyes changed in an instant. Xianiqi Xiao had been investigating Xiaoyao Tower for almost 2 years. How could he not know about the Xiaoyao order in Xiaoyao Tower? Suddenly, Xianiqi Xiao's eyes fell on Su Rao, who was still asleep. In an instant, he stood up and walked over, picking up the folding fan that was placed aside. The folding fan opened. So many people and beasts were killed yesterday, and so much blood was stained on it. But this fan was so clean and dust-free, and the mountains and rivers painted on it were so real. Xiaoyao Ling. Yu Shan, the shadow shopkeeper of Lian Pavilion. This murmur. Ruifeng's eyes suddenly became deep and incomprehensible. Xianiqi Xiao's big hand stretched out in front of Su Rao, covering the ugly scar on Su Rao's forehead. A glance. Although her face is female, her bones are difficult to change if she disguises herself. Blow. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from the palm. Su Rao actually opened her eyes, and the palm wind came directly to Xianiqi Xiao. Xianiqi Xiao quickly retreated and turned sideways. Just then he avoided Su Rao's palm. Su Rao also sat up. How can the dignified prince take advantage of others' misfortune? Su Rao's eyebrows were cold, and her voice was even colder. However, when her eyes touched the Xiaoyao Ling and her folding fan in Xianiqi Xiao's hands, her heart moved instantly. Princess Rongwa's surprises really frightened me every time. The princess's purse was dirty, so I helped her wash it. The princess should keep these 2 things. Mr. Xiao of the Lian Pavilion, or the real owner of Xiaoyao Tower. With a burst of strength, the Xiaoyao Ling and the jade bone fan in her hand flew directly over. Xianiqi Xiao's whole face was completely cold. These words seemed to carry a hint of anger that Su Rao had played tricks on her. Suppressing her anger, Su Rao grabbed the thing. Then, she laughed. Whether this princess is or not is up to you. You are not going to pretend anymore, and are going to be honest with this princess. That's just right. This princess has something to say. Prince, Miss. Outside the canyon, Mo Ying and Yi Ying's voices came. Su Rao's words were blocked, and her eyebrows twisted immediately. The owner of Xiaoyao Tower, the real Mr. Xiao of Lian Pavilion, has an extremely exquisite art of disguise. This prince really admires it. But this prince has nothing else to discuss with Princess Ronghua, let alone any honesty. Picking up the black robe, Xianiqi Xiao strode away. Such a sudden change of face. Su Rao was startled. What happened? 1 or 2? Are they all brain damaged by the rain? With a confused look in his eyes, he said this. But suddenly his expression was stunned. The memory of last night suddenly flooded into his mind, and the moonlight that appeared in the dimness. That is not a dream? Miss. Yi Ying walked into the cave quickly. Su Rao came back to her senses, but her eyes were still confused. Miss, is there something wrong? Seeing this, Yi Ying looked anxious and walked quickly to Su Rao. Before Su Rao responded again, Rong Feng's voice came from outside, asking about Prince Yi's well-being. Su Rao's eyebrows moved immediately. Rong Feng. Rong Feng is here? After asking this, Su Rao also came out of the cave. In his heart, whether it was a dream or reality, he didn't think about what happened last night for a while. Yi Ying followed behind. He did not think about Su Rao's confused reaction for a moment. Answer Su Rao's question. After he and Mo Ying got rid of the beast, they met Rong Feng on the way back to Jingji to get help. Oh, that's a coincidence. Not too early or too late. Just caught up. Yi Ying understood what Su Rao meant. The Danliang envoy was dealt with by them, and Rong Feng appeared by coincidence. After leaving the cave, he saw Rong Feng talking to Xian Ichi Xiao. At this moment, that kind of gloomy face appeared on his warm face again. Obviously because of something big. Danliang Prince? As expected. Like father like son. He is really a sinister fox who hides very deeply. Su Rao did not go over, and had no intention of paying attention to Rong Feng at all. This low voice was full of coldness, and even a hidden murderous intent, catching her again and again. After the rainstorm, there must be a rainbow. A colorful glow of light appeared from the horizon below Guanyang Peak. The glow of light covered the earth, illuminating the entire Guanyang Peak. The colorful glow of light was dazzling. It also drove away the mist in the maple forest. With the arrival of the reinforcements, Su Rao and his party returned to Beijing safely. As for the disaster in the forest, Xian Yi and Qi Xiao never asked him owing to find any clues. The heavy rain last night. Even if there were more clues, they would have disappeared. Moreover, no one else would have the courage to kill the envoys blatantly outside the capital of Zhuxiao. Moreover, there was the threat of Queen Rong brought by the Black Owl. So there was no need to investigate further. And the heavy rain last night also washed away the thick blood color in the forest, leaving no trace. Therefore, Su Rao and Xian Ichi Xiao never knew about Han Mo Chen's killing. That was a more horrible bloodbath. Therefore, Su Rao once again missed the opportunity to know that Xian Ichi Xiao and Han Mo Chen were not the same person. Encountering such an assassination, Su Rao naturally could not easily return to Yunlang. She must wait for Xian Ichi Xiao to give her a satisfactory explanation. Naturally, she followed Xian Ichi Xiao back to Zhuxian capital to wait for an explanation. However, in just one day, Su Rao moved into Qi Feng Pavilion again. Originally, Xian Ichi Xiao wanted Su Rao to live in the embassy. After all, there were special guards in the embassy to protect Su Rao's safety, in case Queen Rong attacked Su Rao again. But Su Rao refused. Su Rao's reason was, although there were guards in the embassy, it was not certain who those guards were, and she did not want to put her life in such a place where she did not know when the danger would come out again. On the other hand, Yunji's Qi Feng Pavilion. Although Yunji has left now, this courtyard attic was arranged by Yun Feng himself, and there will be no potential danger. Moreover, Su Rao has Su Chui and Su Can, two Su family secret guards, around her. Unless there is an emergency like the one in the forest, no one can easily approach her. Since Su Rao said so, Xian Ichi Xiao did not say more. Moreover, based on what he knew in the morning, Xian Ichi Xiao thought that Su Rao was the real owner of Xiaoyao Tower because of Xiaoyao Ling, Yugu Fan and Ying, and he was more certain about Su Rao's ability. I am afraid that even if he had not arrived in time yesterday, Su Rao would not have been in any trouble. Queen Rong's people could not do anything to Su Rao, let alone kill her. I will give Princess Ronghua a satisfactory explanation for what happened yesterday. Leaving this sentence, Xian Ichi Xiao strode away. The feeling of keeping strangers away was extremely strong around him. The aura blocked by the cold within 3 feet of his body was even stronger. It seems that he has completely recovered the cold and indifferent Prince E. Even colder. Before today, he was still so different from himself to Su Rao. But after today, he recovered so much, and was the Prince E that he saw for the first time in Wanlu Temple. Such an obvious change. Su Rao's peach blossom eyes were completely confused, looking at the back of Qihan who was leaving. Her eyes were puzzled. What is he crazy about? Did I offend him? He didn't understand. Then he sneered. He really thought he was something to her. It was funny to go crazy for no reason. Miss Su Chui and Su Can appeared. He walked quickly to Su Rao and knelt on one knee. They failed to protect the young lady. Please punish them. The appearance of these two people blocked Su Rao's inquiry into Xian Ichi Xiao's unexplained change of face, and waved her hand casually. Let Su Chui and Su Can stand up. This matter is not their fault. It is she and Ying who were careless and did not realize that they were being followed. After Su Chui and Su Can came back, Su Rao washed and cleaned up, and asked about Yao Yeding's whereabouts at this time. Young lady, it is our incompetence. Please punish us. The two knelt down again. When they learned that Su Rao was in trouble, they hurried back. As for Yao Yeding's whereabouts, they did not find it. Su Rao frowned slightly, and then asked them both to stand up. When you work around me, don't kneel down all the time. You should know that I don't like these conventions. Su Rao frowned, not blaming Su Chui and Su Qian for not finding Yao Yeding. But she didn't like their kneeling so easily. The secret guards are also people and should have human rights. Not to mention her Su family's secret guards. As for Yao Yeding's whereabouts, since we know that he is in Ju Siam at this time, it is only a matter of time to find him. Su Rao didn't know that because of her carelessness at this moment, she didn't pay attention to Yao Yeding, which led to the disaster of her entire Su family. Let's not talk about this for now. Since there was no trace of Yao Yeding, Su Rao asked Su Chui and Su Qian to leave, and had a secret conversation with Ying. After lunch, she took a pot of wine and drank it. Although the high fever has subsided now, her thoughts have been lingering on the way back to Jiangyi. When she saw the subtle bite mark at the corner of her mouth while taking a shower, she knew that what happened with Yun Ji in the cave last night was not a dream, but a real thing. This made Su Rao's cold and calm heart difficult to calm down again. Yun Ji's illness relapsed. And what's worse, he could actually see that he had been pretending all along. There has never been a moment when Su Rao was so difficult to calm down. Now Yun Ji is gone again, and he left without saying goodbye again. And this time, he didn't even leave a word. It was obviously just using him. And there was no love at all. How could she really let herself fall in love with her enemy's nephew? But at this moment, Su Rao could no longer deceive herself. She finally made herself live a life that she could not forgive herself. It was difficult to forgive herself. So only by drinking could she calm herself down. She would completely eliminate Yun Ji from her heart. No matter whether he was Yun Ji or Ah Xiao. It was impossible. She would never let herself sink. The bright sun in the afternoon was hot and dry, evaporating the moisture after the rain. The rain on the streets in the capital was evaporated into steam in just one morning. The sun shines on the earth with golden light. But at this moment, in the palace of the Siamese king, the central palace of Queen Rong was filled with mist and gloom. In the imperial concubine's couch, the noble and cold Queen Rong had a very cold look between her eyebrows. So cold that the kneeling Siam Muya Ling did not dare to look at her. My good daughter? Really, my good daughter? Her eyes were filled with pain, hurt by Siam Muya Ling's actions. Yesterday, Siam Muya Ling asked Rong Feng to find Siam Ichi Xiao. And in the evening, when Queen Rong went to find Emperor Wei again, she sneaked into Queen Rong's bedroom. She searched every corner for the recipe of the elixir, but she did not expect Queen Rong to return to the bedroom halfway. And Siam Muya Ling was caught by Queen Rong on the spot. Her own daughter, the daughter she had loved since she was a child, actually betrayed her mother like this. Pa! There was also a loud slap. After a period of silence from evening to morning, Queen Rong finally slapped her mercilessly, causing blood to flow from the corner of Siam Yaling's mouth. And her cheeks became even more red and swollen. Answer your mother. Did Siam Ichi Xiao tell you? Siam Yaling did not take the initiative to explain. And the price Queen Rong paid for asking was such a merciless slap. It has nothing to do with the little uncle. Linger overheard it herself. Xiaomu Yaling then looked up and looked at Queen Rong. Her face was burning with pain. But compared to the pain in Xiaomu Yaling's heart, this pain seemed nothing. Mother! Why? Why did you poison my father? Why did you threaten my little uncle? It was obvious that you and my father were so loving. But it turned out that it was all fake. Your love for your father was fake. And your love for Linger was also fake? The dimples on her round and innocent cheeks disappeared. And tears were in her beautiful eyes. She also questioned Queen Rong's maternal love for many years. I am your biological daughter. How could you? Xiam. Mu. Ya. Ling. Queen Rong slapped again. What's so good about Emperor Yunlongyu? Xiaomu Yaling said this again. Queen Rong's raised arm suddenly froze. What's so good about him that he can make mother destroy our family? Mother! Tell me why. Tears slid down her cheeks. And Xianmu Yaling asked repeatedly. Knowing her mother's temper, Xianmu Yaling still couldn't help asking why. She threw away all the teachings of Xian Qishao over the years, and even threw away the protection of Xian Qishao in recent days. She wanted to know why. Why did a good family become like this? Why did it become like this? Why did the loving father and mother change, become hostile to each other, and become so unfamiliar that she was so scared? Zhu Xian Kingdom belongs to your Zhu Xian family, not to me. Rong Yu. Xianmu Yaling. Why are you asking me? If you were not a piece of flesh that fell from my body, do you think you have the ability to question me like this? Queen Rong lowered her raised arm. Her eyes were completely cold, and the pain was also covered and disappeared. Her voice was completely cold. Very good, Xian Yailing. Since you have chosen your father and your uncle, from now on, you will no longer be my daughter. Rong Yue. Standing up, Queen Rong turned around and swung her wide sleeves fiercely. Rong Gu. Take her down and keep an eye on her. Without my permission, she is not allowed to step out of her princess palace. Queen Rong has regained her pride and coldness. She is so cruel to her daughter who betrayed her. Mother. Queen. Xian Yailing's eyes widened for a moment. Unbelievable. Rong Gu walked forward, bowed and asked, without saying anything. But Xian Yailing refused to leave. Refused to leave. She didn't believe that her mother would be so cruel to her. Rong Gu just waved her hand, and immediately stepped forward with two strong women to take Xian Yailing away by force. Only when they were far away from the queen's bedroom did Rong Gu say, Your Highness, the queen is angry now. But it will be fine after a while. Your Highness should not make the queen angry anymore. Your Highness should not interfere in the affairs between adults. And just be a good princess. Gu Rong, Xiaomu Yailing said in a deep voice. That was her father and mother. How could she watch them kill each other? And watch her mother kill her father? Your Highness, you know what the queen's temper is like. Today, you are just detained because the queen loves you. But how did you treat the queen? Your Highness chose Prince Yi between Prince Yi and the queen. You are digging the queen's heart. If you really find the formula of the elixir, do you think the queen can still survive? Rong Gu was also very disappointed with Xian Yailing's behavior. Prince Yi is your uncle. That's right. The emperor is your father. That's even more right. But the queen is your mother. She is your biological mother, who gave birth to your daughter after 10 months of pregnancy. Does your Highness want the queen to fall into eternal damnation? Does your Highness really believe that Prince Yi will not touch the queen? Your Highness, this is the palace. A palace where people can be killed without bloodshed. It's not an ordinary mansion. Shaking her head and sighing, Rong Gu left the last words. Mammy knows that it is difficult for your Highness to accept that everything between your mother and father is fake. But your Highness should not be like this. What is this? No more words. Go back to report. Xian Yailing was stunned for a moment. The palace where people kill without bloodshed. Princess, please, don't make things difficult for us. Compared to Rong Gu's disappointment, the two strong women were very respectful to Xian Yailing. They didn't dare to slack off on Xian Yailing just because Queen Rong had imprisoned her like this. Xian Yailing looked at the queen. Her eyes were red and swollen, and the blue under her eyes was even thicker. Her hands, which were hanging and tightly clenched, suddenly loosened, as if she had lost her soul. After a moment, she turned around and went back to her princess palace. Xian Qishao didn't know that Xian Yailing was imprisoned like this. Queen Rong's behavior yesterday had completely angered Xian Qishao. After sending Su Rao back, Xian Qishao made some preparations and walked into the palace. He came straight to the queen. Don't be angry, Your Highness. The princess was just deceived by Prince Yi. So she did this. Your Highness loves you very much. She must not have done it on purpose. When Ronggu came back, she saw that Empress Rong was still standing in the same position with her back to the palace door. Ronggu stepped forward to comfort her. Yesterday's incident, although the price was not small, also achieved the goal. Prince Yi is probably on his way to this palace. Ronggu, you tell them to make sure Linger is taken care of by me. After this, Empress Rong turned around and sat down again, with her hands on her knees, and restored her noble posture again, waiting for Xian Qishao to come. She did not show any heartache for Xian Yailing's behavior, and her words once again told Ronggu to keep an eye on Xian Yailing, as if she was going to do something with Xian Yailing to deal with Xian Qishao. She could use her own daughter so ruthlessly. Although she loved her, she could also use her to threaten the brothers of Zhu Siam again and again, leaving them with nowhere to throw stones, completely tying their hands and feet. As for Xiao Mubai, Rong, please inform my sister-in-law, after so many years, if my sister-in-law knew that the mysterious man who opposed her had always been by her side. A smile appeared in her cold eyes, full of calculations. Rong wanted to speak again, but when she saw Queen Rong's reaction, she had to stop talking, go down to do things. Just a short moment after Queen Rong finished speaking, Xian Qishao also came to the door, with cold and murderous intentions. You wish I would die, and you are ready to make the account book public. Ah Shao wants to fight to the death with me. Xiang Yiqi Xiao's eyes were full of murderous intent. But Queen Rong was as steady as a rock. Ah Xiao is back. It seems that the Ronghua princess is also safe. Ah Xiao is really a tree of iron that has blossomed. Without waiting for any reaction from Xianiqi Xiao, he continued. But my daughter Linger is really stupid. Since she was a child, I have repeatedly told her that the royal family is ruthless, and she must learn how to be cruel. Cruel to anyone. I have taught her for so many years. But she still failed my teachings. Now I wonder if the little uncle she trusts will take care of her. Rong. You. You used Changle to threaten me. With a cold voice, Xianiqi Xiao pointed his long sword directly in front of Queen Rong. And the sword was unsheathed, bringing out its sharpness. A burst of sword energy moved, causing Queen Rong's hair to fly up. And the accessories in her hair also shook. With such a strong killing intent, Queen Rong was still as steady as a mountain. She stood up, stepped down the step, and directly put the tip of the sword against her throat. My life is saved, with my husband and daughter to accompany me. Our family will not be lonely on the road to the underworld, with Princess Yuelang Ronghua to accompany us. It is great. On the starry night after the rainstorm, the whole night sky was occupied by stars. The crescent moon, which had become curved, was also covered with a layer of light gauze on the shining moonlight. It was not as transparent as the full moon, but the moonlight was stained with a layer of light yellow. In the attic of Qifeng Pavilion, the drunk Su Rao had been sleeping for a long time. Until now, she had not woken up. The smell of wine was everywhere. The wine pot fell to the ground and was thrown around. The woman in red was lying on the round stool and fell asleep drunk. A layer of fine sweat beads oozed from her forehead. I don't know if it was because of drinking too much, or Su Rao had a bad dream and was trapped in her sleep. In the mind, the pair of slender phoenix eyes emerged clearly. The figures that stayed in the mind were not only the transformation of Han Machin and Xianiqi Xiao, but also the transformation between Yunji and Han Machin. Su Rao couldn't see clearly who turned into Han Machin, or who Han Machin turned into. Who are you? Who is the real you? Su Rao asked. But no one answered. She strode forward and wanted to catch Han Machin. As long as she caught him and took off his mask, she could see his true identity hidden under the black cloak. But when Su Rao walked forward, Han Machin retreated. You are the first person to shield Han Machin from the storm. You will always be an exception for Han Machin. You cried. People like us shouldn't have tears. It will only make you fragile and incompetent. I was wrong after all. You and I are not the same kind of people. From now on, I will never appear again. Leaving these 3 sentences, Han Machin disappeared. And Xianiqi Xiao in his mind also disappeared. And Yunji, who had become blurred, became clear again. Yunji stood 3 steps away from Su Rao, his eyes covered with satin, and the corners of his mouth always had the faint smile that the Ji prince should have. But after seeing her, the smile became warmer and more real. Rao Rao. Come here. He spoke softly, extending his slender jade hand with extreme doting. Su Rao smiled, and her peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent. It was a very sweet and pure smile, without any strange thoughts. Okay. He responded and took a step. But at the last step, Su Rao suddenly froze, and the smile on her face disappeared. Yunji. I don't love you. I have never loved you. I just use you. Everything is just use. The figure of Yu Hua in his mind also disappeared, turning into a phantom and disappearing. Su Rao opened his eyes, and he was cold and ruthless inside. There was no confusion or drunkenness at all. Miss is awake. Sukin heard the movement in the building and asked. Su Rao rubbed her swollen temples after she woke up from the alcohol. What happened in the dream? She only remembered the standing Yuhua figure. Nothing else. After washing up, she had a bowl of hangover soup before dinner. Also asked Ying. Ying can go back. In the afternoon, Ying left again. What he went to do, no need to say. Just as Sukin was about to speak, Ying came back, bringing news. Siam Yiqi Xiao entered the palace in the afternoon, and has not left the palace until now. There is no unusual news in the palace. And there is no news about the contents of the account book in the capital. And there is no news about Queen Rong. Everything is calm and strange. Lu Dai's eyebrows twisted slightly. Calm and peaceful? Ying nodded. Miss. Perhaps we underestimated Prince Yi's endurance. Even if he has leverage over Queen Rong. Even if Queen Rong has tried to assassinate him several times. As long as the crisis of Emperor Wei is not resolved, he will never really move Queen Rong. Queen Rong has grasped Prince He's weakness. Now it seems that the young lady's attempt to use Prince He to get rid of Queen Rong is not going well. Hand knocked on the table. Su Rao looked at Su Chui and Su Qian. Suddenly asked, "Where is Mr. Zhu? When I returned to Qi Feng Pavilion today, I could not see Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan." Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan whom Su Rao asked about. Yesterday, Mr. Zhu and Master Hui Shan said goodbye to each other. Master Hui Shan found it difficult to cure Emperor Wei's illness, and he felt that his pursuit of medicine had made his Buddha nature unstable. So when he learned that Mr. Zhu could cure Emperor Wei's illness, Master Hui Shan said goodbye and left, preparing to return to Wanglu Temple and retreat for a while to stabilize his Buddha nature. Mr. Zhu, who said goodbye to Master Hui Shan, did not go to the Siamese palace to find Emperor Wei, but also left Beijing. At the foot of Guanyang Peak, beside the official road, Yu Hua and Qin Shan Confucian robes sat opposite each other in a wooden white carriage. The chessboard in the middle was full of white and black pieces. There was no loss or win, but a dead end. Although it seemed to be a dead end, there was a hidden gap. As long as it was broken, it could be resurrected. "Sir, if you choose to stay," Yunji will not say anything more. Zhu Xiawei Huang may seem quiet and weak, but perhaps under that weakness, there is a turbulent force. "Sir, stay by his side and don't be careless." Yunji smiled faintly as he picked up the cup. "Yunji is here. A cup of tea. I hope you can find your family and the lost pharmacopoeia as soon as possible. You have been by Yunji's side for many years, but Yunji has not helped you in any way. Please don't blame me. You are too polite. My lord, what you have done for me over the years is enough. The clues that have appeared today are all because of you. I only hope to fulfill my father's last wish. Find the pharmacopoeia and capture the traitor of the family. As for my family, many years have passed." Mr. Zhu shook his head and drank the cup. "I am not in a hurry for my affairs. I have been looking for so many years. Now I am not in a hurry. It's just that the prince has eye disease and heart disease. Master Hui Shan asked me to tell the prince that cause and effect are reincarnation. Don't worry too much. Some things should be taken as they come. Yunji understands that Yunji will remember the advice of the master and live well." The wooden white carriage left. Mr. Zhu also returned to Beijing. "Yunda, let's go!" Yunji left Yunda to Mr. Zhu to take care of Mr. Zhu's safety in Juxian. Mr. Zhu did not refuse. And at this moment, the Emperor Wei, who Yunji said might not be weak, Xiao, your compromise again will only make her worse. In the Emperor Wei's bedroom, there was a voice of worry about Xian Ichi Xiao. The Emperor Wei was even more sad that he had repeatedly implicated Xian Ichi Xiao. "Mr. Zhu promised me that he could cure the poison in my body. I am fine. Xiao should not worry about it anymore. I clearly promised Yunji that I would not tell Prince Yi about what happened that night. But from what Emperor Wei said, we know that Xian Ichi Xiao knew about his private meeting with Yunji. Perhaps this is why Yunji said that to Mr. Zhu. How could the Emperor, who ascended the throne, really have no thoughts? Brother, Changle has grown up and is of marriageable age. This time Rongfeng leaves. Take her away." Xian Ichi Xiao did not talk about the heartache that Emperor Wei said, but talked about Xian Muyaling's marriage. She should get married. What does this mean? Xian Muyaling has been exposed. If she continues to stay in Juxian, it will only increase her pain and become the weak point for Queen Rong to tie his hands and feet again and again. Moreover, with her father and uncle on one side and her mother on the other, Xian Muyaling was in a dilemma. Since this was the case, she had no choice but to leave Juxian. "Brother, take good care of your health. I will take care of the rest. I will personally send Changle off for her wedding and ask Rongfeng to take good care of her." After leaving these words, Xian Ichi Xiao got up and left. "Ah, Xiao," the Emperor Wei finally sighed. "How are you going to explain to that Princess Ronghua? She is not really that kind of dandy girl." When Su Rao was mentioned, Xian Ichi Xiao's steps suddenly stopped. His reaction made the Emperor Wei frown immediately. "Ah, Xiao, that woman is also a heartless person. She must be the second Rongyuer." Walking in front of Xian Ichi Xiao, the Emperor Wei's face was rarely calm. "My brother never asked about your marriage. You can have any kind of woman around you, but not her. You must not follow my brother's old path." "My brother? I understand. Don't worry about me. I will take care of everything. The voice was a little strange. Although Xian Yiqishao had tried his best to restrain himself and make himself look normal. How could the Emperor Wei not notice it? The brows were tightened. The vast sea of stars. The moon in the sky. It was already midnight. The storm in Juxian Kingdom had not yet come to an end. But in Yunlang Kingdom, the storm that almost destroyed the world began this night. An 8-foot figure silently leaped into the East Palace under the colorful starry sky and went straight to the prince's study. But in a short moment, 2 figures left the study again and quietly went out of the side door of the East Palace. Only from the small bamboo tube that had been opened on the table in the study did we know what news Yun Mushu brought to the prince and what news Yao Yeding sent. The 2 left under the cover of night at this time. And where did they go? Naturally, they went to find Prime Minister Yao. Night came quickly and went quickly. The dawn swallowed up the dazzling night and seemed to swallow up the momentary undercurrents in Yunlang. Yunlang still looked calm. In recent days, the rivalry between Yun Mujing and Yun Murui has never appeared in the open. And the 2 who meet in the court every day are also brotherly and respectful without any fighting. The Crown Prince participates in politics and assists Emperor Yu in handling court affairs and reviewing memorials, while the 7th Prince, who already has a place in the court, never goes against him. Instead, he has argued with Emperor Yu in the court many times because of some trivial matters, which makes Emperor Yu very angry. As for Su Er, he seems to have only done one thing for Yun Muxia, and then he resumes his daily life, spending most of the day training soldiers in the military camp. The only thing that was different was that Su Wu, who was training Yun Miyue and Mu Mingjin with him, actually asked to go to Su Er's military camp for training. He suffered so much, but he still kept Yun Miyue and Mu Mingjin with him to practice with him. Because of the 3 of them joining, the military camp was filled with pig-killing whales again. But it was no longer because of the 7th Prince in women's clothing. And it was no longer just the rough boy who was howling. The most awful of them was Yun Miyue and Mu Mingjin's howling, which startled the birds in the woods outside the military camp and made them flee in panic. The 2 of them howled like ghosts and wolves every day, and they were not quiet at all times, which made Su Wu beat them up several times. You 2 are useless. You have been training with me for so long, and you cry for your parents with such a little strength. When you go out in the future, don't say that you are the soldiers brought by my 2nd brother, and don't try to be brothers with me. Although he beat them, Su Wu still kept the 2 of them to accompany him. Yun Miyue and Mu Mingjin had no choice but to continue to risk their lives to accompany the gentleman, who made them a trio of brothers who grew up together. And with Su Er here, it is not Su Er's character to leave the military camp without getting humiliated. The Su family is also peaceful and idle, and no major incidents have occurred. Even Yun Luoling is still pestering Su Si, and is even more obsessed than when she was chasing after Master Xiao. It became another gossip in Langjing. Su Rao's reputation as a playboy and eccentric was squeezed out by Yun Luoling. In the past, because of Su Rao's bad reputation, Yun Luoling, the unruly princess, was still innocent and cute. But now, she has become a well-deserved unruly princess. Everyone knows it. And in order to avoid Yun Luoling, Su Si asked Su San to take his place many times when he was on duty, which was even worse than Master Zhao's avoidance of the ugly girl of the Su family. Regarding Yun Luoling's behavior, like Su Rao, a girl chasing a boy, she is also a princess, the granddaughter of Duke Xiao, which made the already silent Duke Xiao go to the palace several times to reprimand concubine Shu. They are all good daughters you raised. The daughter you raised is so shameless. And the niece you taught is also a disgrace to his Zhao family. If it weren't for the fact that Emperor, you didn't say anything and indulged Yun Luoling's absurd behavior, Duke Xiao would definitely not just reprimand concubine Shu. Emperor, you turned a blind eye to Yun Luoling's pursuit of her husband. I don't know if he really indulged, or if he was busy with many affairs in the court and didn't care about these trivial matters at all, and was completely unaware of them. The sun rises in the east, as red as fire. The sunrises of Yunlang and Zhu Xian are both rising at the same pace, high in the sky, and noon has arrived. Yesterday, Ying did not bring any useful information to Su Rao. But today, there is no need for Ying to inquire. As soon as the morning breeze broke in the morning, neat footsteps trampled on the streets of Juxian capital. Prince Yi's Eagle G army, led by General Yinlai himself, with him mowing at his side, went to Chao's Wisher's mansion. However, in just a short moment, The house was confiscated and sealed. For a while, the people were frightened. And when they were still in shock, a notice was posted on the notice board at the city gate. Chowswisher. Because he was angry about being caned by Empress Rong for Princess Ronghua of Yunlang at the birthday banquet of Emperor Wei. Hired gangsters to kill Princess Ronghua to relieve his anger when Princess Ronghua left the capital to return to Yunlang, thus destroying the friendly relations between the two countries. After a lot of nitpicking, it turns out that Chowswisher became the scapegoat of Empress Rong. Or it can be said that Empress Rong abandoned another chess piece. The notice was placed on the table between Su Rao and Xian Ichi Shaod. Is this what Prince Yi said to be a satisfactory explanation to this princess? Su Rao asked. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Deep inside, does Prince Yi think that this princess can be easily fooled? Or is Prince Yi protecting someone? In these two remarks, Su Rao was completely aggressive. Princess Ronghua, you are overthinking. This is the fact. My brother has also issued an order to execute Chowswisher. Her attitude is cold, and no one is allowed to approach within 3 feet. However, from the curled hands under the black robe, it is known that Xianichi Xiao's heart is not as good as he appears. When talking to Su Rao, his cold eyes never fell on Su Rao's face. I don't know if it is because he knows that Su Rao is the real Mr. Xiao and the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, and it is still difficult to calm his angry heart, or he is simply afraid to face Su Rao. There was a moment of silence in the house, but it seemed that there was no silence. Very good. Prince Yi's explanation is really good. Since everything has been resolved, I will leave now. Su Rao sneered directly. He stood up and opened the door. Please come in. Xian Ichi Xiao looked at Su Rao at this time. She had a sneer on her face, and he could easily detect the coldness in her stunning peach blossom eyes. Just as the emperor said, this woman is a cold-hearted person. Fortunately he found out. And now it's not too late. It's not too late. Prince Jiyu has left long ago, and Princess Ronghua had better not stay any longer. This king is not Prince Jiyu, who can accommodate Princess Ronghua again and again. I, Zhu Xian, am not Yunlang, who can do whatever Princess Ronghua wants. Leaving this last word, Xian Ichi Xiao left. The coldness around him became more and more intense, and the cold blocked Prince Yi. The figure in the black robe disappeared without a breath. Han, Emo, Chun. Su Rao walked out of the house, her peach blossom eyes suddenly deep. It seems that something happened again? Su Rao knew without thinking too much that something must have happened in the palace of the king of Xian. This time, Su Rao did not let Ying follow secretly, but took action herself. She wanted to see what happened that could make Xian Ichi Xiao change so suddenly. She and Xian Ichi Xiao have been together for a long time. Whether he secretly killed Han Imochin or the current Prince Yi, he told her that he would give her a satisfactory explanation, which must be because he wanted to kill Queen Rong. But now, he took Chowswisher to finish the job. Because of Rong Yuer's threat, and because of the Emperor Wei. In a moment, the red clothes were taken off, and the white clothes were put on. The shy little scholar, who was dressed in red and changed into a Confucian shirt, quietly left from the back door of Qi Feng Pavilion and followed the ebony carriage. In front of Prince Yi's mansion, that crescent-shaped figure had been waiting from morning till this afternoon. To be more precise, Rong Feng had come to see Xian Ichi Xiao several times since he returned to the capital. After he returned with Xian Ichi Xiao and Su Rao, he wanted to go to the palace to see Xian Muyaling, tell her that her uncle was fine, and wait for her to tell him and answer his doubts. But Rong Feng never entered the palace, and was asked by Amoing to return to the embassy. As the Prince of Danyang, it is best not to interfere in the affairs of the Kingdom of Siam, so as not to affect the relationship between the two countries. Xian Ichi Xiao's original words. Xian Ichi Xiao said this more than once. Rong Feng could not see Xian Muyaling, so he had to come to Xian Ichi Xiao. Prince Yi. As soon as the ebony carriage stopped, Rong Feng strode over. Xian Ichi Xiao got off the carriage, looked at Rong Feng, and walked into the mansion. Rong Feng immediately followed. Su Rao, who was hiding in the dark corner, saw Rong Feng, and her bright eyes moved immediately. Deep and quiet. What was he doing here? She went directly to the back door of Prince Yi's mansion. Just as Su Rao was about to sneak in, the back door was opened, and two women with their faces covered came out quietly. Just by listening to the voices, Su Rao knew who these two people were. Miss, Prince Jiyue has already left secretly. He has already left the capital. Let's not go. If the prince knows that Miss went to Qifeng Pavilion. Shulan begged. Shulan. I thought I hated Brother Jiue. But when I saw him again, I found that even though Brother Jiue had put me in such a situation, I still couldn't hate him. I couldn't hate him. But I couldn't forget him. With a self-deprecating tone, Zhao Lianqing said again, I am the daughter of the Zhao family. I have my pride. I have married someone else. I can no longer have any intersection with Brother Jiue in this life. I want to say a final farewell to my ignorance. A complete farewell. And is right. Since I am prince, he is concubine. I should grab this man's heart. I want to be like my aunt, noble and glorious for a lifetime. I, Zhao Lianqing, may not be as good as Su Rao in the first half of my life, but I must be more noble than her in the second half of my life. She snatched Brother Jiu away. But she can never snatch Xian Qishao away. The position of the main wife can only be me. The beautiful eyes that used to be like orchids seem to be painted with a circle of thick ink at this moment. Dyeing her heart. Zhao Lianqing has changed because of Su Rao's humiliating words outside the Zhu Siam palace. After understanding what concubine Shu said that day, she began to pursue fame and fortune. Zhao Lianqing said so. Shulan had to shut up. The two were about to leave from the alley, but suddenly heard a noise. Zhao Lianqing suddenly looked at the alley. Shulan was even more nervous and hurried over. The boy who made the noise came out of the alley. Ladies, please be kind and give us some food. Give us some food. The dark-faced little beggar, who looked only 8 or 9 years old, stretched out his dirty hand to Zhao Lianqing. His face was also extremely dirty, and only his eyes were bright. He was not crushed by such a life, but had the shining color of a little boy. Where did you come from? Beggar. Get out. Get out. Shulan retreated in disgust and protected Zhao Lianqing. Good lady, please be kind and give me something to eat. Give me something to eat. The little beggar begged and kowtowed to Zhao Lianqing directly. Shulan, give him some silver and send him away. Zhao Lianqing didn't want to cause trouble outside the palace, lest Xian Qishao noticed, and sent the little beggar away. Hurry up and take the silver and get out. Shulan still had an ugly face that looked down on the poor. After giving the little beggar a silver ingot, she looked disgusted and wiped her hands with a handkerchief before leaving the alley with Zhao Lianqing. As soon as the two left, the little beggar's begging appearance disappeared immediately. Looking at the silver thrown on the ground, he took a breath and picked up the silver and put it in his arms. That's good. I can buy 2 more roasted chickens from Bakaloo that my brother loves to eat when I go back tonight. Another shadow fell in front of him, and the expression on the little beggar's face suddenly changed. He was about to show weakness again. Xiaoshan. Su Rao walked out of the darkness and stood in front of Xiaoshan. When she saw the little beggar just now, Su Rao recognized the little beggar as Xiaoshan with just a pair of shining childish eyes. How could he be here? And he looked like a beggar? Xiaoshan's weakness disappeared for a moment, and the shy scholar in front of him, who was obviously a man, merged with the sister Xiao whom he had never forgotten in his memory. Sister? This was a tentative voice. It's me. Su Rao did not deny it. Xiaoshan's face immediately showed a strong joy. It's really sister. How could sister be here? Could it be that sister is also? Su Rao suddenly said this, picked up Xiaoshan, and her figure flashed and hid in the dark again. The back door was opened again, and the people who came out again were Rong Feng and Xian Qishao, who had just entered from the front door. But just a short moment, they came out from the back door again. Rong Feng was holding Xian Muyaling in his arms. For some reason, Xian Muyaling seemed to be fainting at this moment. Prince Rong Feng, remember your promise to me? If Chang'e is wronged in your Danliang, my Yingji army will definitely break through the Danliang imperial city. Leaving this sentence, Xian Qishao entered the mansion again. The back door was closed. Prince E. Rong Feng dare not guarantee anything else. But for Linger, Rong Feng treats her as if she had given her life. A carriage drove over. Rong Feng looked at Xian Muyaling with pity, and then carried Xian Muyaling into the carriage. Leave. The back door was quiet again, and Su Rao and Xiaoshan came out, looking at the carriage that disappeared away. Su Rao frowned. Is it related to Xian Muyaling? How did she? Sister. Xiaoshan pulled Su Rao's hand. Let's go first. Prince Xu Xianyi is an extremely dangerous person. Be careful not to be discovered by him. Let's go. Su Rao paused for thought. The opportunity to eavesdrop has been missed. and it is useless to sneak into Prince Yi's mansion now. And there is also the risk of being discovered. And why would Xiaoshan appear outside Prince Yi's mansion? Based on Su Rao's understanding of Xiaoshan, he is a steady boy, and he can't appear here for no reason. The bright sun shone down, casting a shadow on the carriage heading towards the city gate. Creak! The sound of the wheels rolling. Rong Feng's carriage started from the back door of Prince Yi's mansion and drove directly to the city gate, leaving Zhu Siam. After leaving the city gate, the fainted Siam Yaling had a tear drop from the corner of her eye, dripping on the back of Rong Feng's hand. Ling. Rong Feng helped Siam Yaling up and wiped the tears off her face. Ling. Don't cry. Your little uncle sent you away for your own good. The matter between aunt and uncle. I know. Sniffed. Siam Yaling still lay in Rong Feng's arms and cried. Cousin. Why? Why do you say it became like this? Ling. If you don't want to leave, we'll go back. Rong Feng's eyes were full of pity. No. Siam Yaling shook her head. My little uncle is doing this for my own good. I must leave. Only by leaving can she not become a bargaining chip for her mother to threaten her little uncle and father again and again. And she will not. After Xian Qishao took Rongfeng into Prince Yi's mansion, he took Rongfeng directly to the attic of Xian Yaling in Prince Yi's mansion and asked Rongfeng to take Xian Yaling away. If you don't want Chang'e to suffer, it's best not to ask anything. Take Chang'e to your Danliang and tell her that if you don't want her father and mother to have any problems, leave obediently. Without my permission, you are not allowed to step into Zhuxian again in this life. Otherwise you will come to collect our bodies. These words were said by Xian Qishao to Rongfeng. In fact, they were said to Xian Yaling. Xian Qishao knew that Xian Yaling did not faint. Ling. I will have people pay more attention to this side. If Prince Yi and his aunt are in danger, we will come back immediately. Don't worry. I will take care of everything. Rongfeng wiped away the tears from the corners of Siam Yaling's eyes with pity again, and took Siam Yaling into his arms. The carriage disappeared in a breath. On the city wall, the figure in black robes finally walked out of the tower, with one hand behind his back, looking at the direction of Tanliang. Princess, leave, with Prince Rongfeng accompanying you. Your Majesty, rest assured, Emoing said. Siam Qishao watched quietly for a moment, and then said, Rongyu is worse than the asking her to leave. Rongyu knows better than anyone that if Chang'e stays in Zhuxian, one day she will have to choose between me, my brother and her. Siam Qishao only said this, and Emoing immediately understood what Siam Qishao meant. Perhaps from the moment Queen Rong detained Siam Yaling, Queen Rong threatened Siam Qishao with Siam Yaling to force Siam Qishao to send Siam Yaling away. Queen Rong would never give up her plan that she had been planning for so many years just because of Xian Yaling. Only by sending her away can she stop ruining her plan and preserve the relationship between them, so that they will not end up in a situation where they turn against each other. Send 2 secret guards to follow secretly. After giving such instructions, Xian Qishao left the city wall and came down the city wall. Ruifeng's eyes glanced at the corner of the city wall. It was just a casual glance. His expression was cold, and it was hard to understand what he was thinking. Xian Qishao and Emoing both left. At the corner of the city wall, as Xian Qishao said, Queen Rong, who was wearing an ordinary skirt, appeared. Muli covered her face. Your Highness, don't worry. Your Highness will go to Danliang and be taken care of by the Crown Prince. The Emperor and the Queen will also treat Your Highness as their own child. When we are done, Your Highness will ask Your Highness to come back if you miss him. Rongdu comforted. This palace no longer has this daughter. Empress Rong looked at the city gate, not at all reluctant, and just looked at it, turned around and got on the sedan chair, returned to the palace. Even if she was wearing just this extremely ordinary skirt, it was difficult to hide her aura. The noble and cold Empress Rong. At this moment, in the most prosperous and popular restaurant in the capital of Siam, by Kulu, a guest room was extremely low pressure. Low pressure and cold solidification. After Su Rao took Xiaoshan away, she came to this by Kulu, a guest room. Let Xiaoshan wash the dirt on his body, and asked the waiter to bring up the dishes before asking Xiaoshan, what are you doing outside Prince Yi's mansion? He also dressed himself up as a dirty beggar. Before Xiaoshan spoke, Su Rao's face was not cold. But when Xiaoshan spoke, what he said? A few days ago, Xiaoshan followed his father to the market in Jingji to buy daily necessities, and ran into Emoing by chance. The two Taiyuan County magistrates, who had arrested him, and his younger brother had secretly contacted him owing. So Xiaoshan dressed up as a little beggar and appeared outside Prince He's mansion, just to find out the matter. Sister, the robbery of the goods in the Lian Pavilion was not just the collusion between my second uncle and the county magistrate. Xiam, Yi, Qi, Xiao. This name, at this time, was bidden out from Su Rao's cherry lips word by word. She had doubted it before, but she had no evidence. And now, red appeared in her peach blossom eyes, touching her Lian Pavilion and hurting her Uncle Hao. She still wanted to cooperate with him calmly. Sister, are you okay? Feeling the sudden chill all around him. The room seemed to have turned into a cold winter day. Xiaoshan immediately shivered. But he was not frightened by Su Rao's appearance. Looking at Su Rao, his bright childish eyes were filled with concern and worry for Su Rao. Such eyes made Su Rao's chill disappear. Sister is fine. I have to thank Xiaoshan for telling me about this matter. I will leave it to you to investigate. Don't interfere anymore, and don't let your father and mother worry. After rubbing Xiaoshan's head, Su Rao smiled slightly, curled the corners of her lips, and picked up a dish for Xiaoshan with chopsticks. The food will not taste good if it gets cold. Eat quickly. Sister will take you home later. Xiaoshan wanted to say something, but looking at the dishes in the bowl and Su Rao, he finally nodded. Silently eat lunch. After the meal, Xiaoshan bought 2 roasted chickens for his younger brother and some other snacks. Su Rao also bought some scattered things and sent Xiaoshan back to the mountain village first. She changed back into her bright red clothes, letting Shinichi Xiao know that she had left. When Su Rao just changed back into her own clothes and restored her true face, Xiaoshan was stunned. Not only because of Su Rao's magical disguise, but also because he had seen Su Rao like this. After leaving Jingji and reaching Guanyang Peak, Ying Fang quietly stayed to find out what happened to Xianmu Yaling. A guard disguised himself as Ying and returned to Yulang first. After all, Ying, the shopkeeper of the Lian Pavilion, and Ronghua Princess of Yunlang could not appear and leave together. And this Ying going back first can also make it easier for Ying to continue to act secretly without being discovered by Shinichi Xiao. All this made Xiaoshan dumbfounded again. Sister, you are really the one from Langjing. Looking at the ugly scar on Su Rao's forehead covered by another flower ornament, Xiaoshan rarely showed a child's expression. Stunned. It's genuine. Su Rao laughed, talking to Xiaoshan, watching the reaction of this child, who was not traumatized by the incident in Taiyuan County a few years ago. Su Rao seemed to see her childhood again, the one who had not experienced the destruction of the country and the family. It's just that her childish innocence was all pretended to please her father and mother, and to please her grandfather. She would not scold her father for being weak again and again, talking and laughing along the way. Su Rao was rarely happy. It was also rare for her to stop and rest again. The group went to the mountain village, but they didn't know that at this time. Yunlang, in the imperial study, on the table, there was a note, and the contents on it were all in the warm eyes of the emperor. This is what I, Yi Ting, saw with my own eyes. Princess Ronghua was holding the jade bone fan of Mr. Xiao, and the shadow shopkeeper of the box pavilion was beside her, and the prince he also protected her safety. Prime Minister Yao knelt down and spoke. Your Majesty, what is the Su family trying to do? They privately opened a shop like Liana to make money, but did not report it to the Ministry of Revenue. The eccentric Princess Ronghua, not to mention her martial arts skills, actually knew the evil art of disguising her face. The emperor intended to match Prince Jiyue with Princess Ronghua, and the Su family followed his orders. But in the end Princess Ronghua did not marry the prince, and the Su family won the emperor's favor. This time Princess Ronghua went to Juxian to find the prince. But the prince had left. But the princess did not follow him, but walked with Prince Yi of Juxian. This action, one by one, now thinking about it, are they all conspiracies? Bending down, counted, and said, Your Majesty, what I said this time is really usurpation. General Su is a loyal old minister of Yunlang, a veteran of 2 dynasties. It is not that I deliberately targeted the Su family. Yao Qing, Emperor, you spoke. The Su family, General Su, is the backbone of our Yunlang, the soul of the army, and a good brother that the late emperor regarded as a brother. Now that you know this, you should understand that the Su family cannot be easily wronged by anyone. Emperor, you seem to be a little unconvinced. Yun Fugui, Go and invite General Su to me. I have some military affairs to consult with him. But the following sentence showed that the emperor was so suspicious that he still took Prime Minister Yao's words to heart. Yes. Yuan Fugui hurriedly bowed and left. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Is this going to happen? As he left, he quietly glanced at Prime Minister Yao with a respectful face. Yao Qing. Some words should not be said casually, and some memorials should not be played casually. You are the Prime Minister of Yunlang, and the grandfather of the prince. You should be more restrained and polite. Emperor, you said again. His expression was unpredictable. The 4 words self-discipline and restoration of propriety seemed to have a more serious tone. He took a memorial at hand and continued to review it. The note was placed beside Emperor Yu and had not been dealt with. I will follow the emperor's instructions. Prime Minister Yao prostrated himself again and kowtowed with both hands. Only when his head lowered to the ground did a deep charm emerge from the corner of his eyes. The sunset is only a breath away. The bright red sunset and the leisurely and quiet countryside always make people feel relaxed and happy. They abandon all the complexity of the world and just want to be in this fairyland. Xiaoshan. My sister's identity must be kept secret. I can't tell your father and mother, so as not to make them feel uneasy. When they arrived at the mountain village, Su Rao told Xiaoshan so. Sister. I know. Xiaoshan nodded. He has always been very smart. Su Rao then took Xiaoshan into the village. Brother. You are back. Did you bring us the roasted chicken from Bakaloo? As soon as they entered the village, many children ran over. Adi led the way, and a group of children as small as children, some of whom were a little unsteady when walking, followed them and babbled behind. Because of the incident when Adi was bitten by a snake, the adults now don't let these children run around the village casually, so as not to be bitten by the big insects in the mountains again. Of course I bought it. Ah. Here. The children who ran over had red faces and bright eyes, looking forward to the roasted chicken wrapped in oil paper handed by Xiaoshan, swallowing their saliva greedily. On the contrary, Adi's first reaction was not to take the fragrant roasted chicken, but to look at Su Rao. Beautiful sister. The little boy's eyes shone brighter, not because he recognized Su Rao, but because Adi always called any beautiful woman beautiful sister. Miss Su. At this call, Jin Chao and the old village chief also came. Why are you here? Miss Su? Come on. Come on. Old man Imo was extremely enthusiastic. Miss Su, please come to my humble home. Jin Chao also smiled. He was always so friendly to Su Rao, who saved his son's life, and pulled Adi over, letting him and the group of children take snacks and go play somewhere else. Brother Jin, long time no see. I just happened to meet Xiaoshan and Jingji, and I saw that he was alone, so I sent him back. Jin Chao and Old Man Imo both invited Su Rao to come in and sit down, and Su Rao did not refuse, and followed to Jin Chao's house. The whole mountain village was delighted by the arrival of such a great benefactor. Chickens and sheep were slaughtered to entertain the distinguished guest. Miss Su, why didn't Master Yu come with you? Jin Chao's third brother asked when Yunji didn't come with him. Su Rao's hands holding the bowl and chopsticks suddenly froze for a moment. Third brother. Eat well, Jin Chao said immediately. Miss Su, please don't be surprised. I, the third brother of Jin, am also grateful for Master Yu's kindness. I think Master Yu has something to do. Miss Su can come to my humble home, which is a great honor. Miss Su, please try this salted chicken. It's my own cooking. I don't know if Miss Su is used to eating it. Lun Yang picked up the public chopsticks beside her and picked up a piece of salted chicken for Su Rao. Then she secretly glared at her third brother. She was annoyed by the third brother's excessive questioning. Su Rao's reaction just now. Lun Yang, who is also a woman, can see it better than Jin Chao and other rough men. I'm afraid that there was something wrong between the newlyweds. During the time when Su Rao and Yuan Ji were in Shanjian village, the villagers in Shanjian village had speculated that they might be a pair of young ladies and young men who eloped. After Su Rao and Yuan Ji knew about this, Yuan Ji explained it. But the reason for the explanation was that they were newlyweds, and he took his wife out for fun not long after getting married. Lun Yang glared at the third brother, and the third brother seemed to react. He looked at Lun Yang, then quickly glanced at Su Rao, and then scratched the back of his head awkwardly. If you talk too much, you will make more mistakes. So he stopped talking and shut up to eat. Sister-in-law Li's cooking skills are excellent. And Su Rao's abnormality was only for such a short moment. Then, he was fine. Continued to have dinner. After having dinner in Shanjian village. Although it was not dark yet, Su Rao was ready to stay here. Shanjian village is the only mountain village between Zuxi and Jingji, and the next state capital. If she leaves now, she can only sleep in the forest at night. And her leaving is only for Xianiqi Xiao to see. She still has to go back to Jingji. Secretly, Su Rao stayed, but did not live in the courtyard of the village chief's house, but stayed at Jin Chao's house for one night. Jin Chao's house is very simple. All earthen houses with warm kangs. Although simple, it is kept very clean by Lunyang. You can tell a person by looking at his house. This time, Su Rao suddenly felt that Jin Chao's family seemed to be more than just bandits from Beifeng village. Take Xiaoshan and Adi for example. They really looked like children from the mountains. Xiaoshan was the eldest in the family, and children from poor families had to take charge early. So Xiaoshan was mature and smart since he was a child. Adi was a child, so he was spoiled to be lively, innocent and honest. These two kids didn't look abnormal, but their polite attitude towards others showed their parents' etiquette. Let's talk about Jin Chao first. Although he looked difficult to mess with because of the long-standing scar on his nose. If you feel it carefully, you will find that under his roughness, he seemed to hide a kind of noble temperament. Let's talk about Lunyang. Although she was only wearing a coarse linen shirt, her black hair was tied up with an ordinary wooden hairpin, and she wore a gray linen headscarf. She looked like an ordinary woman at first glance, but if you look closely, you will find that Lunyang is more attractive, and her every move seems to have some indescribable elegance. The house is simple. Miss Su, please don't despise it. Lunyang brought Su Rao a set of brand new bedding, and made the calm for Su Rao, with a gentle smile on her face. No, Su Rao said with a smile. It's me who bothered Sister Lo and Brother Jean. This is how husband and wife get along. It's you accommodating me. I accommodating you. So that we can live a stable life. Suddenly, Lunyang said this for no reason. After looking at Su Rao, she walked to the table and picked up the teapot on the table. She went to pour tea. Look! This cup and water. The capacity of the cup is so big. The water is full. It can't hold it. And it will overflow. This is how people are. After a long time, they will always quarrel over something. But no matter how much they quarrel, if they quarrel too much and go beyond the limit, it will be too late to regret. After Lunyang said these two words, Su Rao knew what she was talking about. She misunderstood that she and Yunji were quarreling as a couple. Miss Su, don't blame me for saying this. I think Miss Su is in a bad mood. Handing the cup to Su Rao, Lunyang said again, let Su Rao have a good rest. Su Rao lowered her head and looked at the cup in her hand that was about to overflow. But she put it down after only a short breath. I think Sister Lo and Brother Jean seem to have a sense of nobility. They don't look like farmers in the mountains. Sister Lo and Brother Jean must have been rich and noble. It seems to be curious. It also seems that she simply doesn't want to mention the husband and wife conflict between her and Yunji. So she changed the subject. Lunyang's expression suddenly paused. And then she smiled and shook her head. The common woman and the head of the family are just ordinary people who are lucky enough to survive in this chaotic world. Whether they are rich or poor. As long as they are alive. It is the best. This seems to mean that they can safely change from bandits to ordinary people now. And she is very satisfied. But Su Rao feels that there is more to Lunyang's words than just this one layer. There is a deeper meaning. They were a rich family. But their family fell into poverty and finally became bandits. They lived in this chaotic world. Now they can have such a peaceful life. It's good. Miss Su, go to bed early. After you rest, go back and have a good talk with Master Yu. There is no conflict between husband and wife that cannot be talked out. Lunyang left. The house was quiet for a moment. Su Rao whispered, if we were really just an ordinary couple, we would have quarreled and it would have passed. But we are not husband and wife. And we will never be husband and wife. Never. Su Rao took out a delicate little wine pot from her sleeve. And did not rest. But jumped onto the roof to drink again. The night in the mountains seemed brighter than the night in the city. Near the end of June, the stars completely occupied the main position. Occupying the entire night sky. Dominating the world. The vast stars. Each star is so dazzling. The sky is full of stars. And the crescent moon that has become more and more curved is no longer bright. The color of the moonlight on the crescent moon seems to have dimmed again. Just like the moonlight in Su Rao's heart. Every moment will make her forget a little bit. Before long, she will let herself completely eliminate the figure of the moonlight, and eliminate it from her heart. The wine he drank was a strong liquor from Zhu Xian. When it entered his stomach, it was hot and burning, making Su Rao extremely sober. At this moment, on the back mountain not far away, the figure of Yu Hua was watching quietly. He also came to this mountain village, but no one knew it. The satin on his eyes was removed, and the figure in red was clearly visible. Master! Behind him, Ye Feng was talking. What happened in Zhu Xian in one day, including Xian Mu Yaling's betrayal of Queen Rong, and Xiao Mubai's galloping back. On the other side, Yunling held his sword and waited quietly. Master! We must rush to Danyang as soon as possible. Mubai will go back alone, and I am worried that he will have difficulty. Let's go! Yun Feng hadn't finished speaking when Yunji turned and left. The satin in his hand blocked his sight again, and also blocked the red figure in his eyes. After this farewell, we will never see each other again in this life. Rao Rao. Wait for the next life. Yunji will give you a red dress in the next life. The three of them disappeared in the moonlight in an instant, and the dark Yun Wei followed and left without a trace. Yunji didn't leave any Yun Wei to protect Su Rao in secret, because Yunji knew that Su Rao didn't need it, and she would always protect her life well. Su Rao, who was sitting on the roof, went back to the house to rest after drinking the pot of wine. The head of the family. She doesn't seem to be living a happy life. Drinking like this is like drinking water. This voice came from the door of the main house. She has used her best efforts to live like this. Although it is not satisfactory, it is better than dying. Another voice came later, with a sigh. As a daughter of the Su family, she lives a stable and smooth life. Her grandfather, parents and brothers all dote on her. The moments of comfort always pass very quickly. Su Rao stayed in the mountain village for 3 days. 3 days of leisure. Su Rao let herself completely calm down and concentrate, leaving all the short-lived beauty and noise between her and Yunji, and then said goodbye and left. Just after walking out of the mountain village and reaching the intersection of the official road, she heard the sound of horses' hooves. The uniform sound of horses' hooves. Only the official horses. Su Rao's heart just moved. The person driving the horse broke into her peach blossom eyes. It was actually Xian Yiqi Xiao. Behind Xian Yiqi Xiao followed a group of people, led by the 2 envoys of Yun Lang who had left after the birthday banquet of Emperor Wei. Yunji left that day and took the 2 envoys with him without leaving them behind. Princess Ronghua, I finally found you. Seeing Su Rao from afar, the 2 Yun Lang envoys were like seeing their parents, so crying with joy. Before the horses had even stopped, they hurriedly got off their horses and walked over quickly. In a hurry, the 2 reacted like this. Obviously there was something urgent, or a very urgent matter. For a moment, Su Rao's eyebrows moved again. You're crying and yelling. Where do I want to go? Do I have to report to you? The princess has a complete temperament. The ugly dandy girl of the Su family. Dandy and perverse. But when Su Rao's eyes passed the Yunlang envoy and touched Xianiqi Xiao, she felt a layer of sadness inside. And at this moment, she was even more depressed. For everything Xianiqi Xiao did in Tianguan County, he was the leader behind the chaos. She gave him the identity of Mr. Xiao and cooperated with him. But he went to her Lian pavilion, robbed her goods, and hurt her Uncle Hao, secretly leading the chaos in Tianguan County. But on the surface, he asked Xiao Mubai to help her find Uncle Hao and the others. Is it because of the threat of Queen Rong? Or does he have this intention? Intending to make her Su family and the prince's faction hostile from now on, so as to shake the foundation of Yunlang. If he had no idea, if it was just a threat from Queen Rong, she didn't believe he would have no way to resolve it. Su Rao looked at Xian Yiqi Xiao like this, and Xian Yiqi Xiao's hand holding the reins suddenly tightened. He didn't get off the horse, nor did he come over. His face was still cold, but the fluctuations in his heart were hard to calm down. He knew what kind of person this woman was. She approached him and attracted him intentionally or unintentionally, all for some purpose. Although he didn't understand why she, a daughter of the Su family of Yunlang Kingdom, repeatedly opposed the Danyang royal family, and used such a tormenting method of boiling a frog in warm water to waste the energy of the Danyang royal family. Although he didn't know what her purpose was. Xiaoyao Tower had been against Danyang for several years. She was the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, and a daughter of the Su family. So it must be related to the dynasty. And she deliberately approached him. Must be to use him. Must be to involve him, Zhu Xian. When thinking of all Su Rao's attitude towards him, it is likely that this is the reason. Xian Yiqi Xiao can hardly calm down his anger, and calm his anger. The anger that arose for no reason. Xian Yiqi Xiao knew very well in his heart that he should not contact Su Rao again, and should not give Su Rao the opportunity to use him again. But when Yun Lang's envoy returned to Zhu Xian, and said that he had something urgent to do with Su Rao, Xian Yiqi Xiao finally couldn't control himself and appeared here. The reactions between Xian Yiqi Xiao and Su Rao to each other were all monologues in their hearts. And there was no abnormality on their faces. And the two envoys who came over, what they did and said, also made Su Rao have no intention of paying attention to Xian Yiqi Xiao. Something happened to her Su family. After all, she didn't avoid it. It wasn't her and Yun Ji. So it became her brothers, the seventh princess and Su Si. 2 days ago, Emperor Yu suddenly issued an edict to grant the marriage between the seventh princess and Su Si. It was not Su Si who became the seventh prince consort, but the seventh princess, who married into the Su family as a daughter-in-law. The seventh princess's feelings for Su Si had long been known to the whole city. And the seventh princess was the most beloved daughter of Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu saw his daughter chasing Su Si all over the street every day, and it would be difficult to continue like this. So he thought about it, and granted the marriage directly. The wedding of the seventh princess and Su Si was scheduled for the end of July. And Emperor Yu ordered Su Rao to return to Beijing as soon as possible. Princess Ronghua, this is a letter from General Su to you. After the envoy finished speaking, he took out the letter written by Su's father to Su Rao from his arms, which was sent by Yunlang at a gallop of 800 miles. Father Su was worried that Su Rao would not listen to Emperor Yu's order to return to Beijing. So he wrote a letter to Su Rao, asking her to go home quickly. Princess Ronghua is so happy. Seeing that Su Rao looked at the letter, but did not react at all. The two envoys looked at each other and flattered. Although the Su family has a Princess Ronghua who is always causing trouble, the sons of the Su family are all outstanding, and all of them are officials in the court. It can be said that others are envious. Now that Su Si has married the seventh princess, who is the most favored by Emperor Yu, the Su family can be said to have risen with the tide and become a royal relative. Who dares to compete with the Su family in the future? This Princess Ronghua is afraid that she will be more arrogant in Yunlang. Happy? Su Rao asked this question, and glanced at the two envoys. There was a sense of oppression in her peach blossom eyes, and the natural peach color in her eyes seemed to turn red. Yun Luoling wants to marry my fourth brother and enter my Su family. Do you think this princess should be happy? The two envoys were stunned for a moment. How could they forget the relationship between Princess Ronghua and the seventh princess? Yun Luoling wants to harm my fourth brother. But there is no way. Putting away the letter written by Su's father, Su Rao pushed the two envoys away and got on the horse. The color around her peach blossom eyes had completely turned red. Yun, if her marriage with Yun Ji didn't work out, she would let his daughter marry into her Su family to achieve the same effect. Dream of his spring and autumn. She kicked the horse's belly hard and galloped away. Miss Chui Can and the other two also got on the horse and hurriedly chased after her. Princess Ronghua. Princess Ronghua. Su Rao left in such anger that the two envoys shouted and slapped their thighs. What was going on? He said goodbye to Xian Yiqi Xiao in a hurry, and also took the guards to chase Su Rao. Your Highness, it seems that Yunlang has something to do again. Emoing said so. Xian Yiqi Xiao also looked at the official road. The red-clothed man was outstanding. And in just a moment, he had disappeared. Seal this news, and never let Rong Yur know. After a moment, he said so. Emoing nodded immediately. Understand what Xian Yiqi Xiao means. If Queen Rong knows about this, I'm afraid something will happen again. Pay attention to Yunlang's movements. With another word, Xian Yiqi Xiao rode back. Emoing also followed. By the way, Your Highness, there is one more thing. Xiao Mubai appeared again, but he hurried back to Danyang. Xian Yiqi Xiao mentioned that he wanted Emoing to pay attention to Yunlang. And Emoing suddenly thought of the news he had just received. Because of the appearance of the two Yunlang envoys, Emoing did not inform Xian Yiqi Xiao of this matter in time. Now that he thought of it, he immediately told Xian Yiqi Xiao. As soon as Emoing finished speaking, Xian Yiqi Xiao stopped his horse. Did Xiao Mubai go back to Danyang? since Xian Ichi-Xiao thought that Su Rao was the real owner of Xiaoyao Tower. Xian Ichi-Xiao guessed that Han Machan left so suddenly after receiving the news that day because Han Machan knew that Su Rao was in danger. But now, why did Xiao Mubai suddenly rush back to Danyang? Since the Su family had something to do, he should have rushed to Yunlang. For a moment, Xian Ichi-Xiao was confused. But in just a moment, Rui Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with light. Moing. Is Ronggu in contact with Danyang again? This question is very certain. Your Majesty. It is true. Moing nodded immediately. The night before, Ronggu did have some contact with Dan Liang. It seems that Xiao Mubai might. This was a vague word. And he kicked the horse's belly again. And the horse galloped. And his cold eyes seemed to have an idea. Perhaps he could do it when Dan Liang and Xiaoyao Tower were facing each other, and had no time to distract himself. On Su Rao's side, 2 envoys and guards chased Su Rao. But they could never catch up. In a short time, they were left far behind by Su Rao and Song Qian. Su Rao took Song Qian along the path. And after running for several miles, she suddenly stopped the horse. The matter in Juxian Kingdom has not been resolved yet. Su Chui, you stay, and keep an eye on Juxian's unusual movements with Ying. After giving this instruction, Su Rao kicked the horse's belly again. Su Chui, who followed, stayed, and only Su Qian followed Su Rao back. The same news was also heard by the figure of Yu Hua on the way to Danyang not long ago. In the guest room of the post station, the news said by Yun Wei was exactly the same as what envoy Yu Lang told Su Rao. Emperor Yu granted the marriage of Princess Seven and Su Si to be held at the end of July. But the only thing missing was that Su's father wrote a letter to Su Rao. Yunji held the note in his hand, and the satin on his eyes was removed. The words reflected in his eyes were all blurred. But Yunji looked at it like a normal person. Master, is there something wrong? Seeing that Yunji had been looking at the message for more than a moment, Yun Feng and Yunling looked at each other. And Yun Feng asked, I'm afraid something happened in the capital. Yunji spoke. Although nothing was mentioned in the news, Yunji noticed it. And noticed the story behind this marriage. Because Yunji knew Emperor Yu. He knew Emperor Yu's heart better than anyone else. Since Emperor Yu had not given up on him and Su Rao. How could he suddenly marry the 7th princess and Su Si? Something must have happened. Yun Feng and Yunling were confused. What could happen to Yunlang now? If there was something wrong, it would probably be between the 7th prince and the crown prince. Master, the emperor's edict. 18's voice came like this. Walked in, holding a lacquered bamboo tube in his hand. The yellow lacquer seal was a secret message from Emperor Yu. Yunji just put down the note in his hand and looked at 18 who came in. Or more precisely, at the secret letter in 18's hand. His phoenix eyes were empty and blind. But his heart was suddenly heavy. After a breath, Yun Feng took the bamboo tube and opened it, saying only one sentence. Emperor Yu wanted Yunji to return to Beijing. No more words were said. This, Yun Feng frowned. Why would the emperor suddenly order the prince to return to the capital? Handed the secret letter to Yunji. Yun Feng, you and Ba will lead people to Danliang first. Yunji did not take the secret letter, but directly took the satin to cover his eyes and left. Yunling followed him. It was obvious that Yunji was going to return to Yunlang. Even without the secret letter from Emperor Yu, Yunji was ready to return. There was a very bad premonition in his heart, which made Yunji feel a fearful premonition. Time passed quickly, and the night fell in an instant. Tonight was another starry night. Although the crescent moon was not as bright as the full moon, the light cast by the stars was extremely dazzling. The stars were bright. The red figure running on the forest road was very clear. The red dress swayed. The black hair fluttered. And she continued to hurry on under the night, as if she didn't know what fatigue was. The horse's hooves stepped on the mountain path. A layer of gray foam rippled, and the fallen leaves between the road and the forest rustled. The surrounding woods were retreating at a very fast speed. And in just a flash, they retreated several miles. When she came to Juxian, Su Rao came day and night without sleep. Now she is still riding fast when she goes back to Yunlang. At her speed, you can only see a red streak passing through the sky and the earth. The night wind blows, and her red dress and black hair flutter, which shows how anxious she is. Su Rao didn't know that Yunji had returned, nor did she know that the letter from Su's father was fake. And she didn't know what kind of hysteria she would face when she returned this time. At this moment, Su Rao only wanted to rush back to Yuanlang as quickly as possible. And she must not let her fourth brother bear the dilemma that should have been hers. Su Rao's fate. Su Rao left. And Xian Yi and Qi Shao also returned to the capital. Although Empress Rong, who was in the palace of the Crown Prince of Xian, had never left the palace. She saw everything. Once again, Empress Rong went to the bedroom of Emperor Wei and brought a jade cup to him personally. Wei Lang. Princess Rongwa left. Ah Xiao watched her leave the mountain village in person. She seemed to be worried that I would harm Princess Rongwa again. So she asked the envoy Yin Lang, who was about to leave, to return. This is a deep friendship. This time, Empress Rong personally fed porridge to Emperor Wei. The jade spoon was brought to Emperor Wei's mouth. Emperor Wei, take the medicine. There will be many dangers on the way back to Yuanlang. Although a Xiao is prepared. Whether the mob of Yuanlang can protect Princess Rongwa is up to me. In the scene of the beasts besieging, Wei Lang thinks a Xiao can save a few times, and he can make it in time. The meaning of this is that if Emperor Wei does not take the medicine well, then the things in the maple forest of Guanyang Peak will happen again. Not just once, but twice, 3 times. If Xian Yi Qi Shao knew that Su Rao was in danger again, he would go to rescue her. He would definitely go to rescue her. Wei Lang. Su Rao left. But she is engraved in a Xiao's heart. A Xiao finally fell in love with a girl. As a sister-in-law, I am very happy for a Xiao. He is also an old man. What does this mean? Xian Yi Qi Shao's wife. Empress Rong threatened Emperor Wei in this way, still using both soft and hard tactics. Either she would send Xian Yi Qi Shao into the tiger's mouth, or she would fulfill Xian Yi Qi Shao's wish. The choice depended on what Emperor Wei did at this moment. Ka! The sound of a brush breaking. Emperor Wei looked at Empress Rong. The gentle smile on her face, and the fact that she was already mad and hopeless. After a long time, he took the jade cup and drank it directly. After the white jade porridge was gone, he threw the jade cup, and it broke with a clang. A piece of debris splashed on Empress Rong's hand, and blood immediately seeped out. Emperor Wei turned a blind eye to it, and his face showed no ripples. He took a new brush and started painting. Xiang Yi Qi Wei. Remember? Your life is in my hands. If you dare to die without my permission, I will take your brother to replace you. You should understand me. Empress Rong looked at the blood on her hands for a moment, then took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood, and then stood up and left. The ripples in her cold and beautiful eyes disappeared in just a moment, and she returned to her nobility. Whether she loves Emperor Wei in her heart, maybe she herself doesn't know now. After Queen Rong left, Emperor Wei's bedroom became quiet, and the imperial steward, who was guarding outside the palace, came in. Your Majesty, the disease is difficult to cure. Remember not to get angry easily, which will affect your lungs. To quit this poison, you must proceed step by step. It was obviously the steward's voice, but it was Mr. Zhu's voice. He tore off the human skin mask on his face and took out a pill and handed it to Emperor Wei. Your Majesty, this pill is extremely poisonous. Once you take it for the first time, you will become addicted to it. I am sure that you can quit your addiction to drugs. But if you want to completely cure your body and lungs, you need to know where the pill comes from, so that I can really prescribe the right medicine. What Mr. Zhu said? I know. The Emperor Wei took the pill handed by Mr. Zhu, without any doubt, and took it directly with water, and then smiled bitterly. In the past 2 years, Ah Xiao has been running around for me, but I still don't know where the elixir in the Queen's hand came from. I don't know where it came from. Mr. Zhu's face was immediately disappointed, but it was only for a moment. Your Majesty, there is no need to be so pessimistic. I will do my best as a doctor to keep your Majesty safe. Thank you, Mr. Zhu, for your concern. If I am safe, I will keep my promise to the prince. Our Zhuxian and Yuanlang will be friendly neighbors, and there will never be a war. Inside the hall, the two talked. Outside the hall, Xian Yi Qi Shao leaned against the hall pillar. His hanging big hands were tightly clenched, and on the back of his hands, veins bulged out. Even if the emperor could cure this elixir poison, his body would have long been. The elixir formula still needs the elixir formula after all, and he knew that the emperor's brother did not tell him the truth. In the past, it was not surprising that the crown prince went to the Su family, but the 7th prince and the 2nd master Su fought as soon as they met. Now that the 7th prince actually went to the Su family, wouldn't the Su family be even more lively? That's right. Why did the seventh prince go to the Su family? The crown prince went to the Su family for the wedding of the seventh princess and the fourth master Su. What did the seventh prince do? He wouldn't deliberately cause trouble. Right. This was the gossip that was spread among the people of Langjing today. This was because the crown prince had just arrived at the general's mansion this morning. And within a moment, the seventh prince arrived. From the outside, the general's mansion did not look unusual. Instead, because of the marriage of the seventh princess and the fourth master Su, the maids and servants were busy coming and going. But when you enter the mansion, you will find that the servants coming and going have sharp eyes. They are not the servants of the Su family, but the imperial guards. General Su, please bear with me. Father and I both absolutely believe in the Su family. But people's words are scary. When Princess Rongwa comes back, everything will be clear. If this matter is falsely accused by others and deliberately framed by the Su family, I will definitely report it to Father in detail, and will never let the Su family suffer such an unjust accusation. In the hall, the prince took the seat, gentle and polite. Although the Su family was under guard, the prince was humble to them, and did not reveal any other thoughts. Third brother. How could such a secret letter appear on the emperor's desk for no reason? Who could have reported the Su family? Isn't the third brother curious at all? Yun Mujing also spoke. He was extremely curious. This prince and Su Yumo have been at odds for so many years. This prince has not done anything yet. But someone actually took action before this prince. Who is so courageous? This prince must meet him properly. These words, the feeling of gloating over others' misfortunes, and the temperament are similar to the real Su Rao. His eyes fell on Su Yumo, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Su Er then raised his eyes and glanced at Yun Mujing. His eyes were indifferent, and his face was dull. But there was a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. The Su family was in such a predicament since the day when General Su was summoned to the palace. General Su did not come back at night, and only Su Bo came back. But a moment later, the guards appeared and came to protect the Su family, because someone reported that the Su family opened the Lian Pavilion privately, one to control the economic lifeline of Yunji, and the other to win over the court officials and the harem. Their intentions were not right. Emperor Yu naturally believed in the Su family, but was worried that someone would do something to the Su family. So he asked the prince to bring troops to guard, in order to prevent the people from panicking and to prevent other ministers who were at odds with the Su family from taking advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble and harm the reputation of the Su family. All the imperial guards were dressed as servants, and Su Bo's arrival was also to calm the hearts of the Su family. General Su asked Su Bo to come back and tell the rest of the Su family to stay calm. The emperor only kept him for a few days to discuss military affairs, and he would be back in a few days. The sudden change caught the Su family off guard, but it was only for a moment. With a message from General Su Bo brought by Su Bo, Su Er already understood. It was the prince who did something secretly and discovered the relationship between the Su family and the Lian Pavilion. Now they are setting up a game to weaken the foundation of his Su family in the court and to test Yun Mujing and his Su family. Yun Mu Jing, in different voice and expression, with cold anger, as if he was angered by Yun Mujing's gloating sneer. A palm wind suddenly rose, and Su Er attacked Yun Mujing directly, with his moves being murderous and merciless. The Su family was protected at home, and their movements were restricted, but it had no effect on Su Er. The prince was here, but Su Er attacked directly. Yun Mujing dodged and laughed coldly. Your Su family has fallen into such an embarrassing situation, and you dare to be so disrespectful to this prince, and want to fight. He also moved forward and immediately got entangled with Su Er. This prince will accompany you to the end. The two fought, and every move was merciless, just like every time before. If they didn't fight, it was fine, but once they did, they really fought. The two fought like this, and jumped directly out of the hall, and went to the courtyard. My Su family can't be easily shaken by anyone. This must be done by the prince and his men. Yun Mujing, you shouldn't come here and involve yourself. Since you choose to keep a low profile, then don't interfere in my Su family's affairs. Remember the agreement between you and me. My Su family won't fall so easily. Whispering, his hands did not reduce their strength. The palm wind passed by Yun Mujing's ears, and his black hair flew. I know. Yun Mujing's hands also moved fiercely, and whispered in the same low voice. But what's going on with this matter? We haven't disclosed it here. The prince and his men haven't made any unusual moves in the past few days. It can only be a problem with my brother. How could a row be Mr. Xiao? How could this matter be known by the prince and his men? It must be Yao Yeting. But my brother shouldn't be so careless. Seventh brother. You are just making a fuss. Don't stop it. The prince who chased out was angry and stopped him. Father Su and Uncle Su San and their group also went out of the hall. They also asked Su Er to stop. How could he fight with the seventh prince? Both sides tried to stop them. But Su Er and Yun Mujing ignored them completely. The prince immediately asked the guards to pull the two apart. However, the guards could not get close to Su Er and Yun Mujing within 3 feet of him, let alone pull them apart. Before they got close, they were shaken away by the internal force. Su Er and Yun Mujing started fighting again. But in just a short moment, it was heard by Emperor Yu and General Su. In the Yunchen Palace. A chess game. With the chessboard as the battlefield and the chess pieces as the soldiers. The situation changes between the back and forth. The old general is a god in using troops. And I really admit that I am inferior to him. The white piece was completely surrounded and trapped to death, with no way to retreat. Emperor Yu put down the white piece in his hand that could no longer be put down. A gentle laugh. I believe in the loyalty of the Su family. And I believe in the loyalty of General Su even more. However, Yao Qing is my prime minister after all. And he is also the grandfather of the prince. I still have to pretend. And I can only let the old general stay in the palace for a while. Emperor Yu said this, and told General Su all the secret instructions of Prime Minister Yao so directly. He seemed to trust General Su very much. Keeping General Su in the palace was just for Prime Minister Yao to see. As for Yuqing and Linger's engagement, I know what my daughter is like. She is willful, arrogant and domineering. She has been spoiled by me and the imperial concubine over the years. She even causes trouble when she sees Ronghua. I can't let her marry into the Su family no matter what. Otherwise it will be more than just the old general who will have a headache. After this matter is resolved, I will find a reason to cancel their engagement. Your Majesty, I'm sorry to bother you. The seventh princess married into the old Su family, which is a blessing for our Su family. But my daughter has a bad temper. She will really make a scene. My precious beard won't be enough for her to pull. General Su also laughed boldly, stroking his precious beard. He followed the emperor's orders and did not have the slightest intention of disobeying. He was even more straightforward with the emperor, and did not show the kind of vigorous mind that he showed to his children and grandchildren at home. He was just a rough old general without any thoughts. Only in this chess game can we see the delicacy under General Su's roughness. I wrote to Jiyue, asking him to bring Ronghua back, so that she wouldn't listen to rumors and really rush into the palace to pull the old general's beard. I'm afraid my beard would be in trouble, he said with a smile. And Emperor Yu also touched his short beard, with Jiyue protecting Ronghua. She wouldn't be hurt by someone with ulterior motives. It was obvious that Yuan Ji was asked to return to Beijing, and Su Rao was not mentioned at all. But the words told to General Su were like this. After all, the heart of the emperor is unpredictable. I want to see who sent the secret report to me through Prime Minister Yao, and dared to be so bold as to falsely accuse the Su family, so as to provoke the relationship between me and the old general, and disturb the stability of Yunlang. This made the emperor angry. He clearly knew that Yao Yeting had seen it with his own eyes. Your Majesty, please do not be angry about this. A person who is upright has nothing to fear, since someone cannot bear to see that the Su family, an old minister, is trusted by the emperor. I will fight him to the end. I have lived for most of my life, and I only want to do things with a clear conscience. General Su was also angry. The anger of the old general and the power of the tiger made the tea in the cups on the table ripple, causing Emperor Yu's warm eyes to shrink slightly. The unfathomable thoughts of the emperor were quickly hidden, and he dared not reveal any more, for fear that General Su would notice something wrong. General Yun, who came to report what happened to the Su family, also paused for a moment. It was not known whether he was in a hurry to run or was frightened by the pressure of General Su. A layer of fine sweat beads appeared on his forehead. He swallowed hard to calm the trembling in his heart, then raised his hand to wipe away the beads of sweat on his forehead. He then knocked on the palace door and reported the incident between Su Er and the seventh prince. Traveling always takes a very short time. The sun rises and sets in the sky, and the moonlight hanging in the sky changes from the crescent moon in early July to the full moon, and the color of the moonlight begins to brighten again. It took Su Rao only 7 days and nights to rush from Jusian capital to Yunlang border town. Which shows how she rushed. She traveled day and night without sleep. Under the wind and sun. Su Rao's skin became a little rough. And the blue under her eyes was extremely heavy. Her face showed fatigue. And only her peach blossom eyes did not show fatigue. But deep. Take a short rest here. Replenish dry food. And continue on the road. I found a tea stall casually, and quenched my thirst with a pot of cold tea. Muli covered her face. Dressed in red clothes. And dressed like a woman of the rivers and lakes. I didn't plan to stay in Yunlang border town for one night. Hey. Have you heard about it? Something big happened in Langjing again. I heard that a few days ago. The second son of the Su family was somehow provoked by the seventh prince. And the two of them fought directly in the Su family. The prince was at the Su family at the time. But he was unable to separate the two. In the end, the emperor found out, and sent his chief steward to separate the two. Who hasn't heard about it? This matter has spread in Langjing. And it has spread to our city in just 7 days. I also heard the reason. Which is even more terrifying than the willful seventh princess marrying into the Su family. The emperor's favorite seventh prince actually wore women's clothes again. And even said that he wanted the second son of the Su family to enter his mansion as a prince consort. Such a ridiculous thing would anger the second son of the Su family. Such two pieces of gossip came from another table where Su Rao was sitting. What happened in Langjing was reported to Yunlang in just 7 days. Su Rao frowned. The second brother and Yun Mujing had a fight again? Yun Mujing did something ridiculous again? He provoked the second brother again? Su Rao didn't quite believe it. If she didn't know that Yun Mujing had feelings for Su Eri, Su Rao might have believed it. Believing that Yun Mujing could really do such a ridiculous thing. But now Su Rao found it hard to believe it. It seems that someone deliberately spread rumors. They are targeting. Hey, you guys are exaggerating too much. Why haven't I heard about this? Besides, it will take more than 10 days for the news from Langjing to reach our border city. Which is still very fast. For the news to be spread in 7 days. It is probably false. The seventh prince and the second young master of the Su family are incompatible. No matter how you think about it. It is impossible for them to do such absurd things and say such absurd words. A gossipy passerby first expressed such disbelief. And then several people who gathered together also expressed disbelief. And then they dispersed in 2s and 3s. And talked about other topics. The two passers-by who spoke first were extremely convinced at first. But in the midst of the conversation, they also became a little unconvinced. And then they no longer cared about the truth of the things they said. And joined other topics. Miss Su Kan, who had prepared dry food and food, saw Su Rao sitting there with a cup in her hand. Although the curtain blocked her face, she could still vaguely see Su Rao's expression. Her extremely calm expression seemed to be frozen. Her pair of bright peach eyes had no expression inside. And it was difficult to see her thoughts clearly. Let's go! Putting down the cup and throwing 2 copper coins on the wooden table, Su Rao climbed on the horse and continued on the road with Su Ken. After leaving the border town, I finally understood why the news of what happened in Langjing spread so quickly. It was all spread by beggars along the way. Beggars beg along the way. One person spreads the news to 10 people. 10 spread the news to 100 people. And once one beggar knows it, all beggars know it. At this moment, I don't know what the situation is in Langjing. But in this border town, the Su family seems to have become a pastime for everyone here after dinner. Whether it is the marriage between the 7th princess and Su Si, or the fight between the 7th prince and Su Heir because of that absurd thing and absurd words. They have all been widely spread. In the end, the Su family's dandy, perverse, lustful and ugly girl was naturally dragged into it. And her rotten reputation that had disappeared for several months came out again. Although she was not seen. Her notorious reputation spread thousands of miles away. Along the way, every time she heard such a word, especially when it involved Su Heir and Su Si, Su Rao's face became more gloomy, as if ink could drip out. It is obvious that these things and these words were deliberately manipulated by someone behind the scenes to deliberately humiliate the Su family. The 7th princess married into the Su family, which seemed to be the respect of the royal family for the ministers. But what kind of person is the 7th princess? Living under the same roof with the ugly girl of the Su family in the future. Wouldn't it be a mess every day? And the 7th prince, a man, said that he wanted to marry Su Heir to be his son-in-law. Let's not talk about whether they are good at sex. Whether this matter is extremely absurd. Just Su Heir, the brave general who will take over General Su in the future of the Su family. Let him be a son-in-law. Or a son-in-law of the prince. What's the difference between this and raising a concubine? How humiliating. Someone is deliberately targeting her Su family. Perhaps because Yun Luoling is about to marry. Some people have a strange feeling in their hearts, and spread such incidents to discredit her Su family. Since leaving Yulang border town until the evening of the next day, Su Rao has always had this idea. Until accidentally, Su Rao discovered that the letter was fake, and realized something was wrong. And then she realized that all this was not simple. Night fell again, and Su Rao and Sukin stopped again to rest for a while, and let the horses rest. They found a place with a stream, where the horses drank water, and Su Rao and Sukin washed their faces to get rid of their fatigue. After using the dry food, Su Rao did not continue to rush. She and Sukin could continue to resist, but the horses could not. If the horses were tired to death, they could only walk to the next post station in this wilderness. So even if Su Rao was anxious, she had to let the horses rest. During this short break, Su Rao took out the letter written by Su's father and looked at it quietly. She missed home very much. Only then did she realize that she had been away from home for a long time. Su Rao looked at the letter by the campfire and found that the letter was too transparent under the light of the fire. For a moment, Su Rao frowned. "Miss, what's wrong?" Su Rao reacted like this. And Sukin asked. Su Rao did not speak, but directly brought the letter close to the fire. The fire seemed to penetrate the rice paper used for the letter, which showed how thin the paper was. At this time, Su Rao just discovered that the rice paper used for this letter seemed much thinner than the rice paper used by her father in daily life. After noticing this, Su Rao immediately observed the letter carefully. Every word on it was her father's handwriting. But after looking carefully, she found that the end of each word was not natural and smooth enough. "This is not written by my father." This voice was low, and the peach blossom eyes suddenly moved. This letter was pieced together and copied, because it was written in the handwriting of my father. It was not as natural and smooth as my father's, but had a sense of stereotyped copying. Su Rao noticed something wrong with the letter. Once she noticed something wrong, she noticed more. It was true that she had to go back for her brother's wedding, but the wife that her fourth brother married was not someone else, but Yun Luoling, who had been at odds with Su Rao since childhood. Shouldn't she do it first, and then report it later? When the matter was done, she knew it, and she couldn't make any more trouble. Otherwise, with Su Rao's temper, she would never let Yun Luoling marry her fourth brother and enter her Su family, and the wedding would not go smoothly. But Su Si and Yun Luoling had just been granted marriage, and she was informed of it. It felt very deliberate. Deliberate? For a moment, I thought. Yun Yu's edict, the marriage of the fourth brother and Yun Luoling, including the letter from his father, and the rumors that Yun Langbianqing heard, all had one thing in common, which was that they allowed her to rush back in the shortest time. In just a short breath, Su Rao had already thought about it 1,000 times. In her bright eyes, a quiet thought replaced the haste of the past few days, and also replaced the anxiety caused by her involvement in her fourth brother. Why did she have to go back in a hurry? Why? Her eyes fell directly on the letter, and Su Rao's mind kept turning. She could think that it must be related to her Su family, but she couldn't figure out the reason for a while. Su Kan, unable to think of why, Su Rao waved and whispered directly in Su Kan's ear, then put the letter away as if nothing had happened. And after resting for a while with Su Kan, they continued to ride their horses under the night. The moon sets. The sun rises. The sun sets. The moon rises. One day. Another moment. In the blink of an eye, a figure hurried to Prime Minister Yao's residence. Third brother. Prime Minister Yao. Yi Ting has lost the trace of Su Rao. This voice came from the study room of Prime Minister Yao's residence. At midnight, the best time for a private meeting, Yun Mushu came to the Prime Minister's residence and brought news from Yao Yi Ting again. There was a clang, and the sound of cups falling on the table. Prime Minister Yao frowned. Grandpa, could it be that Su Rao noticed something? Discovered Yi Ting. The prince also frowned, but there was a sense of wisdom in his eyes. Logically speaking, Yi Ting did not follow Su Rao, but waited for her to pass by first, spread rumors, and prompted Su Rao to return to Beijing in a hurry. When Su Rao was about to arrive, he went to the next county first. So cautious. Moreover, the marriage between Su Si and the seventh imperial sister was true. The imperial edict of the father was true. And the letter was copied word for word from the memorial of Su's father. Even the fight between Su heir and the seventh imperial brother was true. Even if Su Rao had the ability to reach the sky, she would not have expected it in advance. Third brother. We are so cautious. Yi Ting and I have contacted each other separately. Even Su heir and the seventh imperial brother did not notice it. So Su Rao would never have noticed it. Yun Muxia was very sure of this. He knew that he was in the military camp. And Su heir must be on guard against him. And even sent people to monitor him in secret. So he acted very cautiously every time. Nothing is absolutely impossible. She can pretend to be Mr. Xiao for many years without revealing any traces. You can see how capable this woman is. Otherwise, she would not have hidden for so many years, and was right under our noses. Prime Minister Yao spoke. His eyes fell on a letter on the table that was pressed inside the memorial. The letter was placed inside the memorial, with one corner exposed diagonally. On it was a word. The size of the handwriting showed that it was only half of a word. The other half was hidden in the memorial and difficult to see. Your Highness, since we have lost our whereabouts, I am afraid that the Emperor must have lost his whereabouts as well. Discussing strategies with the Emperor may cause problems. I have to go to the palace first. He quickly gave instructions to Yun Murui and Yun Muxiao, asking them to contact Yao Yeting and find Su Rao's whereabouts. Prime Minister Yao entered the palace at midnight. At this moment, in the Yun Palace and Yunshan Hall, the Panlong Palace lantern was still burning, and Emperor Yu had not yet rested. As Prime Minister Yao said, Emperor Yu also suddenly lost the trace of Su Rao and could not find her whereabouts. A golden-clad secret guard knelt on the ground. Talk about things. The golden guards knew all of Su Rao's whereabouts along the way. But yesterday morning, after Su Rao and Su Can arrived at the next county, they entered a clothing store and disappeared. Su family. Su family. Emperor Yu is confused by this voice. They have betrayed my and my father's trust. Isn't the wealth and honor that my father and I have given to their Su family enough? There was a picture of a lady on the imperial desk. In the picture, under a white plum tree, there was a pair of beautiful women in gorgeous clothes. The woman held a branch of white plum in her hand, and her pair of autumn peach blossom eyes stared at the man in gorgeous clothes with a gentle smile on her face. She exuded a sense of softness and tranquility. Gentle and gentle, with beautiful facial features and vivid charm. The painter was skilled in brushwork and could be called a great talent. Every stroke was drawn, as if she had walked out of the painting. The same was true of the man in gorgeous clothes beside her, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. A handsome appearance. His big hand holding the woman's soft hand, with a smile on his face. And his eyebrows and eyes were only slightly similar to Su Rao. Although daughters are often like their fathers, Su Rao looks like her mother, especially her bright eyes. This painting is of the Crown Prince of Daqin and his Crown Princess. It appeared in the hands of Emperor Yu. There was a letter attached to the painting, which was not signed. The content inside said that Su Rao was Princess Qin Rao of Daqin. Can you find out who sent it to me through the Prime Minister? Looking at the painting, Emperor Yu asked again. Reply to the Emperor. The golden-clad secret guard replied. It has been found. It came from Zhu Xian. The Emperor's eyes suddenly became deep. Where is Ji Yu? Where is she? After a breath, he asked where Yunji was now. Although many days have passed, the rumors in Yunlang border town are still used as entertainment after dinner by the people from time to time. And gossip. In the border town inn, by the window, the figure of Yu Hua is quiet, and the gossip of the diners on the first floor lingers in his ears. What Su Rao heard a few days ago, Yunji also heard at this moment. Under the satin, his handsome eyebrows are slightly frowned, although his face is calm like the moon. His frowning eyebrows show that he is restless in his heart. Master, Yunling is back. Where is she? Yunji just turned around and walked to the table. There is a note on the table, which came from Lang Jing. The sentence above, Jir. The Su family may be in danger. Xiaoqi and Su heir are too close, and the Emperor seems to be afraid. If Yao Xiang and the Prince use this to stir up trouble, the Emperor may want to get rid of the Su family. The note was passed by the old Prince Yuan and delivered to Yunji this morning. Master, Miss Su has noticed something wrong and used a trick to lure Yao Yeting to show up and capture Yao Yeting. It is known that her identity as Mr. Xiao has been exposed by her, knowing that the Su family is in trouble because of her. Miss Su and Su Ken took Yao Yeting to Tianguiguan County. I am afraid that she will arrive in Langjing in less than 3 or 4 days. Yunling came over. Seeing that the cup held by the jade finger was leaking water, Yunji didn't make any effort. But the cup cracked, and tea flowed out from the crack, staining the tablecloth and Yunji's slender jade fingers. Just the Lian Pavilion and young Master Shao are not enough to make the Emperor's uncle order the siege of the Su family. This voice made Yunji's heart heavy. A kind of heavy that made him panic. There has never been a moment when Yunji felt so panicked. Especially after the news from the old Prince Yun came. Yunji knew better than anyone how much the Emperor doted on Yun Mujing and indulged him. And the Emperor also knew the relationship between Su Heir and Yun Mujing. Now, because of the relationship between Su Heir and Yun Mujing, the Emperor was afraid of the Su family. Yunji could only think that the Emperor was also planning to abandon the Su family because of Yun Mujing, so as to cut off the power behind Yun Mujing and stop Yun Mujing from doing anything wrong. If so, the pavilion and Mr. Shao would surely become the calamity of the Su family. When thinking of this, Yunji could not calm himself down. Taking out the Yuhua handkerchief to wipe the water stains on his hands, Yunji asked Yunling to prepare the horse and ride the horse directly. The Su family must not be in trouble. Otherwise Rao Rao. Wu Guin. After a year, I came to Tianguiguan County again. Tianguiguan County, which suffered from the snowstorm, has now returned to its bustle after nearly a year of repairs. Today is the market day, and the streets are full of people buying and selling. The noise is so complicated that it covers up the noise in a room of the Wuguin. Princess Ronghua is worthy of being Mr. Shao. In such a situation, she still has the mind to eat here. Yi Ting admires her. I wonder if Princess Ronghua can still be as calm as she is now after returning to Langjing. Really? Su Rao put down her bowl and chopsticks and looked at Yao Yeting, who was tied up tightly. Whether this princess is calm or not, we will know later. But this princess knows that your Yao family will not be calm soon. There were layers of sadness in her peach blossom eyes, but she smiled like a dandy. Yao Yeting, it seems that you all seem to have forgotten one thing. This princess, Master Shao, has been protected by Queen Yao many times. If my Su family gets into trouble because of this, do you think this princess will let the Yao family stay out of it? If you want to die, then we will all die together. After these 2 words, Su Rao seemed not to be worried about all the troubles caused by being exposed to Master Shao. Nor was she worried that the Su family would be shackled at home because of her. She was still in the mood to eat here. After she finished speaking, she ignored Yao Yeting, and didn't care what kind of expression her words would make Yao Yeting have. Yao Yeting's face changed immediately. He understood what Su Rao meant. She wanted to implicate his Yao family. He immediately said that Su Rao was just struggling. But Su Rao ignored her and continued to have lunch. After lunch, Su Ken came back and whispered in Su Rao's ear. Not only was the Su family shackled at home, but General Su was trapped in the palace by Emperor Yu on the pretext of asking for advice on military affairs. Even the outside of the Lian Pavilion and Xiaoyao residence were guarded by the palace guards in disguise. It seemed that as long as Su Rao came back, the Lian Pavilion and Xiaoyao residence would be taken down in one fell swoop. The hand holding the cup suddenly curled up, and a circle of red appeared around the peach blossom eyes, as if stained with blood. It seems that the situation in the capital is extremely unfavorable to Princess Ronghua. Princess Ronghua should go back obediently. Maybe the Emperor will only deprive you of the Su family's title of king for the sake of the Su family's many years of merit. Yao Yeting is so talkative again. He is already a prisoner, but he is still looking for death. Su Rao kicked Yao Yeting in the abdomen directly. The force of the kick was so strong that Yao Yeting's mouth immediately turned red and slid down his jaw. Noisy. She asked Su Ken to block Yao Yeting's mouth with a cloth, and then whispered to Su Ken again, then packed up and continued on the road, but no longer as anxious as before. The 2 guards also carried Yao Yeting and left from the back door of the Grain Inn. Outside the Prime Minister's mansion, a little beggar also knocked on the back door at night. A letter was delivered to Prime Minister Yao through the hand of this little beggar. The opening of the Lian Pavilion is not only participated by my Su family. Over the years, Lian Pavilion has made a lot of profits for the Queen. The Yao family now wants to withdraw and push Lian Pavilion over my Su family. It is really worthy of Prime Minister Yao, who has a good plan. Unfortunately, my Su family is not a subordinate of your Yao family, so you can't do this. If Yao Yeting is safe, let the prince go to Bilipo alone. Otherwise, this princess doesn't mind taking Yao Yeting as the first person. And the second one is the queen. Since your Yao family is so unkind, don't blame my Su family for being unjust. If you want to die, then let's die together. In addition to this letter, Yao Yeding's personal jade pendant and the items that Queen Yao had rewarded to Mr. Shao were also sent. The things are very complete. The letter was written by Su Rao, delivered by a carrier pigeon, and arranged by Shao Shi to be delivered. Although the Lian Pavilion was under surveillance by the Imperial Guards, Su Rao had her own way to contact Shao Shi to learn about the current situation in the capital, and the current situation of the Lian Pavilion and the Su family, so as to make the most correct response. Su Rao's letter was not made out of nothing. Prime Minister Yao understood Su Rao's intention at once. The Lian Pavilion of the Su family was open for the Queen. In fact, the Lian Pavilion has been secretly making money for the Queen. Otherwise, how could the Queen protect her several times? If Queen Yao was dragged into the water, how could the entire Yao family avoid it? They would naturally be suspected by Emperor Yu. As Su Rao said, if her Su family got into trouble because of the Lian Pavilion, then she would drag his Yao family into the water. In the past few years, Queen Yao has really received a lot of benefits from her Lian Pavilion. For a moment, Prime Minister Yao's face was gloomy. This girl is arrogant. This angry cry. Su Rao only used a piece of letter and 2 accessories to make the always calm Prime Minister Yao angry. Father, what should we do now? His son Yao Wenj was even more anxious. The ugly girl of the Su family was so arrogant and had such deep thoughts that she wanted to involve the Queen and the Prince and the entire Prime Minister's mansion. And now Tinger was in her hands. The Su family is doomed this time, and they want to threaten our Yao family. Let the Prince go and meet this girl, since she has come to our door on her own initiative. We don't have to bother luring her to Langjing to capture her. Prime Minister Yao pinched the letter, but he was angry for only a moment. And then, he regained his composure and shrewdness. After stroking his beard, Prime Minister Yao directly burned the letter sent by Su Rao. The incident tonight really couldn't be known to Emperor Yu. Otherwise it would really implicate Queen Yao and the Prince. And it would be like shooting himself in the foot. Gur. Let the Prince know again that the people in the Lian Pavilion noticed and tried to escape. Let Jing Zhaoyin capture all the people in the Lian Pavilion, as well as Zai Yaju. Emperor Yu issued an order to monitor Lian Pavilion and Zai Yaju, just like the Su family, before Su Rao returned and before confirming whether the incident was true or not. Don't alarm the snake. But now what Prime Minister Yao said and did, just as Yunji evaluated him. This person is the one behind the scenes. Okay. Son will do it right away. Yao Wenj responded and left quickly. Su Hong. This time even God wants to take you away. Not only is he not used by the Prince, but he also wants to use the 7th Prince to compete with my Yao family. The precious granddaughter, who has been raised and cherished for many years, is actually walking to the table. Prime Minister Yao took out the letter in the memorial. The content of the letter is the same as the letter on the imperial desk of Emperor Yu. The content of the first page is the same, but the second page is other words. Prime Minister Yao. I will give Prime Minister Yao this great gift again, when the Prince ascends the throne in the future. I have only one condition. Yun Yu and his son Yun Mujing's lives are handed over to me. I hope we can cooperate again and remain friendly. The last person to write on this page is Queen Rong of Zhuxian. She is indeed a vicious woman. And the most vicious thing is a woman's heart. Prime Minister Yao knew about Queen Rong's love and hatred for Yunji, and was even involved in it. When Emperor Yu and Imperial concubine Jing got married, why did Yun Yu's crown prince's wife become Queen Yao? It was the conspiracy of these 2 people. At this moment, in the palace, Emperor Yu didn't know everything in the Prime Minister's mansion, and he didn't have time to know it this time. Just because the arrival of the 7th Prince in the Yunshan Palace, the Panlong Palace lantern was lit. Yun Mujing, dressed in men's clothes and a Sichuan brocade purple robe. The girl's tenderness between his eyebrows was hard to see at this moment. Father, even if the Su family secretly opened the Lian Pavilion, I don't think you will doubt the Su family just for this. Besides, everything is still uncertain now. And if the Su family really has any ulterior motives, they would not wait until today's situation and be so obedient. Now there are Zhu Xian eyeing covetously. My brother sent me news that Queen Rong is always watching Yun Lang, waiting for Yun Lang to have something happen so that she can fish in troubled waters. He bluntly stated Emperor Yu's attitude towards the Su family and mentioned the possible external threats to Yun Lang now. Father, since you are reluctant to leave the Su family, why did you keep General Su in the palace? even if you ask General Su to discuss military affairs. It is inevitable that the ministers in the court will have other thoughts after such a long time. This time, Yun Mujing's purpose of coming here is actually General Su's affairs. General Su was invited to the palace by Emperor Yu. And now it has been nearly half a month. Even a stupid person like a pig should have noticed it. Not to mention those courtiers in the court who are as cunning as foxes. If Emperor Yu does not let General Su go back, there will inevitably be trouble in the court. Jinger. I knew that the Su family had no ulterior motives. Emperor Yu just spoke. If the Su family had ulterior motives, they would not let you arrange how to act. General Su has been a soldier for half his life, following your grandfather to fight on the battlefield for several years, expanding the territory. And Yun Lang's current situation is largely due to his contribution. Since that's the case, Father, since you understand, then why does Father? Yun Mujing didn't understand for a moment. This question had a hint of urgency in his voice, which seemed to have something to do with the thoughtful seventh prince. The seventh prince taught by Yun Ji. Emperor Yu looked at Yun Mujing. He hadn't seen such an anxious son for many days, since he knew what he was up to. Now, because of the Su family, he was easily happy. The emperor's eyes were suddenly deep. The emperor's heart was out again. Before, I was sure that the Su family had no ulterior motives and were loyal to Yun Lang and me. But now, did the emperor suspect the Su family? Yun Mujing's expression suddenly changed again, although he quickly restrained himself. How could he escape the emperor's observation? Jinger. Su heir is obsessed with you. He knows that you are a man, but he still can't extricate himself and control himself. He has changed his mind because of your actions. In these words, I don't know whether Yu's thoughts are out of love for his son or ulterior motives. In the end, he said the alliance between Su heir and Yun Mujing so bluntly. Standing up and walking in front of Yun Mujing, Yu Huang pressed his shoulders. This big hand? Broad and with the warmth of a father. The words he said seemed to be the pure heart of a father again, persuading Yun Mujing to be obedient again. It was only because of Yun Mujing that Yu Huang was so attentive. If it were any other prince who dared to covet something that did not belong to him, and even involve the Yun Lang army and the Su family, he would have already become one among the thousands of blood and bones, and would eventually turn into a handful of yellow earth. And no one would even dare to ask about him. Yun Mui is the best example. Whether the Su family is safe or not, the matter of the Lian Pavilion can be big or small. In fact, it all depends on Jinger's thoughts. Father, are you going to use the Su family to make me compromise? Yun Mujing looked up at Emperor Yu. Everything Father did was to stop him again. Father now warns me that if I still don't know how to restrain myself and obey, and still want the throne, do you plan to give up the Su family? To cut off my back to rely on? This question again. Yun Mujing just revealed the deep thoughts that the seventh prince should have. The royal child. Father, but you are wrong about one thing. I have never relied on the Su family, let alone Su Yuma. The corners of his mouth curved up, and there was a touch of charm on his face. Every glance and every movement was full of natural charm. He painted his bones and skin, and even if he was dressed as a man, he could still seduce the soul. The one I relied on was always Father. Yun Mujing pulled down Emperor Yu's hand. Your Majesty, your actions now disregard the stability of the court. Although you are so unwise, you are still the father of your son. You should release General Su as soon as possible, so that those generals in the court will not find out that you have imprisoned the Su family, which may shake the morale of the army. Yun Mujing did not know whether he listened to Emperor Yu's repeated advice and threatened the Su family. This was really a worry for the court. Jinger, the affairs of the court are handled by the prince. I indulged you before because you are my most beloved son. I can give you everything else I can give, but I can't give you the position you have now. On this matter, I will not let you continue to make trouble. Don't ask about the affairs of the Su family anymore. Emperor Yu is full of heart and powerless. He was really helpless against Yun Mujing. In the end, he directly and cruelly ordered Yun to watch the seventh prince go back to the mansion, and not to leave the mansion without his order. Yun Mujing was actually confined directly. Yun Mujing suddenly looked at Emperor Yu, with a hint of disbelief in his charming eyes. But there was a sense of depth inside. Even though his father knew about his plot and his closeness to Su Yuma before, he never thought of doing anything to him and the Su family. But why did he confine him this time? No. Something is wrong. Go back to the mansion and calm your heart. If your mother knew about you like this now, she would probably blame herself and be angry with herself. Leaving this sentence, Emperor Yu strode away first, and after passing Yun Mujing, the look in his eyes changed in an instant. Unpredictable and deep. How much loyalty does the Su family have? Do they know the identity of that daughter? Or do they not know? Is Su Heir's affection for you true or false? Is he just using you to blind my sight? Jing, everything your father does is for your own good. Until everything becomes clear. I have no choice but to do this. I cannot let you be in any danger. Wallalalalo. The sound of the leaves on both sides rustling in the breeze. Today's weather is not very good. There is no dazzling sun, nor a cloudless blue sky. There are only dark clouds mixed with gray. The wind blowing in, with a hint of coolness, brushes across the face. The cool breeze is soothing. Just right. Not hot or cold. It is most comfortable to travel in such weather. Tatalata. The sound of horse hooves stepping on the road. The red clothes are outstanding. The clothes are swaying. And the 3,000 black hairs are moving with the curtains worn. After arriving at Bailey Slope, there is a whoosh. Pulls the reins, and the sound of horse hooves is gone. Red-clothed curtains. Black-clothed bamboo hats. Su Rao and Sukin came here. The two arrived first. But in a moment, the sound of horse hooves was heard again. Yun Murui's hen came alone. Seeing the red-clothed figure at Bailey Slope, he also stopped the horse. He looked at Su Rao through the bamboo hat, and there was a sense of wisdom between his eyebrows. Seeing that there were only Su Rao and Su Kan, and no Yao Yeting, his eyebrows immediately darkened. There are not many people who can make this palace misjudge. The ugly girl of the Su family really makes this palace scared. Now that this palace is here, then tell me your conditions. What do you want to do so as not to implicate this palace's mother and release this palace's cousin? Tell me your requirements. Yun Murui. Aren't you asking knowingly? Sneering. Su Rao sneered directly. Today's situation is all caused by you. But now you ask me what I want? What do you think this princess should do? What do you think this princess should do? Pushing the question to Yun Murui. Su Rao was not in a hurry at this moment. He kicked the horse's belly and went somewhere else. Yun Murui. You came alone. Are you really alone? I don't think this is a good place to talk. Why don't we change places and discuss this princess's conditions properly? Obviously, although Su Rao and Sukin arrived at Bailipo first, Su Rao was extremely wary of Yun Murui. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and Bailipo was not the place Su Rao chose to negotiate with him. At that time, it was mentioned that this place was to prevent Yun Murui and Prime Minister Yao from having a backhand, and to arrange people here. Your Highness, please. Sukin raised his hand to invite. Yun Murui's big hand holding the reins suddenly tightened, and his peripheral vision glanced at a mountain forest not far from Bailipo, and then looked at the red-clothed figure that had already walked away, and a layer of deepness emerged in his wise eyes. Then he kicked the horse's belly. He rode to catch up, because the initiative was in Su Rao's hands at this moment. If he asked someone to take action now, Yao Yeting, who was hiding somewhere unknown by Su Rao, would be in danger. The Yao family only has one legitimate son, Yao Yeting, and Prime Minister Yao has only one grandson. Nothing can happen to him. So Yun Murui can only be passive. Prince Yun Murui has already appeared in Bailipo. But at the same time, Yun Murui also appeared in a valley outside Langjing, wearing a dark blue robe, with wisdom between his eyebrows. Turning his head to look in the direction of Bailipo, he raised a cold smile, took a black gauze hat from the horse, put it on, and rode back to Langjing. The horse's hooves stepped over, causing the surrounding dust to fly. The prince rode the horse very fast, and in a moment he entered the city and headed straight to Notting Street to the general's palace. From a distance, a servant dressed as a guard saw the clothes and dress of the person coming, and immediately stepped down the steps in 2 steps. Your Highness, is there any unusual movement in the Su family today? When he arrived in front of the Su mansion, he took off the hat, and the prince's face was revealed. Your Highness, there is no movement. The servant bowed and replied, Keep guarding. Throwing his hat to the servant, the prince strode into the mansion. Entering the mansion, he saw the unfamiliar faces of the servants, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His breath instantly became low, and a faint pink color seemed to come out from the end of his eyes. It was because of Rao's carelessness that the entire Su family was affected. Obviously, this prince was Su Rao in disguise, and the Su Rao who went to Bailipo was a fake. Su Rao sent a letter to Prime Minister Yao, threatening Queen Yao and Yao Yeding to ask Qin Murwei to go to Bai Litbo, just so that he could return to Beijing as a prince and enter the Su mansion without any hindrance. Your Highness, why are you here today if you don't have something important to do? The commander of the Imperial Guard walked forward and bowed. It's not a big deal. Don't be careless when taking care of the Su family. You go about your business, and don't let others notice anything unusual. Don't worry about me. I'll be gone in one round. Su Rao waved her hand, and strode towards General Su's Songha Hall. The commander of the Imperial Guard turned his head, and looked at her without any doubt. How the prince behaved was not something he, a commander, could ask. Songha Hall, in the past, was always warm and lively during lunchtime. But now, apart from being dull, there was no other feeling. Uncle, second brother, please talk. Can we just sit here and do nothing now? Grandfather was detained in the palace, and we are also trapped at home. How is my little sister now? Where is she? Did the Yao family do anything to my little sister? Can we just wait for the Yao family to investigate? Such an anxious voice. Except for Su Wu. No one else. If we don't wait, how can we give the Yao family a handle? Su Er opened his mouth and looked at Su Wu with an indifferent expression, not feeling worried about Su Rao at all. The Lian Pavilion was not originally owned by my Su family. No matter what the Yao family did behind the scenes, facts speak louder than words. The emperor granted the marriage between my fourth brother and the seventh princess, which shows that he trusts my Su family. Now my grandfather is in the palace just to wait for my little sister to come back. When my little sister comes back, she will know clearly. What does this mean? The Lian Pavilion has long been given to others by Su Rao. How can the Su family solve the dilemma? Su Rao must come back, and they can only wait. If they act rashly, they will give the Yao family a handle. Moreover, their every move is probably in the eyes of Emperor Yu, so they can only wait. Xiao Er is right. The Su family only wants to be clear in their conscience. I believe that the emperor will be able to see clearly, and will never easily instigate discord for those villains. Su Wu may not understand for a while, but the other people in the Su family understand. Since Emperor Yu summoned General Su to the palace and sent troops to the Su family, the Su family has been in a passive position. Emperor Yu granted marriage to Su Si and the seventh princess, rather than saying that it was to appease the Su family and tell the Su family that Emperor Yu absolutely believed in the Su family. It was to cover up the current situation of the Su family and to show his royal benevolence. If the Lian Pavilion was not owned by the Su family, then with the marriage between the seventh princess and Su Si, it was no wonder that the royal family looked after the Su family. But if it was found that the Lian Pavilion belonged to the Su family, then the Su family would be ungrateful and treacherous. And Emperor Yu also granted marriage to his most beloved seventh princess to Su Si, and the Su family was unfaithful to the emperor's grace. In this way, the image of the Su family would plummet in the hearts of the Yunlang subjects, and the military prestige in the Yunlang army would definitely be damaged, and it would be difficult to convince them. So the Su family cannot move. Before everything is finalized, the Su family must use static to control dynamics, which is the best strategy. It's useless for us to worry now, since my father-in-law said to keep it safe. Then there will be no problem. Su's mother also spoke up and looked at Su's father. They were the two who were most worried about Su Rao. My Su family has experienced all kinds of storms. You brought the box cabinet to my Su family in crisis. This voice came from outside the house. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Su Rao walked in, dressed in the clothes of a prince, and wearing makeup to look like a prince. The faces of the Su family changed slightly when she walked in, but it was only for a short moment. Rao, Su's mother tried. Su Rao lifted her robe and knelt directly on the ground, blaming herself for the mess that had caused the Su family to be in such a mess. It was all because of Rao's carelessness that my Su family was in such a situation. If Rao had closed the box cabinet directly at the beginning, the Yao family would not have had such an opportunity. Although she was dressed as a prince, the voice was obviously Su Rao's. The Su family immediately walked over in 2 steps. Rao. Su's mother helped Su Rao up, and the first sentence she said was not about the current crisis of the Su family, but about her concern for Su Rao's safety. The rest of the Su family also hurried to check if Su Rao was okay. Only Su Er did not come forward, but glanced at Su Han, who was guarding outside the house. Su Han nodded and told Su Er that no one was watching. When Su Rao came, she had already asked the guards surrounding Songha Hall to withdraw. The emperor ordered you to protect the Su family. not to monitor. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has always been friendly to the people. And he is even more polite to the Su family. He said so, and asked the guards to withdraw. Naturally, the guards would not be suspicious. They all obeyed the Crown Prince's orders, and retreated outside Songha Hall. Since my little sister has come back like this, I believe she has a plan in mind. Now is not the time to care about each other and blame ourselves. Let's solve the current dilemma first and talk later. Su Han was sure that no one was eavesdropping. When Su Er left, his face was indifferent, and his eyes were indifferent. Only those who really knew him would notice his caring heart under such indifference. Since Su Rao was pretending to go home, she couldn't stay any longer. Although it would take at least 4 hours to get back to Langjing from Bilipo. Once Yin Merwei noticed something was wrong, Prime Minister Yao would react with a message. So Su Rao had better do it as soon as possible. After Su Er said this, the other people in the Su family also calmed down. And Su Rao stopped blaming herself. After looking at Su Er, she talked about her countermeasures. Dad, second brother, I went to Juxian this time and learned something about Emperor Yu. Juxian seems to be harmonious on the surface. But in fact, it is turbulent. It is more turbulent than our Yunlang now. The loving royal couple of Juxian are actually in harmony. Prince Yi of Juxian and his sister-in-law are fighting over Emperor Wei. And Queen Rong not only controls the court of Juxian, but also has a lot to do with our Emperor Yu. When mentioning Emperor Yu, Su Rao's voice is still a little difficult to control. Especially now that General Su is trapped in the palace by Emperor Yu. Although it is because of her, it still makes Su Rao want to kill Emperor Yu again. The long-hidden bone-eating hatred in her heart is eager to come out again. The drooping soft hands are curled up tightly, showing a faint pale color. Only in this way can Su Rao calm herself down. Calm and rational, she briefly told the Su family everything she knew in Juxian. Queen Guorong of Juxian was the best alternative to solve the current dilemma of her Su family. It is actually very simple to resolve the current crisis of our Su family. As long as the Lian Pavilion is not opened by our Su family, then this dilemma will not be a dilemma. Whether her identity as Mr. Xiao is true or false, it can be pushed to Juxian. What Yao Yeding saw was that Queen Rong of Juxian did it deliberately. Yao Yeding was deceived by her. Her purpose was to alienate the Su and Yun families, and intend to provoke civil strife in Yunlang. Since Yunji went to Juxian to act, Yunyu must be very clear about Queen Rong's love and hatred for him. So under the Emperor's suspicion, for the sake of Yunlang's safety, Yunyu will not touch her Su family. Otherwise Juxian will take the opportunity to cause trouble. And the Lian Pavilion was secretly opened by Prince Yi of Juxian. Xiao Gongzi is not her, but Prince Yi's man. Why did Xianiqi Xiao secretly open the Lian Pavilion in Yunlang? It was naturally because Queen Rong threatened the Emperor. Su Rao's plan involved Juxian and Xianiqi Xiao, and solved her Su family's dilemma. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it, just because Xianiqi Xiao dared to do the calculations of Taiyuan County. Su Rao would not be merciful. Taking advantage of this incident, Su Rao also prepared to take the opportunity to close the Lian Pavilion. Firstly, after what happened, it will be difficult for the Lian Pavilion to continue to operate. If it continues to operate, Xiao Ji and other people in the pavilion will be in danger. Secondly, it is because of Xianiqi Xiao. Xianiqi Xiao dared to plot to hurt Uncle Hao. This touched Su Rao's bottom line. Su Rao will never let Master Xiao continue to be used by her. It doesn't matter whether she is treacherous or a sinister villain. Anyway, she is not a good person. Rao, although your plan can solve the dilemma of my Su family, it involves the peace between the two countries. If it is not handled carefully, although Su Rao's strategy is very good, it involves two countries. And Su's father is rigid, so he can't help but think more. Uncle, since my younger sister said so, I believe she has an idea in mind. Su Rao has not yet answered Su's father. Su Er spoke first. Su Er believes that Su Rao can handle what Su Rao did. Su Rao smiled immediately, and the depression in his heart disappeared a little. Dad, Rao knows your concerns. Don't worry. Yunji and the Siamese emperors have already reached a consensus. My move will only deepen the existing problems between Queen Rong and Emperor Yu, and will not affect the diplomatic harmony between the two countries. With Su Rao's explanation, the Su family no longer has any concerns. After Su Rao told the Su family about her response plan, she prepared to go to the Lian Pavilion to see if Xiao Ji had completed her arrangements, and whether the people in the Lian Pavilion had evacuated safely from the secret passage as quickly as possible. After saying goodbye to Su's father and mother, Su Rao knelt down again. This time, she knelt not because of self-blame, but to bid farewell to her parents, telling them not to worry and rest assured that she would come home in a day, using the identity of Su Rao, and come back openly. When you go out, you must pay attention to safety, Su's mother warned. Su's father also pressed Su Rao's shoulder. His daughter has grown up, and the always noisy Su Wu naturally gave Su Rao a big hug. In front of Su Rao, Su Wu seemed to be the lively fifth brother, without the precipitation of those days in the military camp. Little sister, the fifth brother is waiting for you to kill people at home. Of course, the fifth brother will watch carefully. If anyone wants to touch her Su family, she will regret coming to this world. Su Rao left. She was confident about her strategy, but she didn't know that if it was just a Lianga and her identity as Xiao Gongzi, the situation might develop as she thought. Unfortunately, she didn't know that her identity as the Princess of Daqin had already been known by Emperor Yu. This was the real reason why her Su family was in such a predicament. Otherwise, as Yun Ji and Yun Mujing said, if it was just a Lianga and Xiao Gongzi, even if Prime Minister Yao said more, it would not be enough to make Emperor Yu do such a thing that might alienate the Su family from the royal family. You didn't hear what I said, so why don't you get out of here? Snap! The whip hit the steps. In front of the Su mansion, Yun Luoling came to the Su family again. She was full of anger, and she was still so stubborn. Since the Su family was guarded by the imperial guards, Yun Luoling has come many times, and each time she was stopped by the commander of the imperial guards on the grounds that it was not appropriate to meet before the wedding. This time was no exception. 7th Princess, the Emperor ordered me to guard here, fearing that the princess would break the etiquette. Please don't embarrass me, otherwise I will have to report. Snap! A whip hit the commander of the imperial guards directly. This also blocked the word Crown Prince that the commander of the imperial guards was about to say. Report to the Crown Prince. If you dare to report to my father, I will give you the courage. Although she was furious, Yun Luoling was finally stopped by the commander of the imperial guards. After the whip, she did not leave, but stood guard in front of the Su mansion. She did not believe that she could not find a chance to go in. Su Rao came to the door and encountered such a situation. The corners of her eyebrows twisted immediately. The steps she was moving also stopped. She looked at Yun Luoling for a breath, then lowered her head to look at her disguise. If she went out now, she would be stopped by Yun Luoling. Thinking in her peach blossom eyes, Su Rao turned around and went back. Don't let the 7th princess know that I am here. With one word of instruction, Su Rao left directly from the back door. The imperial guards understood why they said this to her. With Yun Luoling's domineering, if she knew that the prince was in the Su family at this time, she would probably come in without any consideration. When Su Rao leaves from the back door, she must pass through her Rao Xiangyuan. In the past, as long as you walked through the door, you could see Qin Yang and Uncle Hao in the courtyard. Qin Yang took care of the courtyard, and Uncle Hao practiced sword in the courtyard. But now, all the servants and maids of the Su family were locked up together. As a prince, it is okay to visit General Su and other Su family members. But if you go to the place where servants and maids are locked up, it may cause unnecessary suspicion. After a casual glance at Raoxiang courtyard, Su Rao finally left with her drooping fists, squeezing out green vines. As long as she solves the matter of the awning pavilion, Uncle Hao, Qin Yang and Isu will naturally be released safely. After leaving the back door of the general's palace, Su Rao never disguised himself as the prince again. Acting in the capital, the prince is too big a target. First go to the courtyard where Qin Yang and Uncle Hao are. Change your face and clothes again, and go to the awning pavilion as a shy young man. I didn't expect Zai Yaju to dare to harbor the wanted criminal of Jinghao Prefecture Yamen. I'm afraid that Lianga will also suffer. Who said it wasn't? I just saw Jing Xiaoyin and the Yamen runner surround Zai Yaju. And the same is true for Lianga. Since Mr. Xiao left, Lianga's business has been taken care of by Zai Yaju. It is likely that Lianga and Zai Yaju are both opened by Mr. Xiao. Now that Zai Yaju is in trouble, how can Lianga be safe and sound? Su Rao just came out of the alley, and had not yet walked to Beiyang Street, when she heard such words spreading in the streets and alleys. For a moment, her eyes changed. She immediately ran to Beiyang Street. Along the way, all she heard were the stories of Zai Yaju and Liana. At midnight last night, a thief in Jingzhou Prefecture Yamen killed a jailer, who came to deliver prison food and fled from Jingzhou Prefecture Yamen. He was chased to Beiyang Street by the Yamen runners and disappeared. The bailiff searched Beiyang Street for half the night, and finally found the jailer's clothes that the thief was wearing in a dirty toilet that was being carried out of the city from Zayayaju. Zayayaju has been surrounded by officials. Huanyang and Mulian, the heads of Zayayaju, have been detained. The situation in Liana is not good either. All the people in the pavilion have been arrested by Jing Xiaoyin and his men. Only Xiao Ji, the manager of Liana, has disappeared. Such a thing happened in Langjing, and Su Rao rushed there in such a hurry. And at this moment, there was also an incident in Bailipo. My cousin does not know the reason. Su Rao is Xiao Gongzi of Liana. Please don't stop me. Whether Su Rao is Xiao Gongzi of Liana, Yunji does not know. But the prince secretly left Langjing and killed Princess Ronghua on the way. This is not what a crown prince should do. In the woods, there was a faint smell of blood, and two groups of people confronted each other. To be precise, it was the crown prince Yun Murui, who was led by Su Rao and Su Qian to delay time. Finally, Yun Murui noticed something was wrong, so he surrounded Su Rao and Su Qian and wanted to capture them. Yun Ji and Yunling didn't know whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but they appeared here at this time and happened to see the crown prince and his men robbing and killing Princess Ronghua. Yun Ji, I received news that my fourth brother and Yun Luoling were going to get married, and I got the emperor's edict, so I hurried back. But I was robbed and killed by Yun Murui halfway. This princess will never give up so easily. Su Rao covered his chest and coughed up blood, but he didn't forget to add fuel to the fire and deliberately angered Yun Murui. Is it you, Su Rao, who robbed and murdered me? Or you, Su Rao, who plotted against me? You are not the only one who made this claim. Then please ask Prince Ji Yu to personally bring Su Rao back to the capital. We will know the truth then. Yun Murui clenched his hands. His breath was heavy. He was really irritated by Su Rao's accusation. But Yun Murui was extremely rational and would not be easily fooled. Since Yun Ji is here, it is just right for him to take Su Rao back personally. Whether Prince Ji Yu wants to protect the Su family or protect his royal family, let's see what he chooses. It is not Yun Ji's business to intervene in this matter. Now that you have returned, you should go back early, and don't let General Su and others worry. Yun Ji had a clear mind about the prince's plan. He turned his head and glanced at Su Rao behind him. His sight under the satin was not clear and bright, but as empty as looking at a stranger. He walked past Su Rao and went to the Yuhua carriage prepared by Yunling. Princess Ronghua, please. Yunling bowed his hands to invite. In the relationship between Su Rao and Yun Ji, she never treated Yun Ji politely. Now that Yunling invited her, Su Rao had to get on the carriage. Otherwise, with Yun Murui's shrewdness, he would definitely find out that she was a fake Su Rao. Across the curtain, Su Rao glanced at Yun Murui, who could no longer do anything to her because of Yun Ji's appearance. With a sneer, she whispered, Empress Yao. Yao. Yetting. Threat. Blatant threat. Even if you go back to Langjing, what can you, Yun Murui, do to this princess? The honor and disgrace of Empress Yao is in this princess's hands. What can your Yao family do to my Su family? Yao Yetting is in this princess's hands. Su Rao got on the carriage, and Su Qian rode a horse to follow. Your Highness, are we just going to let her go back to Beijing? The young master is still in her hands. If she really blames the Empress and the Prince for the case of the Lian Pavilion when she goes back. Seeing Yuehua's carriage moving and slowly leaving from the official road, a guard made such an urgent statement. Yun Murui also looked at the carriage leaving, with a deep sense of wisdom between his eyebrows. Is it a coincidence that Prince Jiyue returns at this time? Or, getting on the horse, Yun Murui led his men to follow the Yuhua carriage. Inside the carriage, Su Rao also wiped off the makeup on her face, revealing Xiaoxi's face, and actually knelt on one knee in front of Yun Ji. Where is she? Master, the young lady has entered Langjing in the guise of the prince. Xiao Ji was respectful to Yun Ji, and she was a Yun Wei. The jade fingers holding the young master's folding fan suddenly tightened the handle of the fan. Yun Ji's heart sank a little more. Still a step late. Rao Rao. Don't act rashly. One morning, the sky was overcast. I thought it would rain after noon, but the weather was like the face of a child. It was sunny again and the sky cleared up again. The bright sun appeared from the clouds, but it was already time to set in the west. The front of the Lian Pavilion and Zai Yaju was surrounded by people. The shy young man was among the people, watching Huan Yang and Mu Lian being escorted out of Zai Yaju by the Yamen runners. Their hands and feet were tied, and their mouths were blocked, obviously not allowing them to cry out for injustice. Everyone in the Lian Pavilion was also escorted out one by one. The two seals crossed left and right, and Zai Yaju and Lian Pavilion were sealed off. Zai Yaju and Lian Pavilion were sealed off like this? Just because of a prisoner's clothes. The most prosperous Xiaoyao Red Mansion and shops in Langjing were closed like this. For a while, the people whispered in disgust. If the Lu Gu and Zai Yaju were sealed, and Master Xiao, who was traveling, knew about it, wouldn't he be anxious to come back? That's not necessarily true. Zai Yaju secretly harbored the fugitive. Who knows if it was Master Xiao who instructed? Such speculations kept coming. But Su Rao didn't hear a word. Just because Huan Yang found her. Looking at Su Rao in the crowd, Huan Yang shook her head slightly. I don't know if she told Su Rao not to expose herself, or if she was saying that with her and Mu Lian's abilities, a mere Jingzhou government office wouldn't be able to trap them. All the people in Zai Yaju and Lu Gu were escorted to the Jingzhou government office, and Su Rao just watched without exposing herself. Now she couldn't make a single mistake. Yun, Mu, Rui, Yao, Fu, Yu. After leaving Beiyang Street, Su Rao said this in a deep voice, without thinking too much. Su Rao knew that it must be Prime Minister Yao and Yun Murwei who did it. They actually set up a trap on both sides. Knowing that her Su family was difficult to move, they framed Zai Yaju and implicated her Lianga. Did they think that by doing this, they could control her in turn? Red color appeared around her peach blossom eyes. Zai Yaju and Lianga were seized. And Emperor Yu, who was in the palace, naturally knew it in a moment. Your Majesty, there was an unusual movement in Lianga, and the female steward escaped at some point. Yun, the chief steward, bowed and talked about what happened outside the palace. It was not because of a thief that Lianga was sealed, but because the guards who were monitoring outside Lianga found that Xiao Ji was missing this morning. After saying this, Steward Yun took another step forward, bowed, and whispered in Emperor Yu's ear. Your Majesty, the couple beside Princess Ronghua are very stubborn and refuse to admit that Princess Ronghua is a princess of the previous dynasty. The secret guards dare not torture them too much, for fear of torturing them to death and ruining your plan. Isn't there another daughter who has not been found yet? This was said in a low voice. Emperor Yu looked at Steward Yun, whose handsome and gentle face was filled with the Emperor's anger. Escape in his Yun palace. Stealer Yun bowed lower and lower, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The woman disappeared out of thin air. They sent people to search every corner of the palace, but there was no trace of the woman. The Emperor's eyes suddenly sank. To be able to escape in this Yun palace, she must be extremely familiar with the former Qin Imperial Palace, which is why she disappeared without a trace. And it is difficult to find even a trace of her. Snap! He suddenly slapped the imperial desk. Burning with anger, Yisu's escape, especially from the heavily guarded palace, was a naked provocation to the royal family. The Emperor's eyes fell on a message sent by the golden-clad secret guard on the imperial desk. The message said that everything that happened between the prince and Su Rao at Bailipo was in the eyes of Emperor Yu, including the current whereabouts of Su Rao. Since Ji Yu met Ronghua, let him bring Ronghua to the palace. This message ordered Yun Ji to bring Su Rao directly after returning to Beijing. Yisu's disappearance disrupted all the arrangements made by Emperor Yu. He wanted to lead Su Rao to return to Beijing and enter the palace on his own initiative, and use Qin Yang and Uncle Hao to test the authenticity of Su Rao's identity. But now, if Yisu meets Su Rao, the stars climbed high in the sky, and the night came in a moment. The crescent moon in the sky had already changed from crescent to round, and then from round to crescent without anyone noticing. In the Prime Minister's mansion, Prime Minister Yao also received the message from the prince. Yun Ji's coincidental appearance ruined their plans. The flickering candlelight clearly reflected the words of the prince on the paper sent to them. Prime Minister Yao looked at it, his eyes especially focused on the word Yun Ji, and his expression was heavy. Father, how could this Ji Yu prince come back by such a coincidence? And he happened to run into the prince by such a coincidence. Yao and Ji's face showed deep anxiety and worry. Why did he come back at this time, when he didn't come back earlier or later? Where is Tinger being hidden by Su Rao now? Is he safe? Yes. How could Ji Yu prince come back by such a coincidence? Prime Minister Yao was also depressed. Prince Jiyue, who is gentle and kind, never cares about mundane matters. Why did he make exceptions several times for the Su family? Was it because of the emperor's instructions? Or was there something else? Father, if Prince Jiyue ran into the crown prince like that, wouldn't everything we did behind the emperor's back be known to him? And Tinger's safety. What if Prince Jiyue knows? If the emperor hears about it? Our Yao family is right. The Su family is restless and secretly contacted Su Rao to capture Yi Ting to threaten our Yao family to go back on their word. Our Yao family has only Yi Ting as an heir. We are so tight on resources that we can only ask the prince to help save Yi Ting. What's wrong with that? In just a moment, Prime Minister Yao was silent. A piece of rubble above the study moved slightly, and then it became quiet again without a sound. Prime Minister Yao Wenj, and all the guards of the Prime Minister's mansion did not notice that under the night, a black figure came and went freely in the Prime Minister's mansion. Yun Ji, appearing in the back alley, Su Rao took off the black veil on her face. He's back? Didn't he say he would never come back? Why did he come back now? Why did he appear in Bai Lipo? In the bright peach blossom eyes, a trace of thought brought ripples. I thought my heart was calm, but it was still turbulent at this moment. Yun Ji, did you also know that the Su family was in trouble? July is here, and autumn is here. This July came very quickly and passed very quickly. In an instant, most of the time had passed, and it was already the second half of July. Zai Yaju and Lianga were suddenly closed down. This matter was still happening in Langjing. The return of Prince Jiyue made Langjing's gloom and noise stop at once. Although the closure of Zai Yaju and Lianga, the red building shops, really shocked the people in Langjing. But compared with the return of Prince Jiyue, this matter did not seem so important and shocking. This is Yunji, Prince Jiyue, who is like a god in the hearts of Yunlang people. Where he is, any other things and people can no longer be seen by others. Prince, the emperor knows you are back and misses you very much. He has summoned you and Princess Ronghua to the palace to meet him. General Manager Yun was waiting at the city gate in person. When he saw the Yuhua carriage coming from afar, he immediately bowed to greet it. General Manager Yun also bowed to Yun Murui, who was following behind the Yuhua carriage, and did not show any strange expression for what he did. The prince has been traveling for a long time, and he may be a little tired. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must be tired after picking him up. It is better for General Manager Yun to go back with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince first, and then go to the palace to see the Emperor after the prince washes up and gets rid of his fatigue. There was no movement in Yuehua's carriage. Yunling, who was driving, had a cold and indifferent expression on his face and did not say a word. It was Uncle Yun who spoke. When Yunji came back, the Yun Palace naturally sent someone to greet him, and Uncle Yun came in person. Butler Yun. This, General Manager Yun was embarrassed for a moment. The Emperor has summoned the Prince and Princess Ronghua to the palace to meet him. I know the Prince's health, and the Emperor is also worried about him. He just summoned the Prince to the palace. The palace has ordered all the imperial doctors to wait and diagnose the Prince's pulse. The Emperor is worried about Yun Ji. Uncle Yun, you go back to the mansion first and tell Grandpa and Grandmother that Yun Ji will go to the palace first. Yun Ji spoke, and then a light cough came out of the carriage. Although the voice was clear, it was slightly tired. Since Yun Ji had spoken, Uncle Yun did not say anything more. General Manager Yun also hurriedly stepped back to make way for the carriage, and Yun Murui followed into the palace. And he knew in his heart why Emperor Yu asked Yun Ji to enter the palace directly. Jingrui's eyes fell on the Yuhua carriage that was moving steadily in front of him, and his expression was deep and deep. As soon as he entered the palace today, the stability of the Su family would come to an end. If he cannot use them, but wants to become an obstacle to his path, then he can only be eliminated. The congestion at the city gate continued as Yuehua's carriage drove into the imperial city. After entering the palace, the people dispersed. There was only one person who stared at the palace gate. After eavesdropping at the Prime Minister's mansion last night, I saw Su Kan, who was escorting Yuehua's carriage. Today, then the person in the carriage must be Xiao Ji. Pretending to be her Xiao Ji, Yun Ji brought Xiao Ji into the palace. His eyebrows were furrowed. Su Rao was confused. With Yun Ji's understanding of her, there was no way he could not recognize that Xiao Ji was fake. Not her. Since he knew it was not her, why did he bring her into the palace? What was Yun Ji going to do? Miss, follow me. This weak voice suddenly came to my ears. A very ordinary peasant girl followed Prince Ji all the way to the palace gate because she admired him. Su. Although she was so disguised, Su Rao recognized it as Su at a glance. Her nose smelled, and her eyebrows suddenly sank. Injured. Although the wound on Su's body had been bandaged and the blood had been cleaned up, Su Rao could still smell the bloody smell left on her body. In an instant, Su Rao's thoughts about Yunji bringing her into the palace at this time disappeared, and her eyebrows sank. There seemed to be a dark color lingering between her eyebrows, which was the deep anger for Su's injury. Who could hurt her? Su. Grasping Su's hand, Su Rao took Su away. After reaching an empty alley, Su Rao had not asked anything, but Su's eyes were already blurred. Miss. The Yuwa carriage also arrived under the steps outside the Yunshan Palace. Yunji got off the carriage, but he was alone. There was no trace of Su Rao. The carriage was empty. Yun Murwei saw this, and his face changed slightly. How could it be? Yun Zongwan also had the same reaction. Sir, the Crown Prince sent a message saying that Princess Rongwa was with you. Why is Princess Rongwa not here? This question made Yun the chief steward extremely anxious. What's going on? Ahem. Yunji covered her white lips with a handkerchief, and turned her head to the prince. Then turned to Yun the chief steward, with a calm face and a hint of confusion. After a moment, she asked back in a faint voice. Why is Su Rao with Yunji? Prince Ji never liked the Su family's daughter, and Su Rao's wanton humiliation at the gate of the Ju Siam Palace. Would he be tolerant of her because of Su heir? How could Yun the chief steward not understand this meaning? And he always knew that Yunji's tolerance of Su Rao was all because of Su heir. This, Yunji's only sentence made Yun the chief steward completely at a loss for words. It can't be said that the Golden Robe secret guard brought the news of Bailitbo. So Su Rao must have come back with Yunji. And since the Su family's secret guard was by her side, Su Rao should also be there. His eyes quickly glanced at Su Ken, who was quietly waiting beside the carriage. But Yun Zongwan didn't dare to say it out loud. Ji. At the right time, this gentle voice came from the palace. And Emperor Yu came out of Yunshan Palace. Emperor Yu naturally heard what happened outside. He walked out. His imperial eyes fell on Yunji, and then looked at the prince, and the emperor's majesty was revealed. The prince is also tired. Go back to the East Palace to relieve his fatigue. No extra words. Just this one sentence. Did not blame the prince for his actions of leaving Beijing secretly. Your son. Take your leave. Yun Murwei's eyes moved secretly, and he bowed and took his leave without stopping for a moment. As for Emperor Yu's attitude, that he already knew what he and Prime Minister Yao did secretly. Yun Murwei would not show any strangeness on his face, no matter how he guessed in his heart. After Yun Murwei left, Emperor Yu was concerned about Yunji. Ji, you must be tired on the way. Facing Yunji, Emperor Yu's attitude immediately became gentle again. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Emperor. Ji is fine, Yunji replied, with a smile on his face. But I see that your body doesn't seem to be well. Come in with me. Let me take a good look at you. I haven't seen you for a few months. Why do you feel thinner again? Seeing Yunji's slightly pale face due to the rush, Emperor Yu looked worried and asked Yun Zongwan to summon the imperial physician. As for why Su Rao disappeared, Emperor Yu never asked a single question. Uncle Emperor, Yunji is fine, just a little tired. No need to summon the imperial physician. Yunji raised his hand and waved slightly, asking Yun Zongwan not to summon the imperial physician. He was fine. He stepped onto the stage. Uncle Emperor, where is Jing? Why can't I see him? Emperor Yu was about to turn around and enter the palace, but Yunji's sudden question made Emperor Yu's footsteps suddenly stop. His breath also calmed down instantly, although it was only a short moment. It seemed that there was not even a breath, but Yunji could sense it and knew it very well. Yun Mujing's current situation. Under the satin, Yunji's jade ears moved, and he walked to Emperor Yu's side. It seems that Jing is disobedient, and the uncle is willing to punish him. Yu. The gentleness on Emperor Yu's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes fell on Yunji for a long time before he stepped into the palace. Yunji followed him in. Yue. The emperor's uncle knows that you and Jinger are good friends with Su heir. I imprisoned the Su family and kept General Su in the palace. I did such an unwise thing. You have doubts in your heart, and you also think it is because of Jinger. I don't want Jinger to continue to be obsessed, so I want to get rid of the Su family. You think so? Emperor Yu spoke again, looking at Yunji. He seemed sad that Yunji didn't understand him so much. Jiyue, in your and Jinger's hearts, am I that kind of tyrant? I don't want Jinger to continue to be obsessed. But I will never touch the Su family just for this. The affairs of the Su family, the cabinet, are not as simple as you know. Yunji knows that the Emperor's uncle is not a tyrant. But, Yunji also spoke. He shook his head slightly, and walked to sit opposite Emperor Yu. The sunshine in the second half of July, although the warmest at noon, is not as hot as the dog days of June. The breeze blows, bringing a comfortable feeling. But Yun, the chief steward guarding the door of Yunshan Palace, has beads of sweat on his forehead, sliding down his chin. And the hand holding the whisk is even more sticky with sweat, just because of the words in the palace. Xia Yaju and Lianga were sealed, and Prime Minister Yao and the prince acted secretly. The emperor's uncle knew it clearly. When mentioning this matter, Yunji only mentioned it like this, without showing any strange expression. It was only because of Emperor Yu's unwiseness that Yunji spoke about this matter, not because of anything else. Uncle Emperor is not a tyrant, but he indulged Prime Minister Yao to act like that. If it weren't for aging, Jiyue couldn't think of what else could have happened in the casket pavilion that could make Uncle Emperor do this. When Yunji asked this question, he clearly revealed his confusion and told Emperor Yu that he couldn't understand Emperor Yu's actions, and couldn't guess what Emperor Yu was thinking. Based on his understanding of Emperor Yu was definitely not such a rash and unwise person. He would easily go to the Su family. This was definitely not Emperor Yu's style of doing things in the past. Jiyue, where is Su Rao? Emperor Yu suddenly asked where Su Rao was. Although you can't guess why I kept General Su and imprisoned the Su family, you must know from your clear mind and understanding of me that since I asked you to bring Su Rao to the palace, I must have my intention. Pick up the cup and take a sip of tea. The emperor's eyes fell on Yunji. But you let her go. Inside the Yunshan Palace, there was a sudden silence. Yunji was quiet and speechless. It was still the same indifferent feeling. The Prince Yuhua, the charm of the bright moon. But Yunji felt a little different. Just because what Emperor Yu said must have a purpose. That must be to use Su Rao to clamp down on the entire Su family. Jiyue, you grew up under the care of your uncle. Emperor Yu said again, breaking the silence. Why did you let Su Rao go? Do you know what you are doing? The Su family controls the main force of my Yunlang army. If they have other ideas, you should think of the consequences. Xia Yaju and Liana are not simple. They are not just red buildings and shops. They may hide disasters that will destroy my entire Yunlang. If it is just for this, your uncle does not need to worry. Xia Yaju and Liana are actually opened by Yunji. The words without any signs were so frank that Yu Huang knew. Xia Yaju is used by Yunji to collect information. It is guarded by my mother's secret guards Huanyang and Mu Lian. Liana is used by Yunji to prepare what he needs. It is taken over by Xiao Mubai, the current head of the Danyang Xiao family. Yunji said it so easily and frankly. The two big pavilions where Yunlang gathered wealth were all owned by him alone. But when Emperor Yu heard this, he was shocked and his expression was difficult to maintain. Uncle Emperor also knows that Xia Yaju was once the Yingatai of the Qin dynasty. It was built by Emperor Xuanya of the Qin dynasty for a concubine. And that concubine was my mother. Yunji said again. This time, his voice was no longer indifferent, but with a sense of darkness. Like Han Machan, but not Han Machan. My mother was once the proudest princess of the prince's mansion in Yunlang, and the most noble queen in Danyang. But in the end, her identity was replaced by someone else, and she became the concubine of Emperor Xuanya. And even became an excuse for the three vassal states to destroy the Qin dynasty. She was a demon concubine who was a traitor to the emperor, and caused the destruction of the Qin dynasty. On the night of the demise of the Qin dynasty, my mother had no face to see her relatives, and she was even more ashamed of all the innocent souls who died in the Qin dynasty. It was difficult for her to live in the world, so she chose to commit suicide to get rid of it. The slender jade fingers placed in Yuehua's sleeves suddenly curled up, turning pale, and green vines slowly crawled out from the back of the white hand and emerged from under the skin. Uncle Emperor, there has never been a moment when Yunji really lived as Yunji. Although Yunji has become Yunji, Yunji's heart has always lived the real self. The self who can't forget all the hatred. Yunji's flesh and blood were all given by the Queen Mother, so that he can exist in this world. And Yunji can live to this day because the Queen Mother exchanged herself. Yunji's body Only these two eyes follow the unfaithful man. A white satin covered not only his blindness, but also his pair of phoenix eyes, which made Han Machen appear almost every night. The blood relationship that cannot be cut is also a shackle that is difficult to escape. The person who should not exist may not be Han Machen. Raising his hand, Yunji took off the satin covering his eyes. His unfocused eyes were empty and void, without any dazzling brightness like obsidian, but only a hazy, chaotic world. Even though Emperor Yu was sitting opposite him, Yunji could not see clearly, only a blur. A blur that was hard to see clearly. The opening of Zai Yaju and Liana is only for Yunji to have enough confidence to go back when he no longer escapes. Ahem. The breath. A breath of unrest. Yunji suddenly closed his eyes, and the satin covered the pair of phoenix eyes that seemed to be clear. The turbulent heart was calmed down, and the Han Machen suppressed in his heart did not come out. Yunji. Still the same Yunji. You. A big hand fell on Yunji's shoulder and pinched it lightly. Comfort from Emperor Yu. All the shock in Emperor Yu's heart turned into pity. Pity for Yunji. Or perhaps more of guilt. Guilt for his sister June. It's all because of your uncle's failure to catch up and notice. That's why. Uncle. Zai Yaju and Liana belong to Yunji. Now that Zai Yaju and Liana are sealed, the Xiao family may be affected. Please find a reason to release everyone in Zai Yaju and Liana. Yunji was calm, and the moonlight was charming. He didn't need Emperor Yu to comfort him. He stood up and bowed to Emperor Yu. Everything he said was just a prelude to mentioning this matter at this moment. As for who Mr. Xiao is, he is Xiao Mubai. Lian Pavilion has nothing to do with the Su family. Now that Empress Yu Xianrong is eyeing Yun Lang, she has also secretly contacted Dan Yang. This is definitely not the time for Yun Lang to make internal moves. The Emperor's uncle should put the overall situation first. Yu. This is why the Emperor's uncle wants you to come back. When Yunji mentioned Rong Yu and the external threat to Yun Lang, Emperor Yu's heart sank instantly. The guilt in his heart disappeared for a while, and a river-shaped wrinkle appeared between his eyebrows. In just 1 month, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes increased suddenly. The Emperor's mind was also heavier. Zai Yaju and Lian Pavilion are yours, so forget it. Tomorrow I will ask Qin Xiaoyin to find a reason to release them. But the Su family, I can't let them take charge of the Yunlang army anymore. When mentioning the Su family, Emperor Yu spoke in such a tone that he no longer lived up to the word trust, which made Yunji feel uneasy again. The heart is uneasy, considering the character of Emperor Yu and the advice given by Prince Yun before his death. His trust in the Su family is not easily broken. If it weren't for aging, the matter of the bridal chamber has been resolved. So why is the Emperor's uncle still so? The uneasy fear in his heart once again arose from Yunji's heart. But Yunji couldn't think of why, and what the reason was that could make Emperor Yu's trust in the Su family collapse. Gone completely. Yu. I want you to take over the entire Yunlang army. With this, Emperor Yu wants to use Yunji to undermine the entire Su family. With Yunji's external influence, good relations with Su heir, and his exquisite mind, it is easy for him to bring the Yunlang army under his command. The Su family is ashamed of the trust that I and my father have placed in them. The sunset glowed half the sky, and the setting sun was golden and red, shining brightly. The conversation in Yunshan Palace had not yet ended. The palace door was not opened, and Yunji and Emperor Yu had not left. In addition, the sudden disappearance of Su Rao made the prince's faction, who had already felt that the Su family was doomed, feel depressed. In the East Palace, the eunuch who was looking for information came in a hurry and informed the prince that there was no movement in Yunshan Palace. In the Prime Minister's mansion, there was also a servant who hurried in from the back door and went to Prime Minister Yao's study to bring the situation to the prince and what was going on in the palace now. Upon learning that Su Rao had left quietly under the eyes of the prince at some point, Prime Minister Yao felt depressed for a moment, because the one who could make Su Rao leave so quietly under the surveillance of the prince must have been Yunji's method. Moreover, it is unknown how long Su Rao has been gone, and Yao Yeding is still in Su Rao's hands. If Su Rao makes a move again, his Yao family will be in a passive situation. Prime Minister Yao, his mind is secretly moving. At this moment, in the courtyard in the civilian alley, the small alley, the wooden door, the gray and white rubble courtyard, the rich mansion in the civilian area. Although no one lives here, but it has been cleaned every day for many years. The courtyard is clean and dust-free, and there has never been a bit of dust in the house. The courtyard without anyone living in it is quiet and quiet. At this time, in addition to the quietness, this house also brings a strong sense of depression. In the house, on the bed where Chinrao once lay, now lies Isu. The pale face, the lips without a trace of blood, the dense sweat beads oozing from the forehead. These are not enough to make Su Rao completely move. What really annoyed Su Rao was the bloody marks on Isu's back. The marks left by the whip with barbs. Every time the whip was hit, the skin and flesh turned outward, and blood would gush out instantly. In addition, there was what Isu said. Qin Yang and Uncle Hao were secretly taken away. Now she was in the Yun Palace, and her identity was suspected by Emperor Yu. How was she exposed? Did the prince and his men search her Raoshan courtyard and discover her secret? Yu. A strong sense of oppression, as if with a dark breath, rolled out from Su Rao's heart. Looking at each whip on Isu's body, the red around her peach blossom eyes completely dyed Su Rao's eyes. Hands gently separated the cloth strips on Isu's body from the sticky flesh and blood, and the scarlet reflected in her eyes made Su Rao's eyes feel as if they were filled with blood, and the blood seemed to rush out, swelling so that the tears in her eyes could no longer be suppressed, and rolled down her cheeks. She endured again and again, just to live well. But what she got in return was that Qin Yang and Uncle Hao were arrested, and Isu was injured like this. The current situation of her Su family may not only be caused by the Lian Pavilion. When thinking of this, the Su family looked extremely ugly. If the entire Su family was implicated because of her. Isu, there are guards outside. You take a rest here first. Take good care of your injuries. I'll be back soon. After rebandaging Isu and applying medicine, Su Rao stood up and was about to leave to do something, but her wrist was pulled. Miss, my parents helped me escape so that I could tell you not to be upset for them. Now that the Su family is in trouble, you must not reveal your identity. Even if Emperor Yu threatens their lives, you must not admit it. Otherwise the Su family. Cough, cough, cough. The wheezing sound caused the wound on her back to hurt so much that Isu's face turned pale again. Su Rao hurriedly supported Isu and asked her to lie down properly. No matter the Su family, Qin Yang and Uncle Hao, nothing will happen. Isu, have a good rest. When you wake up, I will bring Uncle Hao and Qin Yang home. You will see them as soon as you open your eyes. Isu fell asleep with a silver needle. Su Rao twisted the corner of the quilt for her and told the guards, who followed her, to guard the courtyard and Isu and wait for her to come back. After Su Rao left, a moment or so passed. Xiaoxi just found this place, but it was too late. The night came as time passed. The once brightly lit inner-city lake now has nothing but the desolate pleasure boat docked by the lake. It became so desolate in just half a day. The Mirror Pavilion, which used to have a long queue, is now empty. Su Rao, dressed in black, with her long black hair tied up in black cloth, is in the dark. Her clothes sway in the night wind, but she does not move. The ugly sunken scar on her forehead, a symbol of Su Rao's identity, has not been covered at this moment, and her bright peach eyes have not changed at all. In the night, the inner darkness is darker than the night, and is completely painted with heavy ink. After watching the Mirror Pavilion for a moment, Su Rao jumped into the inner city lake. Her movements were so fast and light that they only caused a few ripples on the lake. The bubbles on the lake surface disappeared completely in just a short moment, and the lake surface calmed down. The inner city lake flows out of the palace and enters the palace from this path. Silently, Su Rao easily entered the Cloud Palace. Although the Cloud Palace has been renovated and has long lived up to its appearance during the Qin dynasty, Su Rao is familiar with its secret passages. No one knows the intricacies of the Cloud Palace better than her. Uncle Hao and Qin Yang took her to escape from the secret passage in the palace. Now 10 years have passed, and when she enters this secret passage again, the killing the night also surges into her heart again. With her fingertips embedded in her palm, Su Rao calmed herself down. She couldn't lose her mind. She still had Qin Yang and Uncle Hao to save, as well as her entire Su family. She would never let the Su family be in any danger because of her. She took out the fire starter wrapped in oil paper from her waist. The fire illuminated the secret passage. She took off the black clothes she was wearing, and she was still wearing black clothes inside, but they were almost dry, not stained with much water, and the black cloth on her head was also taken off. The black clothes Su Rao wore were waterproof clothes made by Lian Pavilion. She took out a bottle of powder from her waist and sprinkled it on the waterproof black clothes and black cloth. They were corroded and dissolved in an instant, leaving no trace. After doing all this, Su Rao took out makeup tools from her waist and completely covered the sunken scar on her forehead. Then she went directly from the secret passage to the palace where Isu said Qin Yang and Hao Shu were imprisoned. Only by rescuing Hao Shu and Qin Yang first can she concentrate on dealing with the Yun family without worries. Resolve her Su family crisis. Otherwise, if Yun Yu threatened her to admit her identity with the lives of Qin Yang and Hao Shu, she would be in a dilemma. Knowing that her identity had been exposed, Su Rao was so calm and thought clearly about every step she took. The people who knew her identity, apart from Qin Yang and Uncle Hao's family, would not be anyone else. Even if the prince and his men found some clues in Raoxiang courtyard, as long as there were no witnesses, it would be a deliberate frame-up. Although she had not walked through this secret passage for 10 years, Su Rao's memory was extremely clear, with a secret passage map in her mind. In these crisscrossing secret passages, when to take which road, where it seemed to be blocked. But in fact they were all connected. Su Rao would not go wrong at all. The Great Qin lasted for more than 100 years. And the secret passages built in the Qin palace were built by the great machine power of the Qin dynasty, which took years to build. It was so amazing that Yun Lang had only lived there for 10 years. And he was afraid that he would only find a few main secret passages. As he walked along, Su Rao knew which of these secret passages had been discovered, from whether there was a lot of dust in the secret passage and whether there was a strong musty smell. In this way, all possible dangers that might not come could be avoided without being discovered. No one knew that Su Rao had come to the Yun Palace. And Yun Ji and General Su naturally didn't know, let alone that Su Rao was walking under their feet at this moment. Linlang Palace. The flickering candlelight cast a picture of an old man and a young man in the pavilion in the palace, playing a chess game as they pleased. Xiao Ji's chess skills are indeed superb. No wonder the emperor has boasted to me many times. Touching his big beard and looking at the black pieces that were completely surrounded, General Su didn't feel defeated at all. There are talented people in every generation, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. Xiao Ji is back. And Rao is back too. I haven't seen her for a few months, and I really miss my precious granddaughter. But she came back this time. But she didn't take her grandfather back. It's really a waste of love for her for so many years. Although he said such angry words, it was clear from the bold smile on General Su's face and the deep lines at the corners of his eyes that his anger was just a pretense. After losing a game of chess, the two men took back their chess pieces. Grandpa Su has been living comfortably in the palace for many days, but I am afraid that my uncle and others are worried. Yunji also smiled faintly. He stopped playing chess, stood up and walked out of the pavilion, looking up at the moonlit night in the sky through the white satin on his eyes. The stars dotted the moonlight, and the moon, which was not full, looked particularly bright tonight. The moonlight was beautiful, but it was difficult for Yunji to calm down. Jiyu, the Su family has made some unusual moves. If I continue to indulge them, I will be gambling with the entire Yunlang kingdom. I also know that the Su family is important, and they are loyal ministers and veterans of two dynasties. They cannot be easily abandoned. You go and take back the military power, and the Su family will be an idle civil servant in the future. When the military power is taken back, I will grant you a marriage with Su Rao. Whether the Su family can be stable depends on whether Su Rao is stable. If the Su family knows how to advance and retreat, I am not the kind of person who forgets righteousness and will not abandon them. Emperor Yu has never told Yunji what made Emperor Yu no longer trust the loyalty of the Su family. But from these 3 words of Emperor Yu, Yunji knew that the matter was not simple. In the past, he was allowed to marry Su Rao to stabilize the relationship between the Yun family and the Su family, and to stabilize the military power. But now he is allowed to marry Su Rao. The nature has changed, and it has become a prisoner. Yun Lang cannot make any internal moves now, and the Su family is not easy to abandon. But it is also difficult to trust people. Then the only way to feel at ease is to break his sharp wings, which is also the greatest tolerance and grace to the Su family. Xiao Ji, if you have anything to say, just say it. I have lived for most of my life, and have already let it go. General Su also stood up and walked to Yunji's side, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the night sky. Although you have resolved the matter of the Lian Pavilion, it is difficult for our Su family to gain the Emperor's full trust as before. Yunji never spoke about what Emperor Yu had told him. But General Su had already understood it. When Yunji came to him, he knew why Yunji came. Took out the tiger talisman that he had handed in for Su Rao from his sleeve. I believe that if Shaoji takes action, it will not be a big problem for the Su family to get away with it. It is time for the Su family to restrain their overwhelming wealth. They should know how to be content and withdraw in time so that they can live in peace and stability. Yunji just retracted his gaze and turned to General Su. This old man holds the most noble throne of General King in Yunlang, and is also the living tiger of Yunlang army. But he never covets the power given to him by the throne and military power. Grandpa Su is so kind. Yunji will guarantee his life here, and will definitely let the Su family retreat unscathed and stay away from the whirlpool. After a breath, Yunji finally took the tiger talisman. Ha! General Su said cheerfully, and patted Yunji's shoulder with his big hand. Boy, I am very satisfied with you as my grandson-in-law. Rao is the most hard-mouthed but soft-hearted girl. If you want to win her favor, you will have to use some tricks. If you just wait like this, there is absolutely no hope. Such frivolous words made Yunji laugh. Grandpa Su, if Su Rao knew that you encouraged Yunji like this, I am afraid your beard would be gone. Shaking his head helplessly, Yunji said goodbye. Grandpa Su will stay in the palace tonight. Tomorrow, Yunji will personally send Grandpa Su home. After Yunji left, General Su stroked his beard again. The old and frivolous look on his face was completely gone, leaving only a deep feeling. Go home. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to leave this palace easily. With this sigh, General Su turned and walked into the palace. The moon was in the sky, hanging in the middle. The old man's figure was straight and upright. But in Yunji's eyes, he felt tired. He worked hard for the Yunlang dynasty for decades. But in the end, he was so suspicious and fearful of the king. No matter how ardently loyal you are, there will be a day when it will be completely cold. Perhaps since Emperor Yu ascended the throne and intended to marry Su Rao to Yunji, the old general had foreseen that there would be such a day for the Su family. Therefore, after the incident in Lian Pavilion was exposed and he was detained in the palace by Emperor Yu on the pretext of military affairs, he was able to face it so calmly and coolly. What shouldn't come will never come, and what should come will come sooner or later. Grandpa Su, you entrusted the Su family to Yunji, and Yunji will definitely live up to your trust. Mumbling, seeing the blurred figure at his eyes completely enter the palace, Yunji really left. Yuehua's posture, expression is indifferent, but the tiger talisman box in his hand is tightly clenched, and the fingertips are slightly white. Before he walked far, a sound suddenly came. Tap tap tap. This is the sound of the Imperial Guards gathering. For a moment, Yunji's eyebrows slightly frowned. Yunling hurriedly stepped forward and called the Imperial Guard. A quarter of an hour ago, a man in black appeared outside the Yunshan Palace to assassinate Emperor Yu. Fortunately, he was discovered in time by the Imperial Guards, and now the man in black has been surrounded in the palace courtyard. Yunji's slightly frowned eyebrows tightened again. He, who was indifferent to the bright moon, had such a heavy face. Who would come to assassinate Emperor Yu at such a sensitive moment? Yunji's mind just moved like this. And another Yue came. His footsteps were extremely fast. Yue, no matter what happened, would not be so panic. But at this moment, this Yue was so fast. Master, Shaoxi sent a message saying that Miss Su sneaked into the palace. Sure enough, only when it involves Su Rao, who Yunji cares about. Will the Yue also be confused? And before the Yue finished speaking, the figure of Yue disappeared. There was only a stream of moonlight streaking past. Yunling also hurriedly chased after him, and the coldness on his face broke. Su Rao sneaked into the palace secretly, and a black-clothed assassin appeared outside the Yunshan Palace. When he thought about it, it must be Su Rao. Yunji and Yunling both knew this. But at this moment, the Su Rao they thought walked to the exit of the secret passage under the palace prison, and was about to leave the secret passage. The assassin mentioned by the Imperial Guards was not Su Rao, and it would not be Su Rao. Killing Emperor Yu at such a sensitive moment would give Yun Murwei a legitimate opportunity to ascend the throne. How could Su Rao create such a good opportunity for Yun Murwei and shoot himself in the foot? It was just that Yunji was confused because he cared about it. Because he cared about it, he would be confused whenever it was related to it. Outside the Yunshan Palace, the fire was blazing. The torches made the figure of the assassin in black stand out. and he was surrounded by the Imperial Guards. On the stage, Emperor Yu put one hand behind his back, and his eyes fell on the assassin in black. Although the black veil covered her face, her figure was visible. She was a woman, a female assassin. This recognition made Emperor Yu's face darken instantly. Let the Imperial Guards take down this female assassin and catch her alive. I want to see who you are. In fact, there was no need to see. Emperor Yu had already determined that the person coming was Su Rao. Even if it was not Su Rao, he was her accomplice. In an instant, the Imperial Guards rushed forward. The night wind blew, and the fire roared. Long spears came towards the surrounded female assassin in the middle. Bang! Clang! The sound of weapons colliding. In a moment, the spear cut through the assassin's nightgown and injured her skin. But the long sword in the assassin's hand also injured the guards, who came one after another. Blood instantly seeped out, and a bloody smell spread from the front of Yunshan Hall, and even stained the stone slabs in front of the hall. The blood seeped into the gaps in the stone slabs, outlining bloodlines. You will die tonight. This voice, with a strong murderous intent. The long sword in the assassin's hand flew gracefully, regardless of her own serious injuries, and came straight to Emperor Yu. The guards who stopped her suddenly fell down one after another, foaming at the mouth, and instantly convulsed and died, just because of the handful of poison powder sprinkled by the assassin's hand. Such a method is really vicious. Even if there are more guards, they can't resist the poison powder in the hands of the assassin. But in an instant, they all fell down, and their bodies were instantly lying under the hall platform. The sharp sword energy cut through the night sky, causing his clothes to flutter, and the long sword came straight towards Emperor Yu, full of murderous intent. Only if you die, my family will be at peace. The sharp sword tip reached the heart of Emperor Yu. Your Majesty, be careful. Seeing this, Emperor Yu's face changed, and he stepped back quickly. Yun Zhongwan shouted in panic and took 2 steps at a time, standing in front of Emperor Yu fearlessly. The long sword was about to pierce Yun Zhongwan's heart. At the critical moment, a drop of water condensed bead came from afar. The water condensed bead collided with the long sword and directly broke the sharp sword tip, and the female assassin's hand holding the hilt was numb. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground, and the female assassin was also shocked by the impact of the drop of water condensed bead and took a step back. Yuehua's figure came gracefully and stepped directly under the palace platform, looking at the female assassin through the satin above his eyes. With just one glance, Yunji's panicked heart slowly fell. Not Rao Rao. When Yunji saw the female assassin from a distance, he had already recognized that it was not Su Rao. But he was not sure yet, so he was reserved when he attacked, and did not use his full strength. So he only repelled the female assassin and did not hurt her. Xiao Ji, back off. The female assassin was repelled so much that she failed to kill Emperor Yu in one fell swoop, and a handful of poison powder was sprinkled out. General Su, who heard the noise and came over, saw this and hurriedly grabbed Yunji and pulled Yunji away, and at the same time sent out a palm force. The poison powder was dispersed by the palm force, and the female assassin was repelled again. Puff! This time, a mouthful of blood dripped from the black veil. General Su's attack was not as gentle as Yunji's. At the same time, another group of guards surrounded the female assassin again, but they did not dare to approach easily. At this moment, in the coal palace, in the dry well, Su Rao, also in black clothes and mask, climbed out of the well. The exit of the secret passage is in this coal palace near the palace prison. The coal palace where the concubines who lost favor were imprisoned in all dynasties has always been lonely and desolate. The secret passage here is extremely secret and difficult to be easily discovered. Who are you? Before Su Rao looked around, such a voice suddenly came from behind him. And then the eunuch guarding the coal palace was about to shout that there was an assassin accomplice. Su Rao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and his body swayed. When the eunuch was about to shout, a hidden weapon came out and knocked the eunuch down directly, killing him on the spot. It's your bad luck to see me. With a cold voice, Su Rao came over and looked at the eunuch who had no breath, without any fluctuation on his face. The fluctuation caused by killing innocent people. In these bright eyes, there is only the deep and indifferent feeling that cannot be melted. Looking at the eunuch and seeing the palace clothes on him, Su Rao's heart moved, and she directly stripped the eunuch's clothes, and then took out the medicine powder to destroy the body. Doing all this, Su Rao did not feel any guilt in her heart. After changing the eunuch's clothes, Su Rao picked up the lantern that fell on the ground, lit the extinguished candle, went out of the cold palace, and walked towards the palace prison. Along the way, there was no one in sight, and she was alert for a while. Why is it so quiet? Walking to the fork in the road outside the palace prison, she saw from a distance that there were only 2 guards outside the palace prison gate, and no one else. Su Rao felt more and more wrong in her heart. The palace prison should be heavily guarded. How could there be only 2 people guarding it? Thinking of Isu who escaped from the Yun palace. Could it be that they were trying to lure her into a trap and wait for her to come to them? Walking into a trap. This thought came to her mind in an instant. Just as Su Rao was about to hide her whereabouts, a guard came over with a big stride, and with him came his shout. The emperor has ordered all guards to go to the imperial garden and dig 3 feet deep to catch the 2 assassins. After the female assassin who tried to assassinate Emperor Yu failed and was surrounded, another assassin appeared and rescued the female assassin and fled to the imperial garden. The imperial garden is so large that it connects the east, west, south, and north. It is not easy to catch the 2 assassins in the imperial garden. What's more, the assassins are highly skilled in martial arts. Moreover, half of the guards are still in the Su family, and it is even more difficult to catch the guards in the palace with half less. The imperial guards were guarding the imperial city. After the hour of midnight, the imperial guards were not allowed to enter the imperial palace without an imperial edict. If the imperial guards were to be dispatched now, the 2 assassins might have already fled the imperial palace when they arrived. So Emperor Yu ordered all the existing imperial guards in the imperial palace to go out and capture the assassins, assassinate him in his palace, and be so familiar with the terrain of the imperial palace, easily get rid of the imperial guards and escape to the imperial garden. Except for Su Rao, the princess of the previous dynasty. Emperor Yu could not think of anyone else. You, come here. The imperial guard who came to announce Emperor Yu's oral orders saw Su Rao holding a lantern after he finished shouting, and the light of the lantern exposed Su Rao's position. You, guard the palace prison well, and if there is any mistake, you will be held responsible. The imperial guard directly ordered Su Rao to guard the prison, and then he took the imperial guards guarding the prison with guns and rushed to the imperial garden. 1, 2, 3. In addition to the 2 guards guarding the palace prison gate, at least 10 more guards appeared from the palace prison, all wearing armor and holding spears. Su Rao realized at this moment that she thought it was quiet because the patrolling guards went to catch the assassin. It seems that she is not the only one who wants to kill the executioner.